What is the reason behind the resurrection capabilities of the magical stone? Who lurks behind the forced concealment of the wizards, longing with insatiable desire? When faced with the peril of life and death, can the forces of darkness and light momentarily set aside their enmity to unite against a common foe? Unbeknownst to many, the earth harbors its own yearning for survival. In that fateful year, it chose individuals to be sent back in time, striving to alter the course of destiny, illuminate the deception for the wizards, and awaken all beings on this planet, vampires, werewolves, demons, and humans, to unveil the truth. The world is vast, extending beyond the confines of the present moment, and the crisis approaches relentlessly. Fate transforms you into the solitary rose within my grasp. I shall seize victory and share its fruits with you. Wizards, let us ascend the stage together and present the most exquisite performance to the boundless sea of stars. Chapter 1. A Joyful Existence. With a modest sum of money in hand, and having just extricated oneself from an abhorrent occupation, what endeavors would you pursue, or struggled within the British wizarding community for decades? During those years, he felt ensnared in a cycle, forever unable to glimpse the end. Thus, he impulsively redirected his gaze towards the Muggles. Beyond the wall lies a world entirely different. He devoted considerable time to observing the lives of Muggles, studying their societal constructs, labor, and enjoyment of life. The rapidly evolving human society stands in stark contrast to the wizarding world. Although both coexist in the same temporal realm, they remain profoundly disconnected. A perplexity arose within him. In search of answers, he traversed wizarding streets and quaint towns, scouring through all memories, ultimately arriving at but one conclusion. The world he inhabited for most of his life remained frozen in time, a continuous flow of people, yet retained the same visage he first encountered. Why? Absurd, is it not? Reflecting upon his life, he saw his academic journey transition from bullied to marginalized, and as an adult, he willingly became a puppet ensnared by societal norms. His existence was indeed absurd. He fancied himself a good person upholding justice, standing tall each day as an exemplary wizard in the eyes of others, as if this facade could allow him to forget past experiences and pain. However, the passage of time brought clarity to reality. The light he sought never arrived. Alone, he clung to naive justice, like an isolated island in the workforce, perpetually a solitary island life. Throughout the years of labor, he neither struck down criminals, for he was outmatched, nor eradicated the dark alleys, which existed only in his mind, nor expanded territories, as leadership firmly believed Britain was the center of the world. He merely became a pawn of the Ministry of Magic, obscuring the vision of wizards, donning a black robe, ultimately mastering the expulsion spell against Muggles. The more he delved into Muggle society, the more perplexed or became. In this modern era, an increasing number of individuals with abilities emerged, while foreign nations extolled heroes in extensive news coverage daily. Yet the British Ministry of Magic remained steadfastly unyielding. They failed to perceive the changes in the outside world, still firmly believing that shielding ordinary people from knowledge of magic was the best protection for Muggles. Had centuries of rigid adherence to tradition robbed them of the courage to confront change? Is what was once deemed correct still valid today? Or his emotions surged? He harbored an almost pathological aversion to everything related to the wizarding institution. Yet now, unable to command even his own body, how could he awaken other slumbering souls? Behold this world. Those parasites should not allow wizards to squander their lives in this narrow and barren village. Is the position of the Minister of Magic not excessively elevated, rendering her oblivious to the happenings below? Having once emerged from a mundane background, why has she failed to recognize the hardships endured by other Muggle-born wizards? AOL finds fault in everything, even while fully aware that the current state of the Ministry of Magic is not solely the result of one individual's actions. I am indeed a wretch, utterly ineffectual, yet I can only cast blame upon others. AOL often subconsciously blames himself, yet he soon begins to resist such thoughts. Sonny once remarked that one should not be too hard on oneself. If you firmly believe you are correct, then it must be others who are in the wrong. Forgive yourself, and you shall find joy. Sonny is truly a philosopher, an astute Eastern maiden. Alas, That amusing girl could not endure the stuffy and dreary atmosphere of England, and once her exchange period concluded, she departed with her belongings. AOL drove past the entrance of the leaky cauldron, and, as he halted for a red light, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the grimy glass door, prompting a disdainful curl of his lip. It seemed he was weary of all that pertained to the magical world. Although they resided on the same street, the leaky cauldron appeared jarringly like a stain on an expensive gown, perhaps not overtly conspicuous, yet persistently lodged in one's throat. By 2045, towering skyscrapers dominated the cityscape. Skytrains and floating vehicles darted through the streets with lightning speed, and the vibrant neon lights infused the evening air with a palpable fervor. AOL turned his vehicle away from the familiar thoroughfare. In the vicinity of South Kensington, there exists a plethora of tranquil and cozy taverns, nestled within one of England's wealthiest districts, replete with the freshest novelties from around the globe. AOL, who has an affinity for the novel, frequents these establishments, where muggles invariably devise intriguing inventions. While he felt powerless to alter the decisions of the Ministry of Magic, he refused to bury his head in the sand. Even amidst pain, he yearned to comprehend the world with clarity. Have you heard? The magical arrays inscribed by the wizards of Huaxia are indeed effective, enabling ships to venture further afield for exploration. Those Asians triumphed over numerous monsters in this confrontation and gathered a wealth of new materials. Oh God, we are falling behind once more. The pace of outer space construction lags behind, and our technological advancement trails significantly. I find myself praying daily that those Easterners might show some magnanimity, hoping they will consider our shared humanity. I saw the news, and the child did too. He constantly mentions our wondrous friends, akin to fairy godmothers and witches. This reminds me of the witch hunts mentioned in history books. Witch hunts? Do you believe they were genuine? Could it be that they were all executed? That seems unlikely. If they were truly wizards, I would rather believe it was the government, a band of idle bureaucrats, that lacked the necessary sincerity. You have a point, but if they are hiding, would they even be aware of how desperately the world needs them now? Whatever. I merely envy other nations for possessing their own mystical powers and that damned United Nations, with their plethora of superhumans. Who wouldn't covet such fortuitous circumstances? Oh, rubbish. It's still the fault of that idle bunch. AOL sat in a wicker chair at the bar's entrance, sipping on a sweet beverage, feigning nonchalance as he eavesdropped on the nearby patrons' conversations. They discussed the latest foreign news, lamenting the ineffectiveness of politicians. AOL felt a sense of satisfaction upon realizing that the Ministry of Magic was not the only institution lacking competence. Perhaps ineptitude is a British trait? AOL scoffed, yet the notion of hearing muggles express a need for wizards was astonishing. Nevertheless, he dismissed it. Such matters were for others to worry about, as he stood on the precipice of mortality, indifferent to the deluge. This night, a science fiction adventure film premiered at the cinema. The technology rendered the special effects eerily realistic, causing AOL's heartbeat to race uncontrollably. The fantastical vistas of extraterrestrial worlds stirred a deep longing within him. However, to his knowledge, only military personnel were currently able to traverse into space. This elderly man could only experience the virtual environment through technological means. As the film concluded, AOL joined the throng exiting, adjusting his overcoat as he made his way to the parking lot. Late at night, the lights of hovercars illuminated the path homeward. As the sole heir of the Borg family, AOL resided in a sprawling ancient castle, situated in a remote and desolate area, far removed from the lively joys of the city, more suited for the filming of horror films. His thoughts drifted as he approached the castle, the grand door creaking open a crack, enhancing the eerie ambience. Yet in the next instant, a diminutive house elf with sparse hair sprang forth with a burst of energy, clad in a vibrant punk t-shirt, exclaiming in a melodious voice, "Welcome home, master. How was today's haul?" Accompanying this was a dazzling array of courtyard lights. The horror film came to an end. AOL exited the vehicle, walking alongside the house elf down the lengthy stone corridor. The film was splendid, Kaka. Once the resources are available, you must experience it in the viewing room. The scenery was beautiful, and I adored it immensely. AOL's spirits lifted as he strolled leisurely in the evening breeze. The master and servant shared laughter as they entered the castle. The hover car at the entrance autonomously soared toward the parking lot, with faint music emanating from within, the headlights flickering in rhythm. The castle's grand doors swung open, revealing a knight in armor, standing at attention, saluting their master in perfect unison. Aor casually waved his hand, circumventing them. At the corner of the staircase, the phonograph sprang to life, a vinyl record shimmering with magical brilliance leaping forth, gracefully landing upon the turntable, twisting its body to adjust its position before reclining. The stylus delicately descended, and the melodious strains of a cello resonated through the expansive hall. "It is too late, my dear. I do not require music," Aor interjected, catching the swaying bone china teacup and smiling contentedly after savoring a sip of the lukewarm water. The phonograph was displeased, its silent horn puffing in indignation, while the stylus reluctantly lifted its foot from the record. Only the disheveled disc lay motionless upon the turntable, and the horn puffed again, growing increasingly irate. Chapter 2. A reversal of time. The ancient castle, which had come alive with the arrival of its master, once again fell into a profound silence after the lights in the master bedroom were extinguished, as if the earlier revelry had merely been an illusion. As the celestial bodies shifted and the night retreated, the faint light of dawn began to stroll in from the horizon of the plains. The tranquil castle gradually awakened. The house elf, Kaka, meticulously arranged his hair before the mirror, securing its delicate waves with hairspray, ensuring they would maintain their graceful curve before leaving the room. His good habits prompted him to glance at the grandfather clock in the living room, 7 o'clock, precisely on time. He decided it was the perfect moment to prepare the bread, allowing the flour to rise naturally without the aid of magic, so that it would be ready just as his master awoke. While feeling pleased with his impeccable sense of timing, Kaka strode towards the kitchen. However, in the next moment, he abruptly turned back to the clock, his heart racing. Merlin. June 23, 1988? My goodness. Kaka's high-pitched cry echoed throughout the castle. Startled, or, without even opening his eyes, leaped out of bed. Stumbling as he made his way to the door, flinging it open to inquire, "Kaka, what is the matter?" Kaka appeared at the door with a loud thud, his wide eyes fixed on his shrunken master, feeling as though his almond-sized brain had been rendered utterly incapable of thought. Kaka, or yawned, still half asleep, his eyes tightly shut, speaking in a slurred voice to facilitate his return to slumber. "Something serious has happened." Kaka struggled to maintain his composure as the head house elf, yet inside, he felt like a panicking chicken, teetering on the brink of madness. "What is it?" Or finally opened his eyes to gaze at his loyal servant, only to be struck by how much taller Kaka seemed. A laugh escaped him. "Old friend, who cast a growth spell on you? You look a bit different." "My master. It is not I who has been bewitched, but you." Kaka covered his face with his hands, stifling the urge to scream. This was too insane. Waking up to find time had regressed by decades while he remained unchanged, and the decor of the home was still familiar. Only his master had reverted to his childhood. How absurd. Why couldn't such a delightful occurrence include him? Kaka felt a twinge of discontent. In truth, it was not just Kaka who felt this way. All the enchanted items in the house that were awake shared his displeasure. Or's grandfather grumbled from his frame, observing his little grandson, Merlin's foul socks. "This is not right. When Or was 11, I was still alive. It was utterly outrageous, truly outrageous. Or, my dear boy, I never expected to see you so adorably youthful again. To see but not touch, my heart is breaking." Half an hour later, the diminutive Or sat on the high-backed sofa in the bedroom, his expression one of numbness. The photo frame before him was crammed with ancestors. While his prematurely deceased parents were relegated to a corner, denied even the chance to speak, Kaka finally regained his composure. "Master, let us wash up and have breakfast. Since time has reverted back to 88, let us tackle our matters after we have filled our stomachs." "Very well." Or rubbed his forehead, momentarily ignoring the complaints of his ancestors as he stood up, only to nearly trip over his excessively long pajamas. No wonder he had stumbled earlier. TSK. Instinctively, he reached for his wand to cast a cutting charm, only to grasp at empty air. Kaka, observing this, promptly took charge. "Let us tidy up the wardrobe and order a new set of clothes from that bespoke shop. Don't forget to renew the membership." Or kicked away the excess fabric of his trousers and rolled up his sleeves as he made his way to the washroom. Kaka was well aware of his master's preferences, and as for the workshop he favored, a visit would confirm its status. Having noted this, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The record player whirred to life, the well-rested record stretching and welcoming the needleless touch, while the loudspeaker grumbled before finally playing music. The curtains danced with ribbons, their hems tracing elegant arcs, before adorning themselves with lovely bows. The windows swung open, and the freshly cut flowers, prepared by the garden sprites, were brought indoors to gather in a beautiful jade vase. The grand clock, feeling out of sorts, fidgeted with its bow tie, whispering to a nearby antique painting. "Did you see last night? Who played this prank on me?" The little girl in the painting, wearing a lace hat, covered her mouth, replying, "My dear, this does not seem like a prank at all. No, this is indeed a prank. I distinctly recall yesterday's date, June 22nd, 2045. The clock, a relic of antiquity, had resided in the castle for centuries without error. And this sudden, dreadful anomaly left it feeling as though the sky were falling. Old friend, it's not the end of the world. At least we are still together." The dusting feather duster gracefully floated by, brushing off the clock's surface. Thus began a cacophonous day. Azur brushed his teeth, listening to the chattering magical mirror. He gazed at his youthful reflection, still somewhat bewildered. After washing up, he found the dining table already set. With each step, plates laden with food quietly descended. "Master, I apologize, but today's bread could not rise naturally due to the unforeseen events. To avoid any difference in texture, I prepared egg sandwiches paired with a tomato and potato soup, along with a small portion of garlic beef bites. Would you prefer coffee or milk?" "Milk, please. From now on, prepare milk for me." Or declared with ambition, "This time, I will surely reach 9 meters. Would you like sugar or honey?" Kaka inquired, knowing that, or had previously preferred black coffee. "No need. My daily beverages will be plain milk and boiled water." Or replied, "Understood." Kaka noted this before vanishing. The television in the dining room flickered to life, playing the same drama or had watched the previous day, which piqued his interest. "Kaka, please check all the devices in the house and see how many items do not conform to the current year. Remember, do not reveal any signs of discrepancy." The reversal of time was perfectly timed. In just 2 days, it would be Or's birthday. An owl would arrive at the castle bearing his enrollment notice, and afterward, without parental guidance, or would need to accompany a professor to purchase his school and living supplies, he would have to arrange to meet the professor outside. What had once been the task of his grandfather had now fallen to him, and the changes wrought by this turn of events weighed heavily upon Or. Moreover, the prospect of returning to school filled him with dread. Those 7 years of academic life were the origin of his misfortunes, and he had no desire to relive them. Receiving his orders, Kaka immediately began the bustling process of organizing. There were far too many out-of-date items. Ever since Or had engaged with the Muggle world, his desire to shop had surged, leading to many changes in the household's decor. Appliances had been repurposed after modifications, and if all these items were to be packed away, the castle would appear quite empty. This was unacceptable. The Bach family, with its centuries of heritage, could not be seen as destitute, and the portraits of ancestors could not be confined to silence. They would not hesitate to scold Or, and they certainly would not spare Kaka either. Chapter 3. Conversations. The grand cleaning commenced, with Kaka responsible for the unreasonable presences within and around the castle. While Or decided to prioritize his beloved vehicles, the parking lot resembled a private car museum, filled with dozens of uniquely styled cars. Treasures he had amassed over the past decade. From vintage antiques to hovercrafts, he possessed representative models from several major automobile brands. Yet, aside from a small portion that could still venture out, the majority would have to be stored away. Upon hearing the news, the deep blue hovercar blazed its high beams in furious defiance, attempting to obliterate its adversary with a flood of light pollution. With a pang of affection, Our gently patted his new pet and enchanted Reductio. One by one, the exquisitely crafted automobiles were diminished to the size of toys, neatly arranged within a glass display case, resembling delicate trinkets, thereby significantly mitigating the risk of detection. The cars, agitated, thrashed about inside the cabinet, flashing their lights and spewing garbled radio transmissions. Our's fingertip grazed the glass as he softly mused. "Let me see which little treasure behaves the best, perhaps after nightfall. We might let you stretch your wheels in the yard." The miniature vehicles screeched to a halt, their flickering lights extinguished, before reversing in unison to form an orderly line. "Good show. I shall return to inspect you later tonight," Our declared with a satisfied smile before turning to leave. As the garage door closed, a profusion of thorny pink, climbing roses swiftly cloaked its surface. A solemn expression settled upon his face. The sudden turn of events had caught him utterly off guard, leaving him little time to contemplate how to respond. The most pressing concern was to manage the situation at hand. He could not afford to let a minor misstep jeopardize his circumstances. Entering the ancient castle, he found the decor had shifted back to the warmth of his parents' presence. The young couple within the portrait regarded him with deep concern. "Our, are you well?" the woman inquired with genuine worry. Our waved a hand dismissively as he settled wearily into the sofa facing the frame. A crystal glass filled with pleasantly warm water was placed upon the coffee table beside him. "I am all right, merely a bit disoriented. Why have I suddenly reverted to my childhood?" He pondered aloud, taking a sip of water before raising his gaze to the couple. Other family members began to gather around. Aur's father shook his head, expressing that they could not comprehend the situation, but perhaps it was not entirely a misfortune. My dear, the opportunity to alter your destiny is not something to be dismissed, is it? My life. Aur replied candidly. Truth be told, I have few grievances about my existence. He spread his arms, reclining against the chair's back in a relaxed posture. Indeed, what could he possibly find to complain about? Born into the illustrious Aldrich bloodline, he had enjoyed a life of privilege, free from want. Though his parents departed prematurely, he was blessed with doting grandparents, rendering his childhood largely untroubled and devoid of significant regrets. His greatest hardship had stemmed from his school years. As a member of a family entirely comprised of Slytherins, he naturally found himself sorted into the Snake House. However, within Slytherin, an intricate hierarchy prevailed. Except for a united front against Gryffindor, Aur had been unable to forge genuine friendships over the course of 7 years, as even the youngest among them placed great value on personal gain. Raised with an excess of gentleness by his grandparents, he endured considerable hardship within those walls. The Bach family, aside from a distant relative who operated a shop for contraband in Knockturn Alley, had no public business dealings, leading the younger Slytherins to unanimously conclude that associating with Aur would yield no benefits. Thus, they collectively ignored his existence. Yet, indifference perhaps represented the greatest kindness until he encountered far darker realities. Initially, the young Aur struggled to adapt to a life of solitude, striving to open his heart to others, only to return time and again with disappointment. It was not until the 4th year, when his grandparents passed away due to frailty, that the stark truth of separation illuminated his mind. Even without friends, he still had family. They would forever remain by his side, and that was sufficient. Like an invisible man, Aur immersed himself in his studies, ultimately graduating with honors just beneath the head boy, securing a position at the Ministry of Magic as an Auror. He managed the family's overseas farm and shop while also repelling muggles, even serving as a medic during the battle between the Savior and the Dark Lord. Once the turmoil subsided, he anticipated embracing a fulfilling life, only to find the world stagnant, mired in repetitive, meaningless work, leading him to grow increasingly skeptical of the Ministry's decisions. The Dark Lord arrived, they hid away. The Dark Lord fell, they emerged. Had none of these wizards ever contemplated constructing a better existence? Was a life lived in such numbness truly worthwhile? As he reached middle age, a delayed rebellious phase emboldened him to engage with muggles, ultimately leading him to forsake the Ministry and embark on a life of unrestrained freedom. Aur found contentment in his existence. Although those joyful moments were fleeting, he experienced a beauty previously unknown in the first half of his life. Yet, just as he began to savor this newfound joy, a nightmare struck, inexplicably thrusting him back into childhood. A disruption that not only derailed his plans, but also necessitated a return to school, utterly absurd. Aur was unwilling. My dear, even in this moment, you can still discreetly connect with muggles. Your happiness can endure. His grandmother comforted the shrunken child, understanding his sorrow. Oh, my poor child. You haven't even had a couple of days of joy. But I must go to school. Aur protested, his brow furrowed. He was reluctant to face those childish and cruel classmates. He had already learned the subjects the professors would teach. Why waste time? There seemed no way around it. If his grandfather were still alive, he could have gracefully declined Hogwarts enrollment on the grounds of home education. But now that was impossible. Where could Aur find a reliable teacher to refuse Dumbledore's request? And as for having overseas employees impersonate him, Aur worried that his own people might slip and reveal the truth. Perhaps you could change schools? Or at least switch houses, Aur's mother suggested. A spark of hope ignited in Aur's eyes. This indeed seemed a viable solution. Could I attend Hufflepuff? Those folks are quite friendly, at least most of the time. Of course, his grandfather replied promptly. We are not rigid traditionalists with peculiar customs for you to inherit. Go where you wish, as long as it brings you joy. Having witnessed much of their child's life devoted to the pursuit of happiness, the family came to understand that nothing was more important than his feelings. Aur envisioned the legendary grand kitchen adjacent to the Hufflepuff dormitory, and his spirits lifted. There were also several greenhouses belonging to the head of Hufflepuff House, reputedly frequented by adventurous children, a privilege not afforded to students of other houses. Just consider Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, who would dare to explore the potions classroom. What awaited them might be an interminable task of dealing with sneezeworts or endless chopping of daisy roots. Chapter 4. Imprisonment. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Aur was adjusting to life after his diminishment, particularly the absence of a wand. Akin to losing an arm. Perhaps he should practice wandless magic? Otherwise, being without a wand felt akin to being disarmed, a disconcerting thought. Moreover, Aur mused, Much like the Dark Lord or the Wizarding World's greatest sorcerers, who could unleash formidable spells with a mere flick of their wrists. For them, wands were not merely tools for casting spells, but amplifiers of power. How magnificent that was! Auer did not wish to repeat the life of his past. For mastery of power could secure greater influence, could it not? He could not continue as an Auror, merely chasing muggles day in and day out. Reflecting on his time as an Auror brought back memories of his previous career at the Ministry, when the Weasley family was in its prime. The Minister of Magic is the daughter-in-law of the Weasley family, and the Savior is their son-in-law. Each of their sons has achieved notable success, and the pureblood traitors, once scorned by society, have remarkably turned the tide in their favor, claiming the largest share of the power pie when it was redistributed. Who wouldn't envy such a fate? In the aftermath, countless individuals believed that the Weasley family had merely stumbled upon good fortune, triumphing through sheer numbers of offspring. Many witches sought out Mrs. Weasley for her secrets, hoping to enhance their own families with additional progeny, and some even set their sights on the Weasley daughters. The ancestors of the Bach family have also spoken of them, their words tinged with admiration. It seems that everyone goes through a phase in adulthood where family expresses concern over their romantic partners, relationships, marriage, and starting a family. However, Al is an anomaly. He appears to have grown accustomed to solitude, his heart sealed off, incapable of loving anyone. When he unexpectedly befriended Sunny, he invited her over as a guest. His grandparents nearly believed their grandson had finally blossomed, on the verge of falling in love. Yet, this was not the case. Al indeed harbored feelings for Sunny, but merely of the platonic variety, devoid of any carnal desire. Now in his 50s, this man had never tasted the bittersweet fruit of love and remained indifferent to the enviable advantage of the numerous heirs of the Weasley family. Al halted his wandering thoughts, ceasing to entertain the deceptive illusions of romance, for he felt that even if given multiple chances, he still would not find a beloved. Beyond the trivialities of everyday life, the question of whether to actively reveal his abilities and engage with muggles weighed heavily on his mind. Having witnessed an array of experiences, Al was reluctant to continue living as a frog at the bottom of a well. Thus, he engaged in fervent discussions with his ancestors about developing a muggle industry. Inadvertently staying up all night, the allure of substantial wealth beckoned from afar. Who could resist such temptation? The following day, as an owl landed on Al's windowsill bearing a letter, he was deep in slumber. The elderly figure, who had spent the night arguing with the descendants, stood with crossed arms in a picture frame, slightly askew and facing the window. Before the owl could even knock, it was ensnared by a piercing gaze. The owl, momentarily startled, hesitated, unsure whether to proceed. Fortunately, Kaka, adorned in a Hawaiian-style floral shirt, appeared just in time, eyeing the owl with its own round, bulging eyes, and inquired if it had a letter for Al. The owl raised its foot, revealing a small rolled-up note. Kaka quickly untied the twine and conjured a piece of jerky to place on the windowsill, waiting patiently. The owl, tempted by the offering, nodded in agreement. Kaka then returned indoors and knocked on Al's door, which took a considerable amount of time for the deeply sleeping boy to respond. The letter, sent by Mrs. Hooch, inquired when it would be convenient for her to visit, as she needed to escort Al to Diagon Alley to procure his school supplies. Families of wizards with a certain pedigree typically cast protective charms around their homes. Unless invited by the residents, outsiders would be unable to locate the premises. Al asked Kaka to respond, arranging to meet by the small creek not far from the estate in the afternoon. As the sole living descendant of the Bach family, he and his ancestors unanimously agreed that he could not casually invite outsiders into their home, not even the professors from the academy. After resolving this minor issue, Al closed his eyes and drifted back into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself in the Muggle world, queuing to reserve the latest smartphone, purchasing just-released holographic games, happily immersed in activities he adored, oblivious to the passage of time. Meanwhile, the ancestors, finding themselves momentarily free, grew restless, yearning to witness the outside world. However, to their astonishment, they found themselves unable to leave. The great-great-great-grandfather, with an extensive social circle, was incensed, exclaiming, "Is this how it is? Are we to remain confined within these walls? Merlin, I long to visit the apothecary in Diagon Alley to see if there are any treasures to be found. Why can't we go out? This is absurd. Quiet down, Bob. Why can't we? This wretched house is imprisoning us. Am I a criminal? If you think I am guilty, send me to Azkaban." "Silence, fool. Enough." The elder's brow furrowed as he regarded his unruly descendants. Tempted to pound his fist on the top of their heads, gathered in the dining room, the group of animated portraits sat around the long table, facing a massive frame on the wall, depicting the same table setting. In the brief span of mere minutes since they realized they could not leave the ancestral home, The elder grew concerned that this unruly bunch would disturb the great-great-great-grandson, prompting him to summon everyone. Kaka had initially entered to inquire about the situation, but the elder had waved it away dismissively. A collection of disgruntled old-timers, their faces darkened with indignation, sat at the dining table as though they had suffered a grave injustice. The elder scoffed. What is the matter? Have you all been dead too long that your brains have been eaten away by worms? Do you genuinely not understand why we cannot leave? Why all this ruckus? You are making a fool of the Bach family. The chastised elderly figures fell silent. It was evident that they were not oblivious to the reason. Rather, they simply refused to accept the outcome. Time had unexpectedly reversed, and they, burdened with knowledge of future events, found themselves confined. While it was understandable, they had not asked for this temporal regression. Why should they bear the consequences? Moreover, none of them harbored regrets that necessitated a return to the past. Having been deceased for so long, even if Al were to have an adventure, was it not a matter for the living? Why must they be entangled in it? They could have enjoyed the freedom that came with shedding their corporeal forms, yet now they were imprisoned while Al was granted an opportunity to transform his life. Ultimately, must they, the deceased, yield to the living? It was profoundly unfair. I understand that confining you within these walls is excessive, but an unforeseen event has occurred, and we cannot blame anyone, least of all Al. I hope you can adjust swiftly and refrain from causing trouble for the younger generation. Al has his own matters to attend to. Chapter 5, Diagon Alley. Upon awakening refreshed, Al sat up in bed. In the picture frame on his bedside table, a young couple was painting together. Hearing the commotion, the woman turned and smiled at Al, greeting him with, "Good afternoon, darling." "Good afternoon, Mommy." Al tossed aside the covers and rose from his bed. In the washroom, Kaka had already prepared his toothbrush, squeezed toothpaste onto it, and set it beside a cup filled with warm water. The mirror, as usual, began its routine of showering Al with compliments. Having grown accustomed to this form of harassment, Al had learned to completely disregard it, as though it did not exist. Lunch was sumptuous, but the gazes from the figures in the frame opposite him were rather unsettling. Al furrowed his brow, setting down his half-finished glass of milk, and glanced at his ancestors. "Do you have something to say?" "Dear grandson, it is nothing of great consequence." His grandfather began, glancing at the other elders. "We simply hope you can procure some toys for us, such as magical amusement park paintings, casino horse racing, or skiing resorts." A glance from Orr, followed by a survey of his ancestors, revealed their displeased expressions, leading him to form certain conjectures. Noting the scowls of others, he refrained from further inquiries, merely nodding in agreement. "Very well. I shall arrange for a custom piece to be made post-haste." The transformation of an ordinary painting into an enchanted canvas capable of animating its subjects would require considerable time. Only the most skilled artisans could render every detail within the painting to life, while less adept craftsmen would yield mere scraps of unusable parchment. It seemed evident that some arcane force lingered within his family's estate, or felt a mix of surprise and inevitability, yet the revelations would have to await his readiness. For opening this Pandora's box could unleash unforeseen consequences. In the afternoon, beneath the nameless hill, or stood beneath a tree, savoring the gentle breeze. The nearby brook shimmered with sunlight, occasionally disturbed by the playful darting of small fish, creating ripples upon the surface. Such leisurely days would soon be fleeting. The thoughts of all that awaited him at school extinguished his previously buoyant spirits. He had contemplated transferring to another institution, despite Hogwarts harboring myriad secrets yet to be unveiled. He had grown weary of its dining hall and familiar professors, the predictability of many individuals and events rendering it all rather tiresome. However, his ancestors believed that switching schools would only add to his burdens, for his intimate knowledge of Hogwarts allowed for greater maneuverability. If he wished to engage in subtle mischief during his time there, it would be far easier in an environment he knew intimately. Upon reflection, or realized the truth of their reasoning, he was not an exceptionally gifted wizard, nor was he a master of subterfuge like Professor Snape, who possessed both poise and skill. He was merely an ordinary individual, with the unknown often presenting more peril than promise. As a gentle breeze caressed his face, he suddenly heard the soft rustle of fabric behind him and turned to see Madame Hooch, the flying instructor at Hogwarts, her short gray hair glinting brightly in the sun. "Good day, madam," he greeted. "I am Aldrich Bach. Might you be one of Hogwarts' professors?" He stepped forward, extending a cordial greeting. "Hello, Bach," she replied warmly. "You may call me Professor Hooch. Indeed, I have been assigned to accompany you in procuring your school supplies. Shall we set off?" "Of course," Orr replied without hesitation, resolving that from this moment forth, he would leave the past behind and perceive Hogwarts through fresh eyes. It was time for a new beginning. To disregard the trivialities of the past, to forge new connections, discover new delights, and embark on a new chapter in life. He ought to seek a new goal for his future as well. What did he truly desire? The question resurfaced in his mind, and he pursed his lips, employing a mental technique to cool his racing thoughts as he turned to Madame Hooch, who extended her hand. Or had expected Madame Hooch would take him to Diagon Alley on her broomstick, but in her haste, she simply grasped his shoulder and disapparated them to their destination, skipping even the customary stop at the Leaky Cauldron. "Come along, child," she urged, "let us first acquire your wand. I know this is the moment every young wizard eagerly anticipates." She patted Or on the shoulder and strode ahead. Diagon Alley was refreshingly clean today, devoid of puddles, and the cobbled stones were free of mud, though the shops lining the streets buzzed with noise, or felt no sense of irritation. It had been a long while since he last visited Diagon Alley, primarily due to its previously unkempt conditions. The British climate is notoriously rainy, and without oversight of cleanliness, the street often appeared chaotic. After experiencing the tidiness of Muggle shopping centers, Or had seldom ventured here for his necessities. His household supplies were replenished regularly by the elves, and his desire to shop had been satisfied elsewhere, rendering Diagon Alley a distant memory. His gaze uncontrollably fell to the ground, and he exhaled softly, suddenly realizing that he had become rather finicky. This was not a promising sign. Thoughts of Hogwarts, especially the breakfast scene, sent a jolt of apprehension through him. Noticing his pause, Madame Hooch glanced back with curiosity. "Bach, do you have any concerns?" "None, Professor," Or replied hastily, resuming his stride. Diagon Alley housed only one wand shop, and the wand he had grown accustomed to in his previous life was purchased from Ollivander's wand shop by his grandfather. As he stepped back into the store, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Ollivander, with his round spectacles, greeted the new arrival. "Welcome, my friend." "Ah, Madame Hooch, how delightful to see you again. How fares your wand? Would you like me to assist you with its maintenance?" "Thank you, Ollivander. It is in good condition," she replied, gently pushing her forward. "This is this year's new student, in need of a wand." Ollivander's mind was sharp. He remembered most of his customers, selectively forgetting only those he ought not to recall. His crescent-shaped eyes fell on Or, and a spark of recognition lit up his face. "Ah, the child of the Bach family. It has been ages since I encountered someone from your lineage. I still remember your father Elijah's wand. Forgive me, sir, but we must proceed to acquire other items as well. Could we expedite this process?" Or interjected, wishing to steer the conversation away from his father's wand. Ollivander quickly recognized his faux pas. What child would be accompanied by a school professor for such errands, save for a Muggle or an orphan? His earlier mention of Or's father felt ill-timed, prompting a nervous chuckle as he retrieved a soft measuring tape, beckoning Or, "Come now, child. Let us ascertain which hand you are accustomed to using." "Right hand," Or replied, suppressing his emotions as the peculiar and somewhat unsettling tape meandered over his form. Once the measurements were complete, Ollivander noted Or's dimensions before retreating to rummage through the cabinets filled with wand boxes, or cast a fleeting glance around, the disarray irking his sensibilities. Were the house elves not permitted to organize these boxes? Before long, Ollivander emerged, holding a box aloft. "Here, try this one, black walnut, with a core of werewolf hair." Leaning forward, Or reached for the open wand box, but as his fingertips brushed against the wand, it suddenly emitted a loud explosion spell, scattering the disheveled boxes all around, and causing 2 stacks to topple over. Oh, Or's brow furrowed. Madame Hooch's expression mirrored his disbelief. Ollivander, equally unfazed, remarked, "Not this one. Wait a moment." He vanished once more, returning shortly with another box. "This one is elm, with a core of unicorn tail hair. Such a combination is well suited for wizards of pure lineage." Or instinctively nodded, recognizing that this was indeed the wand he had utilized throughout his life. Though the Bach family was not obsessed with blood purity, their main branch had never intertwined with Muggle-born wizards. At least, it had to be half-blood. Not that it was a deliberate choice, but Or could still be considered pure blood compared to others of his ilk. Who would have thought that the wand he believed to be his perfect match would unexpectedly spray him with water? Or wiped his face, staring in astonishment at the wand before glancing back at Ollivander, suspecting that he had been mistaken for another wand, though he had already recognized the familiar knot on it. Ollivander was taken aback. It was rare for him to encounter a wand that so vehemently rejected a wizard. Fortunately, it merely sprayed water instead of spewing fire. No, let's try another." Ollivander snatched the wand from Or's hand, and it vanished in a flash. Mrs. Hooch stifled a laugh and retrieved her own wand to dry off Or. "It's nothing to worry about, dear. Every wand has its own temperament. Perhaps that one was simply a bit too fiery in character." "Thank you, Professor," Or replied, a faint smile tugging at his lips, though confusion lingered within him. How could a wand he had used for most of his life suddenly reject him? "Let's give this one a try." Ollivander's exuberant voice interrupted Or's thoughts as he approached with a deep green box. "This is made from acacia wood and phoenix feather. Such a combination is highly indicative of innate talent." A wizard lacking in aptitude could hardly even touch it. Go on, give it a shot, my child. Or casually grasped the wand, still reeling from the previous disappointment, thinking he would need to explore more options. To his surprise, this wand responded with remarkable enthusiasm. Erupting into a magnificent display of fireworks within the shop, vibrant sparks cascading down like stars upon the floor. Yes, indeed. This is the one, Ollivander exclaimed, his excitement palpable. It seems we are on the verge of witnessing the emergence of a great wizard. It is my fortune to behold this moment. Use it wisely, my child. He set down the box and applauded vigorously, as if convinced or was indeed a prodigy of extraordinary promise. Mrs. Hooch, having witnessed many such scenes before, also clapped her hands, for children invariably delight in such praise. Or, who was considerably older than Mrs. Hooch, smiled and assured, I will use it well, thank you, Mr. Ollivander. As he left the shop after paying for his wand, or exhaled softly, gazing at his newly acquired wand. He waved it a couple of times. The 15-inch acacia wood, slender and straight, bore exquisite patterns, 3 inches longer than his previous wand, making it too long to fit in his arm pouch, which posed a slight inconvenience. Mrs. Hooch inquired about his thoughts. I apologize, but I have one more child to pick up. If you wish, I could take you to have your robes tailored while I fetch your textbooks. How does that sound? Of course, that would expedite matters considerably. I have been a bother to you, Professor. Or, uninterested in lingering around Diagon Alley, readily accepted her proposal. Typically, young wizards visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions for their custom robes, but considering Or's lineage from a prestigious old wizarding family, Mrs. Hooch did not take him there directly, but instead asked about his preferences for the robes. My elders always had their garments tailored at the ordinary wizarding robe shop. I would like to check there first, Or replied. He was not one to compromise his standards of living. The efforts of his ancestors afforded him a luxurious quality of life, and he saw no reason to forego that. Very well, let's proceed. Mrs. Hooch glanced at the clothing adorning the young boy beside her. He was not clad in the typical wizarding attire, but rather wore a blue silk short-sleeved shirt with brown checkered suspenders and finely crafted shoes, the quality of which spoke volumes of their worth. Indeed, the wealthy often dress in such fashion. As she watched him enter the ordinary wizarding robe shop, Mrs. Hooch felt a lightness in her step, hastening into Flourish and Blots to procure a first-year's textbook. Quickly, a complete set, she called out, gathering items like cauldrons and telescopes with remarkable efficiency. When Or emerged from securing his robes, he found the professor waiting for him with an array of packages. I apologize for keeping you so long, Professor, he said, reaching for the cauldron-like items. Not at all. Do you need to purchase a pet? Mrs. Hooch, accustomed to her role as guide, was well versed in the routine of assisting new students with their shopping. Or shook his head, not at the moment. I already have plenty of owls at home, capable of long-distance flights, which should suffice for my correspondence. As for toads, I find them rather unappealing. And regarding cats, as Sunny wisely stated, finding the right kitten is a matter of fate, requiring preparation for a proper gift. When the time is right, I will know. His enchanted wallet. A portable space, contained dried fish, waiting for destiny to present the right moment. Shall I escort you back then? To that little hill from earlier? Mrs. Hooch led Or towards the alley where apparition was possible. Yes, that would be immensely helpful. If I may ask, Professor, are you residing at the school during this time? Or was preparing to return home with a small token of gratitude for Mrs. Hooch. Indeed, the usual noble pleasantries. Yes, if you have any questions, feel free to write to me. Of course, I believe I excel more in flying and Quidditch. Should you have any interest in these, I can recommend some magazines. She replied. Chapter 7. Beef brisket in tomato sauce. After returning her home, Mrs. Hooch promptly departed, clearly in a hurry. The school's arrangements were somewhat unreasonable. Or waved his new companion, the acacia wand, causing all his belongings to float as he made his way home. Kaka materialized, awkwardly gazing at his master. Is there a possibility that Mrs. Hooch was supposed to come by this morning to accompany you for your supplies? Really? Or's eyes widened slightly. If so, how delightful. Mrs. Hooch must be quite fond of Quidditch. Why don't you rummage through the family collections and select something meaningful yet modest to present to her? All right, perhaps paired with Earl Grey-flavored cookies? Kaka struggled to recall the source of this information, but vaguely remembered that Mrs. Hooch enjoyed cookies. And Earl Grey was a flavor that became popular in later times, which Kaka found delightful. Arrange it as you see fit. By the way, regarding my clothing for school, remember to have them tailored. I only purchased robes today, Or instructed Kaka. After a day filled with activities, Or, under the watchful eyes of his ancestors, penned a letter to the master who had always painted portraits for family members. To be frank, Mr. Edgar possesses remarkable talent. Many wizards seek his services for portraits. I assure you, custom toys will require patience. Better to wait than to have nothing at all, interjected a certain elder with wild, curly white hair. Actually, I believe you could watch some television series. I have purchased quite a number of DVDs, though I have not watched them myself. They are all subjects very popular among muggles, or recognize that idleness could be quite torturous for them, and it was indeed pitiable that the elders, who had once lived, were now deprived of their last vestiges of freedom. No need for reminders, dear. We just agreed today to start with East Asian dramas. It will also aid us in learning foreign languages. One day, when we regain our freedom, I shall astonish my circle with fluent Mandarin. It seemed that boredom had truly set in, prompting them to learn a foreign language, or dared not cast a sympathetic glance at his ancestors, lest he provoke their ire. After dispatching the letter to Mr. Edgar, or began to manage the family business, a task he had long been accustomed to, but now with the advantage of his memories, he could amass even greater wealth. He sent new sales proposals to the stores, arranged for additional equipment for the farm, and initiated plans for developing new breeds. I shall be heading to London tomorrow to purchase some seeds from the farmer's market. Is there anything you need me to bring back? Your DVD collection is lacking. Remember to replenish our resources and also look for records. See what is currently popular. Understood. Owl meticulously noted down his thoughts before stowing away his quill, preparing for his evening ablutions and subsequent rest. Just as he nestled into bed, Kaka rapped at the door. Is there something you need? Owl inquired, leaning against the headboard, ready to grasp a book to lull him to sleep. The anxiety that had plagued him for the past few days finally subsided after a brief outing earlier, allowing him the rare opportunity to return to his quarters early, though it was perhaps too early, as he found himself devoid of any drowsiness. Behind Kaka floated an absurd number of gift boxes. Master, you seem to have forgotten to unwrap your presents. Indeed, he had neglected this matter lately. The past few days had been tumultuous and busy, causing Owl to overlook the gifts he had received on his birthday. Kaka, did you manage to send my replies? He asked. It would be rather discourteous to receive gifts without acknowledging them. I did respond. Mrs. Gringlass was quite fond of the raspberry cupcakes you prepared, and even praised my culinary skills as surpassing those of her house's Monica. Yes. Kaka had included adorable and delectable cupcakes in all the replies sent out, for it was the master's birthday, and out of courtesy, gifts were bestowed. As the head house elf of the Bach family, Kaka ensured no slight was made. Owl gazed at Kaka, his expression one of heartfelt gratitude. My dear Kaka, I cannot fathom how dreadful my existence would be without you. Kaka's demeanor remained stoic. Master, the theatrics are excessive. Owl's expression cooled. Oh, do you require milk? Kaka inquired. No, I have already brushed my teeth, Owl replied, flipping open the book in his hands. Then, good night, master. Good night. As a new day dawned, Owl descended the stairs with his wand in hand, preparing for breakfast. In the coming period, he needed to familiarize himself with new companions. Concurrently, reorganizing the family business was of paramount importance. One cannot live without financial resources. The individuals managing the Bach family's enterprises were bound by mutually beneficial contracts. A significant advantage of magical contracts over Muggle agreements is their enforceability. Magic flows through their veins. Those who entered into contracts were prohibited from embezzling or undermining the interests of other partners, ensuring that the Bach family never worried about internal sabotage. The wizards employed by the Bach family received substantial rewards, and at the end of the year, the family would bestow generous bonuses based on their performance, fostering a long-standing atmosphere of amicable collaboration. However, Owl was now poised to implement some changes. He had dispatched letters the previous night and needed to follow up on the introduction of new seeds, perhaps seeking out 2 wizards skilled in seed cultivation to enhance their crops with Muggle high-yield varieties. Aside from the farm, the essential oil workshop required a new supplier. The fabric factory needed a significant influx of raw materials, and the jewelry store's designer had an outdated style that failed to keep pace with current trends, necessitating the recruitment of fresh talent. Owl sat in the sunlit conservatory, his mahogany desk cluttered with papers. As his fountain pen ran dry, it twisted from his grasp and soared towards the ink bottle, granting him a moment to stretch his wrist. Reverting to the age of 11, he found his body less resilient than in adulthood. It had only been a short while, yet he already felt the strain in his back and hands, evoking a sense of nostalgia for his mature self. Kaka timely presented a glass of warm water to help the master relax and inquired about the lunch menu. How about a stewed beef brisket and tomato sauce, served with a bowl of rice? The sweet and sour flavors are particularly appetizing, especially as the heat diminishes one's appetite. After finishing his water and replenishing the ink in his pen, Owl plunged back into his work. Once school resumed, his life would no longer be so leisurely. Even though he was quite familiar and confident with the material taught by the professors, the assignments they assigned would still consume a significant portion of his time. He needed to manage his tasks efficiently to avoid being overwhelmed. Hence the urgency to organize everything now. Perhaps I should consider hiring a professional manager. Goodness, these tasks are incredibly time-consuming, Al expressed in frustration. Chapter 8. Fish and Chips. The hectic pace of life continued into the heart of summer. In August, despite its challenges, Al resolved to leave behind the ancestral burdens and take Kaka and the other house elves on a vacation to the estate in Varna, Bulgaria. The travel visa was submitted to the Ministry of Magic's Transportation Department on the 3rd, but it took an entire week to receive a response, accompanied by a one-way key. This wretched efficiency, Al muttered with a frown, then called out to Kaka, "My esteemed steward, prepare to pack our belongings. We are departing." "Very well, master," Kaka replied, his presence still unseen but his acknowledgement clear. The travel arrangements for house elves differ from those of wizards, yet Al had specified in his application that house elves would accompany him. Since the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic raised no objections, Kaka and the others could proceed directly to the estate. He adjusted his clothing, grasped his wand, and held the key firmly. In the next moment, he was engulfed by a dizzying sensation akin to being thrown into a washing machine, and before long, he found himself standing on Bulgarian soil. "Welcome, esteemed guest from afar," greeted the receptionist at the transportation department, raising an eyebrow in surprise at the sudden appearance of the young boy. "Might I inquire from whence you hail?" "From England. My surname is Bach. Please check the records. Here is my wand. I would appreciate a prompt inspection, as I am rather hungry." Al was well acquainted with the procedures and handed over his wand without hesitation. The receptionist gaped at him, yet swiftly began to check the wand. The Bach family. Ah, the proprietors of that rose garden. A child of affluent lineage. Traveling alone with such composure. It seems the Bach family has a remarkable approach to child rearing. The recent spells cast on the wand were merely practice incantations. Yet the output of magic seemed quite potent, prompting the receptionist to glance at Al once more, marveling at his formidable magical prowess. Once the wand was inspected, the documentation effortlessly slid into the printer, which swiftly recorded the results and spat out a slip of paper, accompanied by a pristine white quill. Al nudged the quill back to the desk without utilizing it. Instead, he raised his wrist and tapped the ink pad with the ring on his ring finger, stamping it on the document. "Is there anything else needing my signature?" "Here." The receptionist, astonished at the sight of the ring, only after inquiry realized the significance, and promptly retrieved the entry confirmation form and guidelines to present to Al. He stamped the confirmation form, pocketed the folded guidelines, and added, "Oh, I also need you to register my departure. I will be leaving in 2 weeks. If convenient, could we fill out the application now? I would prefer to avoid another prolonged wait, as I do not wish to miss the start of the school term." "Of course," the receptionist replied, handing an application form to Al. After resolving all matters, Al departed the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic with satisfaction, leaving behind the fragrant embrace of roses. He inhaled the refreshing outside air, feeling the earlier dizziness dissipate entirely. Although Bulgaria's temperatures were not significantly warmer than those in England, a change of scenery was enough to uplift one's spirits. Al cheerfully made his way to the nearby hippogriff carriage service. As a globally renowned magical rose cultivation region, the country's magical town was enveloped by numerous rose estates. As the rented thestral carriage descended outside the quaint little town, a long-forgotten rose garden came into view, stirring a wave of exhilaration within. "How has the sale of magical roses fared this year?" he inquired casually. The middle-aged driver, invigorated by the question, replied, "Esteemed guest, the weather has been splendid this year. The roses, basking in abundant sunlight, emit a uniquely enchanting fragrance. It is said that the local farmers sold their roses early, nearly depleting their stock. It has indeed been a remarkable harvest." Breathing in the sweet, elegant aroma that permeated the air, so distinct from the overly potent scents of the ministry, relished the pure, natural fragrance of the roses, an essence that no artificial perfume could ever replicate. "What a pity," he mused, "such exquisite flowers, and I yearn to procure some for my home. I recommend Madame Lily's flower shop to the east of the town. Her arrangements preserve the magical rose's fragrance to an unparalleled extent, far surpassing the works of other artisans. You will not regret your visit," the driver enthusiastically recommended. "Is that so? Thank you for the suggestion," noted the shop's name. The thestral came to a gentle halt, and the driver swiftly dismounted to open the carriage door. "Trust me, you shall not regret it. Thank you for your patronage, and enjoy your time here." "Thank you," replied, stepping down the carriage and gazing at the vibrant hues of the town before him. Ladies adorned in floral patterned dresses and matching headscarves strolled about, while the gentlemen, clad in simple shirts and trousers when not in wizarding robes, hurried along, each absorbed in their own pursuits, first ventured to a nearby restaurant. Having yet to partake of lunch, he had set out promptly upon receiving a letter from the ministry, foregoing a meal at home. He recalled his dining experiences from a few years prior, where the Aegean fish had been delectable, succulent, and the flaky meat pies equally delightful. Now, with an appetite gnawing at him, or was eager to indulge. The locals spoke English, albeit with a pronounced accent. However, Or navigated the conversation with ease, and the proprietors, charmed by his demeanor, generously offered him some complimentary items, perhaps due to his youthful appearance, or beamed with gratitude, sincerely thanking them, and then set off homeward, laden with his bounty. Kaka materialized along the flower-lined path, employing magic to clear Or's arms. Sporting a fluorescent pink short-sleeve shirt that stood out far more than the roses in the twilight sun, much to Or's delight. Receiving such an abundance of gifts naturally brought him joy. Don't forget to reciprocate with some quintessential British delicacies, he reminded, or walked with a buoyant step, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, his brow relaxing. What? Fish and chips? Kaka exclaimed, eyes widening in disbelief, nearly bulging from their sockets. Fish and chips? It echoed uncertainly. Do not be so astonished, Kaka. While we do not typically indulge in fried fish and chips, such fried fare can be quite delightful on occasion. Don't you think? Moreover, the fish here is particularly suited for frying. Oh, I find myself quite tempted. Chapter 9. The Rose Tart. In Bulgaria, Or reveled in the sights of the sea, the fields of flowers, and the expansive blue sky adorned with fluffy white clouds and grand trees. Apart from a brief meeting with the farm manager, he spent the remainder of his time unwinding. To his surprise, he met Victor Krum, the future Quidditch star, a towering figure. Robust as a bear, already impressively tall. The Krum family possessed a vast flower garden nearby, and Victor's father occasionally brought him along to inspect it. One day, as Or trekked uphill with his easel, Victor's father, preparing to meet a client, inquired if Victor wished to join him for some leisure, only to abandon his son moments later, or observe the duo with mild surprise, as within seconds, Victor was left alone. Scratching his short hair, Victor flashed a friendly smile. Hello, may I introduce myself? Do you live around here? I am here on vacation. You may call me Or. And you? Or replied, eyeing the boy whose imposing stature softened under his cheerful expression. I'm Victor. Are you going to paint? Mind if I watch? Victor, accustomed to his father's casualness, approached Or with ease, or nodded nonchalantly. If you don't mind a bit of boredom, follow me. The hillside offers a splendid view. Thank you. I hope I'm not intruding, Victor said, scratching his head. Not at all. It's fortuitous to have someone to converse with, Or assured him. Their heights were nearly comparable, a testament to the benefits of milk and calcium supplements. On that day, the temperature in Varna reached a pleasant 27 degrees, and as Or painted beneath a tree, a gentle breeze accompanied him. He had brought a picnic blanket, fruits, snacks, milk, and red tea, which now benefited Victor. You've chosen an excellent spot. The view here is magnificent, Victor exclaimed while settling on the picnic blanket, his gaze sweeping over the vast fields of pink and red flowers, and the distant magical town where the crooked houses seemed to take on an endearing charm in such surroundings. Or smiled, setting up his easel, as paint tubes tumbled from his pocket, swaying around the easel. Victor's eyes widened in surprise. His mother also enjoyed painting, so he recognized the professional-grade materials. Merlin. Those were not cheap. Or secured his canvas, retrieved his brushes and palette, and hoped his painting skills would do justice to the breathtaking scenery. You're using such expensive materials. Your skills must be commendable, Victor declared with confidence. I bet your painting will be remarkable. Or chuckled, glancing at the earnest expression on Victor's face. I appreciate your encouragement. Now, don't just sit there. I have more fruits than I can consume. Please help yourself. Not a problem, Victor said, grabbing a plate of grapes. This was a rare day of tranquility for the usually exuberant Victor, who surprisingly sat quietly, munching while keeping Or company on the hillside for the entire afternoon. The methods employed by affluent families to raise their children were notably stringent. While Or had been doted upon by his grandparents due to his parents' unreliability, he still adhered to the expectations of his lineage, ensuring he acquired all necessary skills. Though his painting was not extraordinary, he at least did not squander the precious materials. The cup-shaped roses blossomed across his canvas, resembling fluffy clouds drifting in the cerulean sky, while the quaint wooden houses nestled within the floral expanse appeared charmingly out of place, with a window ajar, hinting at a figure admiring the floral sea. How beautiful, Victor commented, having awoken from a brief slumber to witness Or nearing completion. The scenery is stunning, and your painting is magnificent, truly impressive. Thank you, Or replied, raising his brush to inspect the painting. After a moment's consideration, he added a branch in the upper right corner, with verdant leaves cascading down, imparting a sense of depth to the artwork. Once finished, Or settled down to converse with Victor. Recently having received his acceptance letter, Victor inquired if Or would be attending Durmstrang. Too far for me. I will be starting at Hogwarts in September. Are you attending Durmstrang? Owl poured 2 cups of milk, taking one for himself and handing the other to Krum. What a pity. I truly believed we could have become classmates, Crumb remarked with a tinge of regret. Although Owl was different from his other companions, Crumb found a certain ease in their interactions, for it is not often one encounters a friend with whom one can connect so harmoniously. It's not a loss. We can correspond and meet up during the holidays, Owl replied, though he had not entertained such notions in his plans. Having never crossed paths with this great star in his previous life, he considered their unexpected acquaintance a stroke of fortune. Crumb glanced at Owl, and upon confirming his sincerity, he smiled with delight. It's settled then, we shall write to each other. A promise is a promise, Owl assured him. In the following days, Crumb would often visit Owl at the estate whenever he had a spare moment. For the first time, he savored the pleasure of idleness. Previously, he had been consumed by Quidditch with friends, returning home in a disheveled state. But with Owl, he suddenly discovered that tranquility was not without its merits. Owl would invite him to play chess, while the house elf prepared an array of snacks, both sweet and savory, that delighted the palate. When they stumbled upon captivating films, Crumb would clutch a bucket of popcorn as they engrossed themselves in viewing in the living room. The two would discuss the various applications of prank spells and experiment with goblins in the garden, much to the goblins' chagrin as they hurled mud at the duo in frustration. On rainy days, Crumb attempted to craft desserts for the first time. The flower cakes were a secret recipe from Sunny intended for Kaka, who had procured edible roses, prompting Crumb to give it a try. Thus, Owl and Crumb squeezed into the kitchen, wreaking havoc on Kaka's meticulously prepared flower jam. Half an hour later, Kaka's expression mirrored that of a rock musician on stage. Utterly aghast, despite the chaos wrought by the two novices, they emerged with a culinary triumph. The buttery aroma mingled with the sweetness of the rose jam wafted from the oven. Crumb, for once, was wholly focused, his gaze fixed intently on the oven, watching the pastry puff and change color. Hey, buddy, relax a little, it's merely a pie, not a landmine. You look far too tense, Owl quipped, delivering a light punch to Crumb, who, as anticipated, was as rigid as a statue. This is my first time cooking. I want to bring some back for my grandmother to taste, Crumb declared. Owl's eyes flickered as he gleaned something from Crumb's occasional remarks. His grandmother had been a member of the anti-Grindelwald faction during the First World War. Few who opposed Grindelwald emerged unscathed, and it was evident that Crumb's grandmother had suffered greatly. He seemed to have lived with her during his childhood, which explained his deep concern for the ailing old woman, lending context to his anxiety. After a moment of silence, Owl reassured him, do not fret, the kitchen is Kaka's domain. With him around, your efforts are bound to be safeguarded. Crumb immediately turned to Kaka, who puffed out his chest, ready to take on the challenge. Kaka, you are simply amazing. I have never encountered such a remarkable house elf. Long live Kaka. Crumb effusively praised, eliciting a confident smile from Kaka. That evening, Crumb returned home with a box of neatly packaged treats for his Betterton grandmother, allowing her to sample his culinary skills. A hint of a smile broke through the sternness of her face as she remarked, delicious. Will, thank you. I'm glad you liked it, Grandma. Victor appeared particularly awkward in the presence of the elderly lady, yet the joy in his eyes remained undiminished. Her approval meant the world to him. Time flew by swiftly, and it was only when Owl informed Crumb of his impending departure that Crumb realized it was already late August. Kaka had tidied everything, awaiting his master's command. Since Owl had submitted the necessary applications, he was exempt from visiting the Ministry of Magic for paperwork. The key for his return to England had already arrived that very morning. Crumb hurried to Owl's house early in the day to bid him farewell, bringing along a signed photograph of his favorite Quidditch player as a parting gift. Owl chuckled as he accepted the photo, saying, you know, a picture of yourself would have sufficed even more. Really? Then I'll be sure to send you one next time. Crumb scratched his head, recalling his grandmother's words that gifts for good friends should be the most cherished. Owl picked up a roll of parchment from the coffee table. Here's a drawing I made when we first met. I'd like you to have it as a keepsake. But didn't you say you were taking it with you? Crumb exclaimed in surprise as he accepted the drawing. Owl had initially intended to take it home to have it enchanted by Master Edgar as a present for his ancestors, but for some reason, he had changed his mind. I believe it holds greater significance for both of us, so I'm giving it to you. Remember to cherish it, Owl said. I will frame it with care and hang it in my room so I can see it any time. I'll take it back to school with me. Crumb vowed loudly, suddenly realizing why Owl wanted him to send his photograph. Significance. Indeed, the meaning behind gifting was paramount. Owl rose, extending his arms towards Crumb. Well then, I shall take my leave, brother. Until we meet again. The bear-like boy immediately set down the drawing and embraced Owl, giving him a couple of hearty pats on the back. Make sure to write to me. You too. The farewells of youth are often hurried, under the sun. They waved their hands before turning away to embark on their respective lives. Before the term commenced, Owl cleared all his tasks, feeling light and ready to face the mundane future ahead. A soft knock echoed as an owl, capable of locating its target despite all enchantments, tapped on the castle window. Kaka opened the window to reveal a long unseen gray and white owl. Master, a letter from Callictacus Bach. He took the letter and rewarded the owl with a handful of nuts before making his way to find Owl, who was engrossed in a game of chess with his ancestor in the study. Owl paused, hand hovering over a knight piece before placing it in a predetermined spot. Extending his hand toward Kaka. Nothing out of the ordinary, I hope? Callictacus Bach, or more commonly known by his infamous title, Bach, the notorious proprietor of a shop dealing in illicit goods. It is difficult to ascertain whether such a letter might contain any unsavory surprises. Kaka shook his head. It's quite safe. That's not his style. Owl tore open the letter. It was brief, seemingly a mere greeting to him as the clan leader. But knowing the character of the sender, that cunning fellow would not send a letter without ulterior motives. He scrutinized the contents of the letter. Reading horizontally posed no issues. So he turned it vertically. Wymont. Owl inscribed the letters onto the parchment, the tip of his quill leaving a trail of inky dots. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. How familiar those words sounded, a phrase every Ravenclaw remembers. Yet what could possibly prompt him to send a letter on such a matter? Did he perhaps wish for him to enroll in Ravenclaw? That would be utterly absurd. If not, what could his true intentions be? Surely, this old fellow wasn't he coveting the Ravenclaw diadem, was he? Owl pondered deeply, ruminating on everything related to Ravenclaw. And suddenly, a ludicrous thought crossed his mind. Was he merely overthinking it? Upon careful reflection, it appears that the possibility is not entirely unfathomable. In his previous life, he was unaware that the deranged Voldemort, aside from failing to locate Gryffindor's sword, had obliterated the treasures of the other three founders. As the one most acquainted with Voldemort during his youth, Bach's possession of certain obscure knowledge is indeed plausible. Yet, how could he possibly have any connection with OL? Regarding Ravenclaw's diadem? What led him to believe that OL had any information about the diadem? Furthermore, why did he choose to approach me? OL found it incomprehensible, considering he was merely a soon-to-be student wizard. Was Bach intent on hastening the demise of the Bach family's main branch by enlisting a mere child in his quest for the diadem? Perhaps the ancestral spirits would suddenly interject. He glanced at OL, his expression exceedingly grave. Has he realized? OL set down his chess piece, the ease on his face evaporating, his emerald green eyes now resembling a stagnant pool of dark water. Bach was indeed an eccentric, particularly fond of collecting peculiar dark magical artifacts, many of which possessed bizarre functionalities. If he truly had an item that could unveil knowledge better left undiscovered, then the matter of OL's return to the age of 11 might not escape his notice. I am most curious to see what he actually knows. OL rose, poured himself a glass of water, and turned to gaze at the grand portrait hanging on the wall, where the ancestors had gathered once more. The ancestor seated at the desk in that frame nodded. Well then, it is prudent to ascertain whether there is a threat before taking any action, is it not? Chapter 11, Nocturne Alley. Polyjuice potion is a prohibited item in compliant apothecaries, for its singular purpose is to usurp another's identity. Who would require such a potion? Only those ne'er-do-wells who need to be questioned by Aurors at the Ministry of Magic. OL lifted the freshly acquired polyjuice potion to his nose, wafting its noxious scent with his left hand, the aroma truly horrific. Kaka, holding a handful of hair collected from a recent outing, inquired, Master, which strand do you require? There are both male and female. Both? OL raised an eyebrow, then concurred, My esteemed butler, your foresight is commendable. I shall take a strand of female hair, then. Since he intended to obfuscate his appearance, he might as well do so thoroughly. Shortly after consuming the repugnant potion, OL's body began to swell, grotesque lumps surging forth as if he were a festering sore. What sort of twisted genius invented this potion? The taste was bizarre, and the accompanying sensations were equally revolting. This was OL's inaugural experience with polyjuice potion. He had studied it during his schooling, but had never found occasion to try it, until now, when he discovered its true nature. Fortunately, the potion acted swiftly. In no time, the tall, lean youth transformed into a plump middle-aged woman. His clothes strained against the transformation, and OL quickly summoned Kaka for a change of attire, feeling somewhat flustered by the situation, primarily due to his reluctance to gaze around indiscriminately. After donning new garments, he exhaled in relief. The original owner of the hair was not particularly tall, perhaps around 160 centimeters, and while her middle-aged figure had succumbed to time, her skin was reasonably well maintained. OL began to groom himself, first smoothing the long, crimson locks into a line with the persona he was crafting. He styled his hair into large waves with a specialized hair comb. After donning a pitch-black wizard's robe and a hood, the only visible features would be his chin, hair, and hands. He decided to add a veil and gloves as well. Oh, and to retrieve the jewelry box to assess what might be suitable. Before the mirror, OL enthusiastically adorned himself. Kaka promptly fetched the box. Women, after all, possess a penchant for dragons. And the ladies of the Bach family had once owned an array of exquisite jewels. However, since the passing of their matriarch, those treasures had been carefully preserved. As a man, OL seldom wore ornamental items beyond his engraved signet ring, but now, suddenly transformed into a woman, he found himself awakening to an unusual taste. He preferred the vibrant hues of gemstones over clear diamonds, and as his fingertips glided over the rows of rings, he selected several to try on. By the time he was fully attired and ready to depart, his hands bore a total of 6 rings. This lady's hands are not particularly graceful. Next time, I shall choose a more aesthetically pleasing hand shape. The Bach family's jewels deserve to be worn by beautiful hands, OL remarked with a hint of indulgence. He then dictated a letter to Kaka, inquiring why Klakatakis had suggested he attend Ravenclaw Academy, as the Bach family had been staunch Slytherin supporters for generations, and he had no desire to become a disgrace to his lineage. Kaka swiftly penned the letter and dispatched it via owl, while OL rummaged through the storeroom for a wand of mediocre quality. It truly had to be of average caliber. Otherwise, the acacia wand would wreak havoc in the storeroom, given its notoriously volatile temperament. As a side note, before venturing to Diagon Alley, OL refrained from retrieving a wand from the storeroom because wands, too, choose their masters. A wand of superior quality would sense the use of another wand, and even if they were perfectly attuned, it would refuse to submit to him. For each wand is unique and will not tolerate being overshadowed by another, leaving the wand ancestors behind at home. OL took a twisted walnut wand shaped like an S and apparat directly to Nocturne Alley. Watching the transformed descendant vanish, the ancestor sighed, lips pursed, knowing that a child without family support would inevitably attract a few flies and vultures. Boggin's box letter had evidently incited his profound discontent. Nocturne Alley is a stronghold for dark wizards, and while the Ministry of Magic publicly denounces the use of dark magic, a throng of dark wizards dwells right beneath their noses. Are they incapable of apprehending them? When OL first became an Auror, he had harbored hopes that the minister would take them to Nocturne Alley for a grand showdown with the dark wizards. The reality, however, proved otherwise. Nocturne Alley is a no-go zone, and even mentioning it within the ministry is taboo. It feels as though there exists something unspeakable on this street. Otherwise, why is it allowed to persist? Dressed as a refined lady, OL stepped onto the filthy ground, water splashing onto his leather boots, and he grimaced at the wretchedness of the place. The streets were teeming with wizards in varying states of disarray, some appearing as feeble addicts while others bore the countenance of hardened criminals. There were also streetwalkers, their hair a tangled mess, and haggard old witches. OL mused that the very existence of this place under the light of day served as the prime evidence of the ministry's ineptitude. Even driving them underground would be a far better fate than their current state. A shifty figure approached OL, obscured in shadow, yet as a former Auror with professional training. OL scoffed, casting a slicing curse at the man. The man shrieked, clutching his wound as he fled. No one could see OL's expression hidden beneath the hood, but the criminals caught a glimpse of her disdainful smirk, seemingly regarding them with utter contempt, which only heightened their wariness. Avoiding the murky dark wizards in the street, OL strode directly toward the Boggin's box shop. An owl flew in through the open window of the second floor, while below, OL unapologetically pushed the door open. The shopkeeper was absent from the counter, presumably upstairs attending to correspondence. Ollivander's gaze swept past the glass display, resting on the mundane trinkets available for public sale, small toys of negligible peril. While many wizards hailing from ordinary families might harbor trepidation toward such items, Ollivander found them rather pedestrian. Not only did the Bach family possess a plethora of contraband, but over the decades, he had encountered far more perilous artifacts of dark magic. And within the ministry's Department of Mysteries lay countless bizarre objects. Aware that customers were present below, the shopkeeper did not linger upstairs for long. Soon, the sound of footsteps descending echoed from the small door beside the counter. Ollivander's attention shifted from the jewelry in the window to the man emerging from behind the door, noting the lingering disdain on his face, which eased Ollivander's tension slightly. Chapter 12, Zero-Cost Acquisition. A customer I have yet to meet. Welcome. How may I assist you? The man, whose hair was slick with grease and whose attire reeked of decay, offered Ollivander a calculating smile. Disdain flickered within Ollivander, yet his exterior remained composed. I seek jewelry that can age and mar one's beauty. The man's malevolent laughter echoed, recognizing the nature of the request as distinctly feminine. Indeed, we have a multitude of such items. Please hold for a moment. With that, he disappeared once more through the small door. From the man's demeanor and expression, Ollivander gleaned nothing particularly revealing, yet it did not diminish the gravity of the situation. His enduring presence in Nocturne Alley as a shopkeeper was testament enough to his significant prowess. He was astute and adept at disguise. Otherwise, Voldemort would not have overlooked such a provider of contraband. Ollivander drew forth his wand, caressing it with his left hand, awaiting the man's return. Moments later, the floorboards creaked underfoot as the man descended, clutching several jewelry boxes. Ollivander pointed his wand at the door, and in the instant the man leaned out. He cast a petrification spell, merely an experiment. Bach was enveloped by a shield charm, but it shattered under the force of the spell. And before the old man could react, the petrification curse was upon him, spreading a grayish hue from his struck arm throughout his entire body. Ollivander was somewhat surprised. With a flick of his wand, he collected the jewelry boxes that were not his intended targets. Bach stood rigidly by the door, his expression one of incredulity. Yet he had lost any chance of resistance. "Do not fear. I do not seek your life," Ollivander remarked, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, obscured further by the veil that lent his grin an air of mystery. With the shop's door locked, Ollivander unceremoniously levitated the greasy man upstairs. "Truth be told, with all the wealth you possess, why not renovate your abode? The floorboards of this staircase are on the verge of splintering." As he spoke, he disarmed the man of his wand and protective devices, even stripping him of his outer garments. The sight of Bach, clad only in his undergarments and appearing as a lifeless corpse, his eyes bulging with indignation, was rather amusing. The second floor boasted a small sitting room, where Ollivander noticed a letter casually tossed upon a table, Karkaroff's response to him. He discarded Bach unceremoniously onto the floor, where the carpet magically cocooned him, leaving only his head exposed. Wasting no time, Ollivander retrieved a vial of Veritaserum from his pocket, forcibly prying the man's mouth open and administering a few drops. While awaiting the potion's effects, Ollivander inspected several rooms on the second floor. At first glance, they appeared unremarkable. Yet Ollivander felt as though he had stumbled into a treasure trove, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Although the Bach family possessed considerable wealth, with ample funds stored in their vaults, it did not mean he could acquire everything he desired. Having lived much of his previous life adhering to a strict moral code, Ollivander had never proactively sought out contraband, until now, when he could procure them at no cost. Among the items displayed, a life-stealing device, a fabled cursed artifact capable of killing in silence, caught his eye. The crimson hourglass, which he had only heard of but never witnessed, lay upon the desk. Had it not been for its severe side effects, it would likely have been unearthed long ago to undermine Voldemort. A classic case of inflicting harm upon one's self while attempting to vanquish an adversary, to reap a century of life from an enemy. One would have to sacrifice their own, as the hourglass siphoned 50 years of life in stages. Should one fail to live that long, it would instead extract its toll from the blood relatives of the user, who would dare use such a device. However, the sanguine sand within the hourglass was indeed a valuable commodity. Harvested from the desiccated blood of a pharaoh's mummy, it could amplify the efficacy of alchemical circles. Ollivander intended to enhance the concealed wards of his ancestral castle with it. A unicorn's blessing, crafted from the horns of 49 unicorns into a mountain-shaped ornament, promised to repel malevolent spirits, such as dementors. Its protective range could extend over 100 acres, perfectly suited for his castle. At the mention of its name, one might think highly of it. Yet, the horns had been forcibly extracted from living unicorns, combined with the fangs of vampiric bats and steeped in the venom of 13 serpents, dangerous to touch, for contact would incur the unicorn's curse, resulting in instant death. Ollivander, akin to a locust sweeping through a field, collected all that caught his eye. Fortuitously, in Bach's shop, there were ample boxes designed for such items, significantly easing his looting endeavor. Upon returning to the sitting room, Ollivander found Bach's expression one of vacant stupor. Releasing the petrification curse from the man's neck and mouth, Ollivander proceeded to the crux of the matter. "Why did you write to Aldrich Bach?" "Because he can procure the diadem of Ravenclaw and the pendant box of Slytherin." "How can Aldrich achieve this?" "His name is inscribed on the stone." "What stone?" "The carbon-based life forms top 100. "What on earth is that?" "Who? What are carbon-based life forms?" Ollivander felt an urge to scratch his head. However, he understood the concept of the top 100. Where was the stone? In the basement. Ollivander levitated the old man swiftly downstairs. Yet, unlike the upper floors, the basement was laden with traps, compelling Ollivander to tread cautiously, inquiring as he moved. After considerable effort, he finally opened the large door to the basement, only to be met with the sight of a massive, pitch-black bird. "What creature is this?" The bird appeared daft, seemingly lacking coherent thought, for it showed no reaction to Bach being levitated before it. Only upon detecting the scent of its master did it shift aside, revealing its barbed talons. Ollivander disregarded the avian creature and continued deeper, bringing Bach along. To Ollivander's astonishment, the basement contained the same sheer veils employed by the Department of Mysteries for security. These veils were as light as air, yet upon the entrance of an outsider, they would dissipate, ensnaring the intruder in an impenetrable net, leading to suffocation. Fortunately, he had the master of the premises with him. Otherwise, he might have suffocated, Ollivander mused, only to reconsider that he might have already been devoured by the bird. Navigating through the vales, Ollivander encountered an array of unfamiliar items, including a dilapidated stone tablet, small and reminiscent of those used in graveyards, appearing forlorn with a corner missing. Hesitant to approach, fearing traps, he used the summoning charm to retrieve the tablet. Upon inspection, it bore many names, the script a chaotic amalgamation of English, Chinese, and Latin, jumbled together. Yet, he could discern the names Tom Marvolo Riddle, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, and Gellert Grindelwald among them. Chapter 13, A Shift in Emotion. In the dimmest corner, he caught sight of his name, Aldrich Wellfilthbach, crushed beneath the weight of the higher-ups, immobile. Oh, how pitiful, much like his parents. What criteria was this top 100 list based upon? He considered himself no formidable wizard, yet here he was, featured on the list. Bach's body twitched twice, a harbinger of his awakening consciousness. Without hesitation, Aldrich seized the moment to have the carefully wrapped objects behind the veil unsealed, promptly stuffing them into his wallet before making his escape. Whether Bach would awaken in a fit of rage after the unexpected assault was of no concern to Aldrich. His singular desire was to ascertain one thing. Had his magical abilities undergone a second evolution? He needed to rush home for testing. Earlier, witnessing his petrification spell effectively breach Bach's defenses on his arm had nearly caused him to lose composure in astonishment. Spiraling motes of light ignited in the living room, as the long-awaited ancestors paused, turning their attention to the center. In the next instant, a rotund figure landed. Aldrich hastily threw back his hood, tossed aside his robe onto the nearby sofa, and called out, "Kaka, fetch me the crystal ball, the one for measuring magical power." Just as Kaka was about to assist in tidying Aldrich's robe, he vanished in an instant to retrieve the crystal ball from the storeroom. The ancestors looked on with a mix of uncertainty and curiosity, and Aldrich's father, being the youngest and unable to contain his impatience, inquired, "Aldrich, what has transpired? What has happened to your magic? I have some doubts. Let us confirm with the crystal ball." Aldrich still bore the guise of a woman, the potion's effects lingering for another half hour. He waved towards the coffee table, and an ornate teapot floated over, pouring water for him. "Your expression suggests good news, does it not?" his grandmother observed, her gaze fixed anxiously upon him. Not just her, but the other ancestors mirrored her expression, all wearing faces marked by excitement and trepidation. Kaka appeared before the sofa, cradling the rune-etched crystal ball in one hand and its stand in the other, setting it down and stepping aside to say, "Master, it's ready for use." Aldrich set down his cup and knelt before the coffee table, taking a deep breath to calm his racing emotions, though it proved futile. Finally, he placed both hands over the crystal ball. Sensing the surge of magical energy, the center of the crystal ball glimmered with a buttery yellow light, which gradually intensified over time, transforming into shades of pale yellow, golden yellow, orange, tangerine, brick red, and deep crimson. Within the glow, someone seemed to emit muffled sobs. The light's transformation halted at a dark red, nearly black hue. Merlin's beard. "The Bach family is about to ascend," Aldrich's father exclaimed, his eyes bulging in shock as he stared at the crystal ball, astonished words tumbling from his lips. "Bring me my reading glasses, quickly. I can't see. Is it black? Is it black? No, but it's perilously close. It approaches black." Merlin's lace stockings. "I can't believe it. This is impossible." Not only were the ancestors astounded, but Aldrich himself stood dumbfounded. No wonder his name appeared on that list, with such magical intensity, once this body reached maturity. A transformation to black would be an inevitable outcome. Possessing such formidable magic, it was only natural for him to find a place on the top 100 list. It was worth noting that, according to ancestral conjecture, among all the wizards in the world, only the increasingly powerful Dumbledore could possess a black magical intensity, perhaps even surpassing Voldemort. After all, he had fragmented himself. In his previous life, Aldrich's magical intensity was orange-red, which had already placed him among the family's elite. He retrieved the stone tablet from his pocket, placing it beside the crystal ball, pointing at the diminutive name crushed beneath. The top 100 list. The top 100 list. He glanced from the crystal ball to the tablet, feeling his heart thump vigorously and forcefully. Kaka covered his mouth, his round eyes darting between the two items, tears streaming unconsciously down his cheeks. This is the hand of fate. The ancestors, having finally steadied their emotions, gazed at their excited family members, yet could not suppress a wide smile of glee. All of this is the guidance of destiny, Aldrich. The Bach family is on the cusp of glory. Embrace the honor in your hands. How splendid. This is our collective fortune. Initially, everyone had merely wished for the child to lead a simple, joyful life, but now, It seemed fate had charted an alternate course. Aldrich, however, felt his smile fade in response to such words. He slowly raised his gaze towards the exuberant ancestors. The earlier joy dissipated, leaving behind a peculiar and stiff smile. A fortunate arrangement? For whom? For me? The ancestors, perceiving his expression, felt a jolt of apprehension. Their earlier excitement had definitely been premature. The smiles of the other elders gradually waned. Aldrich's face, contorted as the effects of the potion wore off, obscured his expression. Yet his voice was cold and tinged with disdain. Why must my life be orchestrated? Am I not entitled to make my own choices? Child, you know. Order is divine will and must not be defied. You have returned to this moment through a miracle, thus a price must be paid. Fate will guide you along that path. Even if you are unwilling, who can resist destiny? The elder maintained a benign smile, refraining from lecturing him, merely stating the facts. Restoring his former visage, Aldrich gazed at them, his eyes filled with confusion and resentment. If a journey must be taken, it should be by my volition, not by being thrust forward by fate. What honor? What glory? Surely you do not intend to regale me with the absurd adage that greater power entails greater responsibility? I ought to enjoy my freedom until death arrives, yet I was abruptly thrust back. Did anyone inquire whether I wished for this? To inexplicably bestow upon me overwhelming magic as a surprise, only to have it serve as leverage for some obligatory transaction, and I am to express gratitude? This unsolicited gift, regardless of how subtly it may alter my thoughts, does not mean I am willing to become a puppet, perpetually obedient. Yet, the reality remained unchanged, akin to those superheroes. Our world demands more powerful guardians. Aldrich, do not rebel for the sake of rebellion. You are no longer a child. The glory and splendor I mentioned earlier were always within your grasp. We are all but shadows now. Do not cultivate an obsession in resistance against us. The elder understood all too well how this individual's intermittent outbursts could prove exasperating. Thus he moderated his choice of words. Aldrich's countenance darkened, but the intense loathing of losing autonomy sent his emotions into a tumultuous upheaval. He was unwilling to be restrained. In his previous life, he had been bound by his distorted understanding of the world, clinging to meaningless ideals of justice until complete disillusionment birthed a new beginning. Justice, adherence to principles, striving to be a good person according to mainstream thought. What had it yielded? Chapter 14. A craving for hamburgers. A realm devoid of hope for wizards. A numbed and oblivious colleague. That foolish yet unchangeable reality. At times, Aldrich would fantasize about what the world would look like had Grindelwald triumphed. Though the trajectory of this world does not align with the desires of those who champion wizard supremacy, the wielders of power have at least emerged into the light. Perhaps they serve as the bastions protecting the realm, or perhaps they are the feared aberrations of society, but they will never again find themselves, as they do now, lurking in the narrow crevices of existence, arrogantly claiming that their seclusion is a means to safeguard the Muggles. Muggles are well aware that such isolation is merely a transient survival tactic, detrimental to the progress of humanity in the long run. Yet the lofty wizards of Britain remain blissfully oblivious. Thus, Al is disheartened. He yearns to shed the shackles that have burdened him throughout his life, and to unabashedly relish the world. But now fate? Order? They wish to once more bind him with a leash, compelling him to act according to their whims. I shall not comply. Al is indifferent to his mismatched attire. He takes his time adjusting his adornments, meticulously realigning the ill-fitting rings on his fingers. After an internal struggle that seems to stretch endlessly, he finally speaks. Then show me. Let me see what my future ought to be. With that, he rises and strides back to his room. The portraits in their frames exchange glances. Grandmother urges Kaka, hurry. Go after him. Keep an eye on my precious grandson. In the days that follow, Al is up and about from dawn till dusk. He hires a driver in London, instructing him to navigate the bustling streets, indulging in renowned restaurants, purchasing Muggle toys, and enjoying films and video games, seemingly lost in revelry. His ancestors have long grown accustomed to this new behavior, merely hoping that this episode will be brief, for Hogwarts is about to commence its term. However, Al is not truly mad. He has simply repressed his emotions for too long, occasionally needing an outlet for his pent-up feelings. On September 1st, he departs the ancient castle with an overflowing suitcase. Seeing him in this state, his ancestors breathe a sigh of relief. Let it be, let it be. Let someone else worry about him. The elder waves his hand dismissively. Al's life appears flawless, yet his heart is riddled with fractures. His world has endured one blow after another. Even if he finds a way to rediscover joy, the multitude of suppressed emotions within him will require an eternity to heal. He lacks friends with whom to share his innermost thoughts. When one has bottled up their feelings for too long, madness or death becomes the only escape. Would they truly allow Al to suffer in silence until his demise? So let him be wild. After all, it is not they, the departed, who will bear the consequences. King's Cross Station is a bustling transportation hub in London, teeming with life. Al operates to their agreed-upon location, where the driver he has spent several days with is enjoying a hamburger for breakfast in the car. He dispels the muggle-repelling charm and approaches the vehicle. The driver, glancing up from his drink, spots Al, the dapper young man still dressed impeccably. He waves enthusiastically. "Good morning, young buck. I've brought you a beef burger. Hurry and eat it before it gets cold." "Thank you." Al enters the car, taking the warm burger from the driver's hand, instantly recognizing it as freshly purchased. "Where in T we supposed to take the train? Why didn't you bring your luggage? I said I'd come directly to your place." The driver takes another bite of his burger, swallowing hastily. "I'll be back soon. No need for luggage." Al unwraps the burger, taking a bite of the thick patty. The tangy pickles mingling with mustard, releasing a rich flavor in his mouth. Delicious. This burger joint is my hidden gem. Their beef patties are simply phenomenal. The man chuckles. After finishing their meal, he starts the engine, merging into the flow of traffic. Al does not head directly to the train station. He has enjoyed his time with this muggle driver and, by chance, prepared a gift for him a few days prior. Today, he intends to inform him of this surprise. They share jovial banter as they soon arrive outside the train station. Due to his wizarding nature, Al immediately notices a plethora of bizarre attire that muggles cannot see. He instinctively closes his eyes at the sight, turning to the driver. "Thank you for your company during this time. I've had a wonderful time. You mentioned your child wanted a puppy. I've arranged for one for you. You can expect a visit from the staff soon." The driver's eyes widen in surprise, nearly questioning if he heard correctly. Al waves back at him with a smile, turning toward the station. Passing through the stone archway into platform 9 3/4. He is greeted by a throng of adults and children, with owls swooping above. He hastens into the train, scanning for an empty compartment. The Hogwarts Express, rumored to have been pilfered from the Muggle realm, has been in continuous use ever since. One must admit that magic plays a pivotal role in maintaining it. Although the train is seldom utilized throughout the year, one must never underestimate the chaos unleashed by children. A single holiday can fully liberate their innate wildness, doubling their destructive potential. After months of confinement and lessons, their release is exponentially more chaotic. Al has traveled this train for 7 years. And though the leather seats appear somewhat worn, they show no signs of damage, a testament to the care the school invests in the train. As most children are still outside frolicking or bidding farewell to their parents, Al quickly finds an empty compartment. He opens the door and settles in, enveloped by this simultaneously familiar and foreign environment. Reflexively, he raises his wand, intending to cast a muggle-repelling charm to ward off any disturbances. But he suddenly remembers that he is not the same Bach he once was. He has not yet become a pariah and should not preemptively sever all connections to others. Al lowers his wand, staring blankly out the window. The cacophony outside seems irrelevant to him, a stark contrast to his own solitude. Loneliness gnaws at him like a festering wound, igniting a surge of anger within him. He has family, yet this damned mysterious force has returned him, unable to resurrect his grandparents, leaving him here, a pitiable creature. Am I a wretched soul? Why must I relive the imperfections of my past life, void of friends, devoid of family? Am I cursed to be a solitary star? Just as the abyss within him begins to widen, a boy with shoulder-length hair knocks on the door. Al instantly turns alert. The boy opens the door and peeks in, politely inquiring, "Hello, is anyone else in here? May I sit here?" "Yes." Al watches him for a moment, hesitatingly nodding. Though they are strangers, he had felt at ease when he first met Victor Crumb. Ironically, now, in this familiar setting, he feels particularly anxious. Chapter 15, Faye. The boy drags his suitcase into the compartment, pulls the door shut behind him, and smiles at Al. "Revel Faye. Pleased to meet you." "Faye." Al blinks, extending his hand. "Aldrich Bach." The two boys shake hands, and after releasing, Revel struggles to lift his suitcase onto the rack. Noticing the emptiness on the other side, he unexpectedly turns to Al. "What about your luggage?" "Ah, wait a moment." Al's suitcase, having been shrunk and enchanted with a levitation charm, was concealed in his pocket, and he had forgotten about it until now. Primarily, he had been overwhelmed by his emotions earlier. The compact suitcase, resembling a toy, floats up to the rack, and Al dispels the charm, carefully placing it above his head. "Wow, have you already learned those spells? That is impressive." Ravel's eyes sparkle with admiration as he gazes at Al. "Didn't your elders teach you?" The days leading up to the commencement of school represent the sole period before adulthood, wherein we are granted the liberty to wield our wands freely. Surely, you would not wish to forego such an opportunity. As children hailing from wizarding families, which of us does not harbor an eager anticipation for our wands? After procuring a wand of our own prior to enrollment, it is only natural that one would be unable to contain their excitement. Faye, in a moment of frustration, tugged at her shoulder-length hair, and placed her wand, which had been nested in her pocket, upon the small tabletop. I have studied, she lamented. Yet I seem to possess no innate talent. Despite my parents and brothers teaching me countless times, I have yet to succeed, not even mastering the Lumos spell. Aurelius immediately adjusted his expression to offer comfort. Hey, do not fret. It is truly inconsequential. Our magical abilities only begin to stabilize and grow after we turn 11. You may simply require a bit more time to acclimate. Perhaps, Faye shrugged, but she soon cast aside her earlier discontent and turned to Aurelius with eager curiosity. Can you perform other spells? Like the summoning charm? I find that spell particularly convenient, for I tend to be rather forgetful. If I could master it, I could summon anything I misplace. It feels tailor-made for me. Aurelius did not disappoint her expectations, brandishing his exquisite wand with a flourish. Accio, he proclaimed, as Lavelle Faye's brooch soared from her chest and landed gracefully in his hand. Wow, exclaimed Lavelle, gazing at him with admiration. That is impressive. Aurelius smiled, experiencing an inexplicable joy akin to that of entertaining a child, which gradually eased his own tension. He returned the brooch to her, his gaze briefly skimming over the ornate letter fetched upon it. It is nothing, truly. Believe in yourself, you will soon achieve the same. Faye nonchalantly pinned the brooch to her chest and began to engage Aurelius in innocent discussions about magic, perhaps due to the occasional brilliance of her remarks. Aurelius found himself quite taken with this chatty little girl. They conversed effortlessly, so engrossed that they hardly noticed the train's departure. Lavelle Faye, Aurelius mused, was likely descended from a lineage steeped in history, specifically that of the infamous dark wizard Morgana, one of the most renowned figures in the Faye family. Often referred to as the woman who opposed Merlin, her legacy immortalized on chocolate frog cards. However, the British are notoriously forgetful, and within the insular wizarding community, much of their heritage remains closely guarded and rarely shared with outsiders. Coupled with the complexities of bloodlines mingling with Muggle ancestry, many remain unaware of the illustrious witch's familial roots, with some even oblivious to who Morgana was. Yet Aurelius, hailing from a similarly storied family, possessed a familiarity with various noble lineages, and he had indeed heard tales of the Fae name. He pondered whether Avalon Island still recognized the Fae bloodline, for it was renowned for its deposits of bloodstone, a favored material in alchemy, and Aurelius's family often found themselves in need of such resources. However, the innocent and naive Fae was unlikely to provide much assistance in that regard. Aurelius reined in his wandering thoughts and leaned on his elbow, engaging the young girl in a game of wizard's chess. As the sky brightened with a hint of orange, the two boys, fatigued from their conversation, unknowingly drifted into slumber. The compartment was enveloped in a gentle silence, only the soft sound of their breathing until the raucous laughter of children in the corridor jolted Aurelius awake. He rose, stretching his stiff limbs from his sleep posture, glancing out the window to see that dusk had arrived. It would not be long before the train, accompanied by the night, reached its destination. Wake up, Faye. We're almost there. We need to change into our robes, Aurelius urged, nudging the boy curled up in his seat. Noticing his dazed expression, he offered him a peppermint. The cool, minty confection burst in Lavelle's mouth, instantly invigorating him. What is this candy? I must buy some to keep for mornings. A piece of this would surely banish drowsiness, he exclaimed, marveling at the sensation. Emerald mint from the French sweet shop, available for owl order, Aurelius replied. Lavelle noted the shop's name and stood, stretching. Did we sleep for a long time? It feels as though night is falling. About 2 hours, Aurelius replied, retrieving a neatly folded black robe from his suitcase. The satin fabric shimmered under the light, appearing incredibly smooth from a distance. He also pulled out Lavelle's robe, shaking it out until it fell gracefully into place. The pair donned their robes, differing in fabric yet identical in style, sharing a glance that elicited unexpected laughter. It's quite a strange feeling. I'm finally wearing the black robe that my family often dons, Lavelle mused, looking down at the loose yet well-tailored garment. It's astonishing how swiftly one grows up. Aurelius nodded, for his family seldom wore black robes. The Bach family favored elegant, gentlemanly attire, reserving the dark robes for only the most necessary occasions. As twilight deepened, Lavelle caressed the spiraled wave-patterned wand he possessed, and suddenly inquired, does the Bach family still favor Slytherin House? Aurelius, without raising his gaze, lazily replied, not necessarily. To be honest, it's not our choice. It's the sorting hat that deems our family deserving of Slytherin. Such a superficial method of categorization. The deplorable act of labeling children. Could this truly be what Gryffindor considers a sound decision? Is it possible that this is merely a ploy by certain individuals? Chapter 16, Arrival. Lavelle looked at Aurelius in confusion. The sorting hat as choice? Aurelius recalled the day he was sorted. The filthy hat had barely touched his head before it bellowed, Slytherin. There was no explanation, No opportunity for Aurelius to voice his thoughts as he was thrust into that self-serving house, bereft of familial protection. He despised the dark, damp depths of the lake, the suffocating presence of the head of the house, and the haughty, unfriendly roommates. Oh, perhaps because it perceives that most of my family are Slytherin, it assumes I should be as well, Aurelius shrugged, though he too was uncertain of the true reason. This time, however, he was unwilling to accept such a hasty designation. Is that so? Then perhaps I ought to be sorted into Ravenclaw. No, that won't do. My mother said the Ravenclaw dormitory requires answering questions for entry. If I am sorted into Ravenclaw, I'd be doomed to sleep on the rooftop, Lavelle exclaimed, his face etched with horror as he vividly imagined such a fate. Hey, relax. Perhaps we could negotiate with the Sorting Hat, couldn't we? Regardless, this time I must be placed in Hufflepuff. No one can deter me. Aurelius had long resolved that if he were not placed there, he would withdraw from school entirely. After all, he had already learned everything taught at school, and the lessons the world had forced upon him were equally significant. Attending school mattered little. Lavelle gripped his wand tightly, hoping it would heed his wishes. With a grimace, he thought that if the Sorting Hat dared to declare Ravenclaw, he might just retaliate. The two boys disembarked the train with a mixture of trepidation and complexity in their hearts. The rambunctious little ones clustered around the towering keeper of the grounds, while older students from other years dispersed to the adjacent parking lot, boarding various modes of transport to the school. Hagrid, with his bushy beard, waved at the children. The oil lamp held aloft, radiating a soft, amber glow. Come, children, allow me to guide you to witness the most exquisite sights of the wizarding world. The little ones, resembling a gaggle of carrots, stumbled over one another as they followed Hagrid, their steps unsteady. Al, feeling relieved that it hadn't rained in the past few days, thought of how his freshly donned black robes would have been sullied by mud otherwise. He steadied the nearly toppling Lavelle, reflecting that carrots were indeed a boon. At least his affinity for this vegetable granted him decent night vision. Lavelle exhaled, "Thanks, brother." "No need for thanks," Al replied casually, as they crested the hill, where the castle, illuminated by flickering lights, appeared both mysterious and enchanting, akin to a splendid painting unveiled before them. Lavelle let out an involuntary gasp, remarking, "Truly a magnificent sight, befitting the Slytherin family. This style of castle is simply delightful." After being accustomed to his own Gothic-style abode, he found that gazing upon others made their beauty all the more apparent. Al, however, pressed his lips together. This castle evoked no fond memories for him, and he remained indifferent to its allure. As they descended the slope, the children boarded a rickety little boat, setting sail across the Black Lake towards a nearby harbor. Al's gaze skimmed the lake's surface, aware of the unsightly creatures lurking beneath. Ugly mermaids, colossal octopuses, and tangled vegetation. The murky waters, disturbed by ripples, offered little beauty, save for the occasional glimmers of sunlight that cast a fleeting, ethereal glow. Frustration bubbled within him as he neared Hogwarts. He exhaled deeply, resolving to confront his circumstances with greater composure. Escaping Slytherin was a choice he had made for himself, and by altering this aspect, his school life could transform dramatically. Why then should he cling to the past and its associated grievances? With his head bowed, he grappled with feelings of regret for his lack of control. Ever since he had relinquished his burdens, such thoughts had plagued him. He suspected he might be unwell, mentally adrift. Despite perusing Muggle literature for guidance, he found no remedy beyond engaging in pleasurable distractions to vent his emotions. He harbored a fear of those who could peer into one's soul, psychologists. The sudden surge of magical power, the diminishment of his own self, coupled with a loathing for the school and its denizens, would quicken his heartbeat and amplify his feelings, leading him toward extremity. Lavelle nudged Al's arm, extending a finger towards the distant thicket. "Hey, brother, I just spotted something shiny over there. What do you think it could be?" Al, momentarily roused from his reverie, wearily turned his gaze to the indicated direction, but saw nothing. "Perhaps it's a unicorn." The Forbidden Forest is home to many magical creatures and rare, endangered plants. Unicorns often roam at night. "Oh, unicorns," Lavelle's enthusiasm waned. Yet, the two girls accompanying them were not so easily dissuaded. "Unicorns? Are they those beautiful white creatures, akin to little ponies?" they exclaimed in delight. "Indeed," Al nodded. The two Muggle-born witches immediately huddled together, whispering excitedly, clearly charmed by the idea of such a magnificent creature. Al's attention shifted, unwilling to dwell on his discontent. He stared blankly ahead at their destination until the boat came to a halt. Traversing the path, the newcomers were led by Hagrid into the castle, where they were entrusted to Professor McGonagall, clad in a deep green robe. The professor's stern demeanor silenced the previously chattering children, who dared not speak in her presence. "Straighten yourselves up. I will come to escort you to the sorting ceremony shortly," she instructed, a satisfied smile gracing her lips at their compliance, before introducing the four houses. Al regarded the familiar yet unfamiliar professor, a sense of reality dawning upon him as he stood upon the hallowed grounds of Hogwarts. In an instant, a throng of pearlescent souls glided through the walls above the children's heads. This sudden occurrence stirred the anxious first years once more. Al recognized the mischievous nature of these spirits. He had been unable to resist glancing at the Bloody Baron due to certain tales. He was quite familiar with this ghost, as the Bloody Baron was the Slytherin house ghost, often found seated at the long table, his crimson attire affecting the students' appetites. The Baron appeared to be observing Lady Grey, often stealing glances at her in a manner that felt rather unsettling. Had he not known their story, Al might have questioned the ghostess' intentions, feeling the urge to report such stalking behavior. With a thud, the great hall doors swung open again, as Professor McGonagall announced, "Form a line. It is time for the sorting." The young witches and wizards promptly scurried into position. Aware that he was the first to be sorted, Al stepped forward without hesitation. Eager to avoid any subsequent challenges, he stood directly before Professor McGonagall. She regarded him with mild surprise, but said nothing as the children formed a somewhat crooked line before her, leading them into the hall. The professors already seated were engaged in light conversation, while the students at the long tables kept their heads down, chatting with friends. It was only when the unfamiliar young wizards entered that a momentary hush fell over the hall. The nervous newcomers moved stiffly, reminiscent of chicks on their first outing with their mothers, bewildered and anxious. Lavelle instantly regretted not following Al to the front earlier, feeling isolated and overwhelmed, with no one to share his tension. As they reached the front of the faculty table, Professor McGonagall gestured for the children to halt. Stepping aside to retrieve the three-legged stool and the sorting hat, Al felt a familiar urge to cover his ears. Just as the young witches and wizards were unprepared, the sorting hat's sonorous song reverberated throughout the hall. The inexperienced first years were captivated by this spectacle, craning their necks to catch a glimpse. Al, however, remained indifferent. He was prepared to declare Hufflepuff the moment he stepped forward. Should the sorting hat disregard his wishes and assign him to Slytherin, he would undoubtedly become the first student in history to voluntarily request withdrawal from Hogwarts. As Al's mind raced, Professor McGonagall returned to the front with a list in hand. Headmaster Dumbledore tapped his goblet, signaling for silence among the gathered students. "Now, those whose names I call, please take a seat here and don the hat. Do not panic. I assure you the sorting ceremony is entirely safe. Everyone, please remain quiet," she cautioned, hoping to avoid any further disturbances. Once silence enveloped the hall, she began to call names. Aldrich Bach. Al swiftly stepped forward, murmuring to himself, "Hufflepuff, Hufflepuff." Upon hearing his words, Professor McGonagall glanced at him once more, surprised by the fervent desire this boy exhibited to join Hufflepuff, a sentiment she had never encountered before, and it struck her as quite peculiar. The sorting hat descended upon Aur's tousled hair, its mouth instinctively parting as it declared, "Hufflepuff, Hufflepuff." The hat's mouth gradually closed, pondering, "Not a child? Where do you wish to go? Are you certain? Know that you are exceedingly suited for Slytherin, ambitious, where you can reap all that you desire, success, glory. You might become a truly remarkable wizard, perhaps even a leader." The sorting hat rambled on with a multitude of persuasive words. Yet Aur remained resolute. "Hufflepuff, Hufflepuff." It was a resolute refusal, akin to a stubborn child ignoring a lecture. The sorting hat sought to delve into the depths of this child's heart, only to discover a confounded barrier. This child bore an aura that shielded his inner thoughts and feelings from external scrutiny. As Aur continued to chant, the sorting hat, not entirely averse to negotiation, conceded, "Very well, Hufflepuff." The long table of Hufflepuff erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating their first new student of the year. Professor McGonagall removed the sorting hat, her gaze settling on Aur with a gentle smile. "Go forth, child." Aur released a profound sigh of relief, feeling a sense of resolution wash over him, and simultaneously, a flicker of joy arose within him. The prospect of altering his fate seemed less daunting than anticipated. He made his way to the long table against the wall, glancing back at the still-cued Lavelle, offering him an encouraging smile. Lavelle had been observing him intently. Upon meeting Aur's gaze, he squeezed his own fist tightly, striving to calm his nerves. The Hufflepuff table, being the largest, filled in an orderly fashion according to year, prompting first-year Aur to navigate through the older students to reach the end. A friendly seventh-year student patted Aur's arm, saying, "Well done, little one. Welcome to our ranks." Aur responded with a feigned polite smile, "Thank you." A girl with pink hair gave Aur a curious glance before cheerfully greeting him, "Welcome." Numerous voices offered their welcomes as Aur passed by. Indeed, Hufflepuff was as he had envisioned, warm and friendly. Here, no one would ponder his family's business or potential collaborations for profit. He was merely an ordinary young wizard, and that felt splendid. Hour settled against the stone wall. Across from him, Professor Sprout was watching her students with a gentle, soft gaze. The sorting continued, with a total of 39 new students this year. Hour recognized a few of the Slytherin students, particularly a dark-haired boy who had been his roommate for 7 years, Perkins Kendrick, who had led the charge to isolate Hour. He would eventually join the Slytherin Quidditch team, becoming a beater under Marcus Flint's tutelage, relishing in the glory of knocking opponents down. Sometimes, he pondered, such a sport seemed quite exhilarating, an activity where one could openly assault others. Wasn't he that more entertaining than any wizard duel? Hour rested his right hand on the table, chin in hand, gazing ahead, his thoughts having drifted. Lavelle Fay. Upon hearing this name, he finally responded, leaving the new student beside him somewhat disheartened. He had attempted to engage this classmate in conversation, but Hour was lost in his reverie, unresponsive to any call. Lavelle pursed his lips, urging Professor McGonagall to place the sorting hat upon his head. In the next moment, a somewhat gruff voice echoed in his ears. Wow, wow, wow. Look at this child, a natural Slytherin. You are even more suited for Slytherin than that obstinate boy just now, believe me. Lavelle felt a tightening sensation on his scalp. Imitating Hour's earlier behavior, mouthing, Hufflepuff, Hufflepuff. Sorting hat. Damn it. I refuse to be sorted, go away. Chapter 18, Dinner. Lavelle, triumphantly racing toward a bright future, failed to notice Professor McGonagall's utterly perplexed expression as she held up the list in her hand. Opening her mouth, but taking a moment to call out the next name, Roskynkelly. Lavelle plopped down opposite Hour, grinning widely at him. Unable to contain himself, Hour burst into laughter. The sorting concluded amidst a chorus of applause, and once the last student was seated at Hufflepuff, Lavelle remarked to Hour, Our house has the most new members. This had always been the case. Among the 4 houses, Slytherin and Ravenclaw had the fewest students, followed by Gryffindor. With Hufflepuff at the end, Hour spoke softly, it's always like this. Nearby, several girls were animatedly gazing at the hall's decor, chattering excitedly. The professors overhead appeared to converse about something, but Hour paid little attention. It was the same every year. Before Harry Potter's enrollment, Dumbledore had upheld such formalities. After the customary proceedings, Dumbledore announced the commencement of the feast, and the long table was soon laden with an abundance of hearty food. Hour had not tasted such simple fare since his graduation. Indeed, it was simple. Various roasted meats, stews, boiled potatoes, and vegetable salads. It could not be deemed unpleasant, but it was decidedly unremarkable. Of course, one could not fault the house elves for this. They had expended much of their energy maintaining the castle and attending to the young wizard's meals, under the premise of ensuring no one went hungry. The most visually appealing and easily prepared dishes were undoubtedly the priority. Hour surveyed the spread, selecting a bone-in steak and a modest serving of salad before beginning his meal. Lavelle, seeing Hour's choices, mirrored him but picked out a generous portion of cherry tomatoes from the roasted vegetable platter. They opted for milk among the beverages, and the long table buzzed with life once more. Children from ordinary families were not concerned with decorum. They ate heartily and with abandon, and before long, the table was in disarray. Hour finished his meal quickly, raising his milk cup as he engaged in casual conversation with Lavelle. At the professor's table, Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore were conversing in hushed tones, their gazes occasionally drifting toward Hufflepuff. If those 2 children are content, so be it. The sorting hat merely assigns houses based on the nature of these children. Nature can change, and their fondness for Hufflepuff surely has its reasons. Dumbledore mused, observing the students who starkly contrasted with their peers, pondering if perhaps their elders had influenced their choices. In recent years, the images of Gryffindor and Slytherin had indeed suffered due to Voldemort's actions. Families wishing to remain uninvolved took such precautions, which was understandable. Professor McGonagall fell silent for a moment before asking, Should I inform Pomona? No need, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. Pomona, with her disposition, believes every child in her house is a good child. Yet he noted in his mind, let us observe these children's future performances. Indeed, Professor Sprout was the most protective of her students among the faculty, even more so than McGonagall. Her demeanor was always openly affectionate, and after a vacation apart, she now gazed at her table of children with a beaming smile, watching them laugh and eat heartily. Professor McGonagall had also mentally noted the 2 students, then turned her gaze towards the long table of her house. Unsurprisingly, the children who had initially taken their seats in an orderly fashion according to their year had now mingled into a lively group, with a few mischievous upperclassmen surrounding the 2 newcomers, engaging in jovial banter. The conversation between Al and Laville was short-lived, as the noise within the hall grew increasingly boisterous, rendering their restrained voices faint. Separated by the long table, they shrugged and fell silent. After the desserts were cleared away, Headmaster Dumbledore reiterated the school rules, such as the prohibition against nighttime wandering and entering the Forbidden Forest before finally announcing the dismissal. The students began to move quickly, with the upperclassmen responsible for escorting the newcomers to their dormitories weaving through the crowd to find their charges. Al remained seated, as the freshmen were unfamiliar with the route to their dormitories. Thus, his standing would prove futile. The Hufflepuff guide was Gabriel Truman, the third-year prefect, who, having lagged behind while the other upperclassmen fled under the leadership of Nymphadora Tonks, was left to lead the little ones. "Come along, little ones," Truman beckoned, scratching his head. Feeling somewhat awkward and bashful, his cheeks flushed. Al and Laville followed behind Truman, joining the other freshmen as they left the hall. Hufflepuff had been assigned 13 students, comprising 5 girls and 8 boys. Al pondered the dormitory arrangements. Slytherin had double rooms, but he was uncertain how Hufflepuff distributed theirs. He did not hope for a single room, but wished for a moderate number of roommates to ensure some privacy and reduce noise. The group traversed the corridor, and Truman did not introduce the remarkable fruit oil painting, leading them directly to a secluded corner where numerous oak barrels were placed. "Gather around. Pay attention to where I knock on the barrels. Do not make a mistake, or you will find yourself in trouble," Truman instructed, gesturing for the children at the back to come closer. "Knock on the bottom of the second barrel in the second row, in a specific rhythm. Remember, the rhythm is Helga Hufflepuff." The other young wizards parroted the instruction, and Al followed suit. Laville, shifting closer to Al, murmured, "This is rather interesting. It's my first time witnessing such a method of entry." Wizards had devised all manner of peculiar ways to secure their doors, a necessity born from the witch hunts of yore, which compelled wizards to devise intricate defenses. The Muggle-repelling charm was a later invention, prior to its creation. Wizards had made significant efforts to avoid persecution, leading to unprecedented advancements in both alchemy and spellcraft, in stark contrast to the stagnation seen today. The barrel opened, revealing a descending passageway. "You'll need to crawl inside, but it's not far," Truman said. "Crawl in?" Al and Laville exchanged glances. Well aware that their greatest challenge of the day had arrived, they believed they would soon grow accustomed to it. Al forced himself not to glance at the sides of the passage and, gritting his teeth, followed behind, crawling into the cellar. Chapter 19, The Cellar. Al had initially assumed that Hufflepuff's common room would resemble Slytherin's, as both were located underground, thus appearing rather dark and damp. However, what lay before him was a remarkably cozy and warm cellar. The Hufflepuff common room was not entirely buried underground. Its ceiling was somewhat low, but the upper portion was exposed, adorned with transparent glass, allowing a view of the night sky, the moon, and a sprinkling of stars. Potted plants adorned the windowsills, enabling them to bask in the sunlight. Aside from this distinction, the sofas, carpets, and wall hangings were not markedly different, merely varying in color and house crest. The yellow and black hues permeated the entire space, complemented by a grand brass chandelier, ablaze with countless candles, creating an overall ambience that felt both fresh and inviting amidst the surrounding greenery. "Marita, could I trouble you to escort the girls to their dormitory?" "I can manage the boys," Truman called out to a girl emerging with a book in hand. Marita acknowledged him and beckoned the cluster of girls. "Come along. It's getting late. Let us get you settled in." Entering through a discreet door adjacent to the common room, the left side led to the boys' dormitory while the right side led to the girls'. "Our house has a sizable number of students, so there are plenty of dormitories. 2 students per room, with your names affixed to the doors so you can find them easily. Don't be late for breakfast tomorrow. The schedule will be posted on the notice board in the common room, and you can copy it down to carry with you." Truman guided them to the last few rooms. "Dinner will be served in the hall at 7 o'clock, so don't rush around. The castle's staircases move, and you'll need to allow yourself time to navigate to your classrooms. If you encounter any issues, don't hesitate to seek assistance from the upperclassmen." "Thank you, senior." The freshman noted his words, some emboldened by curiosity regarding the moving staircases. Once Truman departed, Al was the first to step away from the group to locate his room. 8 students, for rooms. By sheer coincidence, Al found himself sharing with Laville. "What a coincidence," Laville chuckled, pushing open the door first. The room mirrored the common room's style, featuring black bedding adorned with yellow canopies, complemented by a carpet depicting small creatures in black and white. Although it lacked windows, warm light filled the space, and the overall arrangement was tidy and dry, devoid of the forest green accents that might evoke a serpentine sense of unease. Just this detail alone gave Al considerable satisfaction. 2 suitcases lay on the floor. The house elf had already delivered their belongings after the dormitory assignments were made. Al closed the door, and he and Laville briefly surveyed the room's layout. A wardrobe stood at the foot of the bed. A small oil lamp rested on the nightstand, and the bedding emitted the scent of sun-dried fabric. 2 desks were placed side by side, with chairs carved with badger motifs pushed against the tables. The washroom featured 2 sinks, a toilet, a shower, and a tranquil mirror. "Do you want to sleep on the left or the right?" Laville inquired as he exited the washroom. Left, Al pointed casually. Laville gave an okay gesture. They began to organize their clothes and personal items. The room's chandelier also consisted of candles, flickering softly, though the light was insufficient. Al brought out a modified wall lamp, affixing it to the wall beside his bed, ensuring he wouldn't strain his eyes while reading late into the night. Laville produced a similar magical lamp, hanging it from the bedpost. With a flick of his wand over the garments in his suitcase, they floated up as if walking themselves to the wardrobe, categorically sorting themselves by color and hanging in their designated places. Books also danced to the desk, accompanied by quills, pens, and ink, all arranged neatly. Additionally, Laville had brought toys and plush dolls, placed on the nightstand and beside his pillow. After Al finished organizing his belongings, he placed the suitcase atop the wardrobe and, seeing Laville still busy, announced, "I'm going to take a shower." "All right," Laville replied promptly. The warm water washed away the fatigue of the day. Al listened to the occasional sounds from outside and, before long, found that the unpleasant emotions of the day had seemingly drifted away. Perhaps it was due to these changes. He speculated. Whether Laville was the right friend for him remained uncertain, as their ages and experiences differed significantly. However, when solely considering the personalities of the two, it appears they could indeed coexist harmoniously. Or needs an extroverted and enthusiastic friend to help him open up, a process that may be arduous, yet ultimately leads to gradual improvement. But is Laville truly as exuberant as he seems on the surface? With his gaze cast downward, he allowed the water to trickle down his cheeks, or strained to recollect. He was certain that in his previous life at Hogwarts, Laville did not exist. A sudden emergence, a new variable, or felt a mix of concern and indifference. He lacked the energy to squander on others. Seizing the opportunity to master the unpredictable magic and the advantages of his rebirth was paramount. To forge one's own path, one must first cultivate strength. Once he harnesses power, he can seek opportunities to draw nearer to authority, believing that even if destiny propels him, he can still possess a measure of autonomy. The sound of running water in the washroom ceased as Laville closed his suitcase and rose to his feet, or emerged, towel drying his hair, and observed Laville on tiptoe, attempting to place his suitcase atop the wardrobe, with a casual flick of his wrist, or encase the rather sizable suitcase in magic. Levitating it to the top of the wardrobe, Laville clenched his fist, wishing fervently for a growth spurt. This wardrobe was standardized, making it quite challenging for a first-year student to reach the top. Eat more meat, drink milk, and exercise, or replied nonchalantly, then dried his hair with a dehumidifying charm. "You should hurry and shower. You've had a long day." Laville grasped his pajamas and acknowledged with a response, recalling Truman's class schedule, or pondered that he might not have time to copy it in the morning. He retrieved paper and pen from his desk and stepped out. The student body at Hogwarts was relatively small, and classes typically consisted of students from 2 houses together. However, with few professors, the course load was not overly demanding. On the second morning of the term, there was only one potions class, or recalled Professor Snape's brooding visage as he transcribed the schedule. Astronomy classes were generally held in the evenings to facilitate stargazing for the children. Transfiguration, charms, history of magic, defense against the dark arts, herbology, and the mandatory flying lessons for lower years filled the curriculum, while the less congested course schedule was quite favorable, or sighed at the thought of the assignments professors would impose to enhance the students' understanding. Furthermore, due to his ingrained writing habits, he would have to cultivate an image of a naturally gifted prodigy, convincing the professors of his prowess in all subjects. Chapter 20, Potions Class. It was exceedingly difficult, truly exceedingly difficult, or returned to the dormitory with his paper in hand. On the way, he encountered several upperclassmen, their laughter echoing carefree. The Hufflepuff students seemed to embody a spirit of optimism. Witnessing their carefree demeanor sparked a deep-seated envy within Or. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Lavelle still in the shower. Or placed the completed class schedule on the desk and lay down on the bed. Once the heavy bed curtains were drawn, they effectively blocked most of the light. Nestled in the confined space, Or lazily rubbed his eyes, feeling a slight dryness. Living under the watchful eyes of the greatest white wizard of contemporary times was no easy feat, Or understood, for Headmaster Dumbledore's focus was not solely on the school. He bore numerous other responsibilities, each demanding endless work and countless meetings. In addition, he was tasked with tracking down Voldemort and strategizing the future of the wizarding world. Why not simply be an ordinary genius? What merit did a small Hufflepuff wizard hold that warranted special attention? Or closed his eyes, his consciousness gradually fading. When Lavelle emerged, he noticed Or had drawn the bed curtains and instinctively lowered his footsteps. As night deepened, the once brightly lit castle dimmed, save for a figure moving about atop a tower. The Sorting Hat, perched atop a stack of books, was animatedly lamenting to Headmaster Dumbledore about the two young wizards who insisted on joining Hufflepuff when they were better suited for Slytherin. Dumbledore, at this rate. What purpose do I serve? I am the Sorting Hat. I know best which house they belong to. Calm down, my friend. But we must allow the children their own choices, Dumbledore replied, his quill dancing across the parchment as he penned a letter, his mind preoccupied with the upcoming tribunal. Although the criminal in question was not particularly significant, as chief of the Wisengamot, his obligations could not be overlooked. But my duty is to sort. If it were permissible, I would leap up and roar. If every child clamors for where they wish to go, what need is there for the Sorting Hat? Understood, understood. Next time a child makes a request, simply disregard it and assign them to the house you deem appropriate, Dumbledore sighed. He did not believe the two children's desire to join Hufflepuff was erroneous, yet he acknowledged the Sorting Hat's perspective. Really? The Sorting Hat exclaimed, its mouth agape in disbelief. Indeed, I trust you. After all, you are the expert. From the inception of the school to now, I have faith in your discernment. Let it be according to your judgment. Dumbledore continued writing, his gaze fixed on the parchment. Satisfied with Dumbledore's assurance, the Sorting Hat closed its mouth. The Phoenix Fox shook its wings, readjusted its posture, and nestled its head beneath its feathers, returning to slumber. The night grew late, and the portraits within their frames began to doze. The caretaker and head of the patrol, Filch, wandered about with his cat. It's so quiet during the holidays, Filch muttered. Of course, it's quiet during the holidays. There are no students around. And the professors aren't flinging dung bombs in the corridors. A few mischievous students eagerly awaited the start of term, glancing at Filch as he approached, stifling laughter behind their hands. The following morning, the early rising young wizards gradually vacated their beds. Some upperclassmen, fond of morning exercise, ventured outside together. Hearing the sound of doors closing, or opened his eyes, Lavelle mumbled something and turned over. Before 7 a.m., or dragged Lavelle out of bed, clutching his potions textbook as they exited the cellar. Did you see the professor's seat yesterday? The black-haired, very stern professor is responsible for teaching us potions. If you dare be late to his class, he will empty our gem hourglass. What hourglass? Lavelle inquired, puzzled. The hourglass that represents our house points. Professor Snape is exceedingly strict. I would rather not attract his attention, or whispered. Although he had not spent much time with Professor Snape since graduating from Hogwarts. The professor's piercing gaze was a memory he could never forget. Lavelle absent-mindedly responded, but it's just the beginning of term. Our hourglass should be empty. Supplemented. The hourglass magically calculates points on its own. The professor's word is law. Whether we have points now or later, it makes no difference, or speculated. Having never witnessed a case of negative points. On their way, they encountered other young wizards heading to the same destination. Lavelle tousled his messy hair, having woken late. He had no time for grooming, and after brushing his teeth and washing his face, he donned his black robe and dashed out. You actually know the professors at the school? Have you met them? If you read more, you would recognize them as well. Professor Snape is quite renowned. Not only is he exceptionally gifted in potions, but his talent and charms is also remarkable. Or feigned a semblance of knowledge, discussing the professor's merits, including Professor McGonagall, whose insights frequently appeared in Transfiguration journals. Each professor possessed their unique strengths. You truly enjoy reading, don't you? Ravel mused, recalling the books that or had produced last night. It was his first encounter with a wizard so enamored with reading, a passion that even his brothers did not match. Wasn't he curious about magic in the past? Only by perusing more literature could one truly comprehend the essence of sorcery, or spoke as if it were a matter of course, as though he genuinely believed it. Ravel cast him a sidelong glance and nodded dismissively. All right, let us hasten to our meal, lest we miss the potions masteress class. Today's breakfast featured toasted buttered bread, or had taken bacon, lettuce, and a fried egg, swiftly assembling them into a simple yet nutritious sandwich. Ravel scooped porridge into his bowl, simultaneously observing the professor's table. Professor Snape, engrossed in his potion research, had become somewhat neglectful of his appearance since the loss of his beloved. His hair was greasy and unkempt, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a few stains on his robe. Ravel furrowed his brow, questioning whether such a man could truly be a formidable potions master. However, this doubt was swiftly cast aside as Snape swept into the potions classroom like a gust of wind. The aura he exuded was overwhelmingly powerful. When he spoke in his low, sardonic tone, the new students fell silent with trepidation. Upon hearing that long familiar intonation, or shuddered, recalling the terror of being at the mercy of the professor after joining the advanced potions class in his previous life. He immediately straightened up, adopting a proper demeanor. Indeed, this was the commanding presence of the Serpent King. Chapter 21, The Sardonic Snape. The first-year potions class was rather elementary, and for Orr, who was already accustomed to brewing simple potions, any mistakes would be utterly laughable. Professor Snape would not allow these novice wizards to directly brew potions. The first lesson simply involved familiarizing themselves with basic ingredients, practicing cutting and grinding. Or and Ravel teamed up, and, after the professor's instruction, joined the other students at the front of the potion cabinet to retrieve daisy roots and ginger. Cut the daisy root into segments 3 centimeters long. If you are unsure of what 3 centimeters looks like, please remember to bring your ruler and your brains next class, Snape commanded, his obsidian eyes boring into the young wizards below, his gaze intimidating. Ravel extended his fingers to measure, then leaned closer to, or, whispering, "How long is 3 centimeters?" Or placed the small segment he had cut on the table, demonstrating the length he referred to. As he spoke, his hands continued with their task, his silver knife deftly chopping the daisy root into small pieces without a glance. Not only did Ravel find this behavior absurd, but even Professor Snape could not suppress a snarl as he approached, spewing venomous words. "Oh, look, another self-righteous fool. I just emphasized the importance of caution. Potions is a precise art. Do not presume to speculate with your impoverished intellect. What is your name, so full of confidence? Should I discover you have recklessly wasted my ingredients, believe me, you will not wish to know the consequences." Yet, as he neared and beheld the daisy root on the cutting board, meticulously prepared as if by machine, those earlier critical words seemed to evaporate, or did not raise his gaze to meet Snape's expression. This man was highly sensitive about his pride, and to catch a glimpse of his awkward demeanor could easily lead to resentment. Snape clicked his tongue, demanding, "Tell me your name." Or Aldrich Bach, or replied promptly, "Bach." Snape suddenly recalled a senior from his school days, a fellow Slytherin, dark-haired with green eyes, full of energy, yet exceptionally polite. "It appears you have practiced ahead of time. Very well. I hope you maintain this habit. And you all." He raised his voice. "Potions is intricate, demanding great precision in all operations. I expect you to adequately prepare before attending my class. Do not waste my time." Before departing, Snape cast a final cold glance at, or, muttering, Hufflepuff. 2 points for you, in Merlin's name. Or lowered his eyes, silently taking the mortar to grind the ginger. Ravel, beside him, seemed to have been struck by a silencing charm, his breathing barely audible. A smirk crept across Or's lips. Although Professor Snape possessed a sharp tongue, he was not inherently malevolent. If one wished to achieve success in potions, studying under this esteemed master was an invaluable opportunity. When the potions class concluded, the little wizards rushed out of the classroom like the wind, inhaling deeply in the corridor. Ravel, clutching the potions textbook, followed closely behind, or, still shaken. Goodness. Is that the professor? Terrifying. Character is something that gradually forms with growth. You'll get used to it, as long as you don't make any egregious mistakes. Professor Snape 1 TB rate you. After all, if he were to target every underskilled wizard, he would eventually lose his voice from excessive speaking, or remarked. Ravel seized upon this thought, abruptly stepping in front of, or, gazing intently. "You seem to know a great deal? Quite curious. My father was a student of Slytherin House. Older than Professor Snape by a few years, a senior of his. He knows some stories from the professor's school days. Nothing unusual, is it?" Or pushed past him and continued forward. With morning classes concluded, they had precious little time to complete the potions assignment before lunch, which was no easy feat. Or abhorred procrastination. Ravel sighed. "Ah, I see. How frustrating. My mother also attended Hogwarts, yet she shared nothing with me. Knowing too much may not be advantageous. It could diminish your interest in this castle. I think she would prefer you to explore on your own," or replied nonchalantly. Ravel chuckled as they traversed the corridor, soon returning to their dormitory. Or washed his hands first. It was his personal habit to cleanse after handling potion ingredients. The classroom lacked a faucet, and using magic seemed overly deliberate and might attract Professor Snape's attention, unnecessary. Perhaps he should prepare a handkerchief. Ravel set down his belongings and inquired if, or wished to go out. "Not now. I intend to finish the assignment Professor Snape assigned," or said, emerging with damp hands. Merlin's pants. "You're starting your homework already? Brother, the weather is splendid outside. Shouldn't we go out and enjoy it?" Ravel exclaimed incredulously. "Have you lost your mind? Why must you return to do homework right after class?" "You go ahead. I'm not keen on moving right now," I responded, unfastening the clasp of his black robe, shedding it to sit at his desk in a shirt and trousers. Ravel sighed dramatically, but upon seeing or begin to prepare paper and pen, he realized his resolve was firm. Reluctantly, he ventured outside to seek out other classmates. When the room fell silent, or paused his writing and rapped his desk, "Ting, are you there?" Bang. A house elf with large ears and bulging eyes appeared beside him, bowing respectfully, the metallic ring adorning its ear clinking softly. "Good day, Master Bach. How have you fared these past years?" Or set down his pen and turned to regard the little elf, which bore a slight resemblance to Kaka. According to familial hierarchy, Ting Ting is Kakis' uncle. His grandfather and great-uncle were sent to Hogwarts by the Bach family, after which the two brothers established their families there. The elders have since passed away, leaving Kakis' 6 uncles and aunts to continue their work at the school. As descendants of the original proprietors, they are afforded special care by the house elves upon enrollment. Ting Ting gazes at his charges for the next 7 years with a gentle and submissive expression. He is thriving, and so are Ling Ling and Ban Ban. Young master, I am delighted to heed your call. Would you like me to summon the others? Not for now, replied Our. Chapter 22, Striving. We have ample time ahead to bond. I have a task for you. Keep an eye on the surroundings and inform me if anyone is watching me. If so, provide me with details regarding that individual. Is that understood? Our has numerous plans in place. Should there be too many watchful eyes nearby, he must ensure the mission is accomplished. Ting Ting, stand straight. Very well. Then, please bring me a glass of warm water. Thank you. Our does not detain him for long. The room falls silent once more as Our begins to organize his thoughts, determined not to overextend himself. He ponders whether he should bring a record player to school, as listening to music aids in relaxation. Transfiguration is Professor McGonagall's forte, although her achievements in this domain do not reach the pinnacle of those of Headmaster Dumbledore. She is nonetheless remarkable and possesses considerable insight. Of course, the students' lessons in Transfiguration do not necessitate such profound knowledge, as if sealed within it. A green robe glides into the classroom, weaving through the desks, and Professor McGonagall, her hair impeccably styled, adopts a serious expression as she taps the podium with her wand. Everyone, quiet down. Remember what I am about to say. Transfiguration is an exceedingly complex and perilous discipline. If you fail to pay attention during class and an accident occurs, trust me, you will not only suffer the consequences yourself, but also bring misfortune upon your own house. Remember to listen closely. The young wizards raise their heads obediently, each gazing at her with rapt attention. Excellent. These little ones are quite compliant. The first class consists of spell practice and the establishment of an understanding of transfiguration. The crux of transfiguration lies in thought. If you cannot alter your perception of what you wish to change, then there is a high probability that the spell will result in distortion. Numerous severe transfiguration accidents stem from failed animagus transformations. Willpower is also essential. Without sufficient resolve, transformation cannot succeed. Naturally, transfiguration only alters structure and appearance, but does not change essence. It might be understood as a more advanced form of illusion. Moreover, the duration for which an object subjected to a transfiguration spell remains altered varies according to each wizard's magical strength. Ours transformed Silver Needle can last several days, while other young wizards may struggle to maintain their transformations for the duration of the class. Thus, the wizard himself is of utmost importance. The history of magic is presided over by a professor who cannot retire. However, as he is no longer a living being, his actions and demeanor lack subjective awareness, resembling a robot programmed to recite the same stories hundreds or thousands of times, rigid and dull. Nevertheless, Our enjoys this class, for when others fall asleep, he can engage Professor Binns with numerous inquiries unrelated to the lesson, satisfying his curiosity. On one occasion, Laville awoke mid-class and discovered Our's antics, which led to a relentless cycle of questions that almost caused the poor Professor Binns to malfunction. Our is curious about ancient magic, while Laville is intrigued by the lives of ancient wizards. However, Professor Binns is not from a particularly distant era, so he struggles to recall relevant details, providing them with vague, yet somewhat factual answers. Those acquainted with the time of King Arthur understand that wizards then were entirely different from those of today. They could easily communicate with nature and animals without brandishing wands to cast spells. Certainly, the harshness of their survival environment was far greater. Yet adversity only strengthened their magical abilities. Our's magical prowess is formidable, which fuels his curiosity regarding the ability to communicate with all beings. Slytherin is renowned for being a parcel mouth, yet during that era, many possessed the ability to converse with animals. However, due to Slytherin's prominent status and achievements, his uniqueness became widely recognized. Our is not interested in parcel tongue, but should the opportunity arise to learn it, he would not let it pass. Professor Binns recounts the tale of how Arthur reclaimed his throne from his uncle with the aid of a sorceress. Immediately afterward, Laville inquires, "Then why must all wizards hide now?" "The witch hunts, my child. The witch hunts lasted how long?" Professor Binns responds. Laville ponders for a moment before answering. From the 15th to the 17th century. The International Confederation of Wizards Secrecy Act was established in 1689. Before that, countless wizards perished at the hands of muggles. To safeguard the remaining wizards, this law was enacted. We can reminisce about the glorious times when Merlin and King Arthur were close allies. Yet we must also recognize the current reality. Wizards, in the eyes of muggles, are not kindred spirits, but rather evil abominations that must be eradicated. Professor Bin speaks with a serious expression, a rare display of his own awareness. However, that was 2 centuries ago. At that time, Catholicism reigned supreme over royalty, viewing wizards as heretics to be hunted down and exterminated. But the external circumstances have long since transformed. Should we not progress with the times? Our cannot help but voice his dissent. To be frank, this question has troubled him for many years. Perhaps his perspective is limited. Or perhaps he is not high enough to see the broader picture, which has left him without answers. Professor Binns gazes at Our with a gentle and accepting expression. My child, you will never know which will arrive first, misfortune or death. What we can do is protect ourselves and remain within our circle of safety, avoiding the invitation of calamity. And what if I possess the ability to shield myself from harm? What is the purpose of great magical power? Even if it cannot withstand the force of a missile, surely it would be quite difficult for bullets and blades to come close. Do not underestimate the enemy's abilities. If we wish to live peacefully, we must exercise greater caution. Professor Binns continues to counsel. Laville, casting repeated glances at Our, finally tugs at his sleeve, urging him to cease for the moment. Our takes a deep breath, suddenly comprehending the meaning behind Sunny's words. You can never wake someone who pretends to be asleep. Does the Ministry of Magic truly remain ignorant of the changes outside? It is inconceivable. It is simply that disrupting the status quo would be more detrimental to them. Hence their firm grip on that statute, forbidding other wizards from crossing boundaries. Yet, Our does not believe there are no adventurers in this world, nor that there are no hearts that can be swayed by the promise of gain. If not, then he must raise the stakes. Regardless of what those scheming wizards intend to accomplish, Our refuses to live a second life confined to the depths of a well. He has glimpsed the vastness of a freer world and is resolute in breaking free from his cage to strive for a more beautiful existence. As the class bell rings, the young wizards rub their eyes and rise to their feet, while Our silently observes Professor Binns, who has suddenly resumed his vacant demeanor before turning to leave. Chapter 23, An Alternative Approach. Why did you pose those questions to Professor Binns today? Laville asks as he pulls Our back to their dormitory. Unable to suppress his curiosity at his friend's rigid expression, Our tossed the textbook onto the table, then threw himself onto the bed with a thud. Enveloped by the soft fabric as if seeking solace, he asked, almost aimlessly, have you ever seen a sunrise? Indeed, I have. I witnessed it at Lake Abbey, replied Laville. That memory was one he had been forcibly dragged to by his older brothers, but the breathtaking scenery had soothed his frustration at being unable to sleep in. Even now, reminiscing about it filled him with wonder and awe. There exist countless more magnificent vistas in this world. If we confine ourselves to this corner, we shall never behold them. For instance, the otherworldly realms he yearned for. Though wizards possess powers greater than ordinary folk, their physical structure remains the same, rendering them incapable of withstanding high pressures or surviving in the absence of air and gravity. Thus, to breach the atmosphere, one must rely on technological means. Yet Laville failed to grasp Our's thoughts. Is it a place forbidden to wizards? Our shook his head, allowing the topic to rest momentarily. Time at school passed swiftly. Preoccupied with shaping his ordinary genius persona, Our felt little of particular note until one morning when a chill swept through as the young wizards made their way to their headmaster's class in the greenhouse. Having already mingled with his peers, Laville walked beside Our, with other students chattering merrily behind them. As the wind gusted, he instinctively shrank his neck. Is winter approaching? Our gazed at the yellowing grass, realizing that autumn had deepened, and it was time to retrieve his warm clothing. Sometimes, when I listen to you, it truly feels like hearing my mother speak, Laville remarked, sticking out his tongue in a cheeky manner. Our merely cast him a sidelong glance. When in a stable mood, Our was quite amiable, knowledgeable, and patient, albeit a tad particular. Yet this was merely a reflection of his meticulous and considerate nature, making him a rare gem of a man. Laville chuckled, but you make a valid point. The weather has turned chilly, and in a few days, it may even snow. Then we can have a snowball fight. A snowball fight? When? A boy behind them inquired. Well, obviously during winter, a girl interjected. But it should start snowing soon. It's already a bit cold today. Hurry up. Hurry up. I remember Professor Sprout mentioning that aloe vera is sensitive to cold. We need to move those pots outside the third greenhouse indoors quickly. A slightly chubby girl piped up. She was Sprout's assistant, possessing a natural talent for planting and thus entrusted with simple tasks. Upon hearing this, the little wizards swiftly lifted their robes and quickened their pace. Laville laughed as he walked, glancing back at Our, who mirrored their actions, laughing even more heartily. Not to mention, this wretched robe is indeed a bit cumbersome, Our thought, understanding what Laville found amusing. Even he couldn't help but chuckle at their collective antics. And thus he silently quickened his stride. The group arrived early outside the greenhouse, where the plump girl retrieved a key from her pocket and unlocked the door. Before anyone else could act, Our effortlessly levitated the pots of aloe vera with a floating charm, guiding them into the greenhouse. The others gathered around, ready to intervene should our spell falter. However, our provided them no such opportunity. The pots were swiftly placed on a cleared windowsill. Inside greenhouse number 3, only harmless plants resided, with the most boisterous mandrakes nestled quietly in their soil, peacefully slumbering. Our cherished the greenhouse. He had always adored greenhouses at home. Though it lacked an abundance of vibrant flowers, the greenery was equally refreshing, a tranquil haven where time seemed to slow. Yes, even if he was reluctant to admit it, he had always sought an environment that allowed him to unwind. Whether it be enjoying a scenic view with a drink or working in a greenhouse, he yearned for a safe haven that would prevent his emotions from spiraling out of control. Observing the slowly growing yet vibrant herbs within, our seemed to discover another way to persevere. Silent observation. Fate is termed as such because certain events are beyond one's control. Before long, first-year Slytherins began to arrive, forming a row at the long table opposite the Hufflepuff students, keeping as much distance as possible. Parakindrick was the center of Slytherin this year. He had been in a previous life, his childish cruelty compelling other newcomers to accept him as their leader. He stood opposite our, surveying this quiet so-called genius with disdain in his eyes, harboring a deep-seated contempt. Look at that. No wonder he is Sprout's favorite student, just like her. He enjoys toying with these filthy things, Derek sneered, glancing disdainfully at the dirt smudges on Aur's sleeves, as if he had uncovered an unbearable stain. Laville immediately turned to Derek. Shut up. Those so-called filthy things are all herbs your headmaster has designated for study. If you believe you shouldn't be here learning herbology, you can leave right now to avoid soiling your shabby, cheap robe. What kind of nonsense gives you the right to criticize us? Derek scowled, struggling to retort. Why do you think my robe is cheap? Just a lackey of Box. Who do you think you are to chirp at me? And what are you, Derek? A family I've never even heard of. How dare you challenge me, calling me a lackey? I give you 3 minutes to apologize. And I advise you to consider the consequences carefully. Arguing with these so-called pure-blooded aristocrats from Slytherin merely requires one to continually belittle the opponent's family. Besides, Laville had the confidence. Few families in the school could rival his lineage. Aur glanced at Laville, who held his chin high, resembling a proud little peacock, disdainfully mocking Derek with his gaze, coupled with words that diminished Derek's status, sufficiently lethal. Does that seem familiar? Derek's cheeks flushed crimson. He glared at Laville, mouth opening and closing, yet unable to voice a single word. The Fay family might not be in Britain, but everyone had heard of them. They were discreet yet exceptionally capable, serving in the Ministry of Magic, Wisengamot, Gringotts, research institutions, the Alchemical Society. Their descendants were everywhere. When the news spread that a young wizard named Fay had enrolled at Hogwarts, many warned their children not to offend him lightly. Derek's family did not reach that level, but they were a newly emerging family that needed to learn to read the room and gather information, then vaguely inform their descendants. Yet, evidently, someone had failed to learn that lesson. Chapter 24, The Guardian of Trees. Derek habitually belittled others to elevate himself. This period of experimentation had made him acutely aware that such behavior helped him solidify his position. However, it must be said that this fellow lacked intelligence, recklessly choosing Aur as a target. Coincidentally, Laville considered himself a friend of Aur's and thus stepped forward to defend him. The Slytherin students exchanged glances, bewildered at how the usual teasing had transformed so drastically. Should they still play along? The mocking laughter hung on the tip of their tongues. Unable to rise or fall, a most uncomfortable predicament. Derek stood rigid, glaring at Laville, his teeth clenched tightly. Laville patted Aur's shoulder. Where did you get that dirt smudge? I just moved that pot of lemon balm daisies since it wasn't getting any sunlight, Aur replied. A glance from Aur fell upon the inconspicuous muddy footprints, as magic caressed their surface, returning them to the earthen pot. Laville nodded, remarking that Aur's fastidiousness was entirely diminished in the presence of Flora. He reminisced about the torment he endured from Aur in their dormitory, filled with envy for those silent plants, knowing that Aur's meticulousness eased somewhat in their company. Observing the two engaging in light-hearted banter, Derek felt as though he was rendered invisible, simultaneously infuriated and vexed, yet Laville insisted he apologize. 3 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Laville hoped to resolve this minor conflict before the professor's arrival. However, the obstinate figure before him showed no inclination to apologize. He was disinclined to stoop to the level of such a minor character, but if he believed that entering Slytherin granted him the right to lord over others, then he had been afforded an opportunity he seemed unwilling to seize. Time was of the essence, and even if he wished to apologize later, Laville would not entertain it. He resolved to impart a lesson in a manner befitting an adult, for clearly, misbehaving children must be disciplined more rigorously by their guardians. Our recalled that the Derrick family was engaged in the textile raw materials business, a domain where complications could easily arise, suddenly realizing how fragile his childhood shadows truly were. As Dean Sprout opened the greenhouse door, she beheld the tranquil little beings inside, and her face lit up with joy. Are we all here? Children, today we shall partake in a rather unique lesson. This delightful creature was serendipitously discovered by Hagrid and myself, truly a rare find. With that, the plump and amiable lady stepped aside to allow the towering half-giant, Hagrid, to enter the greenhouse, cradling a tree, one that was, in fact, shorter than himself, an ordinary sycamore. The young wizard's gazes converged upon the tree, and after a prolonged moment of scrutiny, they discerned nothing particularly remarkable about it, until Hagrid set it down and produced a beetle from his pocket. A slender arm, reminiscent of a tender twig, emerged from the sycamore's hollow. Shoo, come closer. But remain quiet and still, Dean Sprout instructed, gesturing toward the slowly peeking branch-like creature. This is a bowtruckle. Do not accuse me of stealing your care of magical creatures class, for you little ones have yet to reach the elective stage. I intended to enlighten you on the sycamore's significance, but Hagrid insisted we meet this charming little guest first. This was not our first encounter with a bowtruckle. This magical creature had indeed been on the brink of extinction years prior. However, since Mr. Scamander initiated the magical creature conservation effort, their numbers had been steadily increasing. This diminutive creature not only had the ability to gouge an enemy's eyes, but was also a master locksmith, with several residing within the Aura department for special circumstances. Aura had previously fed them, and these polite little beings would bow in gratitude after receiving food, even forming a bond with individuals, allowing for delightful outings and conversations, a perfect companion for the lonely. He stood at the periphery of the gathering, observing the green creature that had climbed onto Hagrid's hand, seemingly apprehensive under the scrutiny of so many, clutching Hagrid's fingers tightly with its tiny hands while peeking out from behind. The young wizards watched in rapt attention. Such an enchanting magical creature was like a fairy tale brought to life for Muggle-born wizards, and even purebloods seldom had the opportunity to learn about bowtruckles. Even Derrick, who had moments ago wished for the ground to swallow him, was now keenly focused, eager to reach out for the bowtruckle. Laville leaned closer to Hagrid and asked, "What is it like? Can I touch it?" "Extend your hand, but do not invade its space. Wait for it to approach you," Hagrid replied, shifting his hand slightly toward Laville while lowering his voice. "Its favorite food is a beetle, but I've already fed it today. If you're interested, I can invite you next time." "Really? You can truly invite me?" Laville could hardly contain his excitement, grasping at Hagrid's fur coat with his free hand, eyes sparkling, while the other hand remained steady and still before the bowtruckle. Sensing Hagrid's approval and lack of retraction, the little creature cautiously regarded Laville, reassured by the absence of sudden movements. After a lengthy pause, just when Laville began to fear he was unwelcome, the little fellow slowly extended its minuscule hand, its delicate fingers brushing against Laville's. Had Laville not been so attentive, he might have missed the moment entirely. However, in the next instant, another hand suddenly reached out, unexpectedly grasping for the bowtruckle. "Protego," Ours swiftly uttered, casting a shield charm before the little creature, while Hagrid deftly swatted away the intruding hand, preventing it from seizing the bowtruckle. Startled, the little tree branch creature emitted a series of frantic squeaks, scurrying up onto Our's shoulder, clinging to his earlobe in distress. Our, taken aback, instinctively reached out to protect it, yet his primary concern was to warn the undeterred Derrick. "I advise you to keep your distance. You know I am quite adept in the art of curses. If you wish to avoid being hung upside down from the ceiling, I suggest you stay far away." Professor Sprout, visibly incensed, sternly admonished Derrick. "Perikind Derrick, what did I just say? Remain quiet, and do not act impulsively. Speak, what were you thinking?" Derrick, brimming with defiance, retorted, "Why should I remain silent? That face spoke, and he even touched that creature. Why can't I?" "Silence. I ordered you to wait until it approached you. Did you not hear me?" Hagrid's frustration boiled over, and he stood tall, glaring fiercely at Derrick. Chapter 25, Slytherin loses 10 points. This display of Hagrid's imposing stature and strength left Derrick gasping, for Hagrid appeared capable of sending him to meet Merlin with a single punch. He dared not contemplate the consequences of further provoking him. Meanwhile, the other young wizards disregarded Derrick entirely, flocking to our side. Even the Slytherin students shifted their stance slightly. Laville pushed past Derrick, rushing to our side, his gaze fixated on the little green creature nestled behind Our's ear. "Wow, Our, do you possess some special talent? Why is it drawn to you?" "Because Bach protected it earlier. It perceives Bach as a good person," Hagrid's voice rumbled, yet his gaze toward Our was warm and friendly. The Hufflepuff students huddled together, their eyes aglow, as a little girl cautiously extended her finger toward the bowtruckle. Perhaps reassured by Our's protective presence, the creature's courage slightly swelled. It grasped Hour's ear for balance and slowly reached out to touch her finger. Hour stood by, allowing it to explore in the sunlight. Meanwhile, Professor Sprout and Hagrid remained vigilant, keeping their eyes fixed on Derek, warning him once more to refrain from any sudden movements. Derek, filled with indignation, shot several venomous glares at Hour, his frustration far from quenched. After the herbalism class concluded, Hour approached Hagrid, who had been observing from the sidelines. "I have another class shortly. Please hand that little fellow over to me. If you wish to find this creature later, you may locate me at the small hut outside the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid extended his hand, allowing the bowtruckle to climb into his palm. Hour nodded in agreement. All right. Though whether he would actually go remained to be seen. A group of young wizards meandered toward the main building, with Hour and Laville walking side by side. Laville still chattering excitedly about the bowtruckle, brimming with envy for Hour's newfound connection. Derek, accompanied by his entourage, stormed towards Al, shouldering him as he passed, not missing the opportunity to cast a derisive glare. Al recalled the hardships he had endured at the hands of this brash individual, his brow furrowing in response. Without hesitation, he raised his wand and uttered, "Densajo." In an instant, Derek's prominent front teeth began to expand at an alarming rate. "How dare you!" exclaimed the Slytherin student, momentarily taken aback, as he raised his own wand and shouted, "Tarantaligra." Al paid him no heed, fortified by his alchemical protections, leaving him unperturbed by such juvenile jinxes. However, Ravel seized the opportunity to join the fray, and soon, the other badgers followed suit. Before long, the two factions were embroiled in a scuffle on the grass outside the castle. Al, wishing to spare his fellow Hufflepuffs from injury, cast a series of shield charms over them, all while allowing Slytherin students to endure the consequences of their own recklessness. By the time the professors arrived at the scene, they were met with the sight of Slytherin students, resembling overgrown rabbits, each sporting exaggerated front teeth, struggling to articulate their words amidst the chaos inflicted by the Hufflepuffs. Absurd. Utterly ridiculous. Professor Snape swiftly shoved aside the Hufflepuff students, casting a disapproving glance at his own inept freshmen, his brow furrowed in irritation. Al quickly stepped forward to catch his classmates, standing resolutely before the irate Slytherin head. "You overzealous little brats, with too much energy and nothing to do. Violating school rules, Hufflepuff loses 5 points." Snape's icy gaze swept over the disheveled badgers as he spoke with a harsh tone. "Professor Snape, it is unjust to deduct points without understanding the situation," Al boldly retorted. Snape's eyes narrowed on this promising student, a stiff smile tugging at his lips. "Is that so? But I arrived to witness you all assaulting Slytherin students unprovoked. Is that not the truth?" Yet it was Derek who instigated this conflict. During herbology, he disregarded Professor Sprout's instructions and acted independently, prompting my commendation from her. Out of spite, he sought me out afterward. "Professor, the Slytherin students were simply outmatched by us. And at its core, we were merely retaliating. Must we be penalized for that?" I'll spread his hands, gesturing towards the bruised Derek, whose face bore a look of bitter irony. Derek, infuriated, shouted incoherently, but his words fell on deaf ears. "Silence," Snape barked, then turned to the innocent-looking Hufflepuffs with a menacing inquiry. "Is this the account given by Bach?" The badgers nodded in unison. It was Derek who collided with Aldrich first. "Professor," Snape inhaled deeply, but he could not retract his earlier statement without losing face, so he cast a disdainful glance at Derek, whose drooling teeth only added to his irritation. "In that case, Slytherin will lose 10 points for instigating the conflict." Al raised an eyebrow. He had not expected Snape to rescind the point deduction, but it was rare for the biased head to penalize his own house. Moreover, losing merely 5 points was inconsequential, as the lenient professors would likely restore them later in class. News of the first-year Slytherins being bested by Hufflepuffs and losing points quickly spread throughout the school. Not only did other houses mock Slytherin, but even within their ranks, derision outweighed sympathy. Upperclassmen mercilessly ridiculed the newcomers for their overreach, pointing out the folly of choosing Bach as a target, knowing full well his cunning, and yet still charging headlong into confrontation, a testament to their utter foolishness. Derek found himself at a nadir, having thought he could thrive within Slytherin, yet perhaps by fate's design, a single clash rendered his previous efforts futile. This spiteful individual harbored even greater resentment towards Al. However, Al regarded him with indifference. After all, he had endured 7 years of subtle ostracism and emerged with commendable grades, entering the Ministry of Magic. Thus, he would pay little mind to Derek's petty provocations, and should the latter seek confrontation, he would be dealt with appropriately. As snowflakes danced through the air, Al, clad in a heavy robe trimmed with fur, traversed the corridors towards Professor McGonagall's office. The torches lining the hall exuded a comforting warmth, shielding him from the biting cold outside and ensuring that the floors remained free from ice. He walked past the portraits without a glance, knocking on the wooden door of his destination. "Enter," came McGonagall's voice from within. Upon pushing the door open, Al was enveloped by a warm, sweet-scented atmosphere. Professor McGonagall was seated by the fireplace, pinning the latest issue of the Transfiguration Journal, her round glasses perched on her nose. She set down her quill upon noticing Al's arrival. "Professor, here is my revised manuscript, an elementary exploration of Transfiguration, which I intend to submit to the new Young Transfiguration Journal. Would you be so kind as to review it?" Al retrieved a scroll from his pocket and presented it to her. "Please, take a seat," McGonagall said. Accepting the scroll and gesturing for Al to sit on the round sofa opposite her, she poured him a cup of milk. Finding herself inclined to extend a bit more attention to such a diligent and bright student, Al cradled the warm cup, expressing his gratitude. "I shall take a look. To be frank, your understanding of Transfiguration is remarkably profound for a first year. Your family's guidance has clearly equipped you to attempt writing for the journal. Even if it does not pass, it is a valuable experience. Should you wish to pursue a career in Transfiguration, this will serve as a solid foundation." She began to peruse the manuscript. Al had chosen not to delve into overly complex topics at the outset. Instead, he simply addressed the philosophical aspects of altering matter, which held some relevance for young minds grappling with Transfiguration. His humorous phrasing set it apart from traditional theoretical descriptions, making it more suitable for a youthful audience. Though McGonagall appeared stern, deep within her lay a spark of whimsy, evident in her unbridled passion for Quidditch. She found Al's manuscript thoroughly engaging. Though some of the terminology could be refined, they engaged in a lively discussion by the hearth, losing track of time until the sky darkened. "Seems we've missed dinner. Shall we grab a quick bite?" McGonagall glanced at the clock on the wall, noting it was past 7, and they had been conversing for nearly 3 hours. "No need. Ravel will bring me food. I wouldn't want to impose further on your time, and I wish to revise this manuscript promptly," Al declined, knowing he could request a more exquisite dinner from Lingling, and preferred not to impose on the professor's hospitality. "Very well, once you have amended it, do come by for my signature. Not a signature per se, but a recommendation. Having McGonagall's endorsement will ensure the journal takes your submission more seriously." "Thank you, Professor," Al said gratefully, bowing slightly before departing from McGonagall's office, clutching the hastily annotated manuscript. As he closed the door behind him, McGonagall gazed into the flickering flames of the hearth and sighed, pondering how such a brilliant child could belong to Hufflepuff. How much better it would have been if he were a Gryffindor. Hufflepuffs were often viewed as mediocre, a stereotype that weighed heavily on their reputation. However, in reality, a significant portion of the British wizarding community's leadership is comprised of individuals hailing from Hufflepuff, owing to their large numbers. As Christmas approached, Our paid another visit to Professor Flitwick, engaging in a discussion about the definitions and applications of elementary charms. Lavelle could not comprehend Aur's fervent pursuit of such knowledge. At merely 11 years of age, why did he immerse himself in these studies day in and day out without finding it tedious? Yet, as a friend, he chose to support him, even going so far as to scour his home for various peculiar books, leading Mrs. Fahey, who assisted in the search, to suspect that her own son had encountered some dark enchantment. As decorations atop the evergreen tree in the Great Hall proliferated, Christmas drew near. Aur sent a letter to Kaka, requesting its assistance in procuring the customary gifts meant to be distributed each year, while he personally selected presents for his friends and professors. The gifts for Lavelle and the other Badgers were entrusted to Crumb, exquisite Faberge eggs rich in Russian elements. For the professors, he prepared the latest editions of scholarly journals yet to be released and delicately crafted gingerbread men, a gesture made possible by the Bach family's shares in the publishing house. Additionally, a gift for the tree guardian in the Forbidden Forest was arranged to be delivered by Hagrid, a small, earthy brown scarf, imbued with a shielding charm, which was quite valuable. On Christmas Eve morning, after tidying himself, Aur commenced the organization of his chaotic desk. Following a period of intense activity, these manuscripts needed to be returned home for safekeeping, ready for future reference. Lavelle inquired about Aur's holiday plans. "Tending to some family business, and I shall find time to unwind," Aur replied. "Business? You handle that?" Lavelle exclaimed, astonished to hear such a response. "Ah, indeed," Aur continued without turning. "I am the sole decision-maker in my family. All business affairs are managed by me." He gestured towards the ring on his finger, long burdened by a neglecting charm, which bore his name and symbolized his status as head of the family. It was Lavelle's first encounter with this ring, and he gasped so. "Yes, indeed, I am the last remaining heir of the Bach family's main line," Aur stated with remarkable composure. This was hardly a secret. Anyone curious could uncover the truth with a little investigation. "Merlin, how did you manage that?" Lavelle was taken aback, having never realized the extent of Aur's capabilities. To be entrusted with family business at such a young age, while maintaining an air of calmness, seemed almost unfathomable. You get accustomed to it. It's not easy at first, Hour shrugged, turning to face him. In truth, it is not as challenging as you might think. After all, the portraits of my family provide guidance, and with increased exposure, I naturally learned how to navigate these matters. But still, you find time for other pursuits, like studying. Or riding brooms with me. Am I perhaps taking up too much of your time? Lavelle suddenly felt a pang of guilt, recalling how he had witnessed his father manage his business, with secretaries and subordinates bustling about. Don't wear that expression, my friend. I too require relaxation, Lavelle. Worry not. Have I not managed quite well thus far? Hour clapped a hand on Lavelle's shoulder and waved his wand to pack his belongings. Stop dawdling. We must prepare to leave the school shortly. By the way, how does Eggs Benedict and focaccia sound for breakfast? You decide, Lavelle replied, somewhat bewildered, glancing at his friend and then at his own wand, beginning to pack his own bag. After finishing their breakfast, the two departed the cellar, pulling their nearly weightless suitcases behind them. The corridors were bustling with hurried young wizards, some rushing back to retrieve forgotten items, while others dashed towards the great hall. Still having not eaten breakfast, it was indeed a day brimming with vitality. Chapter 27, Scott. Christmas holidays are a time for familial reunions. With shops adorned in red and green decorations, and neon lights flickering more enchantingly than the stars above. Yet, this happiness is not universally shared. Dewey Scott felt as though his life had reached its conclusion, at least from his own perspective. He was a police officer, an undercover agent whose identity had been altered, and now, the gang he had infiltrated had suddenly resolved to eliminate him. After escaping from that cursed place, he found temporary refuge in a dumpster in this alley, praying to God to spare him from the madman's pursuit. He had considered contacting his liaison, but events had unfolded too rapidly. Had he not vaguely overheard something upon entering the hideout, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that his cover had been blown. In the frantic scramble for survival, he had no time for anything else. What to do? Scott thought, tracing a cross over his chest as the sounds of hurried footsteps grew closer. Perhaps among them were those seeking his life. A staunch materialist, even he found himself humbly praying to God, hoping to survive. He could abandon the mission as an undercover agent, but at least he could cling to his life, could he not? A group of individuals came rushing toward him, the leader gesturing towards the nearby street. Spread out and search. The bald one is agile. If you see him, don't hesitate. Shoot on sight, understood? Understood, the henchman replied. Scattering immediately, the man known as Bald One felt a tightening in his chest. He could almost perceive the countdown to his life. He might not see the sun rise tomorrow. Snowflakes drifted gently down, and the pursuers seemed to have spotted footprints on the ground. After all, this was not a bustling thoroughfare, and the sparse footprints, which inexplicably vanished midway, appeared suspicious. Suddenly, the sound of expensive lambskin boots crunching on the snow broke the eerie silence, distinct from the shabby footwear worn by the lowly henchman. Their squelching through the mud a rather pleasant melody. Scott's anxiety heightened. If those deranged individuals dared to harm innocent bystanders, each of them armed, it would spell disaster. A young man with black curls stood in the alley, dressed in a finely tailored, warm wool coat, wielding a sleek black umbrella to shield himself from the snowflakes. A dark red scarf wrapped around his fair, handsome face, and his emerald green eyes surveyed the ragtag group of thugs before him, exuding an unsettling aura of authority. Get out of here, kid. Don't block the way, the leader warned, his tone menacing. The young man tilted his head, noting the audible, rapid breaths of the thugs, and glanced at the grimy, disheveled men before him, almost able to smell the putrid stench emanating from them. This made Hour wrinkle his nose in distaste. I extend the same advice to you. Do not obstruct my path. Filth. The thugs, accustomed to throwing their weight around, erupted into laughter at the sight of this well-dressed boy, deeming him ignorant of the danger he was in. One of them charged directly at Hour, extending his arm to shove him aside. We're doing you a favor, brat. Do you know who we are? How dare you challenge us? Would Hour allow such filth to touch him? Absolutely not. He raised his foot and sent the man flying 2 meters away, crashing heavily against the dumpster. As the scream rang out, the gang was momentarily bewildered. What just happened? This little brat dared to fight back? Fuck. Get him. Kill him. The leader, initially stunned, then erupted in fury, waving his hand and charging forward. The man concealed within the trash bin could no longer remain hidden upon hearing those words. As a police officer, he could not stand idly by while an innocent person was assaulted by that group. However, the conflict concluded swiftly. In his previous life as an Auror, Hour had developed a habit of physical training, knowing well that a wizard lacking a robust physique could easily become a sacrificial offering. Although still young, Hour possessed sufficient agility, bolstered by a clandestine enhancement of his magical abilities, rendering him immensely powerful. Those addicts were no match for him, even if they wielded firearms. Hour was capable of disarming them and rendering them unconscious. As for violating the Muggle Protection Act, Hour chuckled at the memory of a forgetting charm he could wield without needing a wand. It was known that the last individual to utilize the forgetting charm to such an extent was none other than Gilderoy Lockhart, a true recipient of the Order of Merlin. The drug addicts lay oblivious in the snow, and Hour kicked the trash bin, urging his target for this outing to emerge. A man with a reflective bald head climbed out of the bin, staring at Hour and then at his unconscious former colleagues on the ground. Seemingly having encountered an extraordinary being, Hour furrowed his brow. "What are you staring at? Are you a vampire?" Scott blurted out, his astonishment evident as he gazed at the exquisitely handsome young man before him. Despite Hour's dark hair and green eyes, he bore no resemblance to the vampire Scott had envisioned. Hour raised an eyebrow. "What if I were?" "Thank God. Oh no, thank you. It seems my luck has turned around, hasn't it?" The bald, burly man exhaled deeply. "This place is perilous. Although I do not know why you are here, I trust you can resolve all difficulties. Yet, it is indeed very dangerous. Enough with the chit-chat. You mentioned danger. Let's discuss it later," Hour retorted, cutting through Scott's disjointed words with impatience. The man who had just attempted apparition retched upon landing, the violent disorientation causing even those who seldom suffered from motion sickness to see stars. He lay in the snow, dazed for quite some time. Hour paid him no mind and proceeded towards the solitary mansion ahead. Scott, gasping for breath, surveyed his surroundings. Trees surrounded him, and the yard of the house was not small, yet the grass appeared unkempt and wild. Lights flickered on inside the mansion, and soon, the young man was moving about within, steam rising from what was likely the kitchen, fogging the windows. Once the symptoms of nausea subsided, Scott stumbled into the house. Hour pointed to the shoe rack by the door. "Change into slippers and leave your dirty clothes outside. Even if there's nothing in that trash bin. It's still off-putting." Scott gazed at the elegantly adorned interior, hastily complying with Hour's instructions. As the aroma of black tea wafted through the air, the two finally settled down, ready for a proper conversation. Hour adjusted the position of his cushion, lifted his teacup, and gestured to Scott with his free hand, indicating that the other cup was for him. "First, allow me to correct you. I am a wizard, not a vampire." "A wizard? A wizard?" Scott nearly dropped his cup, the surprise causing him to fumble, but he managed to catch it with his left hand, though tea splashed onto the floor. Chapter 28, Collaboration. "You do not seem overly surprised?" Hour observed the disheveled man closely, noting the fleeting change in his expression, and a hint of confusion arose within him. No. I meant to say, are there really wizards in this world?" Scott struggled to regain his composure, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the slender wand casually set aside by Hour. He had been curious about the young man's choice of a simple stick. "No, your reaction suggests this is not your first encounter with the concept of wizards." Hour contemplated whether to perform a memory charm on this man. A muggle's body lacked magical protection, and even a simple forgetting charm could inflict damage to his brain. Let alone direct intrusion, there was no guarantee of avoiding side effects. Scott lowered his gaze, his jaw trembling with anxiety, his mind in turmoil, grappling with the breach of confidentiality. "Trust me, if I wished to uncover something, you would be unable to conceal it from me. To prevent unnecessary harm, I suggest you speak candidly. Do not forget, I saved your life." Hour set his cup down, crossed his legs, and began to sway them gently, his casual demeanor contrasting sharply with Scott's evident trepidation, as if Hour were an incredibly fearsome entity. After a lengthy pause, the disoriented Scott finally stammered. "I've heard of vampires and werewolves. There have been searches for the existence of wizards, yet no one has ever seen one. And there is no evidence to support their existence. Consequently, only a select few are aware of such matters, kept from public knowledge. Vampires and werewolves, they do not conceal themselves perfectly. Frankly, in this regard, wizards are far more experienced. After all, they are a unique group that has endured large-scale persecution. Without some skill, they would have been exterminated long ago. So, may I inquire why you saved me? If you belong to a secluded community, what brings you here?" Scott sensed ulterior motives behind Hour's actions. Hour smiled, relishing the conversation with someone self-aware. He leaned slightly forward and said, "You are a police officer." Scott's face paled anew. He had not anticipated this wizard's formidable insight. Despite possessing no apparent flaws, Hour had accurately discerned his identity. "And you have a family of remarkable individuals. I require your assistance with a task. I will grant you 2 years to become someone capable of engaging with higher authorities. Do not be alarmed. I have no intention of causing harm. I am merely curious about a world I have long been estranged from, and I seek a suitable identity to understand your society." Hour was truthful. Should Scott agree, these terms would be documented in a contract of equal cooperation, leaving nothing unsaid. "Identity? What identity? Are you a pioneer among wizards?" Scott perceived this as an unfriendly signal, indicating Hour's desire to infiltrate human society. Although this young wizard promised not to harm ordinary people, what of the others? He had heard his colleagues in the criminal division speak of vampire murder cases. Of course, there were also those vampires who lived quietly, but every coin has two sides. Scott did not believe that this young wizard alone could regulate all wizards. Not at all. You are overthinking it. My actions represent only myself. Auer shook his head. I am a businessman, and my ventures among wizards have reached saturation. Therefore, I seek to expand outward. Do not wear that expression. We do not merely manufacture poisons. We possess many wondrous potions. Potions that can rejuvenate the weary, potions capable of swiftly mending broken bones and restoring severed limbs. Surely, there will be those in need of such remedies, correct? Scott had no interest in the former, but the latter piqued his attention. As a police officer on the front lines of maintaining social order, injuries and amputations were commonplace. If such potions truly existed, they could save the lives of colleagues who sacrificed themselves in the line of duty each year. Can you guarantee that you will not endanger societal stability and will not take lives recklessly? Scott conceded that he was intrigued. Thinking of his colleagues who risked everything to apprehend criminals, he was willing to strike a deal with this devil. Auer nodded with satisfaction. I assure you. His aim was to acquire Muggle technological advancements, knowledge that resided within people's minds. He would not easily harm them. As for ordinary citizens, Auer was not a madman like Voldemort, who relished killing for power. He harbored no desire for dominion, nor did he feel the need to sacrifice lives to bolster his own renown. He produced a meticulously prepared magical contract, inscribing its terms with a special ink infused with unicorn blood. Scott, unable to remain seated, approached Al, observing as he meticulously penned the stipulations that bound both parties, including matters of collaboration. I shall acquire a factory nearby, establish a biological research laboratory, and provide you with finished pharmaceuticals. However, the researchers will be your responsibility. You must source them, submit reports, and apply for production permits. I am aware your processes are exceedingly slow, yet I can only afford to wait 1 year. If, after that time, I do not receive satisfactory returns, I shall withdraw all research projects and funding, erasing the memories of your researchers. Remember, you have but 1 year. Al explained as he wrote. Should the situation in Britain prove untenable, he would turn his gaze to another nation. Though the American Wizarding Congress imposed strict regulations, the abundance of superhumans offered potential avenues for entry. Scott pursed his lips, hoping this collaboration would yield mutual benefits, coupled with the rumors surrounding vampires. He believed that even if the government were aware of the wizard's existence, it would not adopt a wholly dismissive stance. Are you not concerned that I might ambush you, capturing you for dissection and study? After considerable contemplation, Scott found himself perplexed. Even if wizards wielded magic, could it truly be so invincible? Al shrugged. You know nothing of me before you. I say this without modesty. My talents rank among the very best within the wizarding community. If I could be so easily apprehended by you, then the entire wizarding world would pose no threat to you, easily subdued at will. Would that not provide you with a greater sense of security? Listening to his audacious claims, Scott dared not test them. After all, Al had just saved his life and was prepared to present him with miraculous potions. He could not, nor should he, inflict harm upon him. Come now, sign, Al urged, producing sealing wax and pressing his ring onto the parchment before sliding it across to Scott along with the feather quill used for writing. Scott accepted it and inscribed his full name. What kind of ink is this? Why is it silver? He inquired, gazing at the shimmering calligraphy on the parchment with curiosity. It is special ink, enhanced with potions and unicorn blood. Well then, Mr. Scott, may our collaboration be fruitful, Al replied, collecting the parchment once Scott had signed, and extending his hand with satisfaction. Chapter 29, The Plan. Scott promptly shook his hand, hoping this choice was indeed the right one. Do not worry. This will be a more sound decision than your undercover work, Al jested, presenting him with a gift as a partner. With that, he retrieved an iron medallion necklace from his pocket, adorned with a hexagram inscribed with intricate magical runes. Scott, puzzled, accepted the necklace, asking, What is this? Does it possess any special function? You do not suspect it as a curse? Al replied, somewhat taken aback. For wizards had long been cast as the antagonists in Muggle lore. You just saved my life, Scott remarked, observing Al's unwavering composure and reflecting on the absurdity of his earlier fears and anxieties. Very well, esteemed wizard, might I trouble you to enlighten me? What is the purpose of this item? It is an iron shield charm. The runes inscribed upon it are part of the spell. I am not entirely familiar with the potency of your firearms, but I believe it can save you at least once, Al explained, gesturing towards the hexagram and its crooked runes. This item could be mass-produced at their alchemical workshop, so there was no regret in giving it away. Could it also serve as an exclusive gift for top-tier VIPs? Scott sat up straight, hands cradling the small iron medallion, uncertainly repeating, It can save me once? Indeed. But if you encounter heavy weaponry, such as missiles, I advise you to run swiftly. This is merely an ordinary alchemical creation. If it can stop a bullet, consider it a success. Thank you, Mr. Bach. You have saved my life once again and now bestowed upon me such a precious gift. Rest assured, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to our future collaboration. This opportunity was a rare gem, and if grasped firmly, his political career could ascend to unprecedented heights. Scott was no fool. Perhaps collaborating with the same wizard would yield far greater advantages than disadvantages. You had best do so, Al replied, lifting his chin slightly. He had no desire for his meticulous plans to collapse due to an unreliable partner. Should that occur, the already unstable state of his mind might spiral into madness. After bidding farewell to Scott, Al promptly returned to his estate. By now it was late at night. Yet his ancestors awaited his return within the frames in the grand hall. The effects of the age-enhancing potion were waning. As Al removed his coat, he began to shrink. He intended to change his clothes before heading upstairs. Kaka, please prepare a midnight snack. It has been quite a while since I engaged in combat, and I must admit, it has left me rather fatigued and hungry. Of course, master, Kaka replied, taking the coat. While the parchment containing the contract would be placed in the basement alongside other agreements later. Half an hour later, having bathed and changed into comfortable attire, the young master sat at the head of the dining table, facing rows of his ancestors, with the oldest among them occupying the seat opposite him. Kaka presented a thick meat stew, enriched with an assortment of vegetables for enhanced flavor. The smooth broth enveloped the minced meat, providing a wholesome yet light option for a late-night meal. How goes it? Was everything smooth? The grandfather inquired after observing I'll take a few bites. Smoothly, Al replied. Swallowing his food, I have recruited an undercover police officer who has just been exposed. He will soon conclude his mission and return to a normal life. However, that is of little consequence, as his family is employed by the government. His mother is the mayor's secretary, and his father works in the Commercial Management Bureau. They will undoubtedly assist me greatly. That is splendid news. I hope all unfolds favorably. This way, you can swiftly entrust the reins to others you trust. Much like your other enterprises, requiring only your oversight. The ancestors had initially been hesitant when Al unexpectedly proposed the initiation of new ventures, as they had grown accustomed to a tranquil existence. Their understanding of Muggles stemmed solely from film and television. What assistance could they possibly offer? Yet Al remained resolute, for he was far too familiar with the magical realm and had long since lost the thrill it once provided. It was time to chart a new course. Al's plans were formulated rather casually. To demonstrate his sincerity, his immediate objective was to obtain a title, using legitimate means to ascend to the middle or upper echelons of Muggle society, gradually integrating himself into the centers of power. For instance, by selling potions that Muggles could utilize, rather than merely spending money to be a figurehead noble. According to Scott, if Muggles could accept the existence of both vampires and werewolves, then gaining their recognition of wizards should not be overly challenging. The wizarding community remained stubbornly insular. He sought to shatter that damned shell, and perhaps exerting pressure from the outside could prove effective. Al responded with casual affirmations, treating it as a reply. The ancestors, noting his focused demeanor while eating, did not press further, merely inquiring about minor details. Al recounted the less significant aspects, aware that many among his ancestors were seasoned wizards, some even with considerable expertise in potions. They might very well assist him in refining his potions more rapidly, creating products suitable for Muggle use. Muggles adhered to stringent testing protocols in medicine. It would be prudent to avoid using magical ingredients whenever possible, opting for ordinary materials where feasible. The remarkable effects of the potions could create a significant impact, provided there was ample time to brew them. If one sought to foster understanding and acceptance of wizards among the populace, beginning with the miraculous efficacy of the potions was indeed a sound strategy. The ancestors regarded Al's choice as exceedingly wise. In comparison to other peculiar alchemical products or curses, potions with unique effects were far more likely to gain the acceptance of ordinary folk. Alchemical artifacts could circulate among the elite, such as protective ironclad shields or warning devices capable of detecting hazardous substances. These high-ranking individuals were, in truth, quite timid, valuing their lives as priceless treasures. They would readily empty their pockets for anything that promised to safeguard them, regardless of its exorbitant cost. Al intended to infiltrate that circle and subtly leak information, confident that it would not be long before he reaped substantial rewards. Yet, Al, what do you require such wealth for? The ancestors were perplexed, sensing that Al placed an undue emphasis on money. All research necessitates funds, he asserted. With wealth, I can possess everything that others merely dare to dream of. Al's ultimate aspiration was the vast cosmos. While Earth indeed held many wonders worthy of exploration, the more expansive universe was tantalizingly close. He yearned to be the first wizard to step beyond Earth, regardless of the conditions that awaited him. Such as? The ancestors inquired. That expanse of stars, Our replied. He did not desire a star named after him. Such an honor was too easily attained. What he truly sought was the authentic experience of touching the seemingly unreachable. Naturally, utilizing a wizard's abilities to replicate technological triumphs was also part of his ambitions. Chapter 30, The Holiday. Why do Muggle-born wizards gradually forget everything about their former lives in the Muggle world after entering the wizarding realm? Our had been deeply troubled by this question. He had encountered arrogant wizards who were oblivious to the world outside, which only intensified his curiosity regarding the choices of Muggle-born wizards. Despite having access to a broader world, why did they choose to languish in the wizarding community, leading mundane lives? It is because of the Muggle Protection Act, his grandmother explained. Wizards are prohibited from freely using magic in the Muggle world, a cruel restriction indeed. To continue enjoying the conveniences of magic, and influenced by the law, they gradually abandoned everything from their Muggle existence. Our grandmother recounted how her dearest friend had married a Muggle businessman, believing that love transcended all. Yet, ultimately, she could not persevere. After divorcing the Muggle, she returned to the wizarding world, erasing all traces of their love, including the man's memories. Using magic is an instinct for wizards, but how many can truly forget their innate nature and live a lifetime without it? Is that so? Our nodded, seemingly in agreement. He set down his spoon, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and playfully asked, "Then what should I do if I wish to use magic while also enjoying the pleasures of the Muggle world?" The ancestors exchanged amused glances, shaking their heads. "Are you not doing just that, dear child? My previous caution was merely an old man's worry, but those laws pale in comparison to your potential. The wizarding world is vast, and there are others who bear the burden. As long as you protect yourself, boldly pursue all that you desire." The ancestors gazed upon their descendant, separated by generations. He was their only direct heir, a capable adult responsible for his own life, while they, the elders, merely needed to safeguard their stronghold and leave a guiding light for his return. Our felt the pent-up frustrations swirling within him dissipate, some rebellious cries gradually separating from his core, like smoke dispersing into the air. "Thank you." Our was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining his composure, he felt a sense of lightness envelop him. His lips curled into a smile as he stood and bowed to his ancestors, his arms tracing circles before returning to his sides in a respectful gesture. "I am truly happy, for in my life, I have you who remain steadfast by my side." "Oh, my child," his grandmother's eyes glistened with unshed tears, tinged with sorrow. "Do be quiet, you little rascal. You know we old ones are powerless against you." The irascible ancestor, witnessing this scene, could only huff in indignation, seemingly displeased with Our while actually begrudging his own lack of resolve. Our stood, playfully winking. The elder women, touched by affection, smiled indulgently. The following day, Our awoke to the rich aroma of freshly baked bread wafting through the air as he continued to receive gifts. Wrapped in a soft lamb's wool cloak, he descended the stairs, adding more logs to the fireplace to stoke the flames. Kako appeared in a teddy bear apron, a smudge of flour adorning his long nose. "Good morning, master. Today I've made nutty whole grain bread using mountain walnuts and hazelnuts from Huaxia, filled with chocolate. It will surely be delightful." "Thank you, Kaka. It smells wonderful." Our leaned down to wipe the flour from Kaka's nose, inhaling deeply. Waking to such sweet fragrances on a winter morning was pure bliss. "I'm glad you like it, master. I can send the recipe to Lingling, so you can enjoy it at school as well." Kaka beamed, his large eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Just do as you see fit," Our replied. "But I shall wash up first." "Very well, master." "The hot water is ready," Kaka bowed. It was a day devoid of sunshine, the heavy snow blanketing the ground. Undeterred by the harsh weather, an owl descended through the thick clouds, shaking its tawny head before taking a few steps forward to tap at the study window. Our, somewhat taken aback, opened the window to let it in. The hefty owl hopped inside. "Hello, Nate. What brings you here? Crumb had you deliver a message at this hour?" Our quickly used magic to dry the owl's feathers, preparing water and jerky for it. "Crumb has Quidditch training this holiday," he explained. "Yes. He joined the Durmstrang team in his first year as a new seeker. He can't go home, so his owl Nate has flown all the way from Durmstrang. At this time of year, Durmstrang is likely buried under snow, making it a tough journey for the owl." Nate hooted twice, its meaning unclear, then extended its talon for Our to retrieve the metal tube containing the letter. "Is Crumb already set to compete? Isn't it too soon? Aren't they just starting training?" The headmaster, Karkaroff, seems rather eager. Or is Crumb's talent so extraordinary as to inspire such confidence in that impatient headmaster? Along with the letter came several tickets. Although the matches were minor competitions held by a few Eastern European countries, they were significant events for Quidditch enthusiasts. The competition was scheduled for the summer. giving Crumb half a year to train, and he invited Hour to witness his Quidditch debut in Montenegro. Hour immediately took out paper and quill to draft a response. Of course he would attend. This was the beginning of Crumb's dominance in Quidditch, and he simply had to witness this historical moment. However, Nate could wait to return until the snow had ceased. Hour had checked the weather forecast, and the heavy snowfall in England was expected to diminish starting tomorrow. So he suggested that Nate rest for a couple of days. Naturally, Nate was grateful for Hour's kindness and followed Kaka to the Olary. In the final days of the Christmas holiday, Hour organized the work for the upcoming year and reflected on many intriguing ideas for the alchemical workshop masters to explore. Initially, he had planned to travel outside for a few days during the holiday, but the intermittent snowfall forced a cancellation of those plans. Thus, Hour resorted to sipping age-enhancing potions to unwind in the Muggle world. This period marks the time when various theaters unveil their New Year's special programs, creating a competitive atmosphere that inadvertently benefits idlers like Orr. Emerging from one theater and stepping into another, days slip by amidst the splendid costumes and melodious strains of music. With the New Year sales in full swing, certain bespoke shops also offer special gifts. Although Orr is not a collector by nature, the sincerity of these offerings compels him to purchase something rather than leave empty-handed. Chapter 31, Fernandez. With money flowing like water, Orr returns home laden with treasures. Despite appearing perpetually busy and seemingly unproductive, he has meticulously prepared, amassing a substantial amount of pounds stashed in boxes, awaiting the arrival of his mute cousin, who shares a close bloodline with him. Upon landing in America, Fernandez swiftly hails a taxi and heads towards the suburbs, observing the numerous bags he carries. The driver remarks on the challenges of travel. Indeed, it has been quite some time since he returned, and this visit is to settle down, hence the abundance of belongings. Fernandez engages in a lively conversation with the driver in American English, expressing warmth and camaraderie. Living in Ascot? That's a splendid place with breathtaking scenery, the driver, a local from bustling East London, comments with a hint of envy. The cacophony and chaos of his own neighborhood stand in stark contrast to the peacefulness of Ascot, making such a residence in the precious real estate of London a rare gem. True, but to be honest, it is a bit far from London, Fernandez replies, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to the driver. He lights it, and the aroma of tobacco fills the cab, a welcome relief from the earlier chaotic scents. Knowing of his cousin's arrival, Orr has come with Kaka to tidy up their residence. This property was purchased by his parents, acquired through a bit of cunning. Though it may seem modest in size, the surrounding area belongs entirely to the Bach family. Upon examining the property deed, Orr even contemplates that he may not require an additional laboratory space. With no other residence nearby, Kaka confidently begins to renovate the yard, clearing the lawn, planting several pine trees, and tidying up the storage room and garage. Orr even selects one of his prize cars to place in the garage. By the time Fernandez arrives, it is already past 3 in the afternoon. The driver assists in unloading his luggage and hands over his business card with a courteous offer. If you need a ride before purchasing a car, feel free to call me. Oh, thank you. You've been a tremendous help, Fernandez replies gratefully, pocketing the card while watching the taxi pull away. It is only when the surroundings quiet down that the gate behind him swings open. Kaka appears to greet him. Welcome. Your host is waiting inside. Would you like assistance with your belongings? Thank you. I would appreciate that, Fernandez replies, feeling a surge of excitement at the sight of Kaka, and he follows closely behind, his luggage floating around him like feathers. In the living room, Orr is drafting a new collaboration contract for Fernandez, as he is accustomed to employing such binding agreements to safeguard his interests. Good afternoon, uncle. Please, have a seat over here, Orr gestures as Fernandez enters. After changing into slippers and shedding his heavy wool coat, he approaches the fireplace to warm his hands. Please, no need to call me uncle. Just Fernandez will suffice. Very well, Fernandez. Your presence here indicates your willingness to accept my employment, does it not? Orr continues to write, seamlessly steering the conversation. Of course, without a doubt. To be honest, upon seeing the remuneration you offered, I began packing my bags, Fernandez replies as he takes a seat, looking at the youthful figure before him without a trace of condescension. Born into a wizarding family, with a father linked to the Bach family and a mother from the Puet lineage, he unexpectedly did not awaken to magical powers and was unceremoniously cast out by his indifferent father at the age of 11. It was Orr's grandfather, the head of the main branch, who arranged everything for him in the Muggle world, sending him far from home to be raised by foster parents who shared his mute condition, providing him the means to grow up safely and healthily. Thus, his claim that he returned solely for the generous compensation is a falsehood. He seeks to repay the kindness of his relatives and express gratitude to all who have aided him, which is why he has come back. Or glances up, producing a small box from his pocket and placing it on the table. This is a gift selected by your grandfather. Fernandez promptly bends down to retrieve it. opening the velvet-lined box to reveal a necklace. Unlike the iron metal necklace gifted to Scott, this piece features a pure copper pendant adorned with silver, depicting the Bach family crest, a rose blooming beneath the dark moon, with the inscription presented to Fernandez Bach on the back. It's an enhanced protective charm that will shield you from harm by muggles and includes a warning signal. Once triggered, Kaka will appear at your side to escort you away. As you know, house elf magic differs from that of wizards, or explains. Without hesitation, Fernandez takes the necklace from the box and drapes it around his neck, adjusting the pendant's position before eagerly asking, "Looks good, doesn't it?" "Quite fitting," or replies. Fernandez's hearty laughter resonates once more. This auspicious beginning allows the two to quickly grow familiar, even if only on the surface. One party is willing to concede, while the other is ready to extend trust, paving the way for continued collaboration. Without even glancing at the terms of the magical contract, Fernandez swiftly takes the quill and signs his name with a flourish, returning it to Or. "What shall you require of me next?" "Establish a research laboratory. Here are the modified herbal formulas for the researchers to analyze their structural principles and then proceed to pharmaceuticals. If the final product proves safe, we will seek individuals for testing. You should be well acquainted with the subsequent procedures," or states, sinking into the embrace of the cushions, the flickering firelight casting reflections in his deep green eyes. Fernandez, who bears some resemblance to Or, nods in understanding. Having previously worked in a pharmaceutical company, he possesses some familiarity with these processes, and with Or's financial backing, he believes progress will come swiftly. The two converse from dawn until deep into the night, only parting with mutual goodnights when Fernandez can no longer keep his eyes open and retreats to his room to rest. Before the Christmas holiday concludes, Scott visits the mansion once more. Observing the newly revitalized courtyard, he gains further insight into the fact that his partner is indeed a wizard, or makes a brief introduction for both gentlemen. He, having hurriedly consumed an aging potion, sports a somewhat disheveled hairstyle, instinctively smoothing down his hair before inviting them to the living room for a discussion. With a painfully sparse crew at this makeshift gathering, Or finds himself continuing the conversation with them until the day of their return to school. Kaka organizes the clothing for the upcoming semester into a box, while Or inspects the potion ingredients he has amassed, eager to study various herbs and their properties in hopes of developing more muggle-friendly remedies. Chapter 32, Science. When Or boards the Hogwarts Express once again, he finds himself devoid of the initial resistance he once felt, thanks to the transformative efforts he has made over the past 6 months. Ravel, clad in a vibrant red sweater, navigates through the crowd, draping an arm over Or's shoulder. "Hey, brother. It's been a while. How was your holiday?" "Very enjoyable," Or replies. AOL, unperturbed by the additional weight he bore, continued his search for an empty carriage. "I have procured a considerable number of Muggle books. Should you have an interest, I can share a few with you. Some of the tales are particularly intriguing." "What genre?" Laville inquired. "Am I not permitted to explore other types of literature?" AOL thought Laville's understanding of him was woefully insufficient. How could he presume that AOL favored fairy tales? "All right, enlighten me about the novels you possess," Laville shrugged. AOL reflected on the new acquisitions in his collection, then recounted titles that might captivate Laville: The Galactic Empire and Starship Troopers, both of which are works of science fiction. "You may not grasp the concept of science fiction, but trust me, these 2 series are undeniably worth your time." "Given your fervent recommendation," Laville mused, "I might indulge in these novels tonight while in bed, hoping they will provide me with pleasant dreams." As the two settled into their seats at the end of the train, they engaged in light conversation about the mundane aspects of their brief holiday. Unlike AOL, who had canceled his plans due to inclement weather, Laville's family had proceeded as scheduled to France, spending their holiday in the romantic city of Paris. Laville repeatedly lamented his younger sister Ayetta's taste, criticizing her excessive fondness for ostentatious lace curtains and perfumes. "You cannot fathom the agony. She even sprays more than 3 different perfumes on the lace hat she wears when going out." Merlin's beard. "I can barely stand within 5 meters of her without sneezing incessantly." AOL furrowed his brow. Even without first-hand experience, the vividness of Laville's description painted a rather dreadful picture. "Did your mother not teach her how a true lady should utilize such items?" Laville rolled his eyes dramatically. "My mother said," he mimicked Mrs. Fay's tone. "Ayetta is still young and has room for improvement." AOL sympathetically patted his friend's shoulder. "Fear not. School is upon us, and you have escaped that environment." "Thank Merlin. I never imagined I would one day look forward to the start of school," Laville replied, expressing his dissatisfaction with the holiday. Once Laville had finished his complaints, AOL retrieved the first volume of the Galactic Empire series from his bag. "Come, let us revel in the joy of reading and forget those unpleasant moments." AOL. "Do refrain from speaking as though you are a professor, as if you are poised to oversee my studies," Laville quipped. The train rumbled forward, its whistle echoing as it sped away, carrying a cadre of young wizards into the distance. That evening, after dinner in the Great Hall, LOL hurried back to the dormitory, eager to set up a laboratory. The tools, reagents, and refrigerator he had brought needed to be organized. LaVille called out from the lounge. "I'm playing wizard's chess outside with Walken and the others. If you need me, I'll be at the desk." AOL responded with an okay gesture and swiftly disappeared down the dormitory corridor. His belongings had already been transported to his room by the house elves. Closing the door, AOL repositioned 2 desks between the 2 beds, creating space near the washroom for another table, which he then placed there. Subsequently, a colorful array of chemical reagents found their designated spots, with test tubes, measuring cups, alcohol lamps, and stirring rods following suit. Next came a small herb cabinet AOL had unearthed from his family's storeroom, containing charms for preservation and dehumidification to ensure long-term storage of his potions. A rolling stool wobbled slightly before settling beside the long table. AOL excavated a section of the floor and buried a shield stone, ensuring that without his magical mark, most would be unable to approach his collection. Of course, a powerful wizard like Professor Snape could navigate freely. However, AOL was primarily wary of the clumsy young wizards who might intrude uninvited. Once everything was arranged, AOL entered the bathroom to wash up. After finishing his game with his friends, LaVille, still feeling the thrill, entered the dormitory and curiously peered around at the altered room. The shield was a faintly reflective bubble. He poked at it and found it similar to what he had encountered before, realizing he couldn't open it himself. Not feeling rushed, he sat on the edge of his bed, waiting for AOL to emerge and show him the table. When AOL emerged, towel drying his hair, he noticed LaVille's sparkling eyes and understood immediately. "Come, allow me to introduce you to Muggle science and technology," AOL said, gesturing for LaVille to join him inside the protective barrier. AOL retrieved mercuric sulfide and carbon disulfide, measuring appropriate quantities with an electronic scale and graduated cylinder, placing them methodically into a petri dish. The Pharaoh's serpent is renowned for its dramatic reaction, and soon, a long, irregularly porous product began to emerge from the dish, far exceeding its original size. "Wow," LaVille exclaimed, astonished by the spectacle. "What kind of magic is this?" "This is not magic. It is merely a fascinating little experiment devised by Muggles," AOL explained. Once the Pharaoh's serpent ceased its expansion, he used magic to separate it into 2 halves, exposing the interior to LaVille. It resembles a sponge. When compressed, it is small, but upon expansion, it becomes colossal. "Look at all these air pockets." LaVille leaned in for a closer look, but the pungent odor of the chemicals made him recoil quickly. How marvelous. This truly is not magic. He had always believed that only magic could conjure such wonders, never realizing otherwise. "Indeed," AOL replied, cleaning up the materials. "Muggle science is quite captivating. They explore not just one domain but many, allowing individuals to shine in various fields based on their talents. I find their research in biological structures and pharmacology particularly intriguing, which is why I acquired these tools, to explore the distinctions between potion ingredients and ordinary substances." As Chapter 33 unfolded, LaVille pondered. "So, you spent all of last year penning manuscripts and now intend to dedicate your free time to experiments?" He found it difficult to comprehend. "Perhaps, AOL. You are truly different from us. Your hobbies are unique, and you seldom join us for leisure. Do you not find it tedious? How could you think that? Perhaps you should consider it from another angle. My studies are a form of play," AOL replied dismissively. "I wrote those manuscripts out of curiosity about transfiguration and charms. Eager to explore. Whether or not a magazine publishes them is of no consequence to me. My preparations for experiments stem from a fascination with those transformations. Thus, you see, I do not avoid socializing. It is merely that my pastimes differ from yours." All right, though that may be the case. I still hope you won't confine yourself to the dormitory all the time. We should venture out more, should we not?" LaVille expressed with exasperation, recognizing that AOL's interests were not merely different, but rather extraordinary. "Rest assured, I also plan to participate in the Quidditch tryouts this semester. We can practice flying together afterward." AOL had already devised a plan, noting that the basement room lacked windows and sunlight, which was unacceptable. Upon hearing about Quidditch, LaVille immediately perked up. "You plan to try out? What position do you aspire to?" "Beater, I believe." Ollie stated that in the sport of Quidditch, one could traverse the entire pitch while simultaneously safeguarding one's teammates. This endeavor necessitates the swift reflexes and stable flying capabilities of a young wizard, but above all, Ollie yearned to relish the exhilaration of striking down adversaries. He expressed an intention to experiment with the roles of goalkeeper and chaser. Raviel remarked that despite his inherently energetic disposition, his natural quickness rendered him exceedingly suitable for the goalkeeper position, while his interest in the chaser role stemmed from a desire for the limelight. The two exited the protective barrier and continued their conversation about Quidditch for a while longer. As the new semester commenced, Ollie once again embarked on a quest to accumulate points. Amidst daily experiments and classes, he seized moments to ride a broom. Bolstered by Lingling's specially crafted nutritious meals, which allowed him to grow at a remarkable pace. By the time Raviel noticed this change, Ollie had already surpassed him by a significant margin in height. The immature young wizard, feeling quite perturbed, vociferously declared his desire to grow taller. Obsessively flaunting his meals and insisting on dragging Ollie out for morning jogs on the Quidditch pitch. It wasn't until one fateful day by the Black Lake that they encountered Professor Snape during a stroll, prompting Ollie to shift their exercise routine to the evening, thus narrowly escaping a predicament and ensuring he could enjoy a restful sleep. Ollie found himself perplexed by Raviel's intense fear of Professor Snape. To be candid, most students harbored trepidation towards him. However, Ollie discovered that, upon closer acquaintance, the professor was not as difficult to communicate with as rumored, albeit his sharp tongue and somewhat peculiar demeanor. Most of the time, when Ollie approached Snape with queries regarding the properties and potential side effects of various herbs, the professor never denied him clarity. Not only would he provide the answers, but if he had no pressing tasks or potions to attend to, Snape was willing to demonstrate the correct potion-making techniques, contrasting the results of proper methods against those of improper practices, thereby granting Ollie a more tangible understanding of the herb's effects. Perhaps due to the professor's differing attitudes towards high-achieving students and those struggling academically, many students with mediocre potion grades were indeed intimidated by him. Yet, considering Raviel's commendable performance, coupled with Ollie's assistance which had even earned him extra points in potions class, Ollie could not fathom why Raviel felt the need to conform to the fears of others. What does that even mean? Is it necessary to follow the crowd in such matters? Ollie questioned, exasperated, to which Raviel replied with a chuckle, well, I simply wish to fit in. In March, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick each received the latest issue of a magazine. Ollie's brief discourse on transfiguration and his initial foray into charms had been featured. Upon hearing this news, the Hufflepuff students erupted in jubilant celebration, their excitement palpable as they spread the word throughout the school, even reaching the enchanted statue in the moving staircase outside the headmaster's office, which now recognized Ollie as the light of Hufflepuff. Consequently, older students suddenly seemed to regard Ollie as a newfound friend, frequently surrounding him, studying and chatting together, while imparting their Quidditch wisdom. In short, Ollie felt his personal space had been entirely overtaken by these upperclassmen, who seemed to be everywhere. With no other recourse, he retreated to his room, grateful that they would not disturb him during his experiments. He wondered how long this fervor would last. For 2 consecutive weeks, aside from attending classes, Ollie remained holed up in his room, diligently studying the molecular structures of several commonly used herbs. The difference between herbs used in potions and ordinary ones was minimal, such as the roots of daisies and verbena, yet their effects varied significantly depending on the individual wielding them. Ollie discovered that brewing potions with and without the aid of his wand produced differing results, as did using a cauldron compared to ordinary vessels. However, one revelation brought Ollie great satisfaction. When potions were concocted without any magical enhancements, their efficacy diminished considerably, yet this did not hinder muggles from utilizing them. This serendipitous finding would facilitate the production of new potions in the laboratory. Upon receiving a letter from Ollie, Fernand assigned new tasks to the staff of the newly established laboratory, to prevent them from acquiring too much knowledge. The herbs and the potion recipes were shuffled and assigned to different personnel for research. They were to explore the components of those herbs, eliminate the ineffective parts, and retain the essence, before handing the refined recipes to trustworthy individuals for brewing. By sheer happenstance, upon learning of this extraction method, Ollie began experimenting with the extraction of white ash essence. If successful, this precious elixir could become a new product for the Bach family's potion business. Ready for commercial sale, white ash was a rare healing potion, requiring only a minuscule amount to yield substantial results. Particularly in staunching blood flow and promoting wound healing, its efficacy remarkably superior. Ollie meticulously observed healing potions centered around white ash, which, apart from the white ash itself, included plantain for cleansing and disinfecting, lavender for calming and soothing, lichen from tombs for protecting the injured, and deerhorn fern to enhance recovery chances. When he placed the final potion's liquid under a microscope, amplifying the image with his magical energy, Ollie discovered the active cellular structures within. Despite merely being a liquid amalgamation of herbs, its vitality rivaled that of human cells. No wonder this potion was employed for healing. Due to its cellular activity's similarity to that of the human body, it was quickly absorbed upon entry, allowing for swift recovery of wounds. In Chapter 34, titled Learning, Ollie was convinced that this product could carve out a niche in the market. He hoped Scott would assist him in gaining access to the Muggle world. Yet he realized he could not rely solely on him, for he was not of noble lineage. Only by presenting sufficiently sincere gifts could he hope to capture the attention of the often arrogant Muggles. This description was not meant as a pejorative, truthfully. Wizards were often the most arrogant beings in existence. Ollie mused that otherwise, they would not believe their seclusion was the best form of protection for Muggles. Amidst the frantic pace of herb extraction and point accumulation in class, Ollie also found time to practice flying with his classmates. Even as his schedule became increasingly hectic, he remained resolute in seeking Professor Flitwick's assistance with spell practice. Flitwick was the only professor to recognize Ollie's formidable magical prowess, astonished that such a young wizard possessed such extraordinary talent. However, Ollie's performance over the past 6 months had convinced him to wholeheartedly guide Ollie, propelling him further in the study of charms. Though Professor McGonagall had reservations regarding this arrangement, even Ollie's house head, Sprout, did not view her talented student's deviation from herbology as inappropriate. As the head of another house, she could only lament that Ollie had not chosen transfiguration. Flitwick retrieved the puppet he had once used during his own dueling practice and led Ollie to the room of requirement, explaining that the office's limited space was not conducive to optimal practice. "Follow me," he instructed. The room of requirement, which Ollie had passed many times but never found a reason to explore, was concealed behind a grand oil painting depicting a giant brandishing a club, mercilessly bludgeoning a hapless Panama. Flitwick directed Ollie to stand aside and proceeded to walk back and forth in front of the painting 3 times. "Remember, you must traverse this painting thrice to unlock this wondrous chamber, but be certain of the room you seek before you commence." A wooden door replaced the painting as Flitwick levitated his puppet and pushed the door open, ushering Ollie inside. The room was devoid of all furnishings, an expansive emptiness stretching high above. "Well, I believe what we require most at this moment is a chamber for practicing spells. Given your magical prowess, I surmise that the large classrooms on the first floor are out of the question. Otherwise, you would be liable for replacing the damaged furniture," Professor Flitwick remarked. Ollivander, having just shattered a coffee table, scratched his head in embarrassment. "Yes, shattered, thoroughly so, to the extent that even a restoration charm cannot revert it to its original state." This was a novel experience for Professor Flitwick. Without hesitation, he knelt to examine the debris. However, upon merely touching it, the fragments crumbled to dust. How terrifying, Ollivander. "Heed my advice. One must learn to control their magical energy. Such an outburst, if directed at a person, could be as lethal as the killing curse. Do you understand?" The mere thought sent shivers down Professor Flitwick's spine. It was just a standard shattering spell, yet the consequences were both alarming and irreversible. Ollivander had never exerted his full magical strength before. Even during that recent attempt, he had restrained himself, never anticipating such a result. "Professor, this is frightening. May I request your discretion?" Ollivander said, appearing flustered, seemingly anxious that his anomaly might instill fear in his peers. Professor Flitwick nodded immediately. "Of course. I shall keep this matter confidential. Rest assured, no one will learn of it. But you must promise me, never attack anyone until you have mastered your magic. Unless that person intends to harm you." Unchecked power is akin to a ticking time bomb, the weight of this realization pressing heavily on Professor Flitwick's heart. He recognized the urgent need to focus on this student, to assist him in mastering his abilities. Fortunately, Ollivander was not a violent individual. Yet, recalling the aftermath of last year's conflict between Hufflepuff and Slytherin, where several Slytherin students fell victim to Ollivander's spell, resulting in grotesquely enlarged front teeth, it dawned on him that the children were fortunate they hadn't plowed the ground with their faces. "I promise to learn to control my magic output swiftly," Ollivander declared earnestly. Professor Flitwick pondered, as the head of Ravenclaw and instructor of the spellcasting class. His time was limited. "Therefore, every Tuesday and Thursday, I will dedicate an hour to tutor you in spell work. At other times, feel free to practice on your own. And should you encounter any difficulties, you may visit my office." "Very well," Ollivander replied, satisfied. In the ensuing days, Ollivander found himself traversing the castle in a whirlwind of activity. He encountered Peeves, who delighted in tormenting students. If they were Hufflepuffs, Ollivander would assist by transforming Peeves into a balloon and releasing him. Otherwise, he refrained from interference. After experiencing a few defeats at Ollivander's hands, Peeves ceased his blatant harassment of the Badgers and redirected his mischief towards the other 3 houses, resulting in a chorus of complaints from their students. Ravel was also busy, focused on growing taller. Aside from his studies, he was dedicated to exercise, seemingly inheriting the Eastern European penchant for aesthetics, aspiring to attain a physique as robust as that of a bear. Ollivander introduced him to Victor, and the two, sharing a similar aesthetic, inexplicably bonded as if they were half-brothers. This left their owls in a predicament, ultimately relegating them to the role of messengers in the school's orrery. As time passed, Ollivander shed his heavy clothing for polo shirts, feeling a newfound lightness. The plants in the greenhouse thrived, particularly the singing lilies, which flourished under Ollivander's favoritism, producing 6 blossoms this year instead of the usual 3. Whenever Ollivander approached, they would sway and perform for him. The devil's snare also favored Ollivander, as he secretly nourished them with dragon bone powder, a nutrient far superior to ordinary bone meal, helping them withstand sunlight's harm and grow even more robustly. Professor Sprout held Ollivander in high regard. Had he not been so busy, she would surely have confined him to the greenhouse to tend to her beloved plants. Chapter 35. Troubles. Ollivander found himself vexed by the professor's attention. Although he excelled in earning points, being frequently called upon for questioning was quite bothersome. Occasionally engaged in his own pursuits, he would be unexpectedly summoned by Professor Snape, often left clueless about the question at hand. Experiencing the chilling sensation of being scrutinized by Snape's piercing gaze, Professor Binns, usually as robotic as ever, displayed unexpected vitality during Ollivander's classes. Engaging in discussions about the witch-hunting campaigns, the might of ancient wizards, and whether spells were evolving or regressing. First-year Hufflepuffs became the only students who never dozed off in Professor Binns' lectures. The topics of discussion were simply too captivating for anyone to succumb to slumber. Those who had not experienced the joy of such discourse would never understand. As the weather gradually warmed, despite the conclusion of this year's Quidditch finals, the young witches' and wizards' passion for the sport remained undiminished. They often took to the field to revel in the joy of flying when the training teams were absent. Ollivander enjoyed soaring through the air on cool afternoons, with Ravel, now sporting a burgeoning physique, closely trailing behind. They zipped past the other young wizards, the wind ruffling their robes and eliciting startled gasps from the onlookers. Professor Sprout and Professor Snape emerged from the greenhouse, each clutching an assortment of herbs. Spotting Ollivander racing by, Professor Sprout couldn't help but smile. Aldrich possesses remarkable talent in Quidditch, she noted. Professor Snape pursed his lips. He held no fondness for Quidditch. Yet he acknowledged Ollivander as a promising young wizard, refraining from disparagement. Let us see how he fares against Slytherin first, he remarked. He can do it. Professor Sprout expressed her confidence, but then added with concern, however, I hope he doesn't devote too much time to training. He is also quite gifted in herbology and potion making. Professor Snape was not exaggerating. Ollivander's potion brewing skills were adept, and he handled herbs with a deftness that delighted Snape. Engaging with a student of such intellect brought him joy, as he never had to worry about his words being misunderstood. At times, Ollivander even proposed intriguing ideas, allowing Snape to relish the rare pleasure of such mutual understanding. Professor Sprout puffed her chest with pride. To be honest, I have yet to encounter a professor who does not admire Aldrich. Should there be one, I would genuinely question their judgment. Professor Snape offered a barely perceptible nod of agreement. As they conversed jovially and walked away, Ollivander soared through the goal hoops, the cheers of his companions echoing through the sky as he laughed joyously atop his broom. However, joy came to a halt as finals approached. Aside from a few students confident in their academic performance, the majority exhibited symptoms of pre-exam anxiety. In addition, of late, the campus has seen an increase in the number of smoke-emitting little locomotives, as inclement weather has resulted in incessant rain. Some recalcitrant children, undeterred by the downpour, ventured outside on their broomsticks, only to return with a bout of colds. Madame Pomfrey wishes fervently to deliver cold remedies to every dining table rather than endure the cacophony of her infirmary, resembling a bustling marketplace. Or, sidestepping a classmate shrouded in smoke, felt the dampness of the cellar intensifying, his knees aching subtly as he hastened toward the dormitory. Pondering the effects of Muggle antibiotics on wizards. If a wizard's constitution is akin to that of a Muggle, then such medications should indeed prove effective. Moreover, he recalled hearing that Muggles require vaccinations to combat certain infectious diseases. Can wizards partake in such measures? Yet, even if it were safe, few wizards would be inclined to comply. This reluctance stems from their arrogance, believing that magic can withstand the majority of viruses. They trust that timely treatment for injuries will suffice unless struck down instantly or ensnared by an unbreakable, terrifying curse like Avada Kedavra. Upon closing the door to his chamber, Auror approached his distiller, where the white fresh essence was undergoing its third purification. The liquid had grown relatively viscous, no longer resembling the fluidity of pure water. He inhaled deeply, the refreshing aroma flooding his lungs, invigorating his spirit. This concoction primarily targets patients with significant injuries. It should prove beneficial to certain research-minded wizards, as their environment often invites mishaps. The concentrated essence of white fresh would facilitate swifter hemostasis and healing. Auror intended to document the purification process and send it to the potion workshop, urging them to produce more herbal extracts. A clean combination of ingredients should enhance the efficacy of the resulting potions. Naturally, he would also remind them to exercise caution, as many wizards have met with unfortunate accidents while brewing potions. As the final examinations approached amidst the lamentations of young wizards, Auror found amusement in watching Lavelle. Perplexed by his own vocalizations of distress, Lavelle, with a cautious demeanor, explained that it was for the sake of camaraderie. You see, young wizards like you are particularly susceptible to being bundled away by anxious classmates. Really? Auror was incredulous. He could not fathom anyone managing to ensnare him. Lavelle grinned, exclaiming how tiresome it was to have such an accomplished friend. Despite the pervasive gloom, the inevitable results of the examinations loomed. On the last day before the holiday, the young wizards displayed 3 distinctly different reactions upon receiving their report cards. The first group, represented by Auror, comprised academic overachievers whose results were unsurprising, all O's, and their moods remained relatively stable. The second group, having enjoyed a stroke of luck, erupted into jubilant screams upon receiving their grades, perhaps anticipating rewards from their parents to usher in a joyful summer. As for the third group, no further commentary was necessary. They could only hope for Merlin's blessing. While all awaited the holiday, Auror's advanced charm class with Professor Flitwick continued unabated. Professor Flitwick, cognizant of the potential for mishaps during Auror's self-directed training over the break, took the opportunity to impart some crucial advice on this final day. Foremost, he emphasized the necessity of a secure practice location, preferably an isolated venue free from disturbances, as Auror's spells wield considerable power, and an unexpected intruder could lead to calamity. Regarding the content of his practice, Professor Flitwick advised against attempting overly complex spells, although such incantations might yield formidable results and demand greater magical energy. Auror's unique circumstances rendered them unnecessary. Standard spells would suffice in his capable hands, with a focus on adaptability and enhanced control being paramount. Lastly, and most importantly, he underscored the significance of physical conditioning. A robust physique supports the retention of magical energy, while the flow of magic can enhance one's health. A harmonious cycle could empower him beyond even Dumbledore's prowess. Chapter 36. The crown is taken away. Professor Flitwick repeatedly cautioned Auror against clandestinely practicing dark magic, warning him not to let his mind be tainted by such forces. Auror, you have a brighter future ahead. I do not imply that dark magic is inherently evil, but given the grim fates of countless dark wizards over the years, it is evident that it can corrupt a wizard, driving them to extremities and irrationality. When your mind has matured sufficiently to process the majority of negative influences, we shall engage with it safely. Auror nodded earnestly. He was no mere child, and those who had been Aurors understood the perils of dark magic more profoundly than typical wizards. While he did not fear it, he recognized the need for caution. I hope to see you return from the holiday with a more composed grasp of charms, Professor Flitwick remarked, patting Auror's arm and gesturing toward the 3 training dummies. Take them with you. I trust you will make good use of them this summer. Thank you, Professor. I shall exercise caution in their use. Auror expressed his gratitude. In truth, although his spellcasting framework was largely established, the professor had provided a wealth of diverse advice, allowing his skills to flourish and granting him deeper insights into the art of charms. With an encouraging expression, Professor Flitwick pointed toward the door, saying, I must return now. I have a few words to share with the children in the Ravenclaw common room. Make sure to finish your training and return early. Very well, Professor, farewell. Auror respectfully bid him goodbye. The study of charms is an intricate discipline. For most wizards, mastering the majority of commonly used spells suffices for a fulfilling life, while gifted wizards find 7 years of schooling merely an introduction. Once an ordinary wizard who had grasped the basics, Auror now found himself with an opportunity to delve deeper into the intricacies of charms, instinctively yearning to seize this moment for exploration. After his training, Auror emerged from the room of requirement, drenched in sweat, and as he witnessed the door revert to a painted canvas, he was suddenly reminded of the Ravenclaw crown concealed within. Harry Potter described in his biography that if there were a means to rid the crown of its soul fragments, he could then present it to Professor Flitwick as a token of gratitude. The professor had aided him immensely, and Auror was yet unsure how to reciprocate. Perhaps this artifact would serve as an exceptional gift? He understood that confronting Horcruxes was no simple feat, yet he was determined to express his gratitude to Professor Flitwick. With his current abilities, casting Fiendfire was manageable. He merely needed to strengthen his mastery of the counter curse. He could not permit the flames to rage unchecked. Believing himself capable of avoiding trouble, Auror began to move about before the painting, seeking a suitable hiding place. Soon, a somewhat weathered wooden door reappeared on the wall. After casting the disillusionment charm upon himself, he opened the door and stepped inside, only to find the interior in utter disarray, far more chaotic than he had anticipated. Countless items lay scattered about, likely remnants of students long since discarded, a veritable junkyard. Auror's expression stiffened as he tread cautiously, navigating the gaps and striving to avoid the antiquated debris. The room was cluttered with broken furniture, tattered tomes, and even robes and scarves. A broomstick, stripped bare save for a few splintered branches, obstructed his path. He suddenly realized that bringing a broomstick would have been the wiser choice, as visibility was severely hampered. And he was uncertain how much time this search would consume. The sheer size of the room posed a challenge. He knew the Ravenclaw crown rested atop a plaster statue's head, yet there were far too many statues to sift through. Then, as if by fate, the Ravenclaw crown soared into view. Owl endeavored to summon it with the summoning charm, yet no object heeded his call. Instead, Voldemort's Horcrux soared through the air. He attempted once more. A plaster statue came flying towards him. The heap of refuse trembled, and in the next moment, 17 or 18 plaster statues charged at him. While several garbage piles collapsed, Owl swiftly manipulated the magic coursing through them, terminating the effects of the summoning charm and transforming it into a levitation charm. At last, he discovered the object he sought. It was askew atop the statue's head, a once resplendent diadem now appearing dull and covered in dust. The audacity of Voldemort to transform these precious treasures into his Horcruxes was utterly outrageous, desecrating the founders of Hogwarts merely because Headmaster Dumbledore had rejected his application for employment. What a narrow-minded and despicable man he was. Owl inwardly scorned him, and then retrieved a secret silver box from his small wallet, placing the diadem within it, hoping that this specially crafted sealed box would mask the Horcrux's aura. The following morning, Laville flung off his covers, exclaiming, "Holiday time." Owl, still bleary-eyed, sat up, acknowledging the holiday. "Oh, right, I'll send you the tickets for the Eastern European League tomorrow. Don't go missing when the holiday begins. If your brothers snatch the tickets, it's not my fault. I'll be sure to remain in my room, eagerly awaiting the arrival of your family." Owl, Laville assured, raising his hand. Ignoring him, Owl made his way to the washroom, splashing cold water on his face to wake up. Laville, clad in shorts, darted about the room, organizing his belongings. Lingling, adorned with a small floral napkin around her neck, entered the room, inquiring about breakfast preferences. "I want tacos, with raw beef and onions," Laville replied, crouching to hand Lingling a circular decoration. "Happy holidays, Lingling. I'll have a bowl of savory meat porridge and a vegetable wrap." Owl's voice chimed in from the bathroom, rescuing the bewildered Lingling, who hurriedly vanished. The two young wizards soon finished packing and sat down at the desk to have breakfast, floating their suitcases toward the school gate. The corridor remained bustling with activity. For some reason, numerous owls flitted in and out today. Hagrid, the half-giant, approached, carrying a massive wooden post, seemingly attuned to the vibrations of the floor. Many young wizards greeted the amiable giant, who boisterously wished them a pleasant holiday. Due to the Tree Guardian's affairs, Laville frequently interacted with Hagrid, and upon seeing him, he enthusiastically waved to say hello. "Good morning, Laville. Are you preparing to leave the school?" Hagrid halted, bearing the heavy load effortlessly, as if it posed no challenge to him. "Yes, we want to leave early to secure a quieter compartment for the two of us," Laville responded. "Ah, yes. The little ones are full of energy and can be quite mischievous," Hagrid remarked, well aware of this aspect. In their haste to board the train, Laville and Hagrid exchanged only a few words before parting ways. Chapter 37, Another Holiday. Throughout the journey, Laville immersed himself in the novel Foundation that Owl had recommended, having read it 3 times already, much to Owl's surprise. "Perhaps I should gift you this entire series, as you seem to need it more than I do," Owl suggested. "No. You mentioned there is a hardcover edition, right? I plan to buy 2 sets for my collection and get another ordinary set for my family," Laville quickly countered, believing the novel was exceptionally well written, and thus Owl should retain a set for himself. Owl shook his head, conceding, "All right, as long as you're content." Fernand, aware that Owl was on holiday today, had meticulously prepared his appearance early that morning. Driving the luxurious car Owl had lent him and eagerly enlisting Kaka to escort him to the station. Other parents observed this handsome young man, quietly speculating about his background. It was only when the train thunderously arrived at the platform that their attention shifted. The little wizards, having finally been released from their studies, resembled calves breaking free from a pen, all eagerly awaiting the doors to open. Owl and Laville stood inside their compartment, watching as a continuous stream of students surged toward the exit, blocking the way. As the train came to a halt, the doors opened amidst the children's anticipation, and the leading child shouted "Mummy" as they dashed out. Fernand craned his neck to see the throngs of young wizards exiting until, just before the last few made their way out, he spotted his employer. Owl emerged leisurely, dragging his suitcase, accompanied by what appeared to be a friend. They embraced briefly before bidding each other farewell. "Owl," Fernand called out, waving. Al turned. What brings you here? I have good news to share, Fernand approached. He took Al's suitcase, and together they exited, not far behind Laville, who was also making his way toward the exit with his mother. Al glanced back. Mrs. Fay was a remarkably refined woman, clad in a silk-wrapped dress, her classic 80-20 wavy hair adorned with a dazzling diamond necklace. Clutching a petite shell-shaped handbag brimming with colorful gemstones of considerable worth. Sharing a similar aesthetic with his mother, Al returned his focus to Fernand, inquiring about the good news. Meanwhile, Mrs. Fay was observing Al, slightly bowing her head to ask her son, "Does your good friend have an affinity for muggles?" "Indeed, he possesses considerable knowledge about them," Laville replied. "His attire is quite appealing. You might inquire where he had it tailored." Mrs. Fay feigned nonchalance. Laville's expression grew odd, recognizing it as a typical question from his mother. "All right, I'll write to him and ask. How do you know his clothes weren't made by a wizard?" "Because I've interacted with all the tailors, and to be honest, they're quite ordinary." Mrs. Fay scoffed and outdated. Laville nodded. "That is something you would say." "I don't find anything particularly special about Owl's clothing," he stated bluntly. "TSK." Mrs. Fay cast him a disdainful glance and, disinterested in further conversation, lifted her skirts and walked away. Laville felt wronged, bewildered, and hurriedly trailed after her with his suitcase. That evening, upon receiving a letter from his friend, Al chuckled and asked Kaka to list the addresses of the tailors who had made his clothes, while he rummaged through his drawer for the tickets to the match. Today, Fernand informed him that the results of the first test of the synthetic potion were exceptionally promising. Scott had taken the test report and the finished product to present to his superiors. Indeed, Scott had concluded his undercover mission, which had nearly cost him his life and triggered a thorough internal purge within the police department. Leaving numerous positions unfilled, he had been assigned a new role. The population density of London rendered a single drop of water inconspicuous in the vast sea. Otherwise, if he were to walk brazenly under the sun as an undercover agent, the dark forces would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Al awaited Scott to bring him good news, yet for the moment, he needed to swiftly devise a method to deal with the soul fragment within the diadem. After careful consideration, he realized that this fragment was no ordinary attachment. It had likely already permeated the diadem, making its extraction exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, the Fiendfire charm was highly destructive. Using it on the diadem could potentially incinerate it, melting the exquisite artifact into a puddle of molten metal, which contradicted Owl's intentions. He did not wish to obliterate this significant alchemical creation. As he practiced his spells, Owl perused the family's collection of books. The Bach family has preserved its legacy for nearly a millennium, amassing an extensive collection of books encompassing a vast array of subjects. Oberon implored his ancestors to reminisce and assist in locating tomes pertaining to Horcruxes, as he sought to ascertain whether this grotesque spell, which seemingly grants immortality, could be undone. Amidst the chaotic assortment of volumes, he indeed discovered ancient texts relevant to Horcruxes. As he caught a tome that leapt from the top of the bookshelf, a conjecture formed in his mind. The wizard who authored it was likely not a virtuous character. The texture of the book's cover was exquisite, reminiscent of human skin, while the ink within had darkened to a deep crimson hue over the years, exuding a foul, metallic sweetness. Oberon activated his mental shielding once more, lamenting his lack of caution. His familiarity with the environment had rendered him complacent. Such dubious texts, whose origins were unclear and potentially cursed, should not be handled directly. At the very least, he should have donned his finely crafted dragonhide gloves before opening that book. The tome succinctly outlined several irreversible dark curses: the failed animagus transformation, an irreversible blood curse that dwells within one's very veins, and the soul-splitting instruments, Horcruxes, created as a form of punishment for malevolent wizards, whose severed souls could not be restored. Thus, could each Horcrux be regarded as an independent entity? What memories of Voldemort were preserved within the fragment of his soul embedded in the diadem? Oberon vaguely recalled that the Ravenclaw diadem was deceitfully acquired from Helena Ravenclaw after Voldemort's graduation. According to Harry Potter, it was likely a later creation. Consequently, the soul contained within this Horcrux would probably not be amiable. Oberon blinked, regaining his focus. Why was he even contemplating the amiability of Voldemort's Horcrux? This object was not meant to remain intact, and he was also curious about the repercussions of destroying the Horcrux on Voldemort himself. However, the historical instances of wizards successfully creating Horcruxes were exceedingly rare, leaving little opportunity for others to study how to separate souls from their vessels. Harry Potter and his companions had destroyed a Horcrux using the basilisk venom, the Gryffindor sword, and Fiendfire, yet aside from Fiendfire, Oberon appeared to have no alternative. Unwilling to succumb to superstition, he directly sought to procure basilisk venom on the black market. Though the basilisk was a creature bred by Salazar Slytherin, subsequent wizards had certainly studied it. Oberon refused to believe that Hogwarts was the sole institution harboring such a creature. If necessary, he could secretly return to hunt a basilisk. Chapter 38. Erosion. At present, there seemed to be no suitable methods to deal with the Horcrux, so Oberon could only secure it for the time being. He instructed Kaka to remain vigilant regarding any developments on the black market. Should a transaction occur, he was to verify its authenticity immediately. Kaka noted this task in the ledger of pressing matters and continued his efforts to tidy the training grounds. Meanwhile, the ancestors gazed uneasily at the mithril box atop the desk, apprehensive of the inherent dangers posed by the Horcrux. Could this box truly withstand Voldemort? Oberon. In room 2 of the basement, there exists a crystal containment dome capable of imprisoning fiendfire. Why not enclose the diadem within it? Suggested the venerable matriarch. That is your dowry, the matriarch's husband objected. How long have we been departed? Those items now belong to Oberon. And are you not concerned about this Horcrux? If fiendfire can annihilate a Horcrux, then a dome that can contain fiendfire should certainly be able to confine the Horcrux as well. The grandmother chuckled, patting her husband's arm. Upon hearing this, Oberon promptly rushed to the basement to search. The Bach family's basement was as expansive as the ground level, with a similar layout. However, while the rooms above were designated as a living room, dining room, and study, the basement rooms were organized by numerical order. There were a total of 17 rooms, each housing the accumulated possessions of family members categorized by function. Room 2 contained items for containment, and Oberon discovered the crystal dome within the lowest left cabinet. Though it had lain dormant for ages, the dome, enveloped in magic, remained lustrous and translucent, its engravings resembling naturally occurring patterns, imbuing the dome with an air of mystery. The contents of this room bore no negative effects, allowing Oberon to handle it with ease, and he promptly cradled it in his arms. The surface of the dome shimmered with ripples as it encountered different magical energies, resembling an ornament with built-in lighting effects. Oberon turned and exited the basement. The doors behind him closing one by one, the decorative paintings flowing seamlessly to merge the entrance into a singular entity. Once again, Voldemort, ensconced within the diadem, inhaled the breath of freedom. His consciousness quickly stirred, yearning to act, but in the next instant, Oberon deftly covered him with the crystal dome. And that fleeting joy dissipated in an instant. The barely rational Voldemort within the diadem erupted into a frenzy of curses, causing the entire diadem to tremble, its jewels glimmering ominously. What a waste. He is but a slightly more capable wizard, yet he dares to desecrate the masterpieces of our ancestors. It is utterly abominable. One ancestor, a graduate of Ravenclaw, seethed, wishing to pounce upon Voldemort and bite him. The Ravenclaw diadem held profound significance for every student of that house. Much like how Oberon cherished Helga's golden cup as a member of Hufflepuff, Oberon did not recklessly attempt to seize the cup, but instead chose to pursue the diadem hidden within the school. Beyond its convenience, he also wished to experiment first. Should his method prove viable, the cup could be returned to Hufflepuff, and the locket could be reclaimed by Slytherin. Alas, humans are inherently biased. Although Oberon harbored no particular fondness for Slytherin students, 7 years of coexistence warranted a degree of consideration. Despite preparing for the worst, Oberon remained determined not to damage the diadem's essence, thanks to Professor Flitwick. He sat at his desk, gazing at the sealed diadem until it fell silent before leaning in for a closer inspection. The diadem was entirely crafted from mithril, adorned with numerous diamonds of varying sizes, and featured a large sapphire at its center. Inscribed upon the base of the wings were the words, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Oberon noted that the surface of the mithril was speckled, seemingly due to the passage of time, as silverware is prone to tarnishing. However, considering this was the Ravenclaw diadem, it should be impervious to oxidation. He hurriedly exited the room to retrieve the microscope he had stowed in his suitcase. Shortly thereafter, Oberon returned, clutching the instrument, and cleared his desk entirely, preparing to examine the black spots on the diadem under magnification to discern their true nature. It was the corruption of dark magic. Oberon's heart sank. The damage inflicted by the Horcrux was pervasive throughout the diadem. Under such circumstances, could the diadem's essence remain intact while the Horcrux was destroyed? Originally eager to salvage these treasures, Oberon discontentedly returned to his chair. The portraits observing his actions could not suppress their sighs. Hogwarts had existed for over 1,000 years, and most wizards from the Bach family had resided within that castle. Even those long departed lived on in memory. Oberon, perhaps you should return the diadem to Professor Flitwick? Those wizards may possess alternative solutions, suggested Oberon's mother. This is too perilous. The diadem is Voldemort's Horcrux. How can Oberon explain his findings? Grandmother was skeptical of the plan, believing it would expose Aur to Dumbledore, and once he recognized Aur's value, would he truly allow such a potent pawn to escape his grasp? Our yearned to be a free-spirited wizard, unshackled by the whims of others. Thus, revealing the truth was far from a wise choice. He contemplated seeking out Professor Flitwick, confining his inquiries to him alone. Our mused that they could establish a confidentiality charm. Having a wizard of exceptional caliber as a guiding light was indeed fortuitous, and the coronet could serve as an opportunity to deepen his relationship with Professor Flitwick. Yet, Our's grandfather voiced concerns, for Professor Flitwick was an employee of Hogwarts, which belonged to Dumbledore, a notion that unsettled Our's grandfather as well. Grandfather, Professor Flitwick is not a member of the Order of the Phoenix. I trust he possesses sound judgment. Our had evidently made up his mind, and the family's admonitions fell on deaf ears. My dear, are you certain you wish to divulge the matter of the Horcrux to Professor Flitwick? Does he possess the means to destroy it? Discussing this with him seems futile. The elders sought to dissuade Our from his course of action, grounded in practicality. Our lightly touched the Ravenclaw coronet, a masterpiece of goblin craftsmanship. Given Professor Flitwick's goblin lineage, perhaps he had insight into their alchemical techniques? I am uncertain of the extent of damage that destroying the Horcrux might inflict upon the coronet, but if I could gain knowledge of its crafting process, I might feel more assured. Chapter 39, The Costly Venom. The goblins' craftsmanship would never be disclosed. It was intrinsic to their nature. You claim your professor has goblin blood, yet according to their customs, his ancestors must have been exiled. To seek alchemical knowledge from him is akin to inviting a craftsman from an alchemical workshop to assist you. The elder's sharp words extinguished Our's flicker of hope. With a sigh, Our reclined in his chair, contemplating the futility of his options. Indeed, the optimal solution appeared to be the outright destruction of the Horcrux. Yet he was greedily intent on preserving the coronet. I suggest you abandon such fanciful notions. A Horcrux is one of the most malevolent forms of magic. Do you genuinely believe that anything tainted by it could retain its original craftsmanship? Impossible. The coronet's purpose has long since vanished. If it could instill calm thought, Voldemort's fragment of soul would not have succumbed to madness. The elder was ultimately silenced by a hand over their mouth and led away. With closed eyes, Our absorbed the elder's words. Should he dare to attempt it? This was an artifact steeped in over a millennium of history, imbued with extraordinary significance. Momentarily indecisive, Our sighed, waving his hand to send the crystal dome flying into the empty cupboard. Meanwhile, the microscope on the table had seen better days. Rendered nearly unusable due to the detrimental effects of magic on these electric devices, its endurance throughout the term had already surprised Our. Kaka, where is the work plan for the alchemical workshop? Our felt it was time to assign them additional tasks. After all, these muggle goods would not last long, and he could not afford to waste his wealth. Kaka did not appear, but casually tossed a document bag his way. Upon opening it, Our was taken aback. Have I assigned this much already? Suddenly, memories of his recent rebirth flooded back when he sought to exploit the opportunity to reap benefits, assigning a plethora of tasks to his family's workshop. The renovations and marketing strategies for the shop had been largely assimilated, but since the workshop relied on handcrafted goods, progress was slower, leaving half of the items on his list unproduced. If you are not busy, please take the initiative to reinforce the parts of those items with strengthening runes. There is no need to wait for an alchemist to assist you, advised the elder adept in alchemy. Very well, I shall handle it myself, Our nodded. For his plans for the summer were minimal, improving the essence of White Lotus in the lab, practicing spells, and attending the Quidditch Eastern European League. If time permitted, he would engage in these endeavors. Then it exploded, quite literally. The elder's alchemical workshop, having weathered numerous storms, ultimately succumbed tragically to the hands of the Bach family. Our, protected by the ironclad charm he had long employed, emerged unscathed, though dust swirled around him, obscuring his vision and incredulous expression. The ancestors, fleeing from the frame of the alchemical room, congregated in the hall, vociferously urging Kaka to tidy up the aftermath. By Merlin's goat beard, Our truly requires a mentor to guide his magical prowess. Left to his own devices, he would make no progress for a decade or two. The grandfather, still shaken, patted his unyielding chest, marveling at the sensation of a heartbeat that had lain dormant for many years. The other ancestors nodded in agreement, no longer opposing Our's quest to consult Professor Flitwick. After all, by Our's description, this professor of goblin descent was exceedingly skilled in spellcasting, perfectly filling the void left by the absence of elder guidance. Considering that the majority of the Bach family was primarily focused on profit, they were ill-equipped to offer instruction in the realm of spells. In truth, had Our's magical abilities remained at their previous level, they would not have fretted, knowing he would not inadvertently blow himself up. Though the elders had relented, Our did not hastily compose a letter to Professor Flitwick, for he had yet to acquire the basilisk venom. As time meandered into July, the persistent rain finally ceased, and the evening glow painted the sky like a spilled palette. Vibrant and resplendent, much like the carefully tended flowers in Aur's greenhouse. Undeterred, Aur continued to attempt to inscribe magical runes with the aid of a magnifying glass. Despite his proficiency in drawing strengthening runes, he invariably failed when attempting to transfer the design onto other items. Each day, the makeshift stone house echoed with the sound of hammering, reminiscent of demolition work. The elder accompanying him in practicing alchemy repeatedly emphasized the need for Aur to control his magical output. However, lacking any prior instruction on how to manage the magnitude of his magical flow, Aur struggled to find the key. With no recourse but to persistently experiment, he felt utterly at a loss. Fortuitously, just as Kaka undertook the 5th repair of the damaged stone house, news arrived from the black market. However, those capable of cultivating basilisk venom were not to be trifled with. Ultimately, Aur paid a staggering 200 galleons for a single ounce of the venom. Who could have imagined? It was merely basilisk venom. The venom of a 5-eyed giant spider was only 100 galleons. Indeed, rarity begets value. Aur contemplated the audacious idea of stealing a basilisk from the school to sell its venom and shed skin. Once the venom was in his possession, Aur's eagerness to experiment surged, yet he feared the potency of the venom might obliterate the coronet. Thus, he could only muster the patience to write to Professor Flitwick, inviting him to the Bach family estate in Cornwall, where he had inquiries regarding spellcasting. Just as Professor Flitwick was about to return to his home, this letter caused him to postpone his plans. The agreed-upon time was set for the following day's luncheon. An Aur and Kaka rose early to tidy the house and prepare the meal. The village of St. Ives in Cornwall boasted a small wizarding community. Though it lacked uniquely styled buildings, the wooden houses were quite ordinary, and the wizards passing by donned unremarkable attire that would not startle any muggle who might inadvertently wander in. The lush vegetation and verdant trees rendered the air exceptionally pleasant, and with ample water resources, it was a truly nurturing abode. The residence of the Bach family was originally prepared by an ancestor for his frail daughter, who tragically did not survive to adulthood. Her untimely departure left her magical painting unfinished, a half-completed artwork that now hangs in the living room. Auril adjusted the angle of the painting, revealing a faint smile on the girl's face, her fragile transparency evident. She suffered from a blood disease, her veins prominently visible, and her dark hair cascaded softly behind her, accentuating her pallor. Kaka diligently tidied the interior, clearing the coffee table for Auril to place the crystal dome upon it. The sheer curtains remained drawn, serving to shield against prying eyes, allowing only a hazy light to filter through. Chapter 40, A Fit of Rage. When Professor Flitwick appeared via apparition, Auril was in the garden, gathering a substantial bouquet of flowers. The pleasant weather and moderate temperature had allowed the blooms to thrive, though most had been harvested by workers for essential oil production to minimize waste. Good afternoon, Professor, Auril greeted, sensing the professor's magical presence as he approached the door. Good afternoon, Aldrich, Professor Flitwick replied with a smile. How has your training progressed over the past fortnight? I had expected to see improvement, Auril lamented, leading the professor indoors. But alas, I have yet to successfully draw a magical rune. My studio has been blown up several times in the process. Kaka assisted by opening the door and offering slippers to Professor Flitwick, who settled into the living room. Testing your control over magic through rune training? A commendable approach. Would you care to share the challenges you faced? What is this? His gaze was immediately drawn to the object on the coffee table. As you can see, it is the diadem of Ravenclaw, Professor. Auril poured Professor Flitwick a glass of mint tea. Do not rush. I invited you here specifically for this diadem. The professor could hardly contain his excitement as he stepped closer to the crystal dome, fixated on the diadem within. Yes, indeed. This is the diadem we have sought for so long. Aldrich, you have rendered me an immense service. The significance of this diadem to us cannot be overstated. Professor, take a closer look. If you happen to discern any issues with the diadem, your astonishment may very well diminish. Professor Flitwick regarded Auril with a puzzled expression before leaning in for a closer inspection. He was, after all, nearsighted due to years of grading assignments. What are those dark markings? He inquired, finding the diadem to have an unkempt appearance. Could it be that its long absence from proper care has led to this? It is contamination, Auril sighed. I regret to inform you, Professor, that after thorough examination by the elders in my family, we have concluded that the diadem has been tainted by dark magic. Most vile dark magic. Professor Flitwick frowned, immediately contesting, dark magic? Impossible. You cannot fathom the intricacy of this diadem's craftsmanship. Ravenclaw imbued it with formidable protective enchantments. It could never be corrupted by dark magic. Auril sighed once more, locking eyes with Professor Flitwick. I can disclose the nature of this dark magic to you, but first, you must sign a blood oath of loyalty. The professor's expression shifted. He had not anticipated such a request. A blood oath? What significant secret necessitates such a spell? Indeed, There are matters I wish to keep from others. I must first ensure my safety, even for the sake of Ravenclaw's diadem. Aurel was keen to avoid becoming a target before mastering his magical abilities. Very well, Professor Flitwick relented after glancing between the diadem and Aurel. I do wish to see the diadem restored, so let it be the blood oath. Kako appeared just in time, and with his assistance, Aurel and Professor Flitwick successfully bound themselves to the magical oath regarding the diadem. This secret would remain forever buried in their hearts. Watching the fiery sigil on his wrist fade, Professor Flitwick took a deep breath and said to Aurel, "Now, inform me of everything you know." "I hope you can maintain your composure," Aurel teased lightly. "I shall," the professor assured. "You must have heard of Horcruxes, yes? Although a rather obscure and malevolent spell. I am certain you are well versed in it." "A Horcrux? How utterly wicked. Wait, you cannot be suggesting that the diadem has been fashioned into a Horcrux by some reckless fiend?" Professor Flitwick's expression shifted dramatically. He had been about to sit down, only to leap up and begin pacing the room, casting suspicious glances at Aurel several times. Yet Aurel remained calm, sipping his cool tea, showing no signs of shattering the professor's illusions. "Damn it, who is responsible? Bach, tell me you know who has committed such a heinous act. Which scoundrel is it?" Professor Flitwick's agitation escalated to a near-frenzied state. Aurel pushed the tea toward him again. "Calm yourself, Professor. Knowing the identity of the perpetrator changes nothing. I summoned you here because to destroy this Horcrux, we must first obliterate the diadem, and as the head of Ravenclaw, I believe you have a right to this knowledge." Wait, Professor Flitwick's brow furrowed with a troubling realization. In the realm of British wizardry, few could conceive of such madness. He turned to Aurel and demanded, "It is that person, isn't it? The one whose name cannot be spoken? Tom, if you know who I am referring to, then I am heartened by your astuteness, Professor. Conversing with an individual of your perceptiveness is invigorating. No wonder you became a champion in that tournament. Your reactions are impressively swift," Professor Flitwick remarked. "Damn it. I knew it. Seeing the professor's distress, Aurel instructed Kaka to prepare lunch. Perhaps the professor needed a moment to collect his thoughts and regain his composure. As he made space to arrange flowers in the dining area, Aurel continued to monitor the situation in the living room. Professor Flitwick stood before the crystal dome, several times reaching out as if to unveil it and examine the diadem closely. Yet, his knowledge of Horcruxes restrained his impulses. This object was far too perilous, and the madman behind it was universally feared. He could not endanger his exceptional student. Aurel placed the vase on the table against the wall, adjusting its angle. At last, Professor Flitwick regained his composure and approached Aurel, stating, "If you intend to destroy the Horcrux, allow me to assist." The moment a Horcrux is destroyed, its creator becomes aware of the identity of the one responsible for its destruction. I deem it too dangerous to reveal you. Aurel retrieved a crystal vial from his pocket. "A polyjuice potion, Professor. Neither of us need take such risks." All right. It seems you have come prepared," Professor Flitwick acknowledged, somewhat dazed by the cascade of shocking revelations. "Let us eat first," Aurel suggested. "If the meal is unsatisfactory, I cannot guarantee I shall not be picky," the professor replied, feigning jest to lighten the atmosphere. Today's lunch consisted of a French feast, a specialty of Kaka's. As only two were dining, and in the comfort of home, they were spared the need for elaborate rituals. Chapter 41, Speculations. The bouillabaisse is a classic French dish. A delightful amalgamation of various seafood and spices simmered in a tomato broth, its sweet and tangy aroma whetting the appetite. The beef bourguignon emanated the rich fragrance of red wine, the meat tender and delectable. Even the carrots and potatoes within were particularly scrumptious. The baking time of the escargot is perfectly timed, allowing the meat to remain tender and hearty. Overcooking it would render it tough and unappetizing, while undercooking would diminish its aromatic essence. Garnished with crushed basil, parsley, and onions, it is complemented by a refreshing shrimp salad and crisp bread, creating a meal that, while not extravagant, is imbued with sincerity. Professor Flitwick inhaled the fragrant air and nodded approvingly at Al, who could not help but acknowledge that the house elf from the Bach family is indeed an exceptional cook. "Have you ever tried the delicious spicy grilled steak made by the one who serves at the school?" It is evident that the professors are aware of Al's infrequent visits to the dining hall for breakfast. "No, breakfast is not the right time for such dishes." "I shall certainly try it next time." Al invited the professor to take a seat. The two sat across from each other, and the dining table bore no beverages, which Professor Flitwick understood, given that his companion was a student. As the host, Al served a bowl of soup to the professor, crafted from seafood purchased fresh from the docks that morning, albeit lacking in variety, yet rich in freshness. "Thank you," Professor Flitwick said as he accepted the bowl, took a piece of bread, dipped it in the soup, and nodded in affirmation. "Delicious. The robust aroma of tomatoes and seafood is splendid." Al smiled. Nothing is more gratifying than a guest's satisfaction with a meal one has prepared. After lunch, the two relocated to the living room. Kaka had prepared tea anew, with sugar cubes, honey, and milk conveniently set aside for the guests. Professor Flitwick did not directly broach the subject of dealing with the crown, opting instead to discuss the matter of controlling magical output. If we liken magical power to water, and you are the faucet controlling the flow, then your foremost task is to discover where that switch is. Professor Flitwick seldom engaged in this discourse with students, as few encountered such issues, even the likes of Dumbledore. Being powerful did not require his insights. Indeed, I simply do not know how to control it, I'll admit it. Willpower, my child. Do you recall what Professor McGonagall taught you in Transfiguration class? When your will is resolute, your magic can transform an object into your desired form. I emphasize that the most crucial aspect of a spell is the incantation and gesture, yet willpower is equally significant, albeit less evident when we cast spells. Professor Flitwick demonstrated by drawing his wand and casting the simplest illumination charm. The orb of light, which should have ignited at the tip of the wand, suddenly detached and floated freely, capable of rising high or resting on the table, large or diminutive like a candle flame. Do you see? This is the power of will. Controlling your own magic. A spell is not a one-time act. If I were to use the cutting curse now, would your first reaction not be to think I made a cut and it was done? Not at all. The spell does not vanish. As long as you wish it to persist, it can cut a second time, a third time. Professor Flitwick gathered the light orb back into his palm, then clenched his fist, allowing the light to dissipate between his fingers, marking the true conclusion. Why do I not emphasize this in class? Because the average student lacks sufficient magical power to perform such operations. Mastering the standard casting process suffices. As their magical abilities mature, perhaps some will grow stronger, and they can pursue this learning then. Professor Flitwick reiterated, Aldrich, you are an exceedingly rare talent, but possessing such formidable power as a fledgling wizard is not necessarily advantageous. For your safety, do not make it too apparent. There are far too many wizards in this world with cunning methods and malicious intentions. Bach is clearly an excellent experimental tool. If others were to learn of his talent, who knows what nefarious schemes they might concoct. I understand, I replied, observing Professor Flitwick's hands, still mulling over the professor's previous remarks. Willpower? Yes, indeed, willpower. He too summoned a light orb, which wobbled and struggled to move forward under his mental guidance. Professor Flitwick gazed at him in astonishment, not anticipating such rapid progress. Although it only moved a short distance, it exceeded AL's expectations, and a broad smile erupted on his face as he finally grasped how to control his magic. Professor Flitwick patted his arm. Well done. As their lesson concluded, their gazes returned to the crown encased within the crystal dome. Al retrieved a book from his bag and handed it to Professor Flitwick. This is from our family library, chronicling much of the infamous deeds of he who must not be named. The inventor of Horcruxes is none other than he. After research with my family, we have formed a bold hypothesis to utilize basilisk venom to destroy a Horcrux. Basilisk? Professor, you have heard of it, right? The giant serpent that can kill with a mere gaze? It too is a creature of his creation. Is there something unique about basilisk venom? Would other poisons not suffice? Professor Flitwick inquired as he perused the book. Different, Professor. The basilisk is a magical creation. Its very essence is not innate. It possesses magical properties. In previous discussions, many theorized why basilisk venom could destroy Horcruxes, ultimately concluding that it is the basilisk's unique abilities that enable such destruction. Professor Flitwick realized, a magical creation. And a Horcrux is also a magical creation. Using naturally sourced toxins cannot harm a Horcrux. You are indeed correct. Al could only manage a wry smile before producing a sealed glass vial from his pocket, containing a luminescent green liquid. I have prepared the venom. However, I cannot guarantee that the crown will remain intact after the Horcrux is destroyed. So, Professor, I need to conduct this experiment under your witness. Professor Flitwick felt a pang of anxiety. After all, it was Ravenclaw's crown, a treasure belonging to Ravenclaw House. Al shrugged. From this point forward, we can only leave everything to Merlin. Be prepared for the outcome, whether good or ill, Professor. Wait, Aldrich, I suddenly have a question, Professor Flitwick interjected. What is it? Al nearly dropped the potion bottle as he reached for it, startled by the professor's sudden interruption. That unmentionable fellow. He wouldn't merely use the crown as a vessel for creating Horcruxes, would he? Professor Flitwick deemed it implausible, considering the man's erratic nature. Whatever he did, he sought to achieve perfection. I do not know, Professor. Honestly, I stumbled upon the crown in the room of requirement. I have not encountered the other items. Al shook his head. What? Where? The room of requirement? Right next to my office. Professor Flitwick exploded with rage. I will kill him. I will kill that scoundrel. Al, feeling helpless, pressed the professor back into his seat. Calm down, Professor. Firstly, We cannot ascertain how many Horcruxes that individual has created. Secondly, we are unaware of the current locations of the other house relics. Lastly, let us first deal with this Horcrux, at least once we understand how dangerous he is. Our priority will be to eliminate him, will it not? Okay, you are correct, Professor Flitwick conceded, grabbing a cup of red tea and gulping it down. Panting heavily as he sat on the sofa, gritting his teeth, Al swallowed the potion, almost overwhelmed by its nauseating taste. Not long after, the potion's effects took hold, causing Al's face to swell. He departed from the sitting room to don an attire that was most befitting of a dark sorcerer, even applying makeup to accentuate the shadows beneath his eyes, rendering his complexion a sallow, dusky hue. He adorned his neck and hands with foundation as well. Professor Flitwick meandered around the crystal dome, his heart brimming with trepidation. He fervently hoped that the diadem would withstand the corrosive effects of the basilisk venom. For it was an alchemical artifact wrought by fairies, a concoction of diverse materials and magics, unlike a Horcrux, which was a creation of pure enchantment. According to the earlier assertions of Auror, there existed a fundamental distinction between them, a notion that fueled Flitwick's delusions once he regained his composure. Yet, this was inconsequential. Auror had once entertained similar thoughts, but soon the outcome would reveal itself. Professor, the disillusionment charm, if the Horcrux can be sensed by its original form when it perishes. Perhaps it, too, may behold you. Safety first. As Auror spoke, he lifted the crystal dome. He placed the diadem into the stone basin and retrieved the basilisk venom. All was prepared. The figure of Professor Flitwick gradually faded, and to avert any unforeseen incidents, he positioned himself behind the sofa, ensuring he could observe the diadem's transformation. Auror uncorked the vial, his gaze lowered. Are you ready? Let us commence. Auror, Merlin shall bless our endeavor. The voice of Professor Flitwick emanated from behind the sofa. Very well. With that, he tilted the vial in his hand, and as the viscous green venom first touched the diadem, a wisp of black smoke began to rise. The liquid cascaded into the basin, thickening the smoke further. A chilling, piercing shriek erupted from within, and the venom boiled violently. Professor Flitwick, startled, instinctively moved forward to intervene with Auror. However, Auror remained composed, understanding that the destruction of a Horcrux posed no peril. In truth, a magical artifact that could inflict harm solely through contact was rather feeble. Many curses could exert their effects without being directly cast upon the target, and there was ample room for improvement in such artifacts as Horcruxes. Stay calm. Auror did not shift his focus, yet he sensed Flitwick's anxiety. The diadem began to convulse violently, and Auror endeavored to discern whether it was the diadem itself resisting or the Horcrux's final eruption. In his concentration, Auror's eyes passively amassed a significant amount of magical energy, which enabled his vision to transcend the ordinary realm, revealing a different world. He perceived a faint blue emanating from the diadem, struggling against a thick black substance, akin to murky swamp water, that sought to suppress it, alongside a green venom exuding a sinister aura that corroded the inky fluid. Without the need for external elucidation, Auror instantly comprehended the unfolding scene and instinctively knew what course of action to pursue. Open. He raised his hand, pointing toward the tightly shut window, and the latch sprang open instantaneously, allowing the window to swing ajar, a gentle breeze wafting into the room. The blue luminescent points, sensing the presence of allies, began to summon forth with fervor. Life and death hinged upon this very moment. The wind intensified, causing Auror's robe to billow dramatically. He manipulated the magical energy, striving to ensure the venom covered the black water as thoroughly as possible. Who is it? The black water, besieged from both sides, rapidly thinned. The remnants of the soul fragment, unwilling to succumb, roared in fury, yearning to rend apart all who dared to harm it. A tremendous surge of magical energy enveloped Auror, obliterating the surrounding furniture and carpet into nothingness, prompting Professor Flitwick to retreat further away. Yet, it did not perturb Auror in the slightest. He calmly regarded the ghastly visage that emerged from the fray, even playfully winking at him. Do not let me find you. The black water issued a final warning before dissipating into smoke. Auror remained unfazed, for even if Voldemort stood before him, he would not recognize him as the true culprit behind the destruction of the Horcrux. As for the borrowed visage he wore, it was likely that the original owner would soon meet their maker. Should Voldemort be unwilling, he could contest with death for the soul. For his covetousness of the Deathly Hallows had not been a fleeting interest, presenting him with the perfect opportunity to confront death directly. Once the tempest subsided and Auror's billowing garments settled, concealing his now emaciated form, he harnessed his magic to recapture the venom into the vial. Professor Flitwick, regaining his composure, eagerly inquired, Aldrich, your eyes. My eyes. Auror, putting away the vial, reached up to touch his eyelids. What is wrong with my eyes? By Merlin's woolen socks. They are truly as legendary as foretold. Professor Flitwick gazed intently into Auror's eyes, summoning a small mirror that had been perched at the entrance, presenting it to Auror. You perceive the magical elements, did you not? In the face of magic, even the diadem must yield. No wizard with a penchant for research could resist such a gift. Auror held the mirror before him and discovered his eyes shimmering with iridescence. Within his formerly dark green irises seemed to be enshrined a gem-like brilliance. What is this? It is a gift bestowed upon you by magic, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his excitement palpable. A gift that is unparalleled. Yet, this is exceedingly strange. Auror mused, touching his eyes once more. Is this also a boon from my rebirth? It appears this unknown deity is rather generous. Fear not. As long as you do not actively seek the magical elements, this transformation will dissipate on its own. Had it not been for you, I would have nearly concluded that such accounts were merely the fanciful imaginings of ancient wizards. Professor Flitwick abruptly closed his eyes, striving to refrain from gazing at Auror. Chapter 43, Elements. Wait a moment, Professor. Let us first examine the diadem, and then we may sit down to discuss the element you alluded to earlier, shall we? Auror expressed his curiosity, having participated in the struggle against the diadem and offered some measure of assistance. Perhaps, just perhaps, their delusions had materialized. Professor Flitwick sighed, no worries. Aldrich, I am prepared for this. Given the tumultuous commotion from the Horcrux, it is only natural that the diadem sustained some damage. As he spoke, he began to clear the dust that had accumulated in the room, a remnant of the Horcrux's fierce counterattack. No, 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 Professor, I beheld the diadem triumphing. It successfully safeguarded itself. Auror felt an irresistible urge to seek out more Horcruxes. If he could succeed once, then surely he could replicate the feat a second and third time, bolstered by the immense confidence that his current abilities bestowed upon him. What did you say? You mean to say the diadem is unharmed? Professor Flitwick immediately darted in front of Auror, reaching for the diadem in the stone basin. Wait, Auror hastily interjected. The basilisk venom is extraordinary, Professor. I would advise against direct handling. Auror procured fresh water and meticulously rinsed the diadem several times before donning dragonhide gloves to grasp it. Professor Flitwick, brimming with impatience, even found himself rising on tiptoes to draw nearer, muttering incantations under his breath. Well, how is it? Let us employ a detection charm. Auror proposed. Yes, let me do that. Professor Flitwick eagerly extracted his wand. A myriad of colorful spells cascaded onto the diadem as he utilized every diagnostic charm from St. Mungo's for examining patients. The two exchanged glances as they beheld the unchanged diadem, and together they erupted in joyous exclamations. Splendid. The diadem is unscathed. Marvelous. They were soon ushered by Kaka into the dining room. Please wait a moment. I must tidy up the sitting room. Additionally, Master, you have only consumed a sip of the potion, and it will soon wane. Very well, Kaka. Thank you for your efforts. Auror clutched the diadem as he proceeded toward the dining area. Professor Flitwick remained fixated on the diadem until Auror handed it over to him. Ascending the stairs to change his attire, the sight of the coveted artifact reclaimed by their academy filled him with exhilaration, and he repeatedly contemplated placing the diadem upon his head to experience the legendary magic firsthand. However, reason firmly restrained his impulses. Although legends suggest that the crown could enhance the wisdom of its wearer, in reality, many harbored skepticism regarding this notion. The human mind is a delicate construct. A single misstep could lead to ruin. Yet, this crown possesses the terrifying power to bestow wisdom upon the foolish, compelling one to approach it with utmost caution. Before long, OL hurried down, inviting Professor Flitwick to sit. Come, Professor, let us discuss the book you mentioned earlier. Professor Flitwick raised the crown. Shouldn't we first address this? The crown was entrusted to the professor, but given the omnipresence of a certain someone, it was necessary to ask for his discretion in safeguarding it temporarily, without disclosing its existence. Later, we can create some chaos to render its appearance justifiable. What do you think? OL understood that he could never possess the crown. Had he not invited Professor Flitwick in the first place, he would have simply let it be. Yet, he did not wish to see it vanish without a trace. Now that it had unexpectedly surfaced, it was only right to return it to its rightful owner. After all, it belonged to Ravenclaw House, and would ultimately find its way back to where it was meant to be. Are you truly willing to relinquish it? Professor Flitwick pondered for a moment before posing the question. OL shrugged, appearing indifferent to the crown's allure, now that he had resumed his original form. I have no need for the crown's magical prowess. I trust you can understand that, Professor. He feigned a sense of self-satisfaction, adding, however, I am not entirely altruistic. I hope that in the future, Ravenclaw graduates might consider my modest contributions and assist me with trivial matters. Professor Flitwick, having confirmed OL's intentions multiple times, solemnly assured him, rest assured, we shall not take your goodwill lightly. Now, allow me to enlighten you regarding the secrets of the elements. OL listened attentively. Ancient wizards believed that magic stemmed from nature, constituted of the four elements: water, fire, earth, and air. The reason wizards possess such extraordinary abilities lies in the presence of a certain essence within them, enabling a resonance with these elements. Setting the crown aside, Professor Flivy began imparting the knowledge he had gleaned from the ancient tome. However, as spells became more widespread, the understanding of elemental knowledge gradually faded. Wizards ceased to test their affinity with these elements. Their magic was no longer confined to any single element. As the creators of spells allowed all wizards to manipulate different elements through the incantations they devised, these spells summoned the elements, replacing the direct connection between wizards and the elements, and slowly, wizards lost the ability to perceive them. Thus, does that book suggest that spells are a form of regression? OL speculated, for according to Professor Flivy's earlier remarks, wizards could no longer see the elements, and hence lost the supreme control that should have been theirs over a particular element. There was no definitive conclusion, although wizards could no longer communicate with the elements. As long as they mastered sufficient spells, they could still wield considerable power. Those simple spells made life more convenient for wizards. And far too much time had elapsed since the ancient wizarding era mentioned in that book. No one could prove their strength, as there was no evidence. Professor Flivy did not express his thoughts, but merely recounted the contents of the book, confirming he had not encountered such assertions. OL nodded thoughtfully. This is the first time I've heard of such elemental theory. To be honest, had I not seen those blue specks of light on the crown today, I might have thought you were jesting. Blue? Blue. Professor Flivy exclaimed with excitement. And you summoned a strong wind. Thus, the element contained within the crown is air. I believe so, OL affirmed. Although I cannot precisely explain why those blue specks indicated the need for air, I acted on instinct at that moment. Perhaps this is the innate nature of wizards. If the book's assertions hold true, wizards need not comprehend the elements, as we are inherently connected to them. Thus, the ability to discern this connection is instinctual, Professor Flivy hypothesized. It was unfortunate that he could not perceive the elements. Otherwise, they could mutually validate each other. Chapter 44, The Laboratory. Thanks to OL's first-hand experience and Professor Flivy's youthful explorations of various magical texts, the two engaged in an extensive discussion on the topic of elements. What was initially meant to be a simple lunch for the professor turned into a dinner at OL's insistence, and he left with cookies crafted by Kaka and the crown in hand. After Kaka tidied up the room, he prepared to return to the castle alongside OL. Perhaps I should take it back, OL mused, standing before a portrait in the living room, gazing at the frail girl within. He felt that perhaps his ancestor longed to see her child once more. If you feel it is necessary, Kaka replied. His large eyes filled with trust as he looked at his master. OL cast a sidelong glance at him, smiling. With a spell, he enchanted the painting to shrink and slip into his pocket. He took Kaka's hand and recited the disillusionment charm. In the next instant, their figures materialized in the castle's grand hall. OL's father, curious, inquired, "How is the crown? Surely the basilisk's venom did not dissolve that ancient relic?" "No," OL replied, retrieving the ordinary oil painting from his pocket while glancing at the bearded man chatting with his wife. "Georgia, where do you think this painting should be hung?" The ancestor, having been called by name, pushed through the other family members and immediately spotted the girl in the painting. "OL, thank Merlin. You brought back Nalita." "Thank you, dear. It has been so long since we visited her in that house," George's wife said, her eyes glistening with emotion as she gazed at her daughter's portrait before turning to OL, filled with excitement. Since being confined to this castle, they had severed all ties with the outside world. Furthermore, the family rules forbade delaying the lives of the living for the desires of the deceased, so they could not actively request OL's assistance. After all, when the time came for the shackles to be lifted, they could address everything then. If it's not too troublesome, you could have the house elves assist you, at least for retrieving items from your own home or purchasing things that do not affect outsiders, such as DVDs. When I was at school, the house elves could spare some time to help you, OL remarked as he hung the oil painting beside the couple's portrait. Guided by Georgia. "OL, do not worry about us. You have already done so much," his grandmother said, her loving gaze resting upon her dear grandson. OL's life was already quite busy, and theirs was not devoid of interest, so there was no need to occupy the house elf's time. After all, they each had their own duties, and maintaining such a grand castle was no easy task. As OL descended the stairs, he mused, occasionally. "I too need to engage in other pursuits for relaxation. By the way, does anyone here have knowledge of magical elements?" The figures in the painting shook their heads in response. The ancestor playfully remarked, "The Bork family indeed lacks scholarly talent. OL, we were only ever tasked with not squandering the family fortune. In terms of academics, Kenton is probably the most outstanding among us. Kenton is the esteemed individual who entrusted or with the study of alchemical runes. He founded an alchemy studio, crafting various traditional household items, such as self-cleaning cauldrons and scarecrows designed to ward off goblins. Or cast a resigned glance at his ancestors, exhaling a sigh. Well, it appears that ultimately, I must fend for myself. Indeed, my dear, you are no longer a child. It is only fitting that you address your own troubles. Very well, but prior to that, I must first ascertain whether there are any changes in the rankings. Tom's name had ascended, displacing the individual who previously occupied the position beneath him. The destruction of a soul artifact inflicts irreparable harm upon its host. Thus, Voldemort, having lost a fragment of his soul, would undoubtedly be weakened, particularly given his current precarious state, rendering the alteration unsurprising. In any case, Or felt quite satisfied with the outcome of this endeavor. Following the conclusion of the coronet matter, Or ingested an aging potion and proceeded to the laboratory to oversee operations. Scott had cleverly lured a group of freshly graduated scholars into the laboratory, utilizing the herbal essences purified by or to develop new potions based on their components. Traditional Chinese medicine is not entirely overlooked in the West, as there are specialized pharmacies on Chinatown streets that sell herbal decoctions. The researchers eagerly embarked on their grand procurement, returning to meticulously analyze the cellular structures and compositions of various herbs, convinced that the essence procured by their employer was indeed extraordinary. These researchers labored with the fervor of donkeys tantalized by a dangling carrot, driven by an insatiable desire to succeed. Reflecting on the agreement with, or, Scott was increasingly anxious to introduce him to his superiors, persistently urging for the completion of a finished potion to gain access to those in higher echelons. The administrator of the laboratory's daily affairs, Fernandez, greeted Or at the entrance and guided him inside. Nestled within the woods, the laboratory employed numerous glass windows for enclosure, as they were a company dedicated to researching the medicinal properties of plants, striving for harmony with nature. Researchers clad in white coveralls busily engaged in their tasks, with different departments investigating various flora, each selecting a few specimens to study their compatibility with the essence of white fresh. Honeysuckle, angelica, and safflower were recommended by an esteemed traditional Chinese physician, who claimed they were commonly used in the East for treating wounds. After experimentation, it was discovered that safflower possessed a remarkably potent blood-activating effect, synergizing with the exceptional healing properties of white fresh essence to effectively eliminate wound contamination and expedite cellular growth and fusion. Fernandez escorted Or to Laboratory 3. Within the laboratory, 5 individuals were present. 2 stood before a testing station analyzing data. Another female doctor was adding reagents to petri dishes with a pipette, while 2 others busied themselves with ceramic jars. Have you determined the primary components? And what of the auxiliary medicines? It's essential to recognize that not everyone can tolerate such rapidly acting potions, or observe the industrious workers through the floor-to-ceiling glass. Laboratory 7 focused on the study of glutinous rice and wheat, as these were the most easily absorbed components by the human body, while Laboratory 9 investigated the fusion of antibiotics with these plant essences. Or, Scott believed that these potions would be particularly beneficial for the military and specialized departments. Fernandez, aware of Or's desire to blend in with Muggles, did not oppose Scott's plan, reasoning that with a valuable asset in hand, why focus on the market of ordinary citizens? How much medicine could those individuals possibly utilize? Or's interest lay in the gap left by the inconvenience of Muggle healthcare, provided that the potions we developed were sufficiently effective. Chapter 45, Opportunity. However, Scott believed that engaging with those in high positions would expedite the achievement of one's objectives. Fernandez was disinclined to waste time. We must not expose our trump cards to the scrutiny of others. Or cast a glance at Fernandez, bemused by how, despite sharing the plight of a corporate drone, he had become so impatient upon merely transitioning into a new role. Feeling a chill at Or's gaze, Fernandez, momentarily intoxicated by recent successes, regained his composure. Do you not wish to infiltrate the upper echelons within 2 years? Gaining a title in peacetime is no trivial pursuit. Or would you prefer to accept a hollow title bought with money? That is a goal, however. Only when what I desire is rare will Scott strive to ascend to meet that goal, rather than squander his life as an undercover agent. I do not require an informant. Or turned and continued deeper into the laboratory, intending to explore other labs. Although he currently understood little of the sophisticated machinery, he possessed ample time to learn gradually. Even if the infiltration of criminal organizations proved formidable, joining them could still yield success. Yet, Or aspired to maintain a legitimate identity, rather than being perpetually at risk of an unwelcome knock at the door. Fernandez followed closely behind, unexpectedly inquiring, "Are you concerned about him continuing as an undercover agent?" "I have researched his background," Or replied, his gaze drifting over the equipment in each room. "To be honest, his choice to become an informant is fundamentally flawed. With his family's assistance, Even a gradual progression would prevent him from merely being a field agent. As Ur walked, his attention flitted across various instruments, which had cost him over 3 years of earnings. Had it not been for his affluent background, he would not have dared to engage in such ventures. This was one of the reasons he persisted in conducting ordinary business. How much could one possibly earn by doing business with the state? One could easily find themselves incurring losses merely to maintain relationships. However, if he could establish a connection with military supply lines, it would prove advantageous for his market entry, as that prestigious label would undoubtedly be quite beneficial. Do you hope that someone within those circles can assist you? Fernandez grasped the implication. Navigating the Muggle upper echelons alone was indeed a considerable challenge. What good would it do to merely gain entry if one could not solidify their position? Some matters, even for a wizard, required assistance. A hero needs 3 helpers, as the saying goes in the East. Fernandez, we cannot simply appear and attempt to seize a share of the pie from existing merchants. Having a product alone is insufficient. Or halted, gesturing towards the empty laboratory. I wish to utilize those materials inside. See if anyone is available and introduce me. Very well, wait here. Fernandez promptly swiped his card to unlock the laboratory door. Inside, everything was pristine and orderly. All equipment was neatly arranged, or had only ever seen such items in magazines. During procurement, he had merely signed and paid, making this his first hands-on experience. The temporary instructor summoned was the amiable Philip from the laboratory, and upon learning that the visitor was the son of an investor, his colleagues repeatedly emphasized the importance of Philip being patient and friendly. This led to Philip answering Ur's inquiries with enthusiasm and a cordial demeanor. Ur was quite satisfied. Shortly after leaving, he had Kaka prepare a pizza to be delivered to Fernandez. The laboratory was predominantly staffed by young individuals, all enjoying colas with ice and lemon slices while relishing pizzas topped with sausage and bacon, laughing and conversing, all holding the wealthy young man in high esteem. The individuals from Laboratory 2 even inquired of Fernandez. He appears quite young. Which university does he plan to attend? It remains uncertain, as it depends on his own aspirations. Fernandez replied, wizards are not required to attend university, but should or wish to cultivate a good reputation in the Muggle world after graduation, perhaps he could consider enrolling. If he decides on Cambridge, we can assist in recommending excellent professors, others chimed in. All were graduates of Ivy League universities, and while not much else could be said, their academic connections were indeed commendable. I shall convey the message. Fernandez raised his soda cup. If he manages the laboratory post-graduation, will he be responsible for our research facility? Who can say for certain? However, as the sole heir, the likelihood is substantial. Fernand listened to the curious discussions surrounding Ur and could not help but reflect once more on the undeniable advantage of possessing a pleasing exterior, which often yields remarkable results with seemingly minimal effort. However, Ur had urged them to expedite their experiments, so following this hearty meal, everyone was compelled to immerse themselves in diligent work. The summer rain fell in a gentle patter. Ur had not seen the sun for an entire week and decided to write to Crumb inquiring about the weather in Black Mountain. Crumb, who had arrived there 2 weeks in advance to acclimatize, replied that the weather was quite pleasant, mostly sunny. Thank heavens. Ur, who had almost believed that the rain enveloped the entire globe, felt a breath of relief and wrote to Lavelle, asking when they would set out. Lavelle, having spent the entire holiday engaged in family training, longed to pack her belongings and depart immediately. However, that was not feasible. Dear Ur, I am so pleased that you still remember me. After 50 days apart, you finally wrote to me, and I am deeply touched. You ask when we will leave for Black Mountain. I wish it could be at once, but unfortunately, my father believes we should arrive 3 days before the league commences. Regrettably, we cannot travel to Black Mountain beforehand to admire the ancient architecture and churches, nor can we indulge in delectable grilled fish and pizza. However, my father informed me that tensions between the Yugoslav Ministry of Magic and the Independence Brigade have escalated, leading to frequent conflicts with Croatia. Even the Quidditch League cannot temporarily halt their acts of enmity. Thus, we must prepare self-defense items. Having a key is essential, and in the event of danger, it is best for us to leave at the first opportunity. Dear Ur, I hope your holiday is enjoyable, and if possible, please take my share with you. Your devoted Lavelle, who is constantly overwhelmed by her brothers. Ur smiled as he folded the letter and asked Kaka to procure the latest Yugoslav wizarding newspaper, as well as one from Croatia. Too much time had passed. He could hardly recall the international news that once seemed irrelevant to him. Suddenly reminded of the Independence Brigade by Lavelle's words, he recalled the impending disintegration of Yugoslavia. In the summer of '91, Slovenia and Croatia were the first to declare independence, followed closely by Macedonia. Although they were small nations, with proper maneuvering, they could achieve significant gains. Perhaps he should extend a helping hand. After all, everything was for the sake of freedom, and the wheels of history would inevitably roll toward a predetermined future. If he could seize the opportunity to consolidate some connections and wealth, it should not be seen as disrupting the course of history. Furthermore, with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, there lay a golden opportunity, accompanied by a plethora of firearms. War's eyes sparkled brightly. Chapter 46. Kin. The sudden letter of communication from the main branch, after years of silence, took the collateral branches by surprise. The Bach family was not one to overly emphasize the significance of a sprawling lineage. They did not believe that sheer numbers equated to strength. In fact, numerous affluent wizarding families had met their demise due to an unfilial descendant, serving as a cautionary tale. Thus, within the Bach family, there existed a singular tradition. The main branch would provide some financial support or a minor stake in a business to closely related offshoots, rights that could not be transferred and were reclaimed upon death, allowing everyone to pursue their own paths. While some might argue that this approach could lead to estrangement among relatives, one must consider the alternative. If you had a relative who would bestow upon you a substantial sum of galleons upon reaching adulthood, I assure you, you would not treat him with indifference. Or, drawing from future interactions, pen letters to a few trusted relatives, expressing his desire to expand his business into Eastern Europe and requesting their assistance, promising compensation thereafter. Those without pressing matters soon set forth, while those engaged in serious work or business responded with explanations and sent gifts as apologies. Or, not one to be stingy, reciprocated with gifts while offering suggestions that he hoped would benefit their lives. Among the replies, one particularly caught his attention. Gilbert Bach, described as a Death Eater, though that description was not entirely accurate, was more aptly characterized as an opportunist, albeit one with poor judgment. Having allied himself with a deranged individual who had lost all reason after inflicting severe harm upon himself, or had originally written to his brother. But Gilbert informed him that Samuel had gone to Egypt to participate in a dangerous animal conservation initiative. Gilbert was a remarkably capable individual, despite his lack of vision. He possessed a keen intellect and was well versed in ancient runic studies, having been appointed as a special operative by Gringotts. He occasionally accompanied archaeological wizarding teams on expeditions to various ruins. Alas, having joined the Death Eaters at an early age, or lamented that he could not invite Gilbert to elucidate the obscure ancient texts for him, setting Gilbert's letter upon his desk, or leaned back in his chair. Outside, the rain continued its relentless fall, casting a dim light within the room, where candles flickered, creating a play of light and shadow that resembled unevenly dyed fabric. He shared a closer bloodline with Galacticus, and both had an affinity for antiquities. Perhaps their connection was more profound. Gilbert's allegiance to the Death Eaters was not entirely unexpected or regrettable. As if sensing or silence, an ancestor, unable to endure the stillness, broke the quietude, or responded with a murmur, expressing his admiration for the individual's ability to garner such a following. Had it not been for the necessity of creating Horcruxes for immortality, he would not have met such a swift downfall. However, his ideology was flawed. While I acknowledge that power is held by a select few, that is typically a consequence of societal stability. After instigating war, he cannot rely on brute force to suppress all half-blood and muggle-born wizards. That would be exceedingly difficult, especially with pure-blood wizards dissenting against him. Grindelwald, in his time, was far more astute, using rhetoric and subtle persuasion to manipulate minds more effectively. Right or wrong, victory dictates the narrative. Consider the Wizarding Secrecy Act. Or picked up the letter, and a searing warmth rose swiftly from below, the flames licking at the paper until it disintegrated into ashes. His fingertips, enveloped in fire, danced as if kneading, the flames gradually receding, mirroring the candlelight that twinkled at his fingertips before dissipating into smoke. The Wizarding Secrecy Act was not erroneous. In that era, it was indeed a prudent choice. Our ancestors had endured the witch hunts, hence they would never denigrate that statute. Frankly, it was precisely because of it that so many wizards could be preserved. Yes, I am aware it is not wrong. The true fault lies with those vermin profiting from the statute today. Or quickly amended his statement, his mind clear, unwilling to engage in feudal disputes with his elders, and he held genuine respect for the statute that had once safeguarded wizards. Or, times have indeed changed. But we cannot emulate that individual's reckless attempts at revolution. War inflicts suffering not upon those wielding power, but upon the innocent wizards at the bottom. Consider the war instigated by Grindelwald. Why did Asian wizards only wish to restore diplomatic relations with us a century later? Reflect upon the terror attacks orchestrated by that individual. If you wish to connect with more factions and rally them to your cause, that is commendable, but do not rush. If you aspire to gather a following akin to that individual, you should engage more with your peers at school. I do not suggest brazenly forming alliances under Professor Dumbledore's nose, but rather advocate for showcasing your abilities to attract worthy friends. Friends, regardless of their affluent backgrounds or exceptional talents, merely friends, you understand. AOL turned his head to glance at his ancestors in the frame, who were anxiously urging him on. He rested his chin on his hand, observing their lively exchange, even witnessing some disputes erupt over differing viewpoints, and felt a warm glow within his heart. These were his family, who, regardless of his shortcomings, remained ever willing to embrace and support him. He pondered whether his past behaviors had been excessively harsh. Yet, would AOL change? It was uncertain. His emotional struggles were not something that could simply be resolved. If everything were to take a positive turn, then even without his apology, his ancestors would surely find joy for him. Having hosted this year's Eastern European League, the minister of the Yugoslav Ministry of Magic was recently in high spirits. Were it not for the incessant disturbances caused by the independent organizations, he believed he would be even more elated. Wizards from around the globe had propelled the local wizarding economy to new heights, with the ministry's tax revenue for the new month reaching levels not seen in the past year. The officials within the ministry moved with a buoyant energy, each radiating vitality. Suddenly, a robust man sporting a bushy beard forcefully pushed open the glass doors of the hall, causing the delicate entrance and the adjacent columns to collide with a thud. The stained glass angel, its wing missing a piece, appeared to weep in silent sorrow. Which ill-mannered brute was this? A nearby wizard, nearly struck by the man's recklessness, glared in frustration before hastily lowering his head and departing the ministry. Where is Korovin? The towering man stormed towards the front desk, addressing the elegantly coiffed witch with an air of aggression. The minister is busy today. He has officials from the German Ministry of Magic visiting and needs to accompany them. There's a meeting at 10, Sergei. The minister has no time. Just wait, the witch exclaimed, rushing out from behind the desk. But she could do little to halt the bear-like man, watching helplessly as he charged into the elevator. Chapter 47. Independence moments later. A butterfly fluttered from the witch's hand, descending gracefully to the ground. Sergei was the director of the Auror office at the Yugoslav Ministry of Magic. Just last week, he had received orders from Minister Korovin to apprehend the family of Vasily, a high-ranking member of the independent group, in Croatia. However, he had just received news that the mother and daughter imprisoned in the dungeon had vanished. Vasily, under pressure from his family, was on the verge of divulging the location of the independent group's base, but now that his family had escaped, Sergei demanded his subordinates contact Vasily to inquire about the whereabouts of the base, while simultaneously intensifying the search for suspicious individuals nearby. However, the influx of foreign wizards had complicated the search operations immensely. Without Vasily's wife and daughter, they would lose an invaluable opportunity to dismantle the independent group, which would be detrimental to the war effort. Sergei believed it was imperative to restrict the activities of these foreign wizards. The Quidditch League paled in comparison to the integrity of Yugoslavia. Yet, it was evident that Minister Korovin held a different view. When the Secretary-General received a notification from the front desk, Sergei was already barreling towards them. Korovin was engaged in a lively discussion with the Deputy Minister of the German Ministry of Magic. The Secretary-General approached Korovin, whispering, "Minister, I'll check on Sergei. You and the guest can take a short break in the conference room. I've arranged for tea and refreshments." Korovin frowned slightly, but nodded after glancing at the man striding down the corridor, seizing Sergei and pulling him into a nearby empty office. The Secretary-General spoke in a hushed but urgent tone. "I told you. I've already informed you that foreign wizards are aiding those damned independent group members. Vasily's wife and daughter are missing. If they reach Vasily before we do, our plans will be utterly thwarted. Korovin must impose restrictions on those foolish pigs. Is it certain that foreign wizards are involved? Perhaps someone within your ranks has been compromised, allowing those wretched swine to escape our grasp. Do you comprehend the assistance those wizards visiting for the match provide us? We must secure their allegiance, as long as they are on our side. The independent group's goals cannot be realized. Minister Korovin will never permit the Yugoslav Ministry of Magic to fracture. Impossible, absolutely impossible." Sergei refused to believe that his stringent measures could allow his subordinates to falter. "Do not rush to counter, nor should you attack our foreign allies. We must conduct an internal investigation, Sergei. We need the assistance of those foreign wizards. You are well aware of the plight facing Yugoslav wizards. We cannot continue to be treated as mere country folk." The Secretary-General explained to Korovin with remarkable calmness, her steady tone gradually soothing him. "I do not doubt our own. But you know the cunning of those beasts. They are elusive. Vasily's wife and daughter are wizards. For them to be so easily captured could very well be part of a scheme." The thought sent a chill down Sergei's spine. Indeed, it was quite possible that their effortless capture of the two women had been a deliberate ploy. The burly man suddenly grasped the Secretary-General's hand, asking, "What do you think their objective might be?" "I do not know, Sergei, nor can I ascertain, but they will not forfeit the match. It is an opportune moment for them to gain global recognition," she replied. "You know the entirety of Europe is encouraging the pursuit of freedom. Those vacuous fools crave a platform to showcase their commitment to liberty, and this is hardly a wise notion. We can use this opportunity to ensnare them all at once. Understood. Thank you. I now know how to proceed. Sergei seemed to find newfound confidence, striding out of the ministry with an air of triumph. The Secretary General gazed at her reflection in the window, brushing a strand of her changing red hair. She whispered to herself, that was close to being discovered. The tasks assigned by young AOL were far too intriguing. She hoped these foolish pigs could persist just a little longer. Meanwhile, on the other side, a mother and daughter, having consumed the polyjuice potion and doused themselves in a heavy perfume, were being reassured by Bob, who turned to the somewhat anxious woman, saying, relax. No one will recognize you. You are Mrs. Sheffield now. Lift your chin a bit, be a touch haughty. Little Lily too. Yes, just like that. Like a little swan, absolutely beautiful. The woman couldn't hold back a chuckle as she watched her daughter stretch her neck in a goose-like manner. She linked her arm with the man's and softly murmured, thank you. Thank you both. Not at all, madam. I merely did what any gentleman ought to do. Bob shrugged, leading them into a shop. Half an hour later, the flamboyantly dressed trio emerged from the store, laden with bags. No one suspected them, after all. Who would think that such leisurely individuals were fugitives? As AOL packed his belongings in preparation to rendezvous with Lavelle in London, he perused the latest edition of the newspaper. Due to the uproar surrounding the independence movements in Slovenia, Croatia, and Macedonia, numerous local tabloids were buzzing about the matter. He had ordered several sharply written papers to pass the time and gain a more accurate understanding of the developments. The reason he had refrained from allowing his relatives to send him updates was his concern that owl deliveries might expose their whereabouts. Not to mention, Austin, who had kidnapped the Secretary General, could not afford to leave any trace. It was far too perilous. Though that woman had claimed that such a sensation of dancing on the edge of a knife was her lifelong aspiration. Two boys, pulling their suitcases, resolved to travel to Montenegro via a fireplace temporarily opened by the Ministry of Magic to apply for a portkey. However, this passage was vetoed by the ministry, as an overwhelming number of wizards were attending the match, and the Yugoslav Ministry of Magic had effectively sealed off Montenegro, complicating their arrival. Consequently, the fireplace remained their sole option. But why had they sealed off Montenegro? Laville recalled his father's numerous musings about the Yugoslav War of Independence during the holidays, struggling to comprehend why, amidst such tensions, they would allocate resources to blockade Montenegro, which had not even participated in this independence movement. Perhaps they were concerned that other independence factions might exploit the match for their own ends. Or, as OL suggested, it was also a precaution against the local wizarding factions in Montenegro, fearing they might strike at a pivotal moment. Given these circumstances, it seemed the match this year would not proceed smoothly. Laville held little hope. Chapter 48, Dispute. Who knows? Nevertheless, it was unimportant as long as the match could proceed normally. OL appeared utterly indifferent to the war for independence. Laville made a vague sound of acknowledgement. As wizards departed from the fireplace, their turn arrived swiftly. Once again, they were thrust from the fireplace in a dizzying swirl, with OL managing to land steadily despite the disorientation, while Laville stumbled out behind him, retching and stepping aside. It had taken longer than expected, considering the distance. Are you all right? OL fished a mint from his pocket and offered it. After taking a sip of water, Laville accepted the candy, unwrapped it, and let its refreshing sensation alleviate the heaviness in his chest before he sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was indeed quicker than traveling to Diagon Alley. Let us go. We still need to hire a carriage to the hotel, OL stated, leading the way outside. Normally, such matches would have spectators camping near the stadium. However, to prevent independence groups from mingling, they had transformed it into a hotel arrangement. Yet, wizarding hotels were relatively outdated. OL had initially planned to stay at a Muggle hotel, but the plethora of magical items he carried might disrupt the electrical systems, making him reluctant to settle for a wizarding hotel. As anticipated, the Leaky Cauldron was ahead, and apart from the luxurious hotels in France, the rest of Europe's accommodations resembled mere inns. Perhaps I should establish a charming bed and breakfast. The business would surely thrive. Wizards are not a destitute group. Do they not deserve to reside in beautiful, clean homes? Navigating the sticky floors, OL felt a headache coming on. Laville, however, adapted well. Having traveled extensively with his parents, he was accustomed to various inns and hotels. During these extraordinary times, all guests were required to register their wand information at hotels. OL and Laville presented their wands to the spindly, reed-like wizard at the reception. Identification, along with a travel document stamped by the Ministry of Magic. The wizard reminded them, while a house elf beside him bowed to OL, taking their items to register them on the other side. The checks were exceedingly stringent. OL understood that the Yugoslav government's actions stemmed from their heightened anxiety. Their conflict with the independence factions had persisted for years, and no one knew when the struggle would cease. Previously, the situation had been dire for the independence groups, who were nearly at a disadvantage. However, the entry of the Bach family stirred the waters of war once again, with a steady influx of food resources providing the independence members with a much-needed reprieve, while intelligence and covert assistance aided them, significantly striking blows against the ministry. The once seemingly settled conflict had become tumultuous once more. Victory was still uncertain. Retrieving their wands and documents, OL accepted the key handed over by the wizard. Their room was on the 3rd floor, room 307. The wizard then turned to Laville. You will be staying opposite, room 308. The two boys hurried upstairs. The stairs here were no different from others, dim and narrow, and they had to use a Lumos charm. Suddenly, a sharply featured witch appeared at the top of the stairs, vociferously admonishing, no magic allowed here. Absolutely not. OL quickly raised his gaze, his expression sharp. Do you lack the funds to light a candle? Yet you prohibit guests from illuminating their way? Are you attempting to trip us up and seize our belongings? Or is this how the Yugoslav ministry treats its patrons? The witch flinched, recoiling slightly, but stubbornly maintained her posture, emphasizing in a peculiar accent, this is the rule, no magic is allowed for your safety. Damn it. I can't even see the stairs clearly. I might fall to my death. Is this your notion of ensuring my safety? What a farce. Laville not only refused to extinguish the Lumos charm, but he also amplified its power, creating a brilliant orb of light that blinded the witch. The receptionist, alerted by the commotion, hurried over, holding a candlestick, evidently aware of the dimness in the stairwell. Present your regulation forbidding customers from using magic. One stamped by the Ministry of Magic, OL demanded, his demeanor composed. The witch fell silent. The approaching wizard begrudgingly offered the candlestick. Here, use this. The Ministry of Magic has decreed that wizards are not permitted to use magic in communal settings, including the Lumos charm. So, upon arriving in Yugoslavia, we have become powerless muggles? OL did not reach for the candlestick, merely casting an annoyed glance at the wizard. Please understand, our country is currently in a special situation. Some regulations, although unpleasant for you, are in place to ensure your safety, the wizard insisted, unyielding. OL chuckled, then I shall not stay, refund my money. Laville promptly pushed past the obstructive wizard and descended the stairs. What nonsense regulations. This godforsaken place, doesn't he even allow wizards to use magic? Why don't you simply confiscate my wand? I had never heard of this rule before arriving. Had I known, I wonder how many wizards would still come to watch this ridiculous match. We could inform those oblivious wizards about this matter. As OL passed by the wizard, he extinguished the flame of the candlestick, deciding to navigate the stairs in darkness, since magic was prohibited. The wizard's heart sank. He understood the regulation was unreasonable, but the ministry had abruptly imposed it, demanding all foreign wizards comply. The economy, which had shown slight improvement, had suddenly wilted like frostbitten eggplants. His hotel rarely hosted so many guests, yet in recent days, patrons had begun to check out one after another, although he was unaware of their new lodgings. The decline of his business was undeniable. OL and Laville were not the first to demand a refund that day. Reluctantly, the wizard retrieved the galleons from his drawer, placing them on the counter along with their wand registration documentation, yet continued to emphasize, this year, guests are not permitted to pitch tents. You must stay in the hotel. Trust me, you won't find better accommodations elsewhere. Despite this, I have no desire to enrich you. Or rather, your ministry is unworthy of such profits. Having curtailed our magical freedoms, OL collected his money, shredding the registration document, and strode away. Upon exiting the hotel, the two boys headed straight to a nearby Muggle diner. To avoid disrupting their business, they took 2 hot dogs to go before departing again. Walking along the Muggle streets, both sighed heavily. Where should we go? Let us seek refuge with Victor. Chapter 49, Meeting. On the way, Laville glanced at the eccentrically dressed wizards around them, and, with a frown, asked, can't the Muggles see all these wizards on the street? Merely imitating the attire of others is certainly preferable to this appearance. Arrogance, stemming from sheer pride. As all remarked, they would never deign to look down upon Muggles, thus remaining oblivious to their own eccentricities. The Quidditch tournament, organized by a mere coalition of small nations, is to be held entirely in Montenegro, commencing with preliminary rounds and culminating in the finals over a span of 10 days. All participating teams are concentrated in a single area, facilitating management and organization by the tournament committee. Upon crossing the barrier designed to prevent Muggles from encroaching, all in Lavelle found themselves amidst a breathtaking landscape of verdant hills and crystal-clear waters, now transformed into a series of grand tents. The Bulgarian tent not only proudly displayed the national flag, but was also adorned with a magnificent bouquet of roses. Wow, pink, Lavelle exclaimed, captivated by the striking tent. All seemed to catch a whiff of the distinctive fragrance unique to Bulgarian roses. Moreover, the tents of other nations bore their own distinctive characteristics. For instance, the Romanian team, embroiled in civil strife, had perched a colossal eagle atop their tent, surrounded by fluttering tricolor ribbons. The crown of Hungary, embedded with dazzling gemstones, shimmered under the sunlight, resembling an overwhelming display of light pollution. The duo was halted by the tournament committee's officials, who inquired about their purpose and registered their information, instructing them to wait until an athlete could personally escort them inside. Crumb, practicing his flying skills, received the notification and promptly soared over on his broomstick. His best friend, who also served as his sparring partner, descended alongside him. Crumb, drenched in sweat, stretched out his arms for an embrace with all, only to be met with a finger gently pressed against his chest in refusal. "Do not be overly enthusiastic, my friend," All advised, then extended his hand toward the boy with curly brown hair. "Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Aldrich Bach." "Andrei Zaitsev," the boy replied, wiping his hand on his clothing before enthusiastically shaking All's hand. "I often hear Victor speak of you." "Then I presume he must be lamenting my slow responses to his letters," All remarked, relieved that Lavelle shared his enthusiasm for correspondence. "Indeed. I sometimes find myself unable to breakfast in the cafeteria for 2 or 3 days a week due to owls arriving from afar," Andrei empathized, noting that Victor was also a fervent sharer, frequently communicating with Lavelle. As he spoke, he turned to the quiet, long-haired boy beside him. "Pleased to meet you. I assume you must be Lavelle Fay." Lavelle chuckled and shook Andrei's hand. "It seems you have yet to realize how fortunate it is to dine in the dormitory." Victor cleared his throat. "All right then, enough of the formalities. Since we are all acquainted, let us proceed inside." The interior of the campsite was rather chaotic yet distinctly magical, with all items arranged in a manner that defied the laws of nature. After navigating past a cluster of oak barrels, they arrived at the entrance of the Bulgarian tent. The burly coach of the national team was seen indulging in a large tankard of beer, and upon spotting Crumb, he exclaimed, "Not yet time for a break, Crumb. You must understand that opportunities like this are rare." Indeed, though it is merely a minor league with little prestige, considering Victor's age, this is the best Karkaroff could secure for him, Crumb replied. "I am heading to practice shortly. I only brought my friends here to rest." He stepped aside, revealing All and Lavelle. The interior of the tent was spacious enough not only to accommodate the athlete's rest, but also originally allowed for family participation. However, due to the precarious political climate, many athletes were reluctant to bring their families, resulting in numerous unoccupied rooms. "Oh, go ahead. Feel free to choose," the coach waved dismissively. As they ventured further inside, the fragrance of roses intensified. Lavelle turned to Crumb and inquired, "Are outsiders permitted to stay in the tent? In the event of an incident, the athletes would bear responsibility," Crumb explained. "I had intended to invite you to stay. I've heard that the outside is quite tumultuous, with the Aurochs of Yugoslavia capturing individuals indiscriminately, causing considerable distress among wizards. Yes, I overheard complaints from the committee. The calls for refunds are rising, and a decree was issued prohibiting the use of magic in public spaces. Everyone is concerned that this tournament might not proceed," Andrei elaborated, adept at gathering intelligence as he mingled within the crowds. Upon hearing about the ban on magic, Lavelle erupted in indignation, exclaiming, "This is utterly outrageous. I have never encountered such an impudent and barbaric decree. They dare to prohibit wizards from using magic? We are wizards." When we checked into the hotel, we had to use a Lumos charm due to the dim, narrow staircase, and they had the audacity to object. Thank Merlin, had it not been for Victor's hospitality. All and I would have been left to roam the streets today, Lavelle lamented. Both Victor and Andrei frowned. This was an internal conflict within Yugoslavia. So why should it impact the visiting spectators? It was truly excessive. I believe they should not host such events at this stage. It complicates their own internal issues and detracts from the experience of the guests, Andrei sighed, concerned that if the tournament faltered, it could adversely affect Crumb's burgeoning career. After ushering all into their room, Victor and Andrei took their leave, as they still needed to continue their training. Lavelle reclined on the soft bed, turning to the somewhat silent All. "What troubles you?" All glanced at him, puzzled. He had been reflecting on the independence wars in Eastern Europe. Perhaps his plans were not as thorough as they should be, considering the number of nations embroiled in civil strife during this period. "Why are you so quiet?" Lavelle turned to face him. All shook his head. "I am merely a bit concerned. Perhaps Yugoslavia's precautions are not without merit. If a third-party force intervenes in their internal conflict, one cannot rule out the presence of dangerous elements among the audience. I cannot believe they have overlooked this possibility, demanding that all wizards refrain from using magic. If danger arises, must we simply await our demise?" Lavelle pounded the bed in frustration. "Perhaps they are waiting for those who dare to use magic first?" All speculated, recognizing that while many wizards vocally opposed such measures, few were bold enough to risk incarceration by using magic openly. Chapter 50, A Sudden Downfall. In summary, this experience has been exceedingly dismal. I am referring to the actions of the Yugoslav Ministry of Magic. Lavelle expressed his displeasure vehemently. All merely responded with a non-committal HM. That evening, borrowing Victor's spare broom, All set out for the local Olary to send the letters he had prepared that afternoon. It was his first encounter with a patrolling squad at the Olary. As he approached, they even drew their wands, ready for any eventuality. Dismounting from his broom, All called out, "I need to send a letter to my family. Perhaps you would like to inspect it?" The wizards, upon realizing he was merely a child, quickly relaxed their stance and stepped aside. "No need, you are just a child." Such complacency, and thus, they ultimately failed to safeguard their own territory, allowing them to triumph in the struggle for independence. All refrained from further comment, viewing them as nothing more than a group of arrogant and blind wizards. He proceeded through the established process, inserting coins, selecting an owl, and dispatching his letter. Upon returning to the tent, the resting players were enjoying a late-night snack. Given that the Quidditch matches were dictated by the capture of the Golden Snitch, the duration of the games remained uncertain, and the likelihood of flying into the night was considerable. Everyone had just been practicing their night flying and were now famished. Ravel was drawn into a late-night conversation by Victor, finding himself seated between him and Andrei, listening to the jovial banter of the other members of the Bulgarian national team. Initially, their discourse meandered through adult topics, but it swiftly devolved into mockery directed at the neurotic tendencies of the Yugoslav Ministry of Magic. They imposed strict regulations on competing athletes, forbidding them from wandering freely, prohibiting the entrance of female companions, and limiting alcohol consumption, with daily breathalyzer tests to ensure compliance. When OL returned, he was playfully teased about whether he had faced any difficulties from the Bears. "No, I suppose I hardly present a disruptive figure," he replied with a shake of his head, settling beside Andrei. The conversation continued until the moon was high in the sky, and with training scheduled for the following day. The athletes reluctantly dispersed, their appetites for discourse still lingering. OL surmised that perhaps the competition was too minor, leading to a casual approach to training among the athletes. Save for Victor, who maintained rigorous self-expectations, as this was his inaugural official match. The ramifications of the Yugoslav Civil War rendered the lives of foreign wizards attending the matches exceedingly inconvenient. Complaints about the Ministry of Magic were rampant, with letters sent to newspapers demanding strong criticism of Yugoslavia's conduct, compelling representatives from the International Confederation of Wizards to intervene personally. OL was genuinely astonished to spot Professor Dumbledore outside the organizing committee's tent. However, Andrei informed him that the Confederation officials were there to inspect the competition venue, and OL understood that the headmaster was engaged in a part-time endeavor. The first match, pitting Czechoslovakia against Romania, was set for the morrow. OL was indifferent to the headmaster's presence. After all, according to convention, the International Confederation of Wizards must not exhibit overt preferences regarding domestic affairs. And if Dumbledore was merely a figurehead without influence, then his attendance was inconsequential. As he ascended to the stands with a hot dog in hand, OL glanced towards the central seating area, where a woman was directing wizards in the arrangement of decorations. It appeared she had adapted well. Taking a bite of his delectable hot dog, he climbed alongside Ravel towards the 17th tier. As the match commenced, the audience of wizards was sparse, primarily due to the overwhelmingly negative media portrayal of Yugoslavia, which had caused hesitation among many to attend. The tickets for the match were sold in two formats, one for the entire event and another for select segments. Perhaps many Quidditch enthusiasts would arrive later. The Quidditch pitch was sprawling, necessitating ample space for the sport's vigorous activity, with a few scattered spectators occupying the vast stands. Despite this, OL could discern amidst the cacophony certain derogatory remarks aimed at the Yugoslav Minister of Magic. They had incurred public ire. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. These lofty individuals were not exempt from scrutiny, their shared flaw being excessive arrogance. While they sought support from foreign ministries, they simultaneously oppressed foreign wizards by forbidding the use of magic, showcasing their remarkable ability to undermine their own foundations. Should those ministries recklessly disregard their own counsel and support Yugoslavia, they would undoubtedly face vehement backlash. Shortly thereafter, an official from the Yugoslav Ministry of Magic's sports department stood up with a megaphone. Silence. His voice reverberated throughout the venue. From a distance, OL caught sight of a striking secretary in a red dress standing beside the minister, engaged in conversation. The customary opening remarks, which should have commanded attention, were merely a hasty display of local wizardry, ending abruptly. The athletes for the first match entered as the whistle blew, gliding through the curtain on their brooms, their uniforms in unison serving as the only means of identification. Both OL and Ravel were eager to participate in the upcoming autumn team selection, maintaining an enthusiastic demeanor as spectators. They leaned close together, occasionally discussing the flying techniques and strategies employed by the athletes, as well as their brooms. The professional athletes utilized bespoke brooms crafted by specialized workshops, far removed from the common models available on the market. Given that the Bach family also had a broom research studio, OL was well-versed in the subject and was enlightening Ravel on the nuances. Ravel, in turn, posed queries about common novice mistakes, discovering just how significant the differences between brooms could be. Ram has spotted the golden snitch. Accelerate. Dive. They're closing in behind you. Ram. The commentator's excitement surged, mirrored by the rising tension among the audience, many of whom stood to lean over the railing in anticipation. OL and Ravel had to cease their discussion and rise to see what was unfolding. The player named Ram was easily identifiable as the one with the wild hair, sprinting fastest. It appeared he was nearing the golden snitch, his right hand extending forward. Leaving his broom. Just as the crowd anticipated victory, a bludger hurtled towards Ram like a cannonball. True to his reputation as a seasoned veteran of Czechoslovak Quidditch, Ram had set numerous records for swift match conclusions since his debut, and it seemed this instance would be no different. Bang! The very player that had just been lauded by the commentator was struck on the head by the bludger, plummeting to the ground like a rag doll. A collective gasp of dismay erupted from the audience. The Romanian seeker whistled sharply to his teammates, effortlessly accelerating to seize the golden snitch that had just eluded Ram. Chapter 51, The Tension of Crumb. Thus concluded the match in an unexpected turn of events. OL glanced at his pocket watch. Astonished by the swift passage of time, less than half an hour had elapsed. The efficiency of a professional match was commendable, Ravel remarked, noting that it was his first time witnessing a professional team's game. One could only say the golden snitch was poorly hidden, OL shrugged. Noting how they had climbed to the stands only to descend with the throng once more, they would inevitably repeat the process for the afternoon matches. Bulgaria's match was scheduled for the following afternoon, and Victor had been unusually unwell since the morning, appearing pale and frail, despite his robust stature. His teammates merely patted his shoulder, casually encouraging him to relax. It's just a game, Crumb. Trust in our abilities. Even if you don't catch the snitch, we can still claim victory. This only intensified Victor's anxiety. Finally, Andre could no longer bear it, and dragged him back for flying practice. As they descended, Ravel whispered his frustrations. Honestly, if I had to practice Ronsky feint hundreds of times daily, I would grow to despise Quidditch. OL nodded in agreement, demonstrating just how formidable Victor's resolve must be. After the organizing committee announced the time for the afternoon match, the officials began to depart. Professor Dumbledore, stroking his long beard, greeted fans from England. As OL and Ravel happened to pass by, they waved in acknowledgement to their esteemed headmaster. Ah, Bach and Fay. You two have come to watch the match. Are you with your parents? Dumbledore inquired, stepping forward to ensure the safety of the two students. No, not at all, OL replied, shaking his head. We were invited by friends and are not with our families. With a somewhat enigmatic raise of his brow, Professor Dumbledore cautioned the two. Exercise caution and ensure your safety. I permit you to wield your wands should you encounter peril. Promise me, children, that you shall not wander about aimlessly, will you? Of course, Professor, Lavelle promptly assured him. We reside at the national team's training base. It is quite secure. Splendid, Dumbledore replied, his satisfaction evident in the subtle upward curve of his lips, obscured by his beard. After bidding farewell to the headmaster, the two swiftly returned to the training center to seek out Victor and share their experiences from the recent match. Lavelle repeatedly insisted, the shield charm, my dear friend, is essential at all times. I should have anticipated its necessity. A professional match is bound to be far more daunting than a school competition, and I have never witnessed a quaffle flying so swiftly. The Romanian chasers possess immense strength. Victor's complexion paled further. I apologize for forgetting that you were without wands upon entering the field. Lavelle's voice trailed off. Ollie quickly comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Do not worry, brother, trust your instincts. Your flying skills are impeccable. Just maintain a broad field of vision and avoid fixating on a single point. I am confident you will emerge victorious and unharmed. Victor nodded absent-mindedly. Yes, I fly swiftly, and my reflexes are commendable. Andre sighed, his expression mirroring Victor's, as he too felt the weight of pressure as a practice partner. Ollie resorted to casting a freezing charm on each of them to rouse their spirits. Let us retreat for a bite to eat before resuming, he suggested. Victor shivered, shaking his head in refusal. No, I have no appetite at the moment. Then let us have a drink of some revitalizing potion. You appear unwell. Lavelle disregarded his protest, dragging them toward the tent. Along the way, they encountered their opponents for the following day, the Albanian players, who swaggered in, their faces flushed yet puffy, reeking of alcohol, their clothing disheveled, clearly having just awakened from a drunken stupor. Upon spotting Victor, the group immediately began to jeer, Look who it is. The golden boy of Durmstrang. Karkaroff's new favorite, Paul. Who would even kneel to the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic for him. How dare you, you ignorant little child. Do you have any idea how hard William worked to secure his position as a seeker, only for you to so easily push him out of the national team? What a disgrace. Oh, foolish Billy, have you been drinking? Another chimed in. William is practically blind. Bulgaria has been contemplating replacing him anyway. That does not justify allowing a diaper-clad brat to take his place. He is Bulgaria's rising star. How dare you look down on him? The four miners furrowed their brows, swiftly circumventing the inebriated ruffians and hurrying away. Although brawls were forbidden at the training center, pranks were not, and Ollie needed only to utter a spell, Tarantaligra. The befuddled wizards began to dance uncontrollably, their proximity causing them to strike one another, resembling a tangled mass of flesh that gradually rolled away. Lavelle chuckled heartily, patting Victor's back. See? You need not feel anxious in the face of such incompetence. Did you witness that, Victor? They can hardly manage to walk. Thank you, thank you. I see it. Victor managed a strained smile, but his anxiety remained unrelated to the other's ineptitude. He feared embarrassing himself during the match. Worried he might fall from his broom or let the golden snitch slip past him, dreading disappointing Professor Karkaroff. Though not as exaggerated as the drunken men claimed. Karkaroff had indeed gone to great lengths to secure Victor's participation, even smiling at the Bulgarian Minister of Magic and promising a portion of sponsorship funds. Seeing Victor's state unchanged, Ollie sighed and accompanied him in training, hoping for a swift recovery. The afternoon match starkly contrasted the efficiency of the morning. As darkness fell, team members continued to soar through the sky, the score reaching 200 to 210, yet the golden snitch seemed to have vanished entirely. Ollie and Lavelle sat upright, for some inexplicable reason. Professor Dumbledore had abandoned his prime viewing seat to join them in watching the match. Did you see that? There is a glimmer in the northwest. The headmaster murmured through a mouthful of candy. The two boys immediately turned their gazes, and in the next moment, a player on a broom dashed toward the northwest. Professor, your eyesight is remarkable, Lavelle exclaimed, reaching into Dumbledore's popcorn bucket for a handful of caramel popcorn. Ah, well, you may also try this. It is a charm that enhances vision, known as Mind's Clear, Eyes Bright. Dumbledore offered, passing the bucket toward Ollie. Ollie grabbed a couple of pieces and recited the incantation, and indeed, the world before him appeared to have its dust wiped away, becoming strikingly clearer. Wow, Lavelle exclaimed, successfully casting the charm as well, grabbing another handful of popcorn. Professor, does this spell work for nearsightedness? Regrettably, it is a short-term charm, and nearsightedness is a degenerative condition of the eyes, incapable of being remedied by magic, the headmaster replied. Shaking his head. On the field, the chasers clashed fiercely, while the other players rushed to the scene to assist their teammates. Ollie twisted his waist. Sensing the end was near, the other two nodded in agreement. However, it was not a swift conclusion. The golden snitch, true to its nature of tormenting seekers, was exceedingly agile and cunning, evading capture for nearly an hour. The spectators erupted in cheers as the victorious team danced in the air on their brooms, while the defeated team did not succumb to despair, soon joining in the revelry. The children, who had hoped to enjoy the team's performance, were sent home by the headmaster. It is too late. Staying up will hinder your growth, Dumbledore remarked, demonstrating his knowledge of many matters. With a single statement, he quelled the two reluctant boys and reminded them to drink a glass of milk as they approached the barrier. Ollie and Lavelle pursed their lips, ultimately resigned to bid farewell to him as they crossed through the barrier toward the tent. Dumbledore gazed at the vanishing scene before returning to his quarters. The following day, the Bulgarian players rose early, each perfecting their hairstyles, shaving, and donning their crisp uniforms, appearing as though they were preparing for a date. As the youngest two in the tent, Ollie and Lavelle were roused from their warm beds to partake in an overly lavish breakfast. Ollie had a fondness for Bulgarian meat pies, and, having transitioned from initial reluctance to savoring two pieces, was uncontrollably gearing up to attack a third. Lavelle was gnawing on lamb chops, exclaiming, "Who understands, dear friends? Starting the day with these delicious, greasy lamb chops is sheer bliss." Victor's demeanor had improved somewhat, yet he remained visibly anxious, beads of sweat dotting his brow. However, he successfully managed to finish a bowl of oatmeal. The coach of the team expressed his profound dissatisfaction with Victor's eating habits, persistently urging him in the local tongue to consume more. Fortunately, the captain intervened, cautioning that if Victor were to be forced, he might very well vomit on the field. Victor's hand, gripping the spoon, had stiffened with anxiety. He dreaded the prospect of making a fool of himself. Time slipped away amidst his fluster, gradually ushering in the commencement of the day's second match. Ollivander and Lavelle hastily departed the tent, racing toward the stands. Headmaster Dumbledore was already seated, leisurely savoring a tub of ice cream. The duo managed to take their seats beside the headmaster just before the referee's whistle blew, panting from their exertions. As the resounding whistle echoed, the players from both teams burst forth from behind the curtain. Observing Victor's solemn countenance, Ollivander and Lavelle couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Is that your good friend?" Dumbledore inquired, his gaze fixed on Victor, who appeared to be a remarkably robust young man, seemingly much older than them. "No, headmaster. He is indeed the same age as us," Ollivander replied, harboring a hint of envy for Victor's strength. But could there really be such a disparity? Dumbledore's surprise was palpable. Same age? And he has already started competing? It seems this child comes from a distinguished lineage. Are his family members athletes as well? I have never heard him mention it, but I did see his father once, and he bore a striking resemblance to Professor Snape. Ollivander shook his head. "Wow. It seems he has received exceptional care," Dumbledore remarked, noting the rarity of such strength at that age. As the match commenced, Victor, with his body hunched low, soared high above, darting past Ollivander and Lavelle, the wind rustling his cloak. His goggles obscured half his face, and he pursed his lips, appearing extremely serious. Lavelle shouted his name in encouragement, while Ollivander produced a Bulgarian flag he had prepared earlier, handing one to the headmaster and waving it high. Dumbledore, one hand clutching the ice cream tub and the other holding the flag, joined in the jubilant display. However, today's spectators showed little faith in Bulgaria, instead fervently cheering for Albania with raucous shouts. "Those short-sighted wizards," Lavelle scoffed, glancing around to ensure there were no supervisors nearby. He prepared to unleash a loud cheer, but regrettably noticed a patrol officer from the 17th floor was close at hand. Turning his head, Lavelle began to criticize the Yugoslav Ministry of Magic, even snatching a large spoonful of ice cream from the headmaster, chewing it while muttering incantations. As if the ministry officials were the ice cream itself, devouring it with gusto. Dumbledore chuckled, refraining from chastising his students' impolite behavior, and instead responded in kind. For the actions of the Yugoslav ministry were indeed deplorable. Ollivander nudged the headmaster's arm, quietly reminding him, "Headmaster, the International Wizarding Federation must remain neutral." Dumbledore winked at him, but added, "However, forbidding wizards from using magic is simply outrageous." "Indeed, it is," Ollivander agreed, sensing the desperation of the Yugoslav ministry. As if they were cornered. Fortunately, the Independence faction did not choose this match as their stage. On the afternoon of the 5th day, during the conclusion of the first match of the second round of elimination, Slovenia's Declaration of Independence was boldly projected into the sky. Ollivander gazed upward at the lengthy document. Too extensive to fully comprehend, but the significance of the declaration far surpassed its content. Under the multifaceted pressure from Yugoslavia, the Independence faction, upon glimpsing a glimmer of hope, prepared to fight back. Initially, many wizards had regarded the turmoil as merely an internal conflict within Yugoslavia, but Slovenia brought everything to light, boldly claiming their rightful rights and striving to overthrow Yugoslav rule, demonstrating their resolve to all wizards. Dumbledore quietly observed the words suspended in the air, remaining silent. Chapter 53, Scandal. Ollivander glanced toward the leader's box, where a certain lady from the Bach family, known for stirring trouble, was hastily following the Yugoslav Minister of Magic, maintaining an air of elegance despite her hurried pace. It was a personal habit she could not seem to shake, yet no one appeared to notice. Lavelle let out a meaningless wow, and then began scanning the crowd for the wizard responsible for the magic. This was not difficult. One merely had to observe where the ministry officials were conducting their searches. Before long, several hooded wizards were disarmed and escorted down from the stands. Amidst the crowd, a brown-haired man observed this scene, leaning toward a diminutive wizard beside him, saying, "We can proceed to the next step." The cheers following the match were abruptly interrupted. Yet the fans, still in high spirits, departed the stands, eager to find a tavern and engage in spirited discussions regarding the internal affairs of various countries' wizards. Dumbledore had initially intended to escort Ollivander and his companions back to their quarters, but officials from the Federation approached him. "We absolutely want to wander outside, rest assured, Headmaster." Ollivander and his friend assured him obediently. Dumbledore scrutinized them for a moment before finally saying, "Then I shall see you tomorrow." "Tomorrow," they echoed. The following day's newspapers across the land reported on the Independence Declaration from the previous night, and countless wizards, unrelated to the events, engaged in discussions about the matter. Even the athletes from the victorious teams in the first round of elimination could not escape the scrutiny. The Bulgarian coach slammed the newspaper down on the dining table, mocking the incompetence of the Yugoslav Ministry of Magic. "I knew it. Just look. I knew that such a feeble ministry would eventually be overthrown. What kind of fool thinks they can profit from Quidditch while internal strife is still unresolved? Greed. Foolishness. It was destined for them to be defeated. I am not surprised at all. Indeed, Coach, you are right. If this event had been hosted by our country, it would not have resulted in such ridiculousness. Ultimately, it is those short-sighted officials, Lavelle remarked, his gaze downcast as he took a sip of milk. Beside him, Ollivander was earnestly consuming a sandwich, seemingly unaffected by the rhetoric. Victor burped after finishing a hefty portion of steak, a bowl of porridge, and a buttery biscuit with soup, successfully satiating his appetite. Andre, looking perplexed, stirred his porridge with a spoon, asking, "Which teams are playing today?" "Albania versus Poland," Victor replied. As the new day's matches commenced, Ollivander and his companions did not encounter the bearded headmaster in the stands, and there were few attendees from the organizing committee present. On the day of the semifinals, the Independence Declaration hung above the Yugoslav Ministry of Magic like fireworks at midnight. It was said that the Minister of Magic appeared like a furious dragon, storming out of his office without decorum, casting various spells in an attempt to shatter the magical declaration. Damn those rascals. Capture them. Once captured, break their wands and execute them immediately. The Minister of Magic had lost his sanity, as his dignity was trampled beneath the feet of the Independence faction members, who even stomped on the ground in displeasure, fueling his rage. Execution? That is unacceptable, Minister Korovin. They are not evil dark wizards and have not caused significant casualties. We cannot stand by while you murder wizards. Dumbledore, representing the International Wizarding Federation, stood tall and composed before the Yugoslav ministry, exuding an air of calm. Corvin bellowed. Not allowed. By what right do you deny me? This is my domestic affair, and you have no authority to intervene. He was on the verge of charging at Dumbledore. And were it not for the height difference, the spittle flying from his mouth would have nearly drenched the other's face. But you wish to execute wizards at will. For the sake of preserving their lives, Corvin, are you truly willing to place yourself on the judgment seat of Wisengamot? Dumbledore calmly reminded him. Corvin still wished to shout, but his secretary promptly restrained him, whispering, "Calm down, Minister, we still have a way to remedy this." Corvin, breathing heavily like a mad bull, glared fiercely at Dumbledore and his entourage, yet he inclined his ear to listen to what his secretary had to say. "Let us not forget the leverage we possess. Those declarations are meaningless," the secretary said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze fixed on Dumbledore. How exhilarating it was to stir the winds of fate with schemes before the world's most renowned White Lord. Her heart raced uncontrollably at the thrill. Reveling in the sensation, little OL was truly an angel, providing her with such a unique game. Corvin's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands with enthusiasm, gazing at his secretary. "Indeed, you are right. Thank goodness for you, Vika. Let us proceed, and let those ignorant, pig-headed fools reacquaint themselves with their leader." "Very well, Minister. It is getting late. You have been busy all day and should rest," replied Austin, who was impersonating Vika. She turned back to Dumbledore, her striking beauty accentuated by her alluring demeanor. "Shall I arrange for Aurors to escort you esteemed guests back to your hotel?" Dumbledore ignored her, focusing instead on Corvin, who, just a moment ago, had been irrational, now bore a transformed demeanor, as if he had swallowed a stone of reassurance. The others, seeing Dumbledore's silence, could only give him a nudge. Dumbledore withdrew his gaze. He was not omniscient and could not decipher the tricks of these individuals. Moreover, they were adult wizards, and intruding into their minds in public could easily spark a diplomatic incident. As long as no large-scale bloodshed occurred, he, as an outsider, could not meddle. "In that case, I wish you sweet dreams, Corvin, and may you enjoy a restful night." The composed Corvin reverted to his charming persona, smiling as he watched them depart. The next morning, the scandal surrounding the leader of the Slovenian Independence Brigade was splashed across major newspapers, leading to widespread denunciation of the wizard who had raised the banner of liberty. Some radical wizards even contemplated assassinating the executioner who had claimed the lives of countless young wizards. The enormous scandal cast a shadow over the interim victory of the brigade. Meanwhile, Bob, successfully infiltrating the Croatian Independence Brigade, was preparing to attend a meeting at a nearby base with one of its leaders, Vasily. Upon seeing the newspaper, Vasily furrowed his brow, unable to believe that his friend could commit such an act. Chapter 54, the final. Despite the irritations posed by the Ministry of Magic's venue for the Eastern European Quidditch League, the number of wizards attending the matches continued to swell. After all, the options for wizardly entertainment were severely lacking. The Aurors of the Yugoslav ministry found themselves stretched thin, tasked with searching for wizards affiliated with the Independence Brigade while also managing disputes among foreign wizards and dealing with unruly drunks. To alleviate these issues, Minister Corvin dispatched most of his staff, leaving only his trusted aides to handle financial matters. Austin, under the guise of Vika, flitted between various offices, relaying messages to Bob. The Bulgarian national team was eliminated in the semifinals, although Vikador had caught the golden snitch. A Polish batsman had brutally struck the quaffle into Bulgaria's goal at the last moment, securing the decisive 10 points. Raviel, who had expected a tie, slammed his fist against the railing, cursing the group of muscle-bound imbeciles who had mocked the Polish captain's intellect before the match. Now, who looked like a fool? Victor had played his heart out, while they had conceded 16 goals. Al lowered the telescope he had been using to admire his friend's performance and stood up. Don't take it too hard. Victor is still young, and it's only natural that he isn't trusted yet. However, with him as a standout player, Bulgaria can attract better talent. Once Victor graduates from Durmstrang and officially joins the national team, I'm certain Bulgaria's reputation will echo throughout Europe. Let us hope they find players worthy of Victor, Raviel said, clenching his fists as he followed Al down the stands. Nearby, Polish fans were celebrating, launching streamers and spells into the air, and as the two exited the stadium, they inevitably carried some of it with them. Dumbledore appeared unexpectedly at that moment, kindly assisting the two students in cleaning themselves up. Professor, have you not been to the matches these past few days? Al offered a Polish flag-pattern lollipop that had been thrust upon him by the fans. Dumbledore, not one to refuse sweets, unwrapped it and took a lick. Yes, I had not planned to attend the matches in Eastern Europe, but unforeseen circumstances have granted me the pleasure of participating. School begins in a few days. When do you plan to return to England? After watching tomorrow's final, Raviel replied, unwrapping a lollipop and savoring it like Dumbledore. A wise choice, Dumbledore remarked. It's a bit chaotic here. Had it not been for the strict management of the matches, I would not have recommended that students come, as it's easy for trouble to arise. Rest assured, Professor, we have our keys. Should anything happen, we will leave immediately, Al assured him. Dumbledore nodded, pleased. Although they were first years, both students demonstrated commendable maturity in handling situations. Yet, he soon thought of Aldrich's family circumstances and refrained from further admonitions, merely advising them to return home early. After escorting the two students to their accommodation, Dumbledore departed swiftly. The tumult surrounding the Independence Brigade had escalated over the past few days, and if proven true, they would need to bring that leader back to Wisingamot. According to the original plan, they should obtain evidence today. The internal strife would not affect the Quidditch matches for the time being. The organizing committee had strongly insisted that Yugoslavia bolster security at the venue, determined not to allow a repeat of the previous incident, to ensure they could still profit. The Aurors had to keep a close watch on the stadium gates. Tomorrow was the final, and everyone was on edge. Except for Victor. Andre burst into the room, brandishing butterbeer, followed by Raviel carrying pizza, sausages, and fries. Dinner is served, friends. Al and Victor were engaged in a chess match, barely raising their heads. The two boys had no choice but to move a low table closer, sitting cross-legged beside them, munching as they watched. Al's knight cleaved through the opposing forces like a scythe, while Victor groaned, frowning at his pieces. Vic, what does your coach say about your performance? Is he satisfied with you? Raviel asked, chewing on a ketchup-dipped fry and wrapping a sausage in a slice of pizza. Victor took a sip of butterbeer and shook his head. Pretty good, at least so far. I'm the only one who hasn't been called in for a private chat. Although Ower and his companions firmly believed that he would eventually join the national team. The coach's fondness for Crumb meant that even if he were not an official member, he could still participate in matches to gain experience, much like the informal friendly games, such as this one. The following afternoon at 1 p.m. marked the decisive moment for determining the champion of this tournament. Every member of the Bulgarian team was required to attend the match. Ower and Laville could no longer accompany Victor, but Andre could sit with them. Given that this was the final match, the Minister of Magic from Yugoslavia was also present. Ower once again spotted the woman of his father's generation trailing behind Korovin. The match commenced amidst the jubilant cheers of the fans. The robust and muscular players soared through the air on their broomsticks, wielding their bats, with their goggles reflecting the sunlight, as the seekers moved around the outer perimeter of the field in search of their target, while the goalkeepers remained stationed before their hoops, their gazes fixed and expectant. 3 children raised their binoculars, intently following the commentary as they observed the players. The Polish batter scored first, causing half of the grandstand to leap up in exuberance. Failing to seize the initiative was inconsequential. The Austrian coach shouted a few words from below, and the anxious players immediately regained their composure. Dumbledore, the headmaster, had somehow taken a seat beside them. Meanwhile, several officials in the VIP area exchanged glances and inquired about the identity of the child sitting next to Dumbledore. Austin was somewhat taken aback to hear them discussing Ower and his friends, merely because Dumbledore was supervising his students. Indeed, prominent figures were different. Even the most casual of actions drew scrutiny. As the match intensified, the seekers from both sides charged towards each other's hoops with wild fervor, trading blows without scoring. Yet the momentum was undeniably daunting. The fans in the stands were equally frenzied. Had magic not been prohibited, they might have raised their voices to cheer for their teams, standing on the bleachers and vigorously waving their flags, chanting, "Go Poland! Crush that obnoxious blindfold. Hit him. Knock him down with your bat. Austria shall prevail. Chapter 55, The Deception. Amidst the fervent roars of the fans, the Seekers began to move. All eyes were fixated on the two players. Ower and his friends could hardly restrain their excitement, rushing to the railing to observe the unfolding events as closely as possible. The commentator's voice grew increasingly shrill, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Who is it? Who is it?" We now see that the Polish team's Duru is closer to Austria. The two Seekers' brooms were almost touching, both athletes leaning forward, arms outstretched, victory tantalizingly within their grasp. However, the golden snitch was no mere trinket waiting to be casually caught. Its wings fluttered rapidly. And just when everyone thought the match was nearing its conclusion, it vanished from sight. After a collective sigh from the crowd, the players took a brief respite as the coaches adjusted their strategies, and the players resumed their movements. Ower returned to his seat, noticing that the headmaster remained remarkably composed, not rising even once. "Aren't you curious about which team will win?" Ower asked. "It certainly isn't the English team," Dumbledore replied playfully, his slightly crooked nose wrinkling. Ower chuckled and offered some snacks he had brought to share with the headmaster. "During the Western European League, we shall witness the prowess of the English team." In truth, the viewing experience had been lackluster. Dumbledore suggested that Ower should enjoy his holiday at home. Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly as he lamented the dismal performance of the English Quidditch team in recent years. Although there was a student at the school who exhibited some talent in this arena, Minerva was quite hopeful that Charlie could join the national team after graduation. Though Dumbledore was objectively skeptical, knowing that even an exceptional seeker might not be able to salvage the entire team. Laville and Victor returned, snatching popcorn from Ower as they expressed their dismay over Poland's near victory. As the match dragged on, the night sky adorned with twinkling stars, the moon concealed behind clouds, casting a hazy glow. Vendors pushed carts selling snacks, and famished children eagerly fished out galleons to purchase treats. An official from the VIP area approached Dumbledore, inviting him to dine, but the headmaster declined, holding up his hot dog. The match was tense. The once enthusiastic commentator now appeared weary, quenching his thirst before continuing to explain the athletes' tactics and flying techniques. The players, too, were fatigued and hungry, yet the golden snitch remained elusive. The Seekers descended, stretching their limbs after the aerial exertion. Victor munched on a beef sandwich, his gaze continually scanning the field. As a seeker, honing his eyesight to locate the golden snitch was fundamental training. Suddenly, he stood up, slapping Andre on the shoulder. On the field, the Austrian seeker darted away like lightning, prompting a swift reaction from the Polish player. Dumbledore once again appraised Victor, recognizing the child's remarkable talent, as even the adult competitors on the field were astute. No wonder Karkaroff valued him so highly. The reputation of Durmstrang was not particularly favorable internationally, and Karkaroff had been striving to enhance the school's image in order to expand enrollment. It seemed that Victor would be his flagship in the coming period. The whistles signaling the end of the match pierced the air. The Austrian team had successfully claimed this year's Eastern European League Championship. Austria shall prevail. Austria shall prevail. Austria shall prevail. As the jubilant fans hurled their half-eaten snacks into the air as makeshift confetti, it rained down upon the spectators, leaving them in disarray. Yet, no one cared about the mess. The supporters of Austria were exuberantly ecstatic, while the Polish fans might have seized the opportunity for revenge. Dumbledore chuckled, casting a shield charm to protect the children beside him from the onslaught. Fireworks erupted in a cacophony of sound as the Austrian players danced on the field in celebration, while the organizing committee played a rousing band piece in their honor. The Polish players exchanged glances, then shrugged off their cloaks and joined the revelry. Someone had smuggled in beer, and the celebration quickly spiraled from civilized to chaotic. Observing this, Dumbledore suggested escorting a few children home to avoid any untoward incidents amidst the pandemonium. The tall, white-bearded elder struggled to navigate through the throngs with 4 children in tow. The officials in the VIP area had already departed, and Austin, walking at the back, cast a knowing smile at the crowd across from him. Just as Ower and his companions were about to exit the arena, newspapers scented with fresh ink rained down from above. Dumbledore reached out to catch one. The paper, hastily printed, featured a subpar photograph of a notorious dark wizard, long presumed dead, conversing amiably with Corvin in a modest dwelling, harboring a criminal. The shocking deception of Minister of Magic Corvin. The article included a brief biography of the criminal, but Dumbledore furrowed his brow slightly, asserting in a somewhat authoritative tone, "Perhaps you children should head home now." Owl and Laville exchanged glances, yet our luggage remained ensconced within the tent. "We must accompany the team back to Bulgaria," as articulated by Victor and Andre. "Thus, I shall escort you back to the tent, Bach. I advise you to return home immediately, for this place has become perilous," Dumbledore advised. "Very well, thank you for your caution," Owl nodded obediently, uncertain as to who could instill such trepidation in the headmaster. The nights in Yugoslavia grew progressively lengthy. Meanwhile, Owl, who was to witness the sunlight of the following day in England, remained oblivious to the subsequent events unfolding across the border. However, Kaka was exceptionally considerate, gathering pertinent news articles for him. Korovin, once the minister of the Aura department in Yugoslavia, ascended to the position of Minister of Magic after apprehending the malevolent sorcerer Argos, a deranged individual notorious for abducting young witches to conduct dark magical experiments. It was said that 13 young wizards perished at his hands, a tragic toll for witches struggling to bear offspring. In a bid to capture Argos, the Yugoslav Ministry of Magic employed the services of the esteemed Hunter Abide and his team, only for it to be Korovin, their own Aura minister, who ultimately succeeded in the capture. This dramatic conclusion etched Korovin's name into the hearts of Yugoslav wizards, who discussed this remarkably talented wizard in hushed tones over tea, deeming him an overlooked rising star and a harbinger of justice. Chapter 56, the beginning of second year. During breakfast, Owl perused the gossip surrounding Minister Korovin, pondering if this was indeed the retaliation of the independent faction. According to his recollections, the disintegration of Yugoslavia was still 2 years away, and the turbulence in Eastern Europe would have far-reaching effects during this period, with civil wars erupting in various regions, the Soviet Union being the most prominent among them. It was ironic that a nation espousing communist ideals was dominated by Mughal leaders who siphoned off a substantial portion of the country's wealth, thereby disrupting the tranquil lives of wizards, who began to echo calls for territorial autonomy. Seated in a glass house adorned with vibrant flowers, tiny fairies danced through his hair, glimmering with fragments of phosphorescent light. Kaka had prepared fresh fruit juice and milk pudding for the fairies, placing them in a corner of the desk, ready for the little ones to enjoy once they grew weary from their frolics. Owl meticulously detailed his needs and letters to his relatives, providing ample startup capital alongside insights into certain officials' private matters. Grateful for his previous life as an Aura, he had access to most internal documents within the Ministry of Magic, uncovering many details not meant for public knowledge. Armed with this information, he was poised to ascend to the pinnacle of the wizarding world's wealth. In addition to his trusted relatives, Owl also sent a letter to Boken Bok, who resided in the Upside-Down Alley, informing him of the ongoing civil war in Eastern Europe, suggesting he might profit from the acquisition of contraband. As he anticipated, the day after Bok received the anonymous letter, several shops in Upside-Down Alley hastily shuttered their doors, with proprietors hastily packing their belongings to venture eastward in search of fortune. Occasionally, he caught glimpses of reports regarding Eastern Europe, detailing the plight of the lower classes, and found himself weighed down by a sense of sorrow after reading them. Time flowed like water, with the sun rising and setting amidst the occasional gentle drizzle, heralding the imminent start of school. As the Hogwarts Express pulled into King's Cross Station, Scott found himself seated in the office of the Chief of Police, where a nondescript tin tube of ointment rested on the desk before the chief, who scrutinized the anxious man across from him. "You know, Scott, I cannot casually accept sponsorship. I mean, not until I ascertain its safety and its implications for the state," the chief stated, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the wooden desk, suggesting a deeper meaning. Scott sat upright, feeling a surge of tension. Naturally, this was warranted. "Chief, what do you propose we should do? You need not concern yourself. I shall handle it. However, prior to that, you must submit all pertinent information regarding our benefactor," the chief replied nonchalantly, though in truth, Owl's dossier had long been resting in his desk drawer. His inquiry was merely a test to observe Scott's reactions. A man of seemingly humble origins, yet considerable wealth, possessing the world's most formidable healing potion formula, had approached him without reason. He was curious about the story behind it. The train came to a steady halt at the station outside Hogsmeade, and the second years, now transformed into seasoned students, closely trailed their older peers, eager to learn the way to the school. Owl and Laville's wands illuminated with orbs of light, casting a steady glow to guide the second-year Hufflepuff students along their path. Sixth-year Nymphadora Tonks led the younger wizards towards the waiting carriages, applauding the two young sorcerers for their spell work. "Well done, little ones. If I were Professor Flitwick, I would award Hufflepuff 5 points right now." "Oh, be generous, senior. I believe it should be 10 points. Elise S. Woken chimed in from behind, eagerly climbing aboard the bandwagon. Tonks shrugged. "Be content, child. After all, I am not Professor Snape." "Professor Snape is also quite generous," remarked a little witch with a high ponytail. "Last semester, we were awarded a total of 45 points from Professor Snape. I heard that this is the highest record outside of Slytherin House. Is that true?" "Indeed it is. To be honest, I never imagined I would hear Professor Snape utter words awarding 5 points to Hufflepuff. Had someone told me this before, I would have thought them intoxicated," Nymphadora retorted. Turning to walk backward, hands clasped behind her back, nodding at Owl. Well done, young man. Do keep up the good work this year. I shall. Owl replied with a smile. On the way, this talkative and humorous senior showcased her unique talents, performing a mesmerizing display for the young wizards. A natural metamorphomagus. She could change her appearance at will, transforming from male to female, beautiful to plain, capable of anything. During his tenure at the Aura department, Owl had accompanied her on several patrol missions. Now, the grown-up Nymphadora remained vivacious. Had it not been for the war, a maturing metamorphomagus Aura might have played a significant role in the future. Regrettably, Owl's gaze remained fixed on the senior ahead, seemingly absorbed in her performance, occasionally gasping in awe. Before long, the young wizards reached the boarding point. A series of seemingly driverless empty carriages awaited them. Laville's brow furrowed as he turned to let the other classmates board first. The young witches and wizards engaged in lively discussions about how the carriages operated, as there were neither drivers nor pulling beasts or machinery in sight. Yet soon enough, a carriage filled with 4 passengers began to move. The ponytailed girl, eyes wide with curiosity, exclaimed, "It's moving. This carriage is truly moving. How marvelous. Could it be a ghost carriage? Just like in the storybooks." Her friend mirrored her excitement, and the 2 muggle-born witches sparkled with enthusiasm. Oh, surely it is. We now have a ghost carriage. How incredible. Magic is truly wondrous." The ponytail girl grasped her friend's hand, shaking it with excitement. Meanwhile, Owl, Laville, and Nymphadora, who could also see the Thestrals, boarded the same carriage. The wheels rolled smoothly as the castle, shrouded in shadows from the trees ahead, drew ever closer. Nymphadora observed the silent first years, scratched her head, and cleared her throat, feeling a tad awkward before conjuring a thick double chin, lowering her voice to say, "Hey there, handsome lads. You don't seem to be looking forward to the start of school? This simply cannot do. We must remember that this year's defense against the dark arts professor is none other than the illustrious hunter Mozart. Just take a look, Mozart, with his remarkably distinct chin. He even conjures a grand beard that splendidly conceals his robust jawline. Mozart, the legendary werewolf hunter, Mozart?" A smile crept across Laville's face. How splendid. If their professor is indeed the genuine Mozart, then they are bound to gain immensely from this year's defense against the dark arts classes. Nymphadora stroked the grand beard, confirming, "Yes, it is indeed that Mozart." Chapter 57, Cedric's Enrollment. The werewolf hunter, sharing a name with the muggle composer, sat regally at the professor's table, flanked by the keykeeper Hagrid, who sported a similar grand beard. The 2 towering men quietly conversed over their goblets of drink. The young witches and wizards seated at the long table stole glances at Mozart, their expressions filled with awe regarding his illustrious accomplishments, while the Hufflepuff students were curious whether there truly lay a substantial double chin beneath that magnificent beard. OLL and Laville continued to sit face to face, while Woken produced a wizarding magazine from seemingly nowhere, flipping to the page dedicated to Mozart, eager to enlighten the muggle-born wizard about this man's remarkable deeds. It is well known that werewolves are not held in high regard within the wizarding community, as their transformations lead them to lose their sanity and become uncontrollable. Some wizards, unwilling to accept their infection by wolfsbane, would rather choose death than succumb to lycanthropy, and among those who survive, 2 factions emerge. One group surrenders entirely to the wolfsbane, embracing their primal nature, while the other lives in perpetual fear, akin to rats scuttling in the sewers. Werewolf hunters primarily target the first type of werewolf, each with their own tales of enmity against them, embarking on a relentless quest to hunt down these perverse creatures who revel in spreading the wolfsbane. Mozart is a renowned werewolf hunter within the British realm, and the bounties he receives from the Ministry of Magic afford him a life of luxury, underscoring his remarkable achievements in this field. The Great Hall's doors opened and closed, as Professor McGonagall ascended to the staff table and exchanged a few words with Headmaster Dumbledore, who merely nodded in response. "Silence. The first-year students are about to enter. Please refrain from making loud noises," Professor McGonagall instructed the students before exiting the hall once more. It was common knowledge that when the doors opened again, it would signal the commencement of the sorting ceremony for the new year. "How many students do you think Hufflepuff will receive this year?" Laville inquired, resting his chin on his hand, casually broaching the topic with OLL. OLL raised his hand, as if to calculate. "To be honest, I'm not particularly adept at this. Or do you happen to have a deck of cards? I could draw one at random to answer." Laville scoffed. "Just guess a number." "A wager? What would be the stakes?" OLL lowered his hand. "A wager? Count me in." Woken chimed in. Before the first-year students had even begun the sorting, the Hufflepuff students collectively placed their bets, eager to speculate on the number of new arrivals. OLL's year had welcomed 13 Badgers, and he guessed this year would be the same. Laville predicted one more, while Woken guessed one less. Others chose numbers ranging from 15 to 10. with the highest guess being 17 and the lowest 9. The stakes entailed taking turns caring for the common room plants for a week. As the doors swung open once more, a gaggle of naive first-years followed Professor McGonagall like fledglings trailing after their mother hen. Did we look like that last year? Goodness. They appear so adorable, Laville remarked, twisting in his seat to observe the newcomers, while simultaneously offering a bit of playful criticism. OLL noticed 2 striking red-haired twins in the crowd, instantly recalling the impending chaos that school life would bring. These twins were set to embark on their joyous escapades at Hogwarts. Let us hope they do not make Hufflepuff their primary target for pranks. Although their time together may be brief, OLL had already come to regard his fellow housemates as kin, and he certainly did not wish for them to become the laughingstock in the eyes of outsiders. In the language of Muggles, this would be considered a form of bullying, which must be taken seriously and strictly curtailed. As the sorting commenced, it was not long before Hufflepuff welcomed 2 new students, one of whom, a brown-haired boy, captured significant attention. Oh, what a delightful little lad. He appears to be the quintessential good student, Laville observed as the shy boy took his seat at the end of the table. Glancing over at OLL, you certainly resemble him more. Are you suggesting that my appearance does not convey the image of a good student? Fine. Perhaps I should reveal my hidden talents and curse you with an outbreak of acne this year. OLL shot Laville a glare, retracting his gaze from Cedric Diggory. Thank you. But I kindly ask you to remain benevolent. Laville quickly declined, then emphasized, but he truly does resemble the kind of child parents speak of with fondness. Just look at his hair, it must be incredibly soft. Wait. Dear Laville, I have a question for you, OLL interjected, his demeanor suddenly serious as he posed his inquiry with utmost sincerity. Do you prefer boys or girls? Laville's expression blanked for a few seconds, as the young wizards on stage shifted positions. He then shook his head in confusion. I am not quite certain. All right. OLL waved his hand to halt Laville's contemplation. Perhaps it is not the right time, but that is perfectly fine, my good friend. I support all your choices. Woken, who had been eavesdropping, raised his eyebrows in surprise. So one can like boys too? You did not know? Laville replied, wearing an expression that conveyed disbelief at Woken's ignorance. Woken looked utterly perplexed. What should I know? Is it not expected to prefer the opposite sex? There is no such rule. The attraction to either the same or opposite sex is a personal choice. Moreover, we differ from Muggles. Potions can resolve all matters, rendering the distinctions between liking boys or girls rather insignificant, Laville whispered. You are a half-blood. And did your family never discuss these matters with you? Truth be told, prior to receiving my acceptance letter, my mother never considered me a wizard. She never spoke of magic at home. Woken shrugged, feeling a lack of understanding regarding the wizarding community, though he suspected it might not matter much. Yet, his ignorance left him feeling rather uninformed. Well, my dear Woken, I recommend you peruse a brief explanation of wizarding law, written by Davis. It is quite comprehensible, OLL suggested, recalling that he had read this book during his own school days, which had provided him with a fundamental understanding of the Ministry of Magic's functions, prompting him to pursue a career as an Auror upon graduation. Looking back, I truly regret it, but who would write articles that criticize government institutions so openly? Especially the Ministry, which operates with an iron fist. At the time, I naively believed the flattering words and thought the Ministry was a worthy establishment for my lifelong dedication. His earlier naivete had led him to experience much hardship. But enough of that. Discussing it only brings discomfort. OLL pulled his wandering thoughts back to the present, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Laville and Woken, primarily sharing bits of knowledge that Woken was unaware of. Chapter 58, The Four Weasleys. For instance, in the eyes of wizards, a broken arm or leg is considered a minor injury. Hence, one should not scream or make a fuss in such situations. Moreover, a wizard's life is not confined to a single wand. If one wishes to practice spells outside of school, they may purchase a second-hand wand, provided they have adult supervision. This does not apply to Muggle-born wizards. Additionally, there exists a myriad of sexual orientations among wizards, and unions between humans and humanoid beings fall outside the Ministry's regulatory purview, except for those werewolves who lose their sanity. I comprehend. I believe I grasp the essence of it. I ought to diligently study potions. It appears to possess almost limitless potential. Vorkin's voice, though imbued with uncertainty, resonated with unwavering conviction. Or, after a brief silence, countered his assertion, clarifying that it was not omnipotent. Potions could remedy nearly all common ailments, yet they could not resurrect one from the clutches of death. Moreover, the damage inflicted by dark magic necessitated the application of additional spells for healing. Should you harbor an interest in this domain, I recommend subscribing to the medical journal published by Street Mungo S., which contains a wealth of intriguing tidbits about potions. He emphasized further, you may have only noticed Professor Snape's peculiar temperament, yet I must elucidate that he is exceptionally skilled. His accomplishments in potion-making surpass the majority of potion masters. Thus, if you genuinely aspire to excel in this subject, cherish this opportunity. The other listening badgers lifted their gazes towards the somber-haired man at the professor's table. Vorkin swallowed nervously. Are you serious? Do not doubt the caliber of Hogwarts professors. If it were not for the necessity of imparting their knowledge to us, each one of them, save for Filch, could attain remarkable accolades in their respective fields, Lavelle replied. Prior to enrollment, his father had taken the time to peruse the profiles of the faculty, holding them in high esteem. He believed that diligent effort in any subject would yield rewards. Otherwise, he would have concurred with his mother's suggestion to attend Hogwarts. With so many magical schools around the globe, each possessing its own unique characteristics, Lavelle, whose aptitude paled in comparison to his older brothers, deemed Hogwarts, a school renowned for its well-rounded education, a prudent choice. Just to interject, Faye's praise does not extend to the defense against the dark arts professor. After a year of study, I believe you've all realized that the professor for this course changes annually. Often, achieving excellence in this subject relies heavily on one's own efforts. Regardless of the stature of this year's professor, children, immersing yourselves in literature will greatly benefit you, whispered a third-year blonde over the table. The young wizards collectively broke into smiles. Nevertheless, there remained a glimmer of hope for the gloomy figure at the professor's table. Vorkin continued to be lost in his reverie about potions. He had yet to witness their remarkable nature. The curriculum set by Professor Snape the previous year had been rather elementary, and the final exam focused on the scabious potion did not encapsulate the true power of potions. Yet, if potions were indeed as wondrous as rumored, perhaps muggles would perceive wizards as lacking respect for life. Despite the fact that wizards had managed to concoct the elixir of life, the existence of potions seemed akin to the innate, eerie regenerative abilities that vampires possess, granting wizards a certain confidence unperturbed by ordinary injuries. The chatter among the little ones was abruptly interrupted by the raucous cheers of Gryffindor. The red-haired twins mischievously joined the boisterous group of young wizards, playfully draping their arms over their brother's shoulders, which elicited a chorus of laughter from those around them. Charlie Weasley, seated at the long table, noticed Professor McGonagall's brow furrowing and hastily called for silence. I just heard Professor McGonagall call for Fred Weasley. So does this mean Gryffindor now boasts 4 Weasleys? Lavelle craned his neck to observe the boys. Are they all from the same family? Indeed. The Weasley clan is particularly large, replied Greya Alberta, a third-year half-blood who had recently joined their conversation. Her father was an ordinary employee at the Department of Magical Transportation, while her mother, a muggle, was a renowned designer. Greya had inherited her mother's academic prowess, excelling in her studies. Along with, she was among the few clever students who managed to evade Professor Snape's scrutiny. Lavelle let out a meaningful O, for it was widely known that wizards faced challenges in procreation, making large families a rarity. The Fey family was an anomaly, boasting a particularly abundant lineage, which was one reason why they were regarded as formidable. Now, he discovered yet another distinct wizarding family, silently murmuring the name Weasley, or discreetly withdrew his gaze from Lavelle. In his previous life, there had been no student named Lavelle at the school. Now, with the reincarnated Lavelle's sudden appearance, the trajectory of the future would likely encounter unforeseen twists. Initially, or was entirely at a loss regarding Lavelle's unexpected enrollment. But seeing his interest in the Weasleys made him ponder whether there was something different about these red-haired siblings. As the sorting concluded, the results of their previous wager emerged. Or's brow furrowed slightly. He had lost, as this year, Hufflepuff had welcomed 11 new students. Lavelle also lost, having predicted that 14 newcomers would arrive. All right. I'll record this and later affix the list to the notice board. Everyone be sure to check which week you've been assigned. The sole winner exuberantly produced a piece of parchment and began to wave a quill in the air. Professor Sprout glanced over with a puzzled expression, observing her young wizards taking turns writing something on the parchment. As dinner commenced, they were once again served roasted chicken and boiled potatoes, accompanied by corn chowder and toasted bread. Greya broached the subject of elective classes with, as a third-year student, she was required to take 2 or more additional courses this academic year. She had chosen Muggle studies and care of magical creatures, yet remained curious about the contents of divination. To Muggles, divination appeared as an enigmatic and wondrous pursuit. Greya had cherished tarot cards since childhood, but uncertain of her aptitude, she opted for subjects she felt more confident in. The evaluation of divination is quite subjective, or pondered. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the tale of Professor Trelawney's lineage, but focusing solely on her, I believe you would find it challenging to learn much from her. If you perceive her mannerisms as particularly mystical and distinctive, then forget I said anything. Is there an issue with the professor? Greya glanced at the eccentric woman at the professor's table, her eyes obscured by the bottoms of beer bottles. She certainly possesses a unique charm. She seems a bit obsessed, striving to conform to her family's illustrious reputation by forcefully portraying herself as a witch endowed with prophetic talent, when in truth, she is merely an ordinary witch. Or remarked, "Does she not have any prophetic abilities?" Greya frowned, or hastily shook his head. That would be an oversimplification. The Trelawney bloodline is imbued with the gift of prophecy, enabling wizards to glimpse extraordinary things at certain junctures, what is commonly referred to as prophecy, if fortune favors them. Such phenomena may manifest multiple times throughout their lives. Oh, I see. So, it's a passive skill, while the teachings in her class pertain to active skills, which may not be reliable. Greya summarized with an insightful observation, or found her summary quite astute. Greya bit into a French fry, relieved. Thank goodness I was clear-headed at that time. If that's the case, I wouldn't be able to earn many extra points in that class. That may not be the case. If you possess a thick skin and are willing to play along, accruing extra points can be quite effortless, or responded. This was a conclusion drawn by a certain student from Slytherin, who, in the past, had analyzed and mastered the characteristics of each professor in a bid to secure the House Cup. Regrettably, after Harry Potter's enrollment, they found themselves unable to contend for the cup. Greya looked at Or in astonishment, taken aback that he would utter such words. Lavelle followed suit with a gasp. "What's the matter?" Or inquired, puzzled. "You are truly something, making all these preparations just for extra points," Lavelle marveled. At the very moment when Professor Dumbledore declared the end of the feast, the prefects of the 5th, 6th, and 7th years hastily rose from their seats, eager to make their escape. However, this year, the 4th-year student Truman had learned well. He seized the robe of the 5th-year boy prefect, dragging him before the 1st-year students before making a swift exit through the door. Cedric looked at the upperclassman before him and politely greeted him. The prefect promptly cleared his throat, donning a warm smile, and said, "Come along, new students. I shall escort you back to the dormitory." Oliver and his friends trailed behind the newcomers, leisurely absorbing the prefect's introductions. Clearly, this male student was more attentive, as they passed the oil painting outside the kitchen. He lowered his voice to inform the newly admitted young wizards, "If you feel hungry, simply tickle that pear, and you may procure any food you desire from the house elf's domain. But remember, do not waste." The young wizards nodded obediently. Lavelle tugged at Oliver's sleeve and inquired, "Why not just summon it ourselves? Can't we call for them in the dormitory?" "Lingling is a descendant of the house elves donated by the box to the school," Oliver explained. Lavelle's eyes widened in realization. "Ah, so I owe you one. How about you take care of my plant maintenance for that week?" Oliver asked. Lavelle gazed at the ceiling and floor, feigning ignorance. Unfazed, he crawled over the barrel and into the common room. Just before entering the boys' dormitory, Oliver glanced back at Cedric, who was listening to the prefect's description of the school environment while awaiting his class schedule. Upon entering the dormitory, the two began unpacking their belongings. And to their mutual surprise, they each retrieved a vinyl record player from their trunks. They exchanged puzzled glances before Lavelle suggested, "How about I place this in the common room to give our classmates a chance to enjoy some music?" Oliver replied, "Ah, splendid idea." Lavelle nodded in agreement. Still somewhat dazed, Oliver then selected a few records and, with the player in hand, made his way outside. Inside the common room, several students were engaged in casual conversation, and upon seeing Oliver carry an unfamiliar device, they gathered around him curiously. Setting the record player on a low table near the bookshelf, Oliver placed a record on the turntable, and as the symphony began to play, everyone quickly grasped the purpose of the contraption. A few girls began swaying to the music, exclaiming, "How lovely." Oliver tucked the records into the space beneath the low table, explaining, "These are all Muggle music, of a rather soothing nature. If you have other preferred styles, feel free to use this for collective enjoyment. Thank you for our little genius's contribution, making our common room cozier." A 7th-year girl patted Oliver on the shoulder and then leaned in to whisper, "Don't forget to submit your prefect application to the head by the end of this week." The informal prefect role is akin to a class monitor, assisting and managing fellow students. Oliver declined, stating, "I have no intention of applying for prefect. Honestly, I believe Lavelle is more suited for it." "You all may write your applications. Let the head decide who to choose." She responded, "I think you would be quite suitable as well. Last time Professor Snape deducted points from Slytherin, it was entirely due to you." Oliver fell silent, pondering whether this was the reason they wanted him to take on the role. After returning to the dormitory, Oliver discussed the matter with Lavelle, asserting that Lavelle was indeed more fitting for the position, as he got along well with other students, while Oliver preferred to remain a silent observer most of the time. "But you provide everyone with a greater sense of security," Lavelle remarked, sitting cross-legged on his bed. He believed Oliver should submit the application, adding, "I really don't want to take on a management role. It seems bothersome." "Don't be so lackadaisical, Lavelle. A bit of pressure can yield a greater sense of accomplishment, Oliver said while organizing his belongings. Besides, you know I am far too busy. A prefect must also heed the head's directives, and I might not manage it all. Lavelle recalled Oliver's previous statement, scratched his head, and resignedly said, Fine, fine. Since you have no time, this task shall fall to me. Indeed, I trust this will pose no difficulty for you. Oliver asserted confidently as he hung his newly tailored robes in the wardrobe. Lavelle reclined, stretching lazily, and asked, Who do you think the headmistress should appoint? Or who do you believe Professor Sprout would choose? Miss Mullen or Miss Clowries would be excellent choices. One is clever, and the other is meticulous, Oliver mused. Recalling the 5 girls in his year, 2 extroverted, 3 introverted. Undoubtedly, the professor would likely select from among the more outgoing girls. Lavelle responded with a disinterested "oh," prompting Oliver to glance back at him curiously and revisit the earlier topic, suddenly interested in girls. I'm only 12, dear Oliver. You really don't need to tease me about such things like my brothers do. It's pointless. Lavelle rolled his eyes. Just having a chat, Oliver shrugged. What about you? Do you prefer the same sex or the opposite? Or perhaps other beings, like vampires? Lavelle turned over, resting his chin on his hand, and asked. Oliver sighed. I'm not sure. I might need to wait and see. Once the right person comes along, I'll know what gender or species I prefer. All right then. Let us wait together, Lavelle replied. After all, we're still young. We can worry about the future when it arrives. Chapter 60, The Surge of Magic. The night was cool and tranquil. The gentle breeze caressed the spires of Hogwarts, kissing the grass below, as the moonlight softly bathed the world in a hazy glow. Oliver sat on a bench outside Telford School, surrounded by passing students clad in summer uniforms, radiating youthful exuberance. What were they discussing? Oliver strained to hear, but could not make out their words. Despite his efforts to concentrate, time seemed to accelerate, with people passing by him repeatedly. Suddenly, a gentle female voice floated to his side. So, why did you choose to pursue a career in law enforcement? Oliver's mouth moved automatically, responding to her inquiry. Because I believe it to be a noble profession, one that commands respect. Do you wish to be respected? That is a commendable reason. But have you considered why your younger self harbored such a desire? Seeking respect through a profession rather than being inherently worthy of it, the voice from his left continued. Oliver finally discerned the speaker's face. It was the school's counselor. Panic surged within him. He was unsure why he found himself here. In a place where the most painful memories resided. He needed to leave. Yet his body remained comfortably relaxed. Turning to the woman, he pondered for a moment before replying. Because I lack that capacity. However, I performed well academically as a child, which enabled me to apply for the position. I see, sir. Yet it appears to me that you are quite insecure. Why do you deny yourself? Such behavior is unbecoming of an intelligent person. Her gaze rested upon him. Calm yet imbued with an undercurrent of pity. I am denying myself? Oliver echoed, his voice a mere repetition of his own. His internal struggle intensified. He did not wish to continue this conversation. The counselor's words struck him like thunder, and he dreaded reliving the past. However, reality proved unyielding. As the phrase deny myself echoed in his mind, amplifying and assaulting his consciousness. I do not deny myself. Oliver shouted. How could I possibly deny myself? The lady continued. Sir, while my words may cause you discomfort, I deem it imperative to remind you of a fundamental truth, regardless of what you seek to attain. You must first cultivate yourself. Only when you acknowledge your own worth will others recognize it too. Only when you believe in yourself will others place their faith in you. It is through a profoundly resilient spirit that you may weather the tempests of the external world. Support from others is precarious, liable to be shattered by unforeseen events. Only a steadfast self can provide you with a firm foundation. Ollie shook his head in anguish, asserting, I am strong enough. I am exceedingly strong. Indeed, the names upon the list of the top 100 serve as testament to my strength. A strange wind began to swirl within the dormitory, intensifying around Ollie. Laville, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by an insistent chill, forcing him from his dreams. He vaguely perceived a flickering light in the room. Could it be the moonlight? This seemed implausible, for they resided underground, devoid of windows, thus entirely deprived of the moon's gentle glow. Ollie. Laville called out to his roommate as he fumbled for the small lamp on his bedside. Receiving no response, the light flickered to life, illuminating the room, and Laville gasped. Merlin. Snowflakes danced like fluttering down in the confined space, as if a tangible wind swept through, swirling the snowflakes across the floor. Rinrin. Rinrin. Laville grasped his wand, summoning a thick robe to envelop himself before hastily descending from his bed to draw back Ollie's bed curtains. The summoned house elf appeared promptly, gazing in astonishment at the scene before her, anxiously inquiring what Laville required of her. Clean, he intended to say, clean the room. The snow has rendered the temperature within frightfully low. However, upon witnessing Ollie, drenched in sweat and seemingly trapped in a nightmare. He suddenly realized that seeking the headmaster was of utmost importance. Rinrin, please fetch Professor Sprout. Ollie appears to be in dire straits. Understood. I shall go at once. Rinrin, alarmed, craned her neck to glance at Ollie's bed, noting his pale complexion and soaked hair, before disappearing in a flash. Laville reached out to touch Ollie's forehead, discovering it to be alarmingly hot. Furrowing his brow, he observed Ollie's limbs twitching and heard incoherent murmurs escaping his lips as the snowfall intensified within the room. Bang! Ting-Tin suddenly materialized in the room, surveying the surroundings with astonishment before turning to the sole heir of the Bach family, uncertainly stating, "This commotion resembles a surge of magical energy." Laville, anxiously glancing at the door, turned to Ting-Tin with surprise. "What did you say? A surge of magical energy?" "A special surge of magical energy. But this should not occur, for Mr. Bach's magic is exceedingly stable." Ting-Tin, a well-informed house elf with a passion for learning, had once eavesdropped on Professor's lectures as a child and secretly perused books in the library as he grew older. Indeed, he possessed knowledge surpassing that of many wizards. Laville, in a frenzy, racked his brain. What is a special surge of magical energy? I have never heard of such a thing. Ting-Tin recalled something and proposed. Professor Flitwick has extensive knowledge of magical energy. Perhaps we could seek his assistance? However, he is the head of Ravenclaw. Let us refrain from troubling him for now. Ting-Tin. Once Professor Sprout arrives, we should first escort Ollie to Madame Pomfrey. Laville gestured towards the floor. Can you clear away these snowflakes? Ollie is burning up. I believe he would prefer not to linger in such a cold environment. I fear that is not possible, sir. This is magic, Mr. Bach's magic, and cannot be cleaned while under his conscious control, Ting-Tin explained with a shake of his head. Then let us light the fireplace. Laville exclaimed, Merlin's beard. I never anticipated needing to use the fireplace for warmth in September. He turned back to the unconscious Ollie, reflecting on how his life had transformed since meeting this friend. In his dreams, Ollie continued to hear the words of self-denial echoing in his ears. His school life had been fraught with turmoil, initially plagued by bullying from his roommate, followed by prolonged isolation. That painful experience led him to question whether everything that transpired within the walls of a magical school was influenced by archaic and rigid ideologies. Perhaps the more open-minded and accepting Muggles were different, or perhaps Muggle schools were idyllic. He harbored such humble fantasies. In the early days of peering into Muggle life, Ollie had resided near a public high school for a time, yet he was still ensnared by the themes of bullying stemming from social class distinctions and varying abilities. Ollie could not comprehend why such malevolent individuals seemed to exist everywhere. Yet it was from that point onward that he became acquainted with a new field of study known as psychology. Chapter 61, The Infirmary. He observed numerous students entering the counseling room, burdened with their troubles upon entry, yet emerging with a restored sense of calm. Intrigued, Ollie employed his eavesdropping device to cautiously delve into the secrets held within. Upon discovering this field of study, he frequently visited the Muggle library, seeking to understand its intricacies through literature. Having gleaned merely a superficial understanding, he eagerly arranged an appointment with the school psychologist, only to have his facade completely stripped away during their conversation. The experience of isolation and exclusion had left him psychologically scarred, constantly convincing himself that he was inadequate, that his lineage was unremarkable, which was why he faced ostracism. He attributed every misfortune to his own shortcomings. In the subsequent chapters of his life, Ollie tirelessly endeavored to amend those so-called flaws, striving to become the exemplary individual that others deemed worthy, all in a bid to escape the suffocating feeling of being overlooked by everyone. It was only after engaging with that forthright psychologist that he realized his plight had never stemmed from any wrongdoing on his part. Bullying encompassed far more than mere physical abuse. It extended to the psychological realm, and it was painfully evident that Ollie's mental state was in disarray. In a frantic bid for escape, he fled to a desolate mountain, abandoning himself like a wild man. In the moment of his faith's collapse, he contemplated relinquishing his life, unable to accept that the fruits of his labor amounted to nothing more than a cruel joke, an exercise in futility, an attempt to absolve himself of others' transgressions. Had he ever truly confronted himself? How absurd! As time passed, his psyche underwent a metamorphosis, swayed by the passage of time and his own evasions. He found himself no longer wishing for death. No one casually relinquishes life. Having never truly lived for himself, he descended the mountain and returned home, resigning from his job and vowing to let the absurd demands for respect perish. Ollie believed it was time to reflect upon his true desires. During this period, he felt an urgent need to channel his pent-up frustration, yearning to engage in rebellious acts to affirm his existence. Yet the moral framework instilled in him over decades prevented him from inflicting harm upon others to satiate his own perverse desires. He struggled to find a solution. Ultimately, He resolved to toe the line, to dismantle barriers, and to interact with muggles, merely because it was a directive forbidden by the Ministry of Magic, a rule upheld by wizards for centuries. He loathed his former self, yet he could not extinguish the remnants of his past. Exhausted from fruitless searches, he ceased inflicting torment upon himself and directed his ire towards others, specifically the Ministry of Magic, for it governed the wizards and perpetuated antiquated rules that stunted progress, rendering him in agony. He sought to dismantle those meaningless regulations, finding countless justifications for his rebellion, such as the ministry's internal decay, its siphoning of resources from ordinary wizards, and the fact that witches and wizards in other countries could traverse the streets openly without fear of persecution. That initial conversation became the key to unlocking Pandora's box. The lady's words awakened the dormant self within Al, yet an extraordinary magic halted Al's further destruction, transporting him back to the place where it all began. Perhaps it was a form of atonement? However, the sudden acquisition of magical powers led Al to indulge in a delusion. Perhaps the magic concurred with his thoughts. The wizards required a transformation. They needed to integrate with muggles, for history should not remain stagnant, having concealed themselves for centuries. It was time for them to emerge and join this world. Al had initially prepared to be a revolutionary, yet this terrifying dream compelled him to revisit his earlier fears. A revolutionary? This was the grand mission he had assigned himself. How magnificent! If the revolution succeeded, he would be a figure remembered by all. Yet, he remained ensnared within the very cage he had woven for himself. With newfound power came a flicker of hope. But was that truly what he desired? Professor Sprout hurriedly arrived, taken aback by the sudden snowstorm. Yet she quickly regained her composure. She strode into the room and lifted the not-so-tall boy from the bed. I will take him to the infirmary, Faye. If the snow cannot be cleared afterward, you might need to spend the night in the common room. All right, Professor. I'm fine with that. Lavelle did not express a desire to accompany Al to the infirmary. The priority was Al's well-being, and his presence would not contribute anything. So it was better for him to remain in the room. Professor Sprout, cradling the magically endowed Al, departed the basement. The snowflakes fell gracefully, and the headmistress, hurrying away with her nightcap, resembled a legendary snow maiden, albeit with a slightly rounded silhouette. Professor Snape, just returning from the Forbidden Forest with potion ingredients, spotted the peculiar figure in the distance and promptly followed. It was only upon nearing the infirmary that he discerned the details and inquired, Pomona, what new prank have you concocted? Without looking back, Professor Sprout replied, Severus, Bach may be under some curse. His magic has transformed into snowflakes, and he remains unconscious with a high fever. Upon hearing Bach's name, Snape's brow furrowed slightly. He summoned his patronus, instructing the doe. Inform Dumbledore that a student has encountered a serious accident. After speaking, he swiftly took Al from the weary arms of Professor Sprout and entered the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, who had already fallen asleep, was awakened by their arrival. She lit the candles in the ward and directed Professor Snape to place the student on the bed. A chilling wind swept through, leaving an indelible coldness upon the three professors. Professor Snape's keen senses immediately detected the intrusion of magic into their thoughts. This was no ordinary curse. It threatened to plunge them into an abyss of coldness. Once their minds were misled, no external warmth could penetrate their bodies. Dense shields materialized around the professors. Professor Sprout swiftly remarked, what about Bach's roommate, Faye? Is she in danger? I suggest that child be brought to the infirmary immediately. And we must seal off their dormitory, Madame Pomfrey asserted. Soon, Lavelle was summoned from the basement by the patronus of the headmistress, shivering as he hurried toward the infirmary. Clad in a vibrant purple nightgown, Headmaster Dumbledore strode purposefully forward, and the two soon encountered each other on the lawn. The great headmaster immediately perceived the anomaly surrounding the child. He hesitated for a moment, casting a few more glances. Where were you just now? Headmaster. I was sleeping in the dormitory. I was awakened by the cold. Snow keeps falling around Al, and the snow in the room is up to my calves. Lavelle's lips were slightly tinged with purple. He appeared quite frostbitten, yet the necklace hidden beneath his nightgown continued to emit a faint glow. Dumbledore nodded. You might have caught a chill, but it's all right. Poppy's invigorating potion works wonders. The two quickly entered the well-lit infirmary, finding two women and a man standing by the ward, all wearing troubled expressions. What has transpired? Dumbledore inquired, noticing their absence from the room, and his demeanor grew serious. Madame Pomfrey exchanged uncertain glances with her two colleagues and beckoned Lavelle to follow her into an adjacent room for examination. The remaining professors shared their suspicions with Dumbledore, all initially believing that Bach had been cursed, and by an unprecedented curse, one that could even affect others, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Who could it be? And why would anyone do such a thing to a child? Dumbledore sighed and requested the two professors to step aside. He needed to check on Al's condition. Professor Sprout asked, Should we summon Minerva and Phileas? My knowledge in this area is quite limited, but Severus has already confirmed that this is not a result of poison. Yes, summon them. Perhaps more eyes will reveal something different. If we cannot ascertain what has happened to this child tonight, I will take him to St. Mungo's tomorrow, Dumbledore declared, pulling open the ward door, only to be met by a gust of snow and wind. The sudden chill caused several of them to shiver instinctively. A barrier appeared before Dumbledore, shielding him from the flurry of snowflakes. Al lay on the bed, his black hair frosted over, long eyelashes adorned with icicles, appearing as though he were encased in ice. Were it not for the restless movements of his limbs, one might mistake him for a lifeless body. In his dream, Al wreaked havoc, unleashing his magic to devastate everything around him, the invisible elements shimmering with a dark glow. He longed to escape this place, to break free from this dream. Why must his plans be shattered once more? Was the ultimate goal of dragging him back into childhood to crush him into the ground? If that were the case, it would be better to let him die. At least death offered tranquility, requiring no confrontation, no need to prove himself any longer. What do you desire? Ask your heart. What is it that you truly seek? A compassionate woman gazed at him with gentle eyes. Yet a dreadful voice loomed like a nightmare, enveloping him from all sides, leaving Al with no escape. He collapsed, clutching his head, refusing to heed any words. Unleashing his magic in a chaotic frenzy, Dumbledore lowered his head, sensing a tremor. He slowly stepped back and abruptly turned to leave the ward, shouting, "Get out of here. Quickly. Everyone, leave at once." The professors waiting by the door and Lavelle, who was drinking potions next door, were bewildered, yet all fled in haste. The infirmary's floor transformed into a soft carpet, followed by the walls. The wizards stood in shock, hastily casting protective charms and rapidly exiting the infirmary's confines. The heads of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, hastily donning their robes, rushed to the infirmary, only to witness the room morph into a mass of taffy, swaying like grass bent by the wind. The headmaster and several others stumbled out of the infirmary, and in the next moment, the door slammed shut behind them, melding seamlessly with the wall. Merlin's beard, what has transpired? Professor Flitwick stood, stunned, gazing at the scene before him. Professor McGonagall appeared grave as she hastily approached the headmaster, observing the writhing infirmary. What is going on? Pomona only informed me of a cursed child. What is this situation? Calm down, Minerva. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, taking a moment to gather his thoughts before turning to Lavelle and inquiring about Madame Pomfrey's assessment of the child. He is fine, thanks to Mrs. Fay's attentiveness. The child possesses an exceptionally powerful protective charm, and thus has not been mentally eroded. He merely experienced a slight chill from being abruptly awakened. Madame Pomfrey gently stroked Raviel's head, who now resembled a small locomotive, with steam puffing from his ears into the frigid air. Raviel felt somewhat anxious yet exhilarated, his state exacerbated by the peculiar potion he had consumed. Child, you should return for now. We need to investigate Bork's minor ailment, and that may take some time. Professor Dumbledore instructed Raviel. The boy glanced at the heads of the houses and nodded obediently before departing. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall were nearby, listening intently as Professor Sprout explained the situation. After the entire account was conveyed, Professor Flitwick immediately formulated a hypothesis that diverged entirely from theirs. Why are you so certain it is a curse? While I am uncertain myself, you may have heard of elemental magic. What? Professor Snape frowned and retorted in a slightly sarcastic tone. Now is not the time for you to showcase your knowledge, Mr. Flitwick. That child nearly fused us into the wall just moments ago. Wait, Severus, let us not dismiss this too hastily, Professor Dumbledore interjected, turning to Professor Flitwick. You mentioned elemental magic? Aldrich had an interaction with the wind element during the summer. He may have awakened an affinity for elements. Although I have never encountered any records of a wizard awakening multiple elements, based on your descriptions, I surmise those snowflakes are crystallizations of water elements. And the wind requires no further explanation. If I am not mistaken, you just escaped a tumultuous upheaval of earth elements, which suggests the child may still need to awaken an affinity for fire elements. Professor Flitwick leaned towards the theory of Aldrich's magical turmoil, yet acknowledged the modern wizard's scant knowledge of elemental magic, leaving him to conjecture based solely on the scant information available. Elemental magic? The professors exchanged puzzled glances towards the distorted infirmary. Professor Snape, the youngest wizard among them, excelled in both charms and potions. Yet his humble origins left him ignorant of matters beyond traditional teachings. Rumors of long-extinct elemental magic were entirely foreign to him. He could have easily mocked Professor Flitwick's fanciful notion, yet the sudden surge of warmth in the air compelled him to restrain his tongue, understanding that he needed to maintain a shred of dignity as a professor. It's coming, Professor Dumbledore announced, raising the defensive barrier once more. The infirmary was engulfed in flames, prompting Madame Pomfrey to exclaim, "Oh dear, my potions! The stock I just replenished for the new school year." That was the culmination of my summer's labor with Professor Snape. Professor Snape's expression darkened further, his voice icy as he replied, "Once Bork awakens, he will certainly face detention in my office." To this, Professor Sprout dared not object. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, should Aldrich's awakening have incinerated all their potions. Flames twisted the air, creating a searing heat within the oddly contorted infirmary, where raindrops cascaded from melting snow and fierce winds fueled the fire. Chapter 63. Elemental Wizard. The flickering light of the flames reflected in Dumbledore's eyes as he silently surveyed the infirmary, recollecting all he knew about the Bork family. Professors Sprout and Flitwick anxiously regarded the scene before them, feeling utterly powerless. Professor McGonagall was engaged in a discussion with Madame Pomfrey regarding the cost associated with reconstructing the infirmary. With his gaze lowered, Snape felt the wind tousle his greasy black hair, exposing his indifferent visage to the air. Though he appeared unconcerned, the tightness of his lips betrayed an inner turmoil. Even if Aldrich's magic was abundant, prolonged destruction would inevitably reach its limit. Dark energy surrounded him like a protective mother bear, guarding her cub from the covetous eyes of the outside world. Ask your heart, what do you truly desire? That voice continued to resonate in his ears, relentless and insistent. Aldrich grew weary. He could no longer struggle and chose instead to surrender. He lay amidst the wreckage, having obliterated the school and the surrounding buildings in his dreams, leaving only a bench behind. According to his fastidious nature, he ought to recline upon the bench, yet exhaustion had drained him of the strength to even move. Ask your heart, what do you truly desire? Ask your heart, what do you truly desire? Ask your heart, what do you truly desire? What does he want? Exhausted, Aldrich finally found clarity, as the incessant repetition of that question delved deep into his consciousness, seeking to unearth the most profound desires of his heart. As if answers lay buried within. Do I wish to advance the Bork family? To let its glory resonate throughout the world? To achieve familial harmony, a beautiful wife, and delightful children, a reliable haven? To become a master of potions? A champion in combat? Or to achieve success in some realm? None of these, none of these. He saw it clearly. What did he truly want? Is it freedom? No, for each individual defines freedom differently. He simply wished to relish life unrestrained in this world. But what does it mean to be unrestrained? Aldrich pondered for a long time before hesitantly uttering a single word: autonomy. Regardless of whether one is a wizard or a muggle, he yearned to choose the path of his future, to avoid repeating past mistakes, shackled by external judgments. He certainly wished to reclaim himself. With autonomy, would there be an opportunity? Aldrich gazed up at the unchanging blue sky above, eternal, and perhaps even infected by his resolve. His heart began to calm. Then let us seek autonomy. The woman's voice faded into the distance. But how can one attain autonomy? Aldrich yearned to forge friendships freely, rather than passively endure exclusion. He wished to choose his profession without being constrained by the need to please others. He should be free to traverse every inch of this planet without the fear of revealing his wizardry. To fulfill these desires, he must become sufficiently powerful. The wind extinguished the flames, dispersed the rain, and gently pressed upon the distorted earth element, restoring the infirmary to its original state. The sky lightened, and the moon awaited the shift change, having endured a long night of weariness. Aldrich slowly emerged from the infirmary under the watchful eyes of his professors, surveying the gray surroundings with slight embarrassment. Although he had not entirely reduced the infirmary to ruins, the damage he had caused was considerable. Professor Dumbledore smiled. It seems our young wizard is safe and sound. Thank Merlin. Bork, do you feel unwell anywhere? Professors Sprout and Madame Pomfrey rushed to his side. Aldrich examined his body and replied, I feel splendid, perhaps even better than ever. Thank goodness, you appeared quite perilous last night. Madame Pomfrey drew her wand, preparing to examine Aldrich's condition, but a sudden breeze enveloped her hand, causing the grass to crackle beneath her feet, rendering her unable to cast her spell. Feeling a bit awkward, Aldrich said, I apologize, madam, but I think I may need some time to adjust. All right. But you must promise that if you feel any discomfort, you will come to the infirmary immediately, Madame Pomfrey relented. Severus Snape observed the unfolding events with an inscrutable expression, interjecting before Headmaster Dumbledore could speak. Detention, Bach, for you have obliterated all the potions prepared in the infirmary. I believe this clever wizard should be willing to assist you. Poor potions master, especially since I shall not have a moment's respite for the next few days due to your actions. Of course, it is my duty. Or quickly nodded. As he stepped outside, he beheld the devastation. Not only the potions but also the bedding in the ward had been incinerated. It could be said that apart from the walls, everything else in the infirmary lay in ruins. He turned to Madame Pomfrey and stated, The Bach family will cover all damages incurred from this unfortunate incident. Madam, please provide me with an itemized list. No need, Bach. Caring for the young wizards is the school's responsibility. Madame Pomfrey initially glanced at Professor McGonagall, and upon seeing her disapproving expression, she promptly declined. Or persisted. I am aware that the school's annual budget is largely funded by the Ministry of Magic, and it is not particularly generous. The reorganization of the infirmary represents a significant expense, which the Bach family is capable of shouldering. Furthermore, it is my fault, thus I ought to take responsibility. After some back and forth, or ultimately persuaded the ladies with his earnestness. During this exchange, Snape let out a cold huff and walked away, while Professor Flitwick observed her closely, ensuring he was unharmed. Throughout, Headmaster Dumbledore maintained a gentle smile, showing no signs of impatience. Indeed, as everyone prepared to return to the castle, the headmaster spoke. If you have a moment, young Bach, I have recently developed a fondness for vanilla lemon ice cream. Or regarded the headmaster for a moment, then managed a slight smile. Replying affirmatively, poor Lavelle had spent the night on the sofa in the common room, finally emerging from the chilly chamber to rush outside. In the corridor, or seized his friend who was about to dash past him. Lavelle, where are you headed? Or, Lavelle brightened, grasping her shoulders and examining him from all angles. Brother, are you all right? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have left the infirmary, or replied. Where are you off to? To see you. It's good to have you back. By the way, can you handle the mess in our room? Tintin and the others are at a loss. It feels like an ice cellar in there, so cold. Lavelle sighed in relief and tugged, or back to the basement. Or quickly cleared the traces in the room. Those were manifested magical elements that required his dispelling to dissolve. A new day dawned, and everything in the castle proceeded as usual. Aside from the professors and Lavelle, no one was aware that an elemental wizard now graced the school. Chapter 64, Arrogance. After or had freshened up and enjoyed breakfast with his friend, he prepared to meet the headmaster. With no classes in the morning, he could utilize this idle time. Dumbledore's office was situated on the 8th floor, accessible via a gargoyle that required a password, revealing a spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office. Upon confirming the password, the statue unveiled the staircase behind it, or ascended the spiraling steps, surrounded by lively, effervescent elemental motes. A refreshing yet subtly sweet breeze flowed through his chest as he pondered the headmaster's reason for summoning him and how best to respond. What demeanor would the headmaster adopt towards him in this unstable state? Dumbledore's office was a delightful chaos, with various alchemical vessels haphazardly arranged upon shelves and surfaces. A birdcage hung centrally, though no creature perched upon it at that moment. The sorting hat, which or had worn upon his arrival, was mounted on the wall, emitting faint snores from its half-closed mouth. Ah, you've arrived, Bach. Please, make yourself comfortable. Would you care for some biscuits or pumpkin juice? The headmaster emerged from a rear room, having changed from last night's flamboyant robe into a blue-trimmed white wizarding cloak, his beard appearing soft and fluffy. Thank you, headmaster. But I recently had breakfast, so I shall pass for now. Or S. heart, which had just begun to steady, quickened once more. Though he did not allow this to manifest overtly, merely sitting somewhat stiffly on the single sofa in the reception area. Dumbledore settled across from him, leisurely indulging in his sweets and sipping pumpkin juice, a satisfied smile gracing his face. After a moment, he inquired, Are you truly not tempted? This is a new confection from Duke Honey, Banana Honey Explosion Gummies. It's really unnecessary, headmaster. Perhaps we should proceed to the matter at hand. For I am quite fatigued. Or was not exaggerating. He indeed felt weary, the sensation of drained magical energy akin to complete exhaustion. The mischievous elemental forces danced within him, weaving through his body while gradually replenishing his expenditure. Yet, he remained unaccustomed to such a state, the vivid colors before him inducing a sense of vertigo. Very well. Very well. In truth, there is nothing of great urgency. I merely believe you ought to grasp something, Bach. You possess a unique talent, young wizard. And I am confident that the future of the magical world will be altered by your presence. Elemental magic has been absent for far too long. No one knows whether its resurgence is beneficial or detrimental. Our world has only just begun to settle. And thus I hope you will consider your actions with the utmost caution. Dumbledore's gaze was gentle, akin to that of a caring elder imparting earnest advice. However, or found himself uncertain of how to respond. The headmaster was merely a figure of authority, and it was not uncommon for him to lecture students. Yet, the underlying implications of his words were unmistakable, just as he had resolved a question that had long troubled him and prepared to face himself honestly. He would not feign ignorance upon perceiving the hints in the headmaster's discourse. If I understand your meaning correctly, you believe I might disrupt the tranquil lives of wizards? No, not at all. It is not so grave. The lives of wizards will not be so easily influenced. I simply wish for you to proceed with caution. Perhaps this request may seem rather presumptuous for a young wizard such as yourself, but having suddenly acquired extraordinary power, I, as an elder who has witnessed many unforeseen events, cannot help but offer a word of caution. It is merely advice. Dumbledore maintained his affable demeanor, his tone imbued with a hint of illumination. Advice, urging me to use my powers judiciously. Tell me, as the greatest white wizard in the world, have you ever offered such counsel to yourself in the past? Or found himself discontented with others directing his life, suppressing the surging emotions within him as he sought to pose a polite counter-question? He did not believe that exposing his neurotic tendencies to the outside world was a prudent choice. Yet, the old wizard's probing words were indeed irksome. Listening closely, the elder's words implied a desire for him to use his powers with caution, to refrain from disrupting the serene existence of wizards. As if he were to become a ticking time bomb upon acquiring extraordinary abilities. Dumbledore paused, momentarily taken aback, gazing at, or with surprise. He had always perceived him as a good child, merely offering a piece of advice. However, upon recalling the extraordinary surge of magical energy from the previous night, he recognized that a relatively stable young wizard would not typically experience such disturbances after enrollment. Perhaps, or harbored a particularly unique story within, or stood abruptly, his anger boiling over as he accused. You are being exceedingly rude, headmaster. Am I a criminal in need of your unsolicited intrusion into my thoughts? The mental barrier spell immediately enveloped his inner world, a solid fortress rejecting any unwarranted prying. Dumbledore's smile remained unchanged, yet the warmth in his gaze gradually deepened into a serious demeanor. You are overly tense, Bork, he said. I harbor no ill intent. Just listen to your words. You claim to mean no harm, yet feel entitled to peruse my thoughts and traverse freely within my mind? I cannot fathom what my fate would be if you actually did harbor malice towards me. Al stared defiantly at the white-bearded elder. Recognizing that the time for testing boundaries had come to an end, the seemingly irate boy was disinclined to entertain the headmaster's excuses and retorted bluntly, Of course. I trust that you wouldn't harm me. How could the esteemed chief of Wisengamot ever inflict harm upon a mere young wizard? Thus, I beg your pardon for my indiscreet remarks. I apologize. I am simply exhausted and incapable of maintaining my composure to engage in a proper conversation with you. What can I say? Your previous gentle admonitions were merely reflections of your concern that I might disrupt your plans. Am I correct in that understanding? Calm yourself, Bork. Dumbledore's voice remained tranquil, though Al did not miss the subtle furrowing of his brow. Perhaps his words had struck a chord, as the headmaster was well aware of the subsequent arrangements that lay ahead. Let us converse candidly, headmaster. What is the true purpose behind your summons? Al fixed his gaze intently upon the elder, scrutinizing every nuance of his expression. He needed to establish his stance for the sake of his future. Dumbledore, however, shook his head. I believe you are not adequately prepared for this conversation. Is that so? How then shall you perceive my existence moving forward? As a destabilizing factor? Al exclaimed. Merlin, sometimes I truly despise this insufferable arrogance that never seeks to genuinely understand others, passing judgment solely based on your own perceptions. Headmaster, your countenance appears rather grim. Is it because I have struck a nerve? A smirk danced on Al's lips, reminiscent of a mischievous child. Child, you ought not to treat your headmaster in such a manner. After all, he has sacrificed so much for this world. An onlooker from the portraits on the wall interjected, unable to bear witness to Al's unkind words. In response, Al scoffed, glancing up at the former headmistress and asking, Did you ever admonish him when he intruded upon the thoughts of others? Chapter 65, Unsuitable. Such double standards, Al muttered, pouting. Dumbledore's expression turned serious as he raised a hand to silence the portraits, wishing to exclude them from this conversation. He no longer indulged in the delectable sweets, but instead spoke with a hint of fatigue. I harbor no intention of causing you harm, Mr. Bork. This is merely an informal discussion, and I apologize if my choice of words has displeased you. If possible, we should postpone our conversation until you are in a better state, more emotionally stable. You may indeed mean no harm, but you are concerned about me, or rather my abilities? To be honest, I should feel honored, as there are few in this world who attract the attention of the Dark Lord. Yet, I am puzzled. Is it merely due to some unknown change that you have taken the time to engage with me? Is it solely because of the latent energies I possess? Al endeavored to convey his harmlessness, yet the emotion underlying his words betrayed that he was still affected. The shimmering exterior of his elemental energy was shrouded in a dark mist. If he allowed his emotions to dominate him, dire consequences might ensue. Very well. I must concede that at times, I can be excessively sensitive. Nonetheless, please understand that in my past, I encountered two wizards as remarkable as you. Yet their fates were dismal. Child, I merely wish for you to avoid following in their footsteps. Possessing power is not an error, but without the proper guidance, it can lead to disastrous outcomes. Perhaps, if you deem me a trustworthy individual, I might be of assistance. Dumbledore's once straight posture appeared slightly bent, as if Al's words had genuinely affected him, rendering him somewhat fragile. Al fell silent. He had many performance styles to dissuade the elder's thoughts. Yet he was not entirely oblivious to the headmaster's goodwill, which he felt compelled to reject. Dumbledore's mind was an enigma, his life filled with calculations. And none of his friends, family, or allies, including that savior and the unfortunate potions master, had emerged unscathed. Should he become one of Dumbledore's students, he might easily become a pawn in his grand scheme. He was unwilling to shackle himself once more. I apologize, headmaster. Perhaps we cannot cultivate a closer relationship. Your earlier actions make it exceedingly difficult to overlook. Al had an immediate rationale, one that Dumbledore had no choice but to accept. Is that so? Is that so? Dumbledore's voice dwindled, lost in contemplation. When did it all begin? The ability to extract thoughts had granted him the freedom to peruse others' minds at will. Whenever faced with uncertainty, he would unlock the thoughts of others as effortlessly as opening a door, rifling through their memories to glean whatever information he sought. Perhaps the boy was correct. Arrogance and power had rendered him overly presumptuous. I am truly sorry, Dumbledore suddenly stated. Al blinked in surprise, then replied, I accept your apology, both for your doubts and any discourteous behavior. I sincerely hope this is the last occurrence. Headmaster, I am grateful for your concern, yet perhaps you need not worry so. Elemental magic has long been lost. Even if I awaken to an affinity for it, achieving mastery would be exceedingly challenging. Your apprehensions may be premature. Perhaps, Dumbledore mused, taking a sip of pumpkin juice, but the sweetness brought an unexpected bitterness to his palate. He set the cup down. You may be right. Yet today, as conversation has been rather disheartening. Perhaps next time, we could engage in a more pleasant dialogue, akin to our interactions on the Quidditch pitch. Al took a step back and said, then let us look forward to our next conversation. I shall take my leave, headmaster. Very well, Dumbledore replied, watching as the boy exited the office, his silhouette gradually fading at the stairway, leaving behind the familiar silence. He remained seated in that spot for a considerable time until the Sorting Hat murmured, he should indeed belong to Slytherin. Dumbledore rose and approached the pensive, deftly using his wand to extract the memories of their earlier conversation and deposit them into the basin. Meanwhile, Al traversed the empty corridor, his right fingers dexterously manipulating an ethereal blue elemental orb that shimmered beautifully in his palm. Headmistress Dolores regarded Dumbledore with a furrowed brow. Again, this insincere apology. Dumbledore, I sometimes find it difficult to comprehend why you cannot place your trust in these children. Because he does not even trust himself, Headmaster Armando quipped. Indeed, the boy was correct. Dumbledore, do you not think you are being overly paranoid? Headmaster Phineas approached as well. The words of the headmasters did little to sway Dumbledore. He gazed at the pensive as it began to glow, then smoothly bent forward, immersing himself within its depths. Upon returning to the common room, the second-year Badgers had gathered beneath the window, some engrossed in books while others engaged in chess, finding joy in their shared company. Ravel spotted Al and beckoned, come sit. Vorkin is about to lose. He truly is dreadful. Hey, friend, I've only been studying for a year. Losing to you is hardly unusual. Vorkin protested indignantly. Al leaned in for a closer look, then assisted Walken in shifting a chess piece, causing the previously clear game to once again stir with intrigue. The queen on the board stomped her foot in displeasure. I had suggested she should be eliminated, and now it was evident. The knight, wielding his longsword, responded with a feeble retort, my dear queen, this was merely an oversight. Ravel gasped, rising to examine the board, pondering his next move. Nearby, a little witch engrossed in a game of gobstones was splattered with foul water, and she spat twice, exclaiming, well, I suppose it's time to quit. This is utterly revolting. Meanwhile, a girl with braided hair, absorbed in her book, wiped the foul liquid from the little witch before turning the page to continue her reading. Sunlight poured through the high windows, bathing the common room in warmth, while the gramophone in the corner swayed with its horn, filling the air with a melodic cascade. What a delightful morning it was. When the game concluded, Al and Ravel returned to their dormitory together. What does the headmaster want with you? Ravel inquired with curiosity. Al did not conceal the truth. He believed I required guidance, asserting that potent magic, if wielded improperly, could pose significant dangers. He wished to take me under his tutelage. It seems a concern typical of a headmaster, Ravel mused. Yet you appear rather discontent. You haven't turned down the headmaster's offer, have you? Chapter 66, The Blood Curse. Should I not have refused? Al gazed at his friend with a look of perplexity. Ravel cradled his head in thought, then posed a question. What reason could possibly compel you to reject the most formidable wizard in the world? Wait. Though this may seem tangential, I must clarify a point from your previous statement. Dumbledore is not the most powerful wizard in the world. To my knowledge, there exists a guardian in the East, a man skilled in magic far beyond that of the headmaster. Additionally, do you recall how often Dumbledore appeared at the school last academic year? He scarcely had the time to instruct students. Thus, bearing such a hollow title while shouldering immense responsibilities is hardly worthwhile. He refrained from mentioning that Dumbledore also lacked proficiency in elemental magic, as that was to be expected. Ravel, seemingly unfazed by the latter part of the conversation, pressed on with curiosity. A wizard from the East? You actually know about Eastern wizards. Pray, tell me more. The Eastern wizards, nay, they ought to be referred to as mages, have long shunned the world. The legends they left behind from their extensive travels are ancient. The World Wizarding Federation extended invitations for the mages to join upon its inception, all of which were declined. It was only in recent years, due to the British colonial port cities, that the mages residing in that land began to interact with the outside world. Ravel had once had the fortune of encountering an Eastern mage who held a position in the Federation, and the unique aura surrounding him lingered in Ravel's memory. What would you like to know? Al had not anticipated his friend's profound interest in the distant East. Thus, the two engaged in a fervent discussion about Eastern mages. Indeed, Al was equally intrigued by the East, though he had never ventured there. The renowned mages of later generations, marked by their exceptional abilities and daring nature, had made a significant impact on the international stage. Meanwhile, in a distant opulent estate, an unexpected event was unfolding. Yet, the panicked and anguished murmurs of a young wizard echoed. Narcissa, ever by her son's side, leaned in closer, unsure of what he had uttered, yet driven by concern. She gently stroked his forehead, her voice tinged with anxiety as she turned to her husband. What is happening? Why has the stimulant had no effect? Calm down, sissy. Lucius reassured, confident in the results of their recent examination. Draco bore no injuries. He was trapped in slumber due to the grip of a nightmare. Unfortunately, there was little they could do but hope that their child would soon conquer this terror and spare his parents further distress. Draco's forehead glistened with perspiration, his hair clinging in disarray to his scalp, a mirror image of Owl's plight from the previous night. No, it shouldn't be like this, Draco thought. Watching the daughter he had tenderly nurtured, now reduced to a shrieking creature in a cage, forever stripped of her humanity. His heart ached, the pain rendering even breath laborious. And a torrent of hatred clouded his reason. Father, please don't. Scorpius cried out anxiously, trailing closely behind Draco as he stormed upstairs. Aware of his father's intentions and the urgency to intervene, Draco forcefully flung open the heavy, locked door, shattering the external lock into a cluster of metal fragments with a blasting spell. He glared at the undulating serpent within, a torrent of venomous curses rising in his throat. Gringotts, vile and despicable woman, you have sullied the Malfoy name. You have destroyed my daughter's life. I will rid the world of you wretched scum. Avada Kedavra. As the green light flickered, Scorpius swiftly seized the wand from his father's grasp, wrapping his arms around the deranged man in a desperate attempt to pull him away. But Draco had already lost his sanity. Witnessing the transformation of his cherished daughter into a serpent had shattered him irrevocably. Family comes first. The cursed blood spell had obliterated that which Draco held more precious than life itself, his family, and all of it was the fault of the Gringotts family. From the moment they concealed the blood curse afflicting Astoria, Gringotts had committed an unforgivable sin. Draco tore his son's arm away, and with a wave of his hand, magic surged forth, transforming Scorpius's decor into instruments to strike at the serpent, which were hurled forcefully at the creature, sending it scuttling in panic. Father, please, do not. Scorpius pleaded in anguish. The two similarly haired men soon found themselves grappling within the confines of the room. Draco glared at his son, roaring, I will kill her. I should have done so long ago. Scorpius, she bears the blood curse. She is responsible for your sister's demise. But she is my mother. Scorpius retorted, sorrow filling his voice. He understood his father's devastation, yet he could not bring himself to condemn his mother, who had no choice in her fate. Mother? She is unworthy. Draco bellowed, his gaze fixed on the curled serpent, which seemed to sense the murderous intent radiating from him, trembling in fear. Father, let her go. She can no longer be saved. Let us consider her already dead, Scorpius implored, unable to bear witnessing his father kill his mother, rendered helpless by the blood curse. And yet, he was at a loss as to how to confront the tragic reality involving his sister. Draco struck his son across the face. Let her go? After all this, you dare suggest I release the architect of our suffering? Father, this is all the Gringotts family scheme. Please, come to your senses. We ought to confront that ambitious family, not torment this voiceless woman. Scorpius, desperate to prevent his father from harming the serpent, cared little for anyone else's fate. Gringotts. In his sleep, Draco muttered bitterly, repeating the name with clenched teeth, as though he wished to tear them apart. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged bewildered glances. The man furrowing his brow as he rose, pondering if little Draco had encountered someone from the Gringotts family during his outings and had been bullied. Do not let me discover who it was. Narcissa clenched her fists. In the afternoon, sunlight poured fervently through the windows, as if roasting the child upon the bed, the excessive warmth causing him to furrow his brow and shift uncomfortably. A moment later, Draco opened his eyes. His gaze fixated on the dragon-shaped toy dangling at the center of the drapery, his mind a blank slate. A dull thud echoed through the air. It was Dobby, the house elf, who regarded Draco with delight, for his young master had awakened. Chapter 67, An Attempt. Following his first encounter with Professor Dumbledore, where he resorted to madness to cope, Al's life continued as tranquil and splendid as ever. Yet, this was merely a facade. For Al soon discerned that awakening elemental magic bore not only advantages. His capacity to wield spells was waning, and the compatibility of his wand had diminished. The initial realization struck him during Professor Flitwick's Charms class, where second-year spells had begun to present a modicum of challenge. The freezing charm, capable of rendering any object immobile, would leave a faint frost upon successful casting. Al executed the charm with finesse, and Professor Flitwick, ever generous, awarded Hufflepuff an additional 5 points. Though this should have been a moment of jubilation, Al exhibited no signs of joy. He could distinctly sense the weakening of his connection to the spell. After class, he lingered, awaiting his classmate's departure. Lavelle patted him on the shoulder, informing him he would reserve a spot for him in Transfiguration class, but cautioned him to be mindful of the time. Al nodded, and, once everyone had vacated the room, closed the classroom door. Professor Flitwick patiently awaited student inquiries. "Professor, could elemental magic conflict with spellcasting?" Al inquired as he took a seat opposite him, casually waving his wand to keenly sense the flow, only to discover that the once smooth output of magical energy now encountered slight obstructions. Professor Flitwick leaped down from the towering stack of books, extending his hand. "Let me examine your wand. It may be due to improper maintenance." Al promptly handed it over. Orchid blossoms erupted elegantly between the wand's segments, as Professor Flitwick meticulously inspected the wand's body, finding no damage. Yet, Al Aldridge's inquiry revealed that he was indeed facing difficulties. "I am sorry, my child. As you know, my understanding of elemental magic is derived solely from that book, and its content on this matter is exceedingly sparse. I fear I cannot assist you much. But you might consider attempting wandless spellcasting. Remember, ancient wizards did not wield wands." "Thank you," Al said, accepting his wand back with gratitude. Indeed, the professor was correct. It was prudent to explore alternative methods to ascertain the root of the issue. "Do not be troubled, child. You are a singular elemental wizard. While we may not provide much assistance, I trust that destiny has its designs. They are drawn to you, and once you grow accustomed to their presence, you may discover how to wield them." Professor Flitwick consoled the astute young wizard. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the aforementioned book to present to Al, accompanied by a metal token. "Regardless, our foremost priority remains our safety." Clutching these two items, Al felt warmth spread within him. He rose and bowed solemnly to the esteemed wizard. "Thank you for your assistance, Professor Flitwick. You have aided me as well, Al Aldridge, in comparison to your contributions. My assistance is indeed trivial. To express our sincerity, we shall endeavor to gather relevant books and items, hoping to facilitate your mastery of elemental magic," Professor Flitwick stated. Having discussed this matter with other members of Ravenclaw upon receiving the crown, Al did not dwell on the content of his words. He was more eager to find a quiet corner to delve into the book. The elemental forces grew increasingly clingy, transforming from mere frolicking to intimate closeness within a mere fortnight. Once a relentless scorer in class, Al had become taciturn due to the deteriorating connection with his spells. Only during potions class did he still receive Professor Snape's subtly appreciative glances. Lavelle noticed his unusual demeanor but recognized that Al, preoccupied and seldom returning to the dormitory, was not in a state conducive to conversation. In the room of requirement, Al stood in the spell practice classroom, repeatedly launching elemental spheres at the practice dummies. The wind element could shred the fabric of the dummies. The water element could strike forcefully. The fire element resembled a diminished inferno, and the earth element softened the ground to safeguard Al from spinal injury. Yet, none of this met Al's expectations. It was far too feeble, indeed far too feeble. How ludicrous it was, for he had once been so confident, believing himself to possess abilities rivaling the foremost in his generation due to his name on the top 100 list. But was this all he could achieve? If previous wizards could only attain such a level, it was no wonder that elemental magic had ultimately been supplanted by spells. Al felt an indescribable despondency. He practiced tirelessly, dedicating nearly all his time in the practice room outside of classes. Yet those once friendly elements now seemed childlike, their soft attacks almost laughable. The transformation of the Hufflepuff prodigy did not go unnoticed by his peers. A certain Slytherin classmate mockingly derided him from behind, questioning whether this was the fall of a genius, so swift, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. Lavelle attempted several times to engage Al in a heart-to-heart, but Al's irritable demeanor indicated that the moment was not ripe. Night descended once more, and a flock of birds erupted into flight from the forbidden forest. Al stood at the forest's edge, gazing into the abyssal darkness of the forbidden realm, gripping his wand tightly as he stepped forward with unwavering resolve. Perhaps he required greater pressure. The stability of his life had rendered him incapable of confronting adversity. The starlight was dim, with no moon gracing the night, and wisps of clouds drifted lazily through the sky, carried by a gentle breeze. Crack! Al crushed a dry twig beneath his foot, advancing slowly, his heart racing uncontrollably. Within the forbidden forest dwelled countless acromantulas. Al recalled the time they had been dispatched to subdue them, and as an Auror, he had no grounds to decline. Finding himself among the vanguard, he and his colleagues moved cautiously through the forest, scrutinizing their surroundings for any telltale signs. For they must remain alert to locate the terrifying creatures rated at level 5. Yet, vigilance proved futile in the face of such beasts. When Al's team received the distress signal and arrived on the scene, his comrades had already been torn apart, the monstrous spider reclining on its web, savoring its long-awaited feast. Its many eyes blinking rhythmically. The wizards collectively launched their assault. Cutting charms and fire spells cascaded in layers, erecting a protective barrier before them, while Al employed countless branches to hinder the spider's movements, forcing himself and his colleagues into the acromantula's encirclement. Al halted, lost in the memories of that harrowing experience. Standing amidst the trees, intently listening to the sounds surrounding him, the wind swirling around him. Chapter 68. A Cause for Celebration. The wind. Al felt the breeze caress his cheek, blue specks of light flitting about freely. Suddenly, he realized he had committed a grave error during this time. Tell me where they are, Al commanded. The blue elements chirped as if conversing, brushing against Al's cheek before vanishing into the woods. He had misunderstood the nature of these elements. He should not force them into fixed forms akin to spells. They were free-spirited entities. To hurl the elements into a ball, as before, was futile. The natural-born recipient of their affection, Aur, merely needs to communicate from the depths of his heart, using language or thought to compel them to accomplish their tasks. As their minds intertwine with his, they effortlessly transform into the sword and shield in Aur's hands. The wind, akin to a youthful spirit, flits about unseen, yet driven by the distant presence of cherished friends. It dutifully obeys his commands and hastens back. The lair of the eight-eyed giant spider lies near a colossal, withered tree, where a flat yet expansive entrance facilitates the comings and goings of such creatures. Aur surmised that the ground bat might also favor such a dwelling. We shall select a soft target for experimentation, he mused. Aur resembled a child engrossed in conversation with companions, imparting his thoughts to the elements, who would then spiritedly assist him in realizing his ambitions. The earth element, gentle and silent, formed a steadfast bond, enveloping Aur to enhance his defense and conceal his presence. The water element, softly adhering to the nearby web, swiftly rendered the dreadful strands of white heavy with Aur's abundant magical energy, gradually transforming into a damp clump of threads. The fire elements danced within Aur's palm, poised and awaiting his command to act. The eight-eyed giant spider, emerging to hunt, clicked its mandibles, its multifaceted eyes rapidly scanning its surroundings for sustenance. Food. Then it spotted a long, dark stone obstructing its path. Aur observed the spider quietly, his heart racing, uncertain whether he would betray his presence. Nevertheless, the spider unhesitatingly lifted its forelegs, preparing to push aside the stone. This did not constitute an attack, Aur discerned with clarity, and a wave of euphoric elation surged within him, prompting him to embark on further endeavors. As the eight-eyed giant spider approached the stone, the ground beneath it abruptly transformed into a swamp, ensnaring its other legs. The spider's small brain quickly assessed the situation, and its surviving leg clung to a nearby tree trunk, releasing silk to extricate itself from the mire, ultimately perching upon the tree. Confounded by the sudden appearance of the swamp, the eight-eyed giant spider chose to traverse using its silk, blissfully unaware of the perilous environment it had entered. The roles of hunter and prey had dramatically shifted. Aur watched as the enormous spider passed overhead, a subtle movement of his fingers igniting the fire element, which soared like a shooting star to alight upon the spider's hairy legs. The wind surged, inflating the flames. Increase the intensity, Aur commanded, his magical energy flowing from him like a cascading river. The eight-eyed giant spider, bewildered by the flames that suddenly engulfed its leg, struggled in vain as the immense fire consumed its entire form. A howl erupted from the eight-eyed giant spider, echoing through the forbidden forest. Hearing the distress of their companion, more eight-eyed giant spiders flocked to the scene. Aur, satisfied, harnessed his final reserves of magical energy to prompt the water element to extinguish the burning trees, then wearily departed from the still sizzling giant spider. With a buoyant spirit, Hour strode forth, the mischievous elements playfully weaving through his hair, their unique sounds resonating in his mind as they expressed their joy. They were elated, for after many years, a wizard had once again resonated with them, a moment worthy of celebration, perhaps even fireworks? Hour chuckled at the thought that these little beings understood fireworks, and he gladly acquiesced to their wish, though he noted they must wait until the holiday, as there was currently no place to set off fireworks. The elements gleefully danced around him, the wind element puffing his black robe into a balloon-like shape to accommodate more friends. Although his magical reserves were rapidly depleting, a radiant smile adorned Hour's face, for he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, having earned the right to pursue strength. In such tumultuous times, there was nothing more worthy of celebration than the possession of power. Indeed, a revelry was necessary, he and his beloved companions. The earth elements enveloped his calves and feet, lacking the magical prowess to conjure a smooth path, but capable of shielding him from injury should he stumble. The water elements lingered at the hem of his robe, swaying with his movements. The fire elements, having just incinerated a massive spider, were animatedly debating whose contribution was most significant. Meanwhile, the gentle wind informed Hour that someone awaited him ahead. Hour's vigilance returned, chiding himself for allowing overconfidence to lead him to neglect his magical defenses, a foolish oversight. He refrained from explaining that the recent tumult had caused him to lose his sense of moderation, instead tightening his grip on the alchemical token and casting a glance at the mithril bracelet adorning his wrist. The centaur, Forenza, shifted his forelegs, having waited patiently for a long time. Not only he, but also the creatures attuned to nature, observed intently. Year after year, the stars above transformed, and the wizards adjacent to them changed frequently, yet the one who was meant to appear had been lost for far too long. However, this year, Jupiter suddenly shone brightly, a luminous pearl in the night sky, an extraordinary occurrence that sparked a glimmer of hope within all natural beings. As Hour drew closer, he discovered a platinum-haired centaur. "Good evening, sir," Hour greeted, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. He remembered this centaur from the final battle, where it had participated in aiding the wizards. This centaur was exceptional, possessing a gentle demeanor unlike the more aggressive dispositions of its kin, who typically harbored disdain for wizards. "Such a beautiful hue, wizard. It brings me joy to encounter you on this splendid evening," Forenza remarked, admiring the shimmering orbs surrounding Hour, genuinely pleased. Jupiter's omen had not been misinterpreted. This was a wizard intimately connected with nature, one believed to exist only in legends. Hour, puzzled by the mention of color, speculated it might pertain to the nocturnal forbidden forest. He courteously replied, "I too am delighted to meet you," rather than remarking upon any peculiar creatures. "Can you see that star?" Forenza inquired, gazing skyward. Chapter 69. The Quidditch Tryouts. Hour echoed with an ah, as he followed suit, tilting his head upward. Though the night sky was adorned with countless stars, with Polaris shining exceptionally bright. What does this signify? Perhaps it foretells fair weather for tomorrow? Forenza chuckled heartily, nodding emphatically. "You are absolutely correct. Without a doubt, tomorrow's weather will be splendid." The following day, overcast skies enveloped the land. Hour and Laville emerged from the corridor, clutching their textbooks as they hurried toward the greenhouse. Their classmates hurried as well. A young witch, just emerging from the hall with a piece of bread, had not even had time to tame her wild hair, which danced chaotically in the wind. "It won't rain today, will it?" Laville inquired nervously. With the Quidditch player tryouts scheduled for the afternoon, Laville, though somewhat confident in his flying skills, despised rainy days, as the broomsticks became slippery, undeniably increasing the challenges of flight. Recalling his conversation with the centaur from the previous night, Hour paused for a moment before reassuring his friend, "Do not worry. Your waterproof and moisture-repelling charm works splendidly." "Thank you." Laville scratched his head, feeling no comfort in those words. Upon reaching the greenhouse, they found only Sprout's plump assistant, a little witch named Mulin, examining the feeding conditions of the Devil's Snare. "The Slytherins better arrive later," the little witch exclaimed gleefully, as a few raindrops had just fallen upon them. As the rain cascaded outside like a symphony, the little badgers lay pressed against the glass, chuckling as they watched the bothersome little snakes scurry across the distant lawn. Bang! Derek forcefully swung open the greenhouse door, his hand colliding harshly against the glass wall, the noise resonating as if to shatter the very panes. The little badgers immediately turned their heads to glance at the commotion. "What are you staring at, foolish glutton?" Derek wiped the rain from his face and flung it directly at Mulin, who was observing the Devil's Snare, splattering some onto the voracious plant as well. Mulin yelped, casting an angry yet timid glance at Derek before turning to flee towards his companions. Laville sprang to his feet, pointing at the uncouth pureblood wizard and rebuking him. What madness is this? Day in and day out, all you do is bully those weaker than you. You worthless scum. Letting the rain soak you is one thing. But why direct your ire at us, the ones who rose early? Derek's face flushed with anger. The imbecile charged towards Laville. Who are you calling scum? What are you even worth to insult me? I can bully whomever I please. It's none of your business. Laville, caught off guard, nearly collided with the wall, only saved by a timely push from Aurel. Aurel, with an air of mockery, waved his wand theatrically, and in the next moment, a jet of water surged forth, sending the enraged Derek tumbling to the threshold. Aurel quietly retracted his wand, stating, I merely thought he was too impulsive and wished to help him regain his composure. However, it seems the water elementals may have been overly enthusiastic. The other young wizards regarded Derek, now sprawled on the ground, unresponsive, then glanced at the awkward Aurel. Falling into silence, the Slytherin students observed their fallen leader, each one as quiet as a mouse. The entrance of Professor Sprout shattered the stillness within the greenhouse. She pushed aside the little snakes blocking the door and stepped over the obstacles on the floor. Have we all gathered, children? It's time for class. Upon witnessing this scene, the little badgers stifled their giggles, revealing their sharp teeth in amusement. The Slytherin students felt even more mortified. Yet with a classmate still on the ground, they could only interrupt the professor to alert her. Professor Sprout turned her gaze. Oh, she gasped in surprise. I thought you had toppled my plants. How terribly sorry I am. What has happened to this child? He slipped in the rain and fell, Laville replied. The Slytherin student closed their mouth in displeasure, her response having been preempted. Well, as long as there are no points deducted. Professor Sprout hurried to assess Derek's condition. Finding it not severe, she instructed Mulin to pluck a leaf from the moonlight grass, declaring, he is perfectly fine, merely asleep. There is no need for concern. The little badgers erupted into laughter once more. After the herbology class concluded, Derek hastily departed, his nose swollen and crimson. The Slytherin students immediately followed suit, leaving behind the Hufflepuff students who roared with laughter in the greenhouse. Laville nudged Aurel's shoulder, inquiring, has your magic returned to normal? You saw for yourself. If this is what normal looks like, Aurel replied with feigned resignation. Well, perhaps you should think of another solution, Laville encouraged him. I shall, Aurel nodded. Indeed, he needed to persist in his studies, for the magical energy required to control elements was excessively demanding, rendering it nearly wasteful compared to the consumption of spells. Yet, he had crossed the threshold into the realm of elemental wizardry. All that lay ahead was a matter of time and effort, and everything would turn out well. In the afternoon, amid a tempest of wind and rain, the second-year little wizards, eager for the Quidditch tryouts, trudged towards the pitch. The Hufflepuff Quidditch captain and head were engaged in conversation with Madame Hooch, shielded by a transparent umbrella, completely unfazed by the downpour. Aurel wished to utilize the water element to shield himself from the rain, but he could not afford to reveal his abilities just yet. So he resorted to the shield charm as a barrier against the rain, though his spells were becoming increasingly unstable. He squeezed his wand, fearing that it would not be long before the bond between him and his wand would completely dissolve. Yet, he still required the wand, as Laville had said. One must fit in. The player selection commenced, with 1 girl and 4 boys, 5 little wizards ascending into the air atop the school's aging brooms. Aurel steadied himself mid-air, gripping a bat, awaiting the captain's signal. Laville once more reinforced his goggles with waterproof charms, intently watching as the captain grasped the golden snitch. Aurel leaned forward, propelling his broom towards the bludger, closely pursued by a rival little wizard. The bludger hurtled past Aurel, with the sole girl participating in the seeker tryouts zipping past him, closely tailing the bludger. Aurel was forced to decelerate. The bludgers darted chaotically around the field, incessantly following the players in an attempt to strike. Aurel proved to be a competent seeker, maintaining a tight grip and launching it skyward at the opportune moment. The whistle of Madame Hooch pierced the air. Aurel looked up to locate his friend, discovering him descending slowly, a golden creature in hand, and a broad grin plastered across his face. Aurel flew towards him, teasing as he landed. You're letting the rain pour into your mouth. No worries. I can feast on this for dinner. Laville exclaimed loudly. Chapter 70, The Prankster King. A week later, Professor Sprout penned acceptance letters for Aurel and his companion. The two who successfully joined the Quidditch team cheered in their dormitory before rushing to the common room to share their joy with friends. Although they were not yet official members, they were required to practice alongside the team twice a week. During the term, Aurel received a letter from Fernand, informing him that the rarely seen police chief wished to invite him for a drink. Meanwhile, the lands of Eastern Europe were gradually being acquired by the Bach family. Aurel arranged for skilled workers from the farm to assist, preparing to cultivate fruits, vegetables, and potion ingredients in those regions. Despite the weather turning cold, certain plants thrived under these conditions. Numerous impoverished wizard families lived near the farmland, and Aurel's farm was poised to offer them sufficient employment to sustain themselves. A blessing for those struggling in the storm. Amidst his busy schedule, Aurel found time to reply to Fernand, requesting him to explain the situation and extend an invitation to the chief to join him for dinner at a restaurant near the Thames this Christmas. Although the process was slow, Aurel deemed it worthwhile. Perhaps purchasing a title would be a quicker route, but Aurel hoped to demonstrate his sincerity to the high-ranking Muggle elites, preferring to avoid conflict with those in power and seeking peaceful collaboration. Soon, an owl delivered the police chief's response, sent alongside Fernand. The reply was succinct, starkly contrasting the typical British style, yet consistent with the chief's decisive demeanor. A family gathering on Christmas Eve? It seems the gentleman holds Aurel in favorable regard. Aurel was uncertain, but since the invitation had been extended, he would prepare a fitting gift, masquerading as a cordial merchant in his visit. The weather grew increasingly frigid, and the defense against the dark arts professor, Mozart, ignited the furnace in the classroom, citing health reasons that necessitated a warm living environment. The students speculated he must have old injuries. It is only natural for a werewolf hunter to bear old wounds. No one can confront a werewolf and emerge unscathed. Al and Lavelle sat in the warm classroom, their soft scarves removed, textbooks opened to page 47, where the lesson focused on the wondrous creature known as the Grindilo. Lavelle placed his hand beside Al's pocket, and before long, a small green figure peeked out, extending its slender fingers to touch Lavelle's hand before climbing out completely. Hagrid had recently needed to make a brief trip. He had addressed the dietary concerns of those adorable creatures in the Forbidden Forest, but this little fellow, who had encountered Al and the others before, was feeling under the weather, prompting him to seek assistance in caring for it. Upon the suggestion of the centaurs, he sought out Al in the Hufflepuff basement. The little creature took an immediate liking to Al, practically leaping onto him the instant it spotted him. Observing that Al showed no signs of aversion, Hagrid promptly decided to entrust it to him. As a creature of minimal presence, and with Al's increasing affinity for nature due to the changes in his magical elements, he found no reason to refuse. Thus began the little creature's life within the school. The Badgers welcomed its arrival with enthusiasm, eagerly flipping through books to learn about its habits, purchasing treats and saplings to play with it, which instantly made Al the most popular person within the academy, without question. Lavelle nudged the creature perched on his shoulder and slyly glanced at Al. "What are you writing?" A reply. "You take the little one back to the common room first." "I need to stop by the Ollery," Al responded, his quill moving swiftly across the page without lifting his gaze. At the podium, Professor Mozart sipped his warm tea and resumed reading from the textbook. The young wizards below began to doze off in the cozy classroom. Indeed, this was a hunter not particularly skilled in teaching. He was uncertain of how to educate young wizards and thus resorted to the most perfunctory method, reading aloud, sometimes by himself, sometimes inviting the children to take turns reading. Once Al finished his letter, he folded the paper and placed it in his pocket, then pulled out a fresh piece of parchment to begin his homework for the charms class. Lavelle, encircling the creature, discreetly retrieved a steamed chickpea from his pocket, placing it in his palm for the little one to munch on. When the class bell rang, Al was the first to leave the classroom. Other young wizards quickly gathered around Lavelle, including students from Ravenclaw, all watching the little green creature eat with expressions of tenderness, radiating a maternal glow. Seeing this, Mozart made no effort to disperse the children, contentedly warming himself with his teacup. Delicate snowflakes dusted Al's shoulders. In the damp air, the water element, particularly lively, soon formed a layer of moisture on him, warding off other water molecules from approaching his dear friend. "Haha, well done, George. If only your aim could be a touch better. Stop complaining, brother. Just look at that paper bag. It seems stuck," came the retort. "Is it? Hey, friend. Please don't move too much, or your tail might get blown off." Al approached the snowy ground, though he could not yet discern who it was. He noticed a small wizard adorned with a rabbit's tail, wearing a Hufflepuff scarf. The Weasley twins surrounded the child, pulling down a greasy paper bag to inspect its contents. As Al drew closer, he finally recognized his schoolmate. The little one's eyes were red, oddly complementing his rabbit tail. Yet this did not imply that Al condoned the act of bullying. "What are you doing?" he asked, standing close in the snowy outdoors. The Weasley twins looked up, grinning as one of them waved the paper bag. "Hello there, stranger. Care to help us test out a new toy?" Al regarded the timid younger wizard and nodded, extending his hand. "Come on, let me see your toy." The twins exchanged glances, grinning mischievously before forcefully tossing the paper bag towards Al. The wind, swirling with snowflakes, brushed against his face as the bag, under Al's control, struck Fred directly. Poof! The bag burst open, releasing a pale yellow smoke that enveloped Fred's face. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Startled, Fred jumped back, but the powder had already entered his system. Wow, George exclaimed, looking at Al and then back at his brother. A bird feather slowly emerged from Fred's head. Wow, George marveled again. Chapter 71, The Quidditch Match. Al laughed. This toy is splendid, perfect for Halloween, don't you think? Fred curiously reached up to touch the feather atop his head, which wobbled slightly. What is it? It feels like bird feathers, doesn't it? I don't know what kind of bird it is. It's long and slender. Brother, I think you should play the part of a crow, just walk like Snape. And with this feather. George applauded, finding the idea brilliant. Al gestured for his younger schoolmates to come closer, ruffling the boy's hair before addressing the Weasley twins. Next time you have a new toy that needs testing, you can come find me in Hufflepuff. I'm a year ahead of you. But please don't use it on the other children. Some of them are a bit timid. Twins. Fred glanced at the boy with the rabbit tail, then at Al, finally scratching his head adorned with the new addition. You're a good person. I'll remember you. What is your name? Aldrich Bach. Even second-year students know me. Al replied. I'm George. I'm Fred. Nice to meet you. Bach, they chorused. Likewise, Weasleys, Al said before leading the younger students away. On their way, when encountering other students from their house, Al asked them to take care of the younger ones while he continued toward the Ollery. The wind and snow intensified day by day, and amidst the children's anticipation, the Quidditch Cup commenced. Al and Lavelle, as substitutes, donned their gear and entered the tent outside the pitch. Holding their respective brooms, they listened to their captain's pre-match encouragement. The Hufflepuff students did not possess a strong desire for victory. Typically, they emphasized participation. This year's first match featured Slytherin against Hufflepuff, with the captain emphasizing safety concerns. Al was well aware of Slytherin's style. Those athletes, well versed in the rules, were adept at pushing boundaries and displayed a certain brutality, making competition against them perilous. With the sound of the whistle, the athletes emerged from the tent, mounting their brooms to take to the skies. Al shielded his eyes from the sun, watching as his teammates took their positions. Lavelle glanced at the green-clad wizards emerging from the opposite tent, scoffing disdainfully. See, I knew that idiot would be chosen. He'll follow their captain like a dog. Al lowered his hands, following Lavelle's gaze. Derek happened to catch sight of the two opposite him, grinning broadly as he made a face before rolling his eyes and turning away. Idiot, Lavelle huffed, then pulled Al down onto a nearby wooden bench. The sun was blinding, and each player squinted into the distance. The announcer sat before the microphone, first introducing the two teams, and as his words faded, Madame Hooch tossed the balls into the air with a flourish, signaling the official start of the match with a whistle. Al tilted his head back, as did Lavelle. Minutes later, both adjusted their necks, feeling the strain. We should also take a look at the stands. After all, it's not my turn. As Laville gazed at the dark spot in midair, which was rapidly approaching him after being struck, he gradually closed his mouth. OLL extracted his wand, directing a gust of wind at the spot while reciting the incantation, Featherlight Charm. In truth, it was merely a ruse. The wind would cushion the young wizard's fall, safely depositing him on the ground. Madame Hooch blew her whistle, and the young wizards in the stands erupted in a cacophony, countless voices shouting foul, foul. Slytherin's Triple X has committed a foul. OLL and Laville rushed towards the fallen young wizard, who turned out to be Gardner, a fourth-year beater. Thanks to the timely cushioning, Gardner was not rendered unconscious, but his arm had been broken by the bludger, rendering him unable to continue in the match. The captain's broom slowly descended nearby. He first checked on his teammate, confirming he had no other injuries, then approached OLL and placed a hand on his shoulder. Come on, little one. It seems fortune smiles upon you. You're joining in on your very first match. OLL nodded silently, his gaze fixed on the green-clad player in the sky, gripping his wand tightly before handing it to Madame Hooch. Professor Sprout levitated Gardner, waving goodbye to OLL as she departed. Good luck, Aldrich. Defeat them. I will, Professor. OLL replied with a determined nod. Laville cautioned him to be careful before retreating to the edge of the field. The match resumed, with Slytherin committing another foul, granting Hufflepuff a free kick opportunity. OLL held the bat in one hand and steadied his broom with the other, focusing intently ahead. Once the free kick concluded, he soared towards the troublesome bludger. Bang! Oh look, our Hufflepuff prodigy has struck the bludger. Quite impressive. He appears to be in complete control. Let's witness the fruits of his labor. The bludger zipped past Slytherin's Marcus. Although it did not hit him, it managed to silence his incessant and obnoxious banter. The ugly man glared fiercely at OLL, shouting at his teammates, "Knock him down, you fools. Don't let him revel in front of me." OLL straightened his torso and rolled his eyes, leisurely departing from that position. Marcus was infuriated. The commentator chuckled gleefully, expressing great admiration for OLL's performance. Professor McGonagall had to intervene. Mind your position. You are a commentator, not at a Hufflepuff award ceremony. The bludger returned to the field, and OLL's short cape fluttered violently in the rush of air as he flew. Laville jumped up and down below, shouting, "Go for it, brother, knock those trash down." Bang! OLL's bat struck the ball with precision, the wind element acting as a booster from behind. Bang! Oh, Merlin! The students rose to their feet. "OLL, you are the best!" Laville screamed in excitement. Marcus, the notorious loudmouth of Slytherin, was struck in the abdomen by OLL's hit, toppling backwards off his broom and crashing heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. Foul! He committed a foul. Slytherin's students pointed at OLL, accusing him to Madame Hooch. However, Madame Hooch shook her head, stating that the bludger strike was not a foul and requested quiet. After her words, she slowly descended her broom beside Marcus. OLL watched with satisfaction as Marcus was levitated away to the infirmary, surveying the other players on the field. Now, it was his time to shine. That day marked the first occasion in Hogwarts history where a Quidditch match was played with only one seeker remaining on a team. Chapter 72, Guidance. Hufflepuff triumphed in their inaugural match, the Badgers rejoicing and chanting OLL's name, their small flags fluttering vigorously. The other team members snapped back to reality, rushing towards OLL in jubilant frenzy. "Well done, Aldrich. You are nothing short of a Quidditch genius." Although the victory was somewhat unexpected, one could not deny that Aldrich had indeed performed admirably. Enough chatter, mates, let us swiftly return to celebrate. OLL, OLL. Laville soared over on his broom, excitedly grasping his friend's arm and shaking it vigorously. "Merlin's lace trousers, I never imagined you would play like that. But I must confess, it was the finest match I have ever witnessed. I absolutely adored your performance." OLL quickly halted his ecstatic friend, pulling him into a shoulder embrace as they descended to the ground. Professor Sprout approached them from a distance, her face aglow with a smile. "I told you so, Aldrich. Victory was destined for you." The professor ruffled OLL's hair affectionately, and he did not mind at all. Professor Sprout was like a nurturing parent to their group of children, always embracing and filled with love. He found it impossible to refuse this gentle and kind woman. Teammates and classmates gathered around, chattering excitedly as they made their way back to the castle. Meanwhile, the expressions of Slytherin's students were grave, their faces devoid of color. What a disgrace. This was an unprecedented incident. The head boy of Slytherin furiously whipped his robe and stormed off. Gryffindor students whispered among themselves, as the next match would see them pitted against Hufflepuff. If Aldrich continued to excel and replace the original beater, who could guarantee that today a spectacle would not be repeated? Oliver Wood's expression was solemn, while the rest of the players, including the captain, lacked the same urgency. Exchanging glances, unsure of what to say. Perhaps they should persuade Wood to temper his competitive spirit? Ever since he joined the team, he had been deeply invested in winning matches, yet they had grown accustomed to a life without championships, given that Slytherin dominated the House Cup annually, while the Quidditch Cup's ownership was ever shifting. Being overly fixated on winning was not necessarily beneficial. In the subsequent Quidditch practices, OLL frequently participated, honing his coordination with his teammates. Though the captain never explicitly stated that OLL would be included in the next match, everyone, including the current two beaters, believed OLL was their secret weapon. Privately, they decided that should the score gap widen significantly, they would promptly request to be substituted, allowing their superstar player Aldrich to take the field. Laville nodded vigorously in agreement. The demands of study and work meant that OLL was consuming energy at an unprecedented rate. Coupled with his increased physical activity, he seemed to be growing taller and stronger by the day, much like an inflated balloon. Laville, on the other hand, was increasingly exuding the essence of an Eastern European man. Broad and robust, he appeared mature from behind, perhaps due to his still heightened stature. Despite being merely in their second year, these two had experienced an unusually short childhood. Due to their height, they could no longer sit in the front row of the classroom, opting instead to sit quietly in the back to avoid disrupting their classmates. Other boys in their year envied their growth, particularly those who were smaller and weaker. As the Quidditch Cup competition commenced, the Christmas holidays drew ever nearer. OLL tossed his hair back, handed a letter to the owl, and quickly traversed the staircase back to the castle. Laville was engaged in conversation with the first-year Badgers, elucidating their queries from the recent charms lesson. Upon seeing OLL return, he sighed with relief, passing the daunting task to his friend. While he retreated to a corner to hastily complete his assignments, Owl drew forth his wand, casting a gaze upon the first-year students before him. "Come now, draw forth your wands." Practical application far surpasses theoretical knowledge in comprehending the essence of spellcasting. The bewildered youngsters promptly produced their wands, positioning themselves opposite Owl, ready to heed his commands. Ms. Gray emerged from her dormitory, clutching her magical creatures protection textbook, pausing momentarily to observe the prowess of the prodigious students a year her junior. Who can tell me what we must be mindful of when reciting incantations? After concluding the rhythm practice of wand waving, Al began to emphasize the crucial aspects of spell pronunciation. The little badgers chimed in, rapidly recapitulating the key points imparted by Professor Flitwick. Al nodded in approval. I trust you have all been attentive in class. This is a commendable habit, and I hope you will continue to uphold it. Now, beyond these fundamentals, allow me to impart some additional techniques. The levitation charm. Its purpose is to render objects light and airborne. As I previously mentioned, pay close attention to the final pause in your wand movement. It must be gentle yet resolute. The same applies when you articulate your incantation. A soft tone will elevate your emotions, which are, indeed, the crux of spellcasting. Do not rush. Repeat after me. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa, the students echoed, mimicking Owl's pronunciation. With a flick of his wand, a flurry of feathers was summoned from behind him, gracefully alighting before each first-year student. Now, in front of these feathers, let us try again, remembering what I just said. Wingardium Leviosa. The incantations resonated in unison, and soon, feathers began to ascend slowly into the air. Owl clapped in satisfaction. Excellent. You all recall what I have conveyed. Now, let us repeat this 10 times to solidify the charm. Observing this, Gray contentedly embraced her book and departed the common room. With the approach of Christmas, students diligently filled out their departure and stay lists, preparing their belongings. Owl, clutching a freshly acquired batch of coffee beans, inquired of Lavelle, who was engrossed in writing. Care for a cup of coffee? The Blue Mountain coffee from Whirlfort Farm is rumored to be the finest, certified by Muggles. Would you like to sample it? Lavelle turned. Loyal to his tea preferences and rarely indulging in coffee, yet intrigued by its reputed excellence, replied, I shall have a cup. Al opened the coffee bean package, grinding the beans and extracting the rich brew with a siphon coffee maker. He eschewed magic, finding a certain satisfaction in the slow, hands-on process. Chapter 73, Discussing Muggles. Lavelle inhaled the increasingly aromatic air, savoring the scent that seemed to lean towards fruity, perhaps with a hint of acidity. Indeed, it is fragrant. Kokak mentioned these beans are rare, with low annual yields, typically reserved for dignitaries and royalty, rarely available in the market. I had no idea coffee held such significance. Owl remarked, this is precisely why I admire Muggles. Their lives are so rich, as if they possess the ability to infuse their existence with extraordinary flavors. Lavelle, somewhat perplexed, acknowledged the rarity of such coffee. What prompted your sudden desire to procure these beans? To demonstrate sincerity in collaboration to a gentleman, Owl replied, retrieving 2 short crystal cups from the shelf for the coffee. Muggles? Lavelle inquired, moving closer. Their room had grown increasingly comfortable. As both wizards residing there were not financially constrained, they had fashioned a cozy leisure area, adorned with plush, high-backed chairs, a mahogany round table, soft woolen carpets, and an exquisite, shimmering crystal lamp. Owl nodded, tapping the table lightly. Ring, prepare some afternoon tea snacks. Turning to Lavelle, he affirmed, indeed, Muggles. You certainly place great importance on those who lack magical abilities. Though I struggle to grasp the reasoning, perhaps you would enlighten me on their peculiarities? Lavelle leaned back in his chair, propping his chin on one hand, curiously regarding his friend. In the wizard's perception, Muggles were thought to dwell in a state of medieval ignorance and backwardness, leading meager lives, perpetually cold and hungry, seemingly devoid of intellect. Mere swine, preoccupied with basic needs. Yet, in truth, Muggles progressed rapidly. Owl had perused their history, from the steam engine's inception to the Industrial Revolution and the transformations of modern technology. A journey not spanning an eternity. Muggles are remarkable. They possess advanced technologies that enhance their lives. The barbaric and unsanitary past has long since vanished into the annals of history. In contemporary cities, skyscrapers dominate the skyline, and they lead comfortable lives, indulging in the planet's myriad resources while continuously exploring further. Curiosity is the wellspring of human advancement. It ignites interest in the surrounding world and propels exploration forward. Do you find this statement to be true? Owl pushed the coffee towards Lavelle, retrieving a sandwich from the 3-tiered stand. Curiosity is indeed valid. It is precisely this intrigue with the unknown that compels the desire to uncover mysteries. Is this a Muggle saying? Lavelle inhaled the aromatic air, his expression relaxing. Yes. A simple acknowledgement of their own nature. Owl replied, they are quite intelligent, Lavelle. Do you have any idea how many Muggles inhabit the world? Tens of millions? Perhaps a few billion? Lavelle guessed uncertainly, having little interest in Muggles. Without Owl's focus on them, he would remain blissfully unaware. 5 billion. Owl gestured with his hand. And in all of Britain, there are only a little over 5,000 wizards, fewer than the population of a small town of Muggles. Lavelle's expression transformed into one of disbelief. How many? This comparison seemed hard to digest. Let us use the population of Britain for context. I believe it is around 7 million. 7 million compared to 5,000. What a staggering disparity. Al recalled the astonishment he felt upon first learning this data. It was utterly absurd. The self-important wizards, believing themselves to be the masters of the world, were merely ignorant villagers in a rural setting. To put it bluntly, a single muggle could drown a wizard with a mere spit. Merlin, are you serious? Lavelle nearly lost his composure. This was information he had never encountered, or rather, something wizards had always overlooked. A stroll through a muggle-populated city reveals a crowd akin to sardines in a can, Al remarked. Given the ratio of geniuses and leaders among our wizarding community, Lavelle, how many individuals like Headmaster Dumbledore do you suppose exist among muggles? Is this a horror story? My dear fellow Owl, I must say, if such sentiments were to circulate, the Ministry of Magic would undoubtedly intervene. Although Lavelle jested, his brow furrowed, suggesting he believed Owl's assertions. I hold little regard for those foolish individuals. I merely hope more wizards can grasp the truth. The Muggle Protection Act safeguards not muggles, but wizards. I am perplexed as to why the witch hunt movement, which fundamentally led to the isolation of the wizarding world, has convinced so many to believe in such easily debunked lies, accepting the ministry's fabrications. Al was not genuinely bewildered. After all, he too had once been swayed by such rhetoric, finding it all rather amusing. Ravel pressed his lips together, and after a long pause, he lifted his coffee cup and took a sip. The rich, velvety liquid coursed through his mouth, although it was undeniably a delightful beverage. He felt a piercing pain in his throat, as if a fishbone were lodged there, refusing to rise or descend. The room lay enveloped in silence, save for the sound of Oral chewing his food. The temperature of the crystal glass gradually diminished, and only after Oral finally ceased his eating did Ravel inquire, "So, do you share the same stance as that gentleman from Numungard?" "Certainly not," Oral quickly denied. "I am nothing like him. I possess ambition, but not the kind that has grown a human form." What audacity for Oral to consider himself comparable to the shadowy Grindelwald lurking in Numungard. Above all, he never regarded himself as superior. Oral was indeed unconventional, yet his knowledge and actions from his previous life had solidified his worldview. If one were to summarize it, his position could be described as chaotic benevolence. "Then what is your purpose in intervening in the Muggle world?" Ravel asked. "To integrate, to dismantle barriers. We are all inhabitants of this earth and should enjoy the gifts of the world just as freely as Muggles do, shouldering the responsibilities we ought to bear, rather than scurrying like mice, hiding in dark corners, and engaging in petty skirmishes." Oral candidly articulated his thoughts. He did not perceive his beliefs as erroneous. On the contrary, the existence of the Ministry of Magic was the true blunder. "Are you not concerned about a second witch hunt?" Ravel mused, feeling that Oral's perspective was somewhat simplistic. "That's precisely why I say the drawbacks of living in a closed-off world are far too many," Oral sighed. "There are countless wondrous people and phenomena in this world. Wizards comprise only a minuscule fraction. The witch hunts of yore were indeed bloody and terrifying. Those fervent zealots slaughtered wizards to solidify their divine authority. A fact I do not deny. However, times have changed. In the present day, as long as Muggles are made aware of the origins of wizards, they will recognize that we are their kin, aligned with them as earthly beings, in stark contrast to those seemingly benign extraterrestrial entities." "What? Extraterrestrial entities? What do you mean by that?" Ravel found himself utterly perplexed by Oral's words. "Perhaps superhumans, life forms different from us, or possibly alien species that may even protect humanity." Oral explained hastily. "Wow," Ravel exclaimed, his voice somewhat ethereal. "It seems I have been insufficiently informed about this world. You will need to grant me some time, my friend. There are matters I must comprehend on my own before I can make a decision." "Of course, Ravel. Regardless, please believe that I harbor goodwill towards all life. Unless they stand against me," Oral emphasized. He was a kind-hearted individual who believed that every life held significance. Yet he was merely an ordinary person who would retaliate when faced with threats and would wield weapons in the presence of enemies. Above all, he selfishly wished not to squander the precious life he had been granted anew and sought to fulfill even a modest wish in this life. Surely, that was not too much to ask. Ravel glanced at Oral, then picked up a cold egg tart and stuffed the entire thing into his mouth. Oral, satisfied, lifted his cup to sip his coffee, rich and bitter yet not astringent, with a bright, refreshing acidity that indeed lived up to its renowned reputation. He hoped that the esteemed director would appreciate the gift he had prepared. The Christmas holiday arrived as scheduled, and the young wizards, brimming with excitement, shouldered their luggage and made their way to the train station bound for Hogsmeade on Christmas Eve. The first and second-year Hufflepuff students clustered around Oral. Although Ravel held the title of head boy, the little ones clearly preferred Oral, who never seemed to mind their slower pace of learning. Ravel felt no regret about this. He truly lacked the temperament of a teacher. At times, he believed he could empathize with Professor Snape. Such a demanding job, such foolish students. And the countless hours wasted on potions. The poor, underappreciated Professor Snape could surely have led a more comfortable life. Yet he was now ensnared by that monstrous workload. How tragic. What should he give the professor this year? In a gesture of sympathy, Ravel resolved to present Professor Snape with a grand gift. Aurel, unaware of his friend's intentions, ignored the chattering noise around him, his mind solely occupied with one thing, the meeting with the director. As night fell, Aurel, having consumed the age advancement potion, donned a tailored suit, wrapped himself in a cashmere coat, and strolled slowly along the banks of the Thames. Unperturbed boats glided past him, perhaps carrying eager university students joyfully discussing their experiments. Aurel watched the boats disappear, puzzled as to why a magical element had drawn his attention to a certain blonde man. Was he also a wizard? Only after the boats were out of sight did Aurel continue onward. The restaurant where the director was hosting his Christmas Eve dinner lay just around the corner. Aurel had learned that the establishment was famed for its seafood, and the director's daughter held a particular fondness for exquisite fish dishes. Perhaps he should procure a tuna? Aurel considered this gift quite suitable. Catering to one's preferences was never amiss. Pushing open the glass door to the restaurant, warm air infused with the fragrance of jasmine enveloped him. Aurel closed the door behind him and made his way to the round table in the corner. The director had already taken his seat, while his wife and daughter were engaged in conversation with the chef, likely confirming the evening's menu. "Good evening, Mr. Oswald," Aurel approached, bowing slightly. He presented a beautifully wrapped gift. "I am delighted to accept your invitation to partake in this evening's dinner. This is but a small token. Please do accept it graciously. Mr. Bach, please have a seat." Director Oswald raised his gaze to this remarkably youthful gentleman, who was dashing and handsome, a figure who would undoubtedly stand out in any crowd. In stark contrast to the simplistic black and white photograph he had seen. "Allow me to introduce myself briefly." Aurel's fingers rested on the armrest of the chair, a transparent barrier enveloping their immediate surroundings. "I am Aldrich Bach. You may call me Bach, a wizard." Director Oswald remained unfazed by the sudden silence that enveloped them, maintaining his composure as he politely introduced himself. "Wolf Oswald, a pleasure to meet you in person, young man. The potion you provided is truly remarkable, much like yourself. A refreshing surprise. Thank you for your kind words," Aurel replied with a perfectly timed smile. "Though it may seem abrupt, after receiving your invitation, I repeatedly reflected on our meeting, and I trust my demeanor has not raised any suspicions. Have I guessed correctly?" Indeed, you need not worry," Oswald responded amiably, pouring Aurel a cup of red tea. "Believe me, young man, as long as you live long enough, you will not be flustered by minor accidents. And I am an old hand at this. Although I am not well versed in wizardry, life experience suggests you might possess a few surprising talents, yet still within our grasp. So there is no need for fear. Now, wizard, are you harmless?" "Of course, I have never intended to harm anyone. Except for my enemies." Aurel lifted the teacup offered by Oswald, inhaling the aromatic sweetness. This was Ceylon black tea infused with jasmine, quite an ingenious touch. "Excellent. It appears we have reached a consensus. Before we engage in candid conversation, I must ascertain your intentions. I apologize for my rudeness, but it is the holiday season. Please forgive this aging man. My mind tells me it also desires a leisurely and joyful Christmas holiday." Every word and action of Oswald struck Alice eerily familiar. Just days prior, he had remarked to Lavelle that among Muggles, there were many who bore a resemblance to the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore, originally referring to their cunning and strategic prowess. Little did he know that this illustrious police chief would exhibit a playful demeanor strikingly akin to that of the headmaster himself. "Let us treat this fairly," Al stated. "I wish to earn your respect through my own merits and abilities, just as you would accord to others of your kind. Grant me the space to flourish and the ladder to progress." In Chapter 75, Unwrapping Gifts, Oswald lowered his gaze, inhaling the fragrant aroma of black tea. After a moment of contemplation, he set down his cup and extended his hand towards Al for the first time. "If you can provide potions as impeccable as the previous ones, without endangering my compatriots, I believe it is indeed our duty as elders to offer the youth a stage to showcase their talents." Al promptly rose, shaking the offered hand with a respectful demeanor. "Rest assured, Chief, I am certainly no indiscriminate lunatic. Everything I undertake is solely for the promise of a brighter tomorrow." "Then strive for the tomorrow you speak of." "Young man," Oswald replied, a smile returning to his countenance. Just then, Oswald's wife and daughter approached, their attire remarkably similar. The mother, though marked by the passage of time, exuded a refined elegance that garnered affection, while the daughter radiated a dignified composure, resembling an untouchable flower on a lofty peak. Al dispelled the protective barrier and stood to pull out chairs for the two ladies. Miss Oswald's piercing gaze swept over Al before she exchanged a composed glance with her father. The chief introduced his wife and daughter. Mrs. Oswald regarded Al with a distant, yet gentle expression. It is a pleasure to meet you, dear child. You appear quite youthful. Indeed, ma'am, I have just come of age. Al replied. Wow, what a vibrant age. My dear, how did you come to know such a young and handsome lad? Could it be that his aspiration is to join the police force? Mrs. Oswald mused, turning to her husband. The restaurant staff began to serve appetizers and beverages. Mr. Oswald leaned towards his wife, saying, Recently, I collaborated with his parents, and today he is here representing them to deliver a gift. I cannot let a guest leave empty-handed. So I have invited him to dinner. Is that so? Mrs. Oswald raised an eyebrow and then turned her attention to Al, introducing the dishes. The chef mentioned that we have received exquisite bluefin tuna today. This is the belly portion, best enjoyed raw to appreciate its rich, fatty aroma. You may find it to your liking. Al graciously complied, sampling the dish as recommended. The cool fish melted in his mouth, revealing a delightful sweetness and a silky texture. This was his first encounter with raw fish, and to his surprise, it was extraordinarily delicious. A satisfied expression graced his features as he remarked, This is indeed exceptional. I am grateful to Mr. Oswald for this generous invitation, which has afforded me the opportunity to savor such delicacies. The evening unfolded joyously, accompanied by Christmas carols, until Al bid farewell to the Oswald family at the restaurant's entrance. After watching them board a sleek black Bentley, he retraced his steps along the river, treading upon the freshly fallen snow. Inside the car, Miss Oswald inquired about her father's conversation with Aldrich, preparing to compile it into an email for the office. Father, do you consider him trustworthy? After completing her task, she glanced back at the man beside her. That is not for us to judge, Mr. Oswald replied. Regardless, it signifies a signal from a new faction. We have time to assess. Dear Lily, let the astute minds decide. We need only follow orders. Understood, father. Miss Oswald subdued her curiosity, lowering her gaze and refraining from further questions. With a promising start, AL's biopharmaceutical company cautiously extended its reach, seeking to explore new horizons. Following the Christmas break, Chief Oswald would deliver the potions to Cambridge for more specialized analysis. Determining whether Al would attract the attention of those at a higher echelon depended on his worth. For now, however, it was imperative that every child receiving gifts relished the joys of Christmas. Al, wrapped in a fluffy morning robe, sat on the carpet surrounded by an array of colorful gift boxes brought in by Kaka. He opened a rectangular box adorned with red and gold glitter, revealing a deluxe edition of the Advanced Transfiguration Handbook. The cover appeared somewhat worn. As he perused its pages, he discovered it was well used, filled with the previous reader's insights and conjectures. A card slipped from the book, inscribed with, To the diligent Aldrich. May this book unveil a more wondrous world of magic for you. Merry Christmas, your Transfiguration Professor, McGonagall. Indeed, the packaging was quintessentially Gryffindor, and the gift unmistakably bore the hallmark of Professor McGonagall. Al caressed the cover before setting it aside. Professor Sprout had gifted him an entire set of illustrated guides to magical creatures, enlightening him on the classification of magical animals based on their attributes. Professor Flitwick's present was a compilation of literature and documents on elemental magic, jointly curated with a Ravenclaw graduate. As for Professor Snape, he had bestowed upon Al a silver cauldron, suitable for advanced potion making. Although lacking the automatic stirring feature, the cauldron, imbued with stability runes, was certainly not inexpensive. Suddenly, Al felt his own gift to the potion's master had been somewhat lacking. This sentiment was echoed by Lavelle, who was equally astonished to receive a gift from Professor Snape, an illustrated guide to potion-stirring techniques for young wizards. Meanwhile, far away at Hogwarts, Professor Snape furrowed his brow as he regarded two identical Muggle psychology books on his desk, questioning whether he had been too courteous to those two rascals. The works included psychopathology in everyday life and humor and its relation to the unconscious by the renowned psychologist Freud, along with psychology in the 1990s, co-authored by various esteemed professors. Although he could not fathom why those two rascals had unanimously chosen these four titles, Professor Snape felt no need for them. With a disdainful huff, he set them aside. In the evening, a snowy owl from the Bach family traversed the storm, tapping on Professor Snape's office door. Bang! The door swung open forcefully, and Professor Snape's unwelcoming voice echoed, "Enter." If this visitor lacked a valid reason, the voice trailed off amidst the fluttering of the owl's wings. It perched at a distance from the cauldron, raising its feet and gazing at Professor Snape with its round, unblinking eyes. The professor clicked his tongue in annoyance, setting down his wand, and approached to remove the small pouch from the owl's talon. The owl hooted twice before taking flight. Chapter 76, The Storefront, revealed that within the pouch was a vial of essence of white willow, valued at 138 galleons. Professor Snape's demeanor visibly softened, and even the following morning, as he headed to the Great Hall for breakfast, he wore a less sour expression. With Muggle-related tasks temporarily set aside, Al began to assess the newly acquired lands on the map he had just purchased. Bob executed his tasks with remarkable proficiency, far exceeding the expectations of Al. He had assumed that the wizards, despite their tribulations, would desperately cling to the scant resources they possessed. After all, with land in their possession, their families would not face starvation. To his surprise, however, they accepted payment with remarkable alacrity. This tract of land was particularly well suited for cultivating bubble pods, and the bobo tubers were ideally situated here. The proximity to the forest behind raised the question of whether a temporary usage right could be acquired. Al perused the magical map's information, and, drawing from his knowledge of agricultural products, he undertook a preliminary layout. The specifics of operations would require the insights of seasoned hands from the farm for a more definitive plan. Kaka, do we have any updates regarding the dragon breeding ground in Romania? Al inquired as he diligently recorded information while consulting his devoted housekeeper, Kaka. Kaka appeared, cradling a voluminous notebook, and delicately traced its cover with slender fingers, causing the notebook to automatically navigate to the section pertaining to the Romanian dragon breeding ground. There is nothing particularly noteworthy. Aside from the wizards tending to the fire dragons, the area is largely unvisited. Dragon Breath Valley currently has a considerable supply of fire mushrooms for sale. We have reserved 100 pounds. Although it is not a substantial amount, it is the utmost that Mr. Honzelton could secure, Kaka reported succinctly after glancing over the registered information. Continue to monitor the situation. I require the venomous fangs and dragon liver of the fire dragons. Additionally, the voracious umbrella mushrooms at home have reached maturity and require dragon's blood for irrigation. With the potential addition of some dragon meat, Al directed, recalling experiences from his previous life. Kaka, well-versed in Al's methods and with many overlapping memories, kindly assisted him in addressing any oversights. This rapport significantly eased Al's management of the family's enterprises. Very well, Master, Kaka replied, closing the notebook and proceeding to report on the earnings from other family ventures in the latter half of the year. Despite experiencing renovations and adjustments that might have affected business, the sales of newly introduced products in various shops were quite promising, resulting in overall profits remaining stable. Al nodded intermittently, suggesting new ideas for Kaka to reorganize. The synergy between them, human and sprite, yielded remarkable efficiency, ensuring that preparations were completed before the commencement of the new business year. Before concluding, Kaka unexpectedly asked, there is a shop for sale in Diagon Alley. Should we consider purchasing it? Which establishment? How much internal expansion is permissible? Al set down his quill, clearly intrigued by the prospect. It is a shop formerly owned by the Potters, listed at 37,000 galleons. I inquired with the manager, who mentioned that it could be expanded up to 300 square meters as per regulations. Kaka displayed a photograph on the desk. The shop was located not far from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, adjacent to a second-hand goods store that cluttered the front, obstructing access. Being situated at a corner, it might not easily attract the attention of passing wizards. Al was taken aback. He had indeed recognized the sign above the shop, Potter's Personal Care Products. Has the Potter workshop closed? Why would they shut down the shop? Al's mind raced with unsettling conjectures, and he frowned. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Kaka, offer 38,000 galleons and acquire that shop. Diagon Alley is in need of a food establishment, and we can sell the farm's produce there. Kaka cast a puzzled glance at his typically astute master, unable to fathom why he would want to spend an additional 1,000 galleons. The Malfoy and Knott families are also interested in purchasing it. However, their offers have been deemed unsatisfactory. With your generous offer, I believe we will face no competition. It matters not. We are not lacking in funds at present. Once the food shop is operational, we will have a venue to sell the farm's grains and produce. Truly a win-win situation. We shall not suffer any losses, Al replied, though his good spirits were somewhat dampened. After attending to his official duties, Al donned protective gear and ventured into the alchemical workshop to commence explosive operations. The ancestors, perplexed, inquired of Kaka, uncertain of Al's sudden eccentricities. The Potters have become a liability, liquidating their assets. What could he possibly be angry about? The Potters have produced a savior. Surely this should be their time to soar, not to sell their assets. As the sole wizarding marketplace in England, securing a shop in Diagon Alley was no small feat, making the liquidation all the more lamentable. You lot are quite mistaken. That so-called savior is still unaware of what wizards are. How could he be selling shops? The once indifferent elders suddenly fell silent, clearly realizing their oversight. After a considerable pause, an elderly lady in a classical long dress dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief and remarked, "Poor child." The alchemical chamber, which had seemed poised for another collapse, trembled with a tremendous roar, but was held together by the cohesive magic of the earth elements, thereby preventing any destruction from occurring. The ancestors, exclaiming in dismay, covered their ears and scampered off to the audiovisual room. Our exhaled deeply, retrieving the metallic quill with its mithril tip, and switched to a new slate, continuing to sketch. The elemental motes, responding to his artistry, gradually filled the lines he had drawn on the slate. Time slipped away, and as the sweat from his brow was whisked away by the wind element, he felt his hand, clutching the quill, begin to tremble. Yet, one corner of the hexagram on the slate remained unfilled. With a sudden miscalculation, the slate shattered. The earth element sighed, enveloping the room to prevent the explosion from damaging the structure. Our was showered with stone dust, while the wind elements playfully assisted in the cleanup. The water element coalesced into a basin before him, allowing him to wash his hands. Only the fire elements danced exuberantly around the flames ignited by the explosion, leaping and leaving rippling trails in their wake. Observing his carefree companions, Our felt the weight on his heart lift. Perhaps he would set off some fireworks tonight. These little creatures would surely delight in it. Moreover, Albus Dumbledore was never a purely benevolent figure. Had he not already been aware of this? Why then allow himself to be consumed by unwarranted anger? Our recalled the white-bearded man who had escorted him and his friends back to the athletes' quarters, reflecting on the unrestrained magic he had witnessed during their conversation, and could only sigh. Humans are complex beings, since one cannot guarantee their own infallibility. It is wise not to impose excessive expectations on others. Chapter 77, The Teaching of Reading. On the eve of the new term, Our enjoyed a sumptuous final dinner with the portraits, yet, mindful of his aversion to waste, Kaka could only prepare a variety of dishes in smaller portions. After a year and a half, Master Edgar finally delivered a portion of the commissioned magical paintings, one of which depicted a lavish Christmas feast. Although it was slightly delayed, Our believed it would not dampen anyone's spirits. Raising his goblet filled with milk, Our gestured to his ancestors. "Happy New Year, my family. Happy New Year." The delightful dining experience gradually came to a close, and Our slept soundly in his grand bed. As the new semester approached, many found it difficult to rest, including young wizards reluctant to part from their families and Professor Snape, who was equally disinclined to return to work. The brooding man reclined on his dark bed, perusing the Christmas edition of the Potions Journal. The light cast on his solemn features created sharp shadows. With a sharp crack, Professor Snape could no longer contain his frustration and hurled the book aside, muttering under his breath, "Utterly foolish." The dark waters of the lake outside rhythmically lapped against the glass, producing a tranquil white noise that was intended to lull one to sleep. Yet in this moment, it felt rather superfluous. Professor Snape glared at the bed curtains for a moment before extending his hand. A silent summoning charm brought a muggle book from the topmost shelf into his grasp. "I shall see what these two fools are up to. If it contains nothing but a heap of foolish rhetoric, then let these two impertinent boys be responsible for this year's invigorating potion," Snape declared vehemently. And thus, it was a long night. During the time of the welcome feast, the young witches and wizards settled down on either side of their respective house tables, chattering animatedly with friends about their holiday experiences, creating a lively atmosphere. Lavelle had spent his holiday with family in the Muggle world, an extraordinary Christmas break, one in which the absence of magic left him somewhat disoriented. Although initially he found it quite uncomfortable, he had to admit, as time went by, he relished the experience. Lavelle chose to sit beside Aurel rather than opposite him, for conversing across the lengthy table proved rather inconvenient. Aurel tilted his body, listening as Lavelle recounted his unique experiences. "I had no idea that Muggle life could be so fascinating. We visited Muggle amusement parks, museums, botanical gardens, and zoos. Merlin's beard, and the television. I was utterly captivated. That little box is incredibly amusing. Yetta and I often stayed up late to watch television, and we even got into trouble twice for it. But that was a minor inconvenience. I mean, if my mother could truly help me purchase a television, I would endure for punishments and vow never to plead for mercy," Lavelle said, holding up 4 fingers with utmost seriousness. Aurel chuckled at his determination, saying, "Given how doting your mother is towards your little sister, she might very well be willing to buy a television for Yetta. It's not that simple, mate. Muggle televisions require electricity, and there are many preparations needed to install one in my home. Plus, there's the issue of signal. That television needs to receive a signal, and that's quite a challenge as well." Lavelle's spirits dampened. He understood that it was entirely reasonable for his mother to refuse his request. Aurel cleared his throat and produced a business card for an alchemical workshop from his wallet, placing it on the table. "I think you might be able to order from this shop. They have televisions in stock that are fully functional. As for the television signal, I believe you could purchase a DVD player, which can be used with the television to play Muggle shows." Upon hearing this, Lavelle excitedly picked up the card and examined it multiple times. Are you serious? You must know that the old geezers from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures are not easily fooled. Rest assured, the workshop is registered in Luxembourg. These are all legitimate products. However, due to the position of the International Confederation of Wizards, they cannot openly advertise or operate a storefront. Naturally, Oral's goods are all legitimate. He is no madman, recklessly challenging the Ministry of Magic. Lavelle clutched the card to his chest, overwhelmed with joy. Thank you so much, my dream maker. Be serious. If you keep babbling like that, I might vomit, Oral quickly interjected, rejecting the sentiment, finding it too sappy. Amidst their banter, the professor's table gradually filled with attendees. Professor Snape's dark circles under his eyes were prominent. He wore a stony expression, silently glaring at the two oblivious youngsters at the Hufflepuff table. Feeling a throbbing pain in his head as he recalled the foolishness he had engaged in the previous night. All because of these two imbeciles and the nonsense books they gifted him, leading him to question the very essence of life. Headmaster Dumbledore arrived fashionably late, donned in a blue-purple robe adorned with stars and moons, resembling a moving Christmas tree, with a bright pink bow tied in his beard. He tapped a crystal goblet to silence the students, welcoming them back, my dear students. The young wizards adjusted their robes, turning their gazes toward the professors at the head table. When Lavelle met Professor Snape's gaze, he shuddered, hiding behind Oral and whispering, "What is wrong with Professor Snape? Did he ruin a potion?" "Hush," Oral replied, not answering but quietly watching Dumbledore. "A new year has commenced. I shall refrain from repeating the same old platitudes. For I trust you remember last year's regulations. If you've forgotten," he glanced at the Gryffindor table. "I believe Professor McGonagall would be more than willing to transform you into a school rule to remind you." Some Gryffindor students emitted sounds of discontent, while others protested that they had been quite well behaved. Professor McGonagall interjected, urging silence. The hall fell silent once more. Oral's gaze met Professor Snape's, who radiated a suffocating aura of gloom. "What has transpired?" Headmaster Dumbledore then reminded the 5th and 7th year students about their impending examinations, emphasizing the library's borrowing policy and the prohibition against taking books outside without permission. Offenders would be barred from borrowing any books from the library for a fortnight. The examinees responded lethargically. The older Hufflepuff students wore expressions of despair. Once the headmaster concluded his address, the long table was immediately laden with an array of food and beverages, and the famished young witches and wizards began to feast heartily. Chapter 78. The Changes in Professor Snape. Oral's exploration of elemental magic had entered a more placid phase, as he sought ways to optimize resources and discover less strenuous collaborative methods, hoping to utilize his elemental companions more efficiently. Meanwhile, Lavelle had developed an intense fascination with Muggle culture, often mingling with a few Muggle-born students to inquire about all things Muggle. Everyone was busy with their lives. Oral knocked on Professor Snape's office door with the manuscript he had just finished copying. The portrait on the door regarded the young wizard with an inscrutable expression before emitting a peculiar squawk and unlocking the door. "Go on in, child, and good luck." Oral entered, somewhat perplexed, yet confident that Professor Snape would not resort to using a wizard's body to concoct potions, hence he felt no trepidation. "Professor Snape, I have a minor predicament that requires your attention for a moment." Upon stepping into the potion office, Oral was astonished to find that the decor had undergone a transformation. The once terrifying and sinister ingredients were now housed in new containers, no longer brazenly displaying their bizarre forms. Eyes, entrails, and brains were now concealed. The faintly bitter aroma of herbs replaced the indescribable stench of potions, and the central potion brewing station had been relocated, with a screen set up at the far end of the room, behind which sounds of movement could be heard. Professor Snape, still clad in his usual dark attire resembling that of a bat, turned his gaze towards Oral. "Ah, it is our clever genius, Bach. What minor trouble could possibly require the attention of such a capable young wizard to disturb your poor, ignorant potions professor? If you waste my precious time like those dim-witted, troll-like students, Bach, I assure you that the bucket of Bebotuber pus in the corner would welcome your arrival with open arms." Oral presented his carefully written article. "Professor Snape, in conjunction with the books you provided me, I have developed a few modest ideas regarding potion preparation that may assist those young witches and wizards who have never grasped the mysteries of potions to learn the essential techniques more swiftly. Might you have a moment to correct my rudimentary understanding?" Snape let out a disdainful huff as he approached the cluttered desk laden with tomes, parchment in hand. Casting a sidelong glance at Orr, he remarked, "Do take a seat, Mr. Bach. I trust your intellect has not suffered during the holiday. Should your arguments prove excessively ludicrous, rest assured I shall not hesitate to express my candor. You must understand that the art of potion making is not easily mastered by all, or settled into the newly upholstered leather stool, his gaze wandering over the professor's desk, which had also undergone a transformation. The walnut edges bore peculiar carvings of mandrakes. What could have prompted such a change in the professor? Or felt a wave of confusion wash over him, recalling that, in his memory, the potions master's office had remained in a state of disarray until his own graduation. Towering bookshelves stood organized with texts pertaining to charms and potions. And Orr's eyes skimmed over the chaotic titles, finally pausing at the topmost row in the corner. Psychopathology of Everyday Life, the Humor and its Relation to the Unconscious. 3 essays on the Theory of Sexuality, X2, and Psychology of the 1990s. Which prodigious genius had gifted him the same books? Or certainly did not believe that Professor Snape would take the initiative to procure Muggle literature, for he harbored a pronounced disdain for Muggles. After all, as a former Death Eater, Snape would hardly have embraced Muggle interests, or redirected his gaze to the other tomes scattered across the desk, finding them disorganized yet largely similar in content. Was Professor Snape currently delving into potions for treating psychological abnormalities? Indeed, mental illnesses, whether perceived through Muggle or wizarding lenses, are notoriously challenging to address, necessitating extensive study. Silence enveloped the office, punctuated only by the scratching of the professor's quill and the faint sounds of a slug in the corner, or sat quietly, elements dancing at his fingertips. He wiggled his index finger, causing a droplet of water to leap into the air before it joyfully returned, eager for further play. After a considerable interval, Professor Snape set down his quill, scrutinizing Orr's work with pursed lips, seemingly contemplating an unfavorable critique. Is the matter that serious, Professor? Have I misunderstood? Orr inquired. Noting the professor's grave expression, Snape clicked his tongue before tossing the parchment before Orr. Take it away, you imbecile. At your level. It is astonishing to see such elementary spelling errors. Orr promptly caught the parchment, a radiant smile illuminating his face. It appears my little techniques have garnered your approval. How splendid. One must wonder why you waste time on those ogres, Bach. You must comprehend that potion making is not a subject to be trifled with. Not many possess the acumen to excel in it. Your summaries are merely a diversion. Snape swallowed his acerbic remarks, for Orr was a rare gem of a student, and his efforts were not entirely without merit. Yet, the professor would have preferred if he devoted more attention to his potion studies. Orr, clutching the parchment, explained to the professor, I merely wish to prevent you from squandering time on elementary teachings. If everyone mastered the handling of potion ingredients, then you could better facilitate the teaching of potion making, could you not? Snape fixed him with a glare, ultimately muttering, mind your own business, or departed with a smile, closing the office door behind him. Checking the time with a flick of magic, he noted it was getting late. It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow to consult Professor Flitwick. The gifts from the esteemed Ravenclaw alumni had proven invaluable, granting Orr a substantial understanding of elemental magic. Perhaps he should express his gratitude with a token of appreciation, but he ought to first seek Flitwick's counsel. Elemental magic diverges from the spells wielded by contemporary wizards. It is, in essence, an instinctual ability possessed by those with unique powers, harnessing the elements of nature to serve their needs. Such wizards inherently resonate with their respective elements. For instance, water element wizards prefer to reside near water. Fire element wizards seek volcanic locales to amplify their strength. Earth element wizards excel in metallurgy, and air element wizards roam freely, reveling in their surroundings. While elemental wizards thrived on Earth, they were often mistaken for fairies by unsuspecting humans. Despite their lack of resemblance, their extraordinary abilities mirrored those of mythical nature spirits, leading to their designation as nature's favored children in various mythologies. Or, embodying the 4 elements, stood as a representative of nature itself. Chapter 79, The Dining Hall. The next day, following the conclusion of the charms class, Orr requested Lavelle to carry his textbooks back to the dormitory while he awaited Professor Flitwick. The professor, holding a teacup to soothe his throat, had just spent the entire lesson elaborating on the nuances of the fire-making spell to the eager Gryffindor students, leaving him parched and utterly fatigued. Orr followed him into the adjacent office, settling into the seating area alongside the diminutive professor before stating his purpose. No need for special gratitude, Aldrich. We owe you our thanks, Flitwick replied. The plan for the return of the diadem is slated for this summer. Although we are hesitant about disclosing this information, no one knows how the Dark Lord might react upon learning of it. The risk is considerable. Professor Flitwick had intended to speak with Orr, for the diadem was his discovery and return. It was imperative that Orr be informed of the arrangements to announce this good news. Orr was uncertain what repercussions might arise from revealing this information. Yet he believed it necessary for the heritage of the other houses, if they did not proactively seek to reclaim the cup. He doubted he would ever have the chance to engage with it. The cup was secured within Gringotts' vault by Lestrange, and Orr did not consider himself a match for a dragon at present. Furthermore, The treasures within the vault were protected by various spells, making theft a daunting endeavor. However, if Voldemort were to suspect his subordinates and decide to reclaim those gifts, then or would find himself with an opportunity for action. Perhaps you might discuss this with the headmaster. Regardless, Professor Dumbledore ought to have his own insights, and with his assistance, Voldemort's attention will not linger on others, or suggested. He perceived no fault in this reasoning. After all, the headmaster had always deemed it his duty to protect wizards, and given his deep entanglement with Voldemort, he was unlikely to be overly concerned about one more complication. Flitwick opened his mouth, ultimately conceding, "You make a valid point." Though, or did not receive the list of gift givers, he ultimately presented Flitwick with a collection of discount vouchers, leaving the distribution entirely at his discretion. It would also serve to promote his family's new restaurant. Indeed, a new establishment. The Potter family's location had successfully been acquired by the Bach family, much to Mr. Malfoy's chagrin, who had lamented at home about the lack of decorum. Everyone else was haggling, yet he shamelessly raised the price. However, after years of silence, the Bach family had prompted other affluent families to adopt a wait-and-see approach, curious to observe what this seemingly faltering family could accomplish, or named their inaugural restaurant Pearl, which featured two distinct areas. The left side on the first floor sold fast food like hamburgers and hot dogs, while the right side offered gourmet produce. The second floor was dedicated to an elegant dining area for French cuisine. He gifted Flitwick vouchers for the second floor dining area. For anyone summoned by the professor from Ravenclaw would surely not be an ordinary individual, and therefore, hamburgers would likely not be within their realm of choices. There was no particular day chosen for the inauguration. The restaurant opened its doors after hiring a chef adept in culinary arts. The chef was solely responsible for the first floor's output, a necessity dictated by circumstance. After Kaka evaluated the culinary skills of the wizard chefs, he concluded that entrusting them with the high-standard dishes intended for the second floor might soon compel the establishment to undergo a complete overhaul, shifting its offerings entirely. Consequently, Kaka arranged for another little sprite, who managed the dietary needs of Hour at home, to assist in the restaurant, a decision made with Hour's approval. Initially, the second floor attracted no patrons, while the first floor thrived on the delectable aromas of fried chicken and hot dogs. Hour's fingers hovered over the net profit figures from the first month of operations, and he sighed. Indeed, the scarcity of customers was a pressing concern. At this rate of sales, he pondered, when would he ever recoup his investment? What sales? Lavelle inquired, leaning in. I opened a gourmet shop in Diagon Alley to enrich the meager lives of wizards, but the returns have been underwhelming, Hour explained. You opened a shop? Although Lavelle was the youngest son and unable to inherit the family business, his parents had already prepared a share of assets for the little ones. Coincidentally, he had a shop in Diagon Alley as well, leased to others, earning pocket money from the rent. Thus he had a modicum of knowledge regarding business operations. Based on your previous assertions, combined with my observations from the Muggle world during this holiday, Hour, investing a substantial sum into a storefront at the village's edge truly seems imprudent. The wizarding community in Britain is rather limited, and the affluent are but a rare few. The reason no one opens food shops in Diagon Alley is that, to save on living expenses, many prefer dining at home. For instance, a hamburger costs 9 sickles, while a savvy woman can prepare 3 servings of beef patties at home for the same price. The comparison makes the choice between purchasing food or dining at home rather straightforward, doesn't it? Hour smacked his forehead, the realization dawning upon him. Everything was influenced by the Muggle world, a fact he had taken for granted. Indeed, as Lavelle elucidated, many wizards who had long resided in Britain earned modest incomes. Yet their daily expenses were unavoidable. Thus, the notion of enhancing their meals outside the home was not within their contemplation. However, the initial investment had been substantial, and shutting down the shop now would entail significant losses. Hour hesitated, but glancing at the profit sheet, he understood that if he wished to continue the culinary venture, a change in business strategy was imperative. Perhaps adopting a model of low prices with high sales might yield a chance for recovery. This is beyond my comprehension. To be frank, I lack any innate talent for business. The assets my father prepared for me suffice for my needs, provided I refrain from meddling in operations, Lavelle shrugged. Expressing his helplessness, Hour ceased speaking. He needed to contemplate strategies that might alter his predicament. As the weather grew increasingly warm, young wizards shed their heavy garments, donning light summer robes, their previously hunched backs straightening with relief. Hour had unknowingly surpassed even the third-year upperclassman in height, though he remained slender, resembling a tall poplar. Lavelle often wondered where all the food Hour consumed went within his digestive system. The latest issue of Potion Pointers featuring a special edition for youth was published, spotlighting Hour's herb-handling tips on the cover. The young wizards who subscribed to the magazine in school felt a twinge of complexity. We are all novices in potion making. Your contributions certainly place an immense pressure upon us. Chapter 80, Exam Week. Time flew, and the end-of-year examinations approached, sending the little wizards in the castle into a frenzy. The library was perpetually overcrowded, with Madame Pants brandishing her feather duster daily, warning the unruly chatterboxes to maintain decorum. With the high volume of borrowers, the automated printer, previously relegated to the bottom of the cabinet, re-emerged at the counter, tirelessly whirring as it processed loans and returns. In stark contrast to the other students, the top scholars thrived. The distinguished upperclassmen of Hufflepuff frequently gathered in Greenhouse 3, where their love for plants granted them a small patch of land to cultivate the wondrous flora rewarded by Professor Sprout. Several times, Gray had observed Hour alone on the Quidditch pitch riding his broom, prompting her to inquire if he'd like to join the leisure club, primarily to avoid inconveniencing other students. As Hour entered Greenhouse 3 with his broom, the soon-to-graduate Nymphadora had just transformed into a fish head, splashing water at nearby classmates. "Ah, welcome, my dear Junior Aldrich. I knew I had forgotten something." "Thank you, Gray. Aldrich should have been here with us to relax. But I've been preoccupied with job offers from various institutions and simply lost track of time." Douglas Croft, the male president of the 7th-year Student Council, quickly approached to greet Hour, adding an explanation. Hour placed his broom by the door, shaking his head with a smile. "On my way here, Senior Gray informed me that the leisure club is for 3rd years and above, and as I am but a 2nd year, I am confident I shall receive an invitation to join in the second half of the year. Thus, it was not your oversight, Senior." Croft patted Hour on the shoulder, inviting him to sit beside him. "I wanted to discuss potions with you. It truly is the most challenging subject for me, far exceeding the difficulty of divination. I read your article, and Merlin bless you, dear Junior. Your insights on grinding techniques have been immensely helpful to me. I am glad to have been of assistance." Hour replied, accepting a cup of red tea from another upperclassman, taking a sip that was, at best, mediocre. Several upperclassmen, who struggled with potions, chimed in. "Our difficulties with potion making may stem from Professor Snape's teaching methods. His demeanor is rather abrasive, and his criticisms often dishearten students. This initial aversion, even when they later recognize the importance of potion making, hampers their foundational understanding and, consequently, their further studies." Hour's recent publications had precisely addressed these concerns, earning him the gratitude of many students who had grappled with potion making. Furthermore, Hour's performance encouraged even the soon-to-graduate 7th years to seek his guidance, recognizing the significance of mastering potions for their future careers. Fortunately, Hour did not need to bury himself in solitary study, as spending time chatting with his peers served to pass the hours pleasantly. In the early morning of June, the examiners for the OWLs and Newts were welcomed by Professor McGonagall into a lounge prepared for them. These luminaries from various fields sipped tea and engaged in idle chatter with familiar acquaintances until the arrival of Professor Dumbledore prompted them to rise in greeting. After exchanging glances with one gentleman, Dumbledore invited everyone to take their seats. Superficial conversation was a requisite skill for these self-proclaimed exceptional wizards, followed by genuine compliments to Dumbledore, praising his capabilities and his contributions to the wizarding world over the years. Time swiftly passed until the commencement of the examinations, at which point the group, seemingly reluctant to depart, bid farewell to the headmaster as they proceeded to their respective classrooms. Dumbledore shared a few quiet words with the last individual before turning and ascending to the 8th floor. At midday, after concluding his examination in charm class, Hour walked alongside his classmates towards the Great Hall, perhaps buoyed by a sense of confidence regarding their exam results. The Weasley twins energetically hurled various objects at the Slytherin students, their boisterous laughter echoing throughout the corridor. The admonitions delivered on Christmas Eve appeared to have taken effect, for those two mischievous rascals had refrained from employing their homemade gadgets against the Hufflepuff students. However, they had yet to approach Hour for reasons unknown. Yet, this was of little concern. Watching as Slytherin students were struck by colorful balloons, leaving them dusted in vibrant powder with painted faces, the Badgers could not suppress their giggles. Filch stormed towards them, bellowing, "Damn those Weasleys. Once again, it's you lot. Look at the mess you've caused. I just cleaned this corridor. I shall report you to Professor McGonagall and ensure you face severe punishment." The Weasley twins cheered and then swiftly fled the scene. Lavelle observed the flustered Filch and clicked his tongue, pondering why a mute was appointed as the castle's caretaker. Cleaning up such stains was no easy task, surely. Employing magic would be far more efficient. Perhaps the headmaster had his reasons. Hour shared the same curiosity. It seemed rather unfortunate to have a non-magical individual residing in a world of magic. Most troubling was Filch's mindset, his adherence to punitive measures, and his twisted ideology, which suggested he might betray a wizard at any moment. Upon entering the Great Hall, Hour noted that few professors were present for lunch. The fifth-year students who had floundered in their examinations murmured that the professors had retreated to the smaller dining hall to dine with the examiners. The seating arrangement at the Hufflepuff table was chaotic today, as the psychological pressure on the fifth-year candidates was immense, leading to an astonishing outpouring of their emotions. Though they could not divulge specific exam questions, they could chatter about their feelings for over half an hour, leaving Hour feeling somewhat dizzy. I mispronounced the spell earlier. It was utterly ridiculous. I couldn't help but laugh. You have no idea what the examiner's gaze felt like. I'm finished. My score is bound to be a T. The exam required me to transform that plate into a mouse and make it run back. But my mouse bolted straight into the examiner's robes. I wager the examiner wanted to throw me out. Merlin, save me. I feel I shouldn't study magic. I should consider a career in stage magic, as the examiner seriously suggested. In stark contrast to the fifth-year students, the seventh-year candidates sat in silence, their meals tasteless, their expressions grave. It appeared that both examinations had been quite daunting. Hour, do you think we'll end up like that? Lavelle appeared somewhat anxious. I believe you need not worry. Both of your performances are commendable. Miss Gray turned to reassure them. Lavelle exchanged a knowing glance with Hour, as it seemed Miss Gray was entirely unconcerned about her own results. Of course, I find my performance to be quite stable, she replied, shrugging her shoulders and picking up the pumpkin juice jug to inquire if they desired any. The two gentlemen promptly declined. The duration of the two examinations was lengthy. Yet every year, a wave of students would go mad due to the exams, so everyone had grown accustomed to such an atmosphere. When the holidays arrived, all would revert to their original states. Incidentally, the second-year wizards had already submitted their elective course registration forms. Ultimately, Hour chose the care of magical creatures and ancient runes classes. The rumble of the train resonated once more as the train from Scotland to London departed from Hogsmeade Station, with young wizards bursting forth from the castle that had confined them for half a year, embarking on their delightful summer vacation. Hour heeded Kaka's advice and planned to return to the black market to purchase a few stray house elves, as business was booming. And Kaka could not abandon its master to toil abroad, an utterly frightful notion that was absolutely unacceptable. To balance the head housekeeper's work and life, Hour acquiesced to this request. However, he firmly emphasized several times that only house elves with minor infractions should be purchased, prioritizing those forced to relinquish their positions due to familial downfall. When he encountered that group of house elves in Diagon Alley, he was unexpectedly met with a hidden surprise. What name do you go by? Hour inquired, somewhat astonished. For he recognized the name. There was only one house elf in all of Britain that could be hired for a fee. Dear sir, Dobby is immensely honored to meet such an elegant and noble wizard as yourself. Dobby is quite skilled in culinary arts and hopes to secure a position in your household. Dobby replied, bending deeply, nearly touching his nose to the carpet, appearing to be utterly subservient. Yet, Hour remained unmoved. He was taken aback by why the Malfoy family would suddenly dismiss Dobby, considering that prior to his exposure, the three masters had never realized anything amiss. Perhaps it was because they disapproved of house elves roaming freely, Hour speculated. I'm sorry, but would you be willing to share why you've regained your freedom? If Dobby had left the Malfoy household, what would become of the unexpected events that transpired in the second year? Dobby had quite a significant role. With a sudden shriek, Dobby flung himself against the carpet, appearing to attempt self-harm, muttering, "It is all Dobby's fault. Dobby did not take good care of his master. Dobby deserves to die." Hour waved his hand, summoning the wind element to gently restrain the frenzied Dobby, placing him on the hard-tiled floor without intervening in his self-destructive actions. Dobby's body stiffened momentarily, seemingly surprised that Hour had not stopped him but instead placed him outside the carpet's confines. Seeing that he had ceased his antics, Hour chuckled softly. I do not appreciate noisy house elves. Perhaps you ought to leave this place. Kaka, retrieve the money spent on him, or find someone else to take him. He had no intention of keeping a venomous snake by his side. Dobby screamed as Kaka led him away, leaving the other house elves in a state of stunned silence, trembling in fear. However, Hour did not press them. He perused the newly acquired performance report while occasionally sipping on a cool glass of iced milk. After more than half an hour, Kaka returned holding a small pouch of coins. Hour instructed him to take the house elves for proper training, while he himself ventured out to the bookstore. Although Leaky Cauldron was the most frequented bookstore in Diagon Alley, it was the Unicorn secondhand shop, tucked away at the street's end, that had been in existence the longest. Hour intended to test his luck there, while the gifts from the Ravenclaws were of some use. He hoped to delve deeper into elemental magic as it pertained to his life's path, enduring his dissatisfaction with the environment. Hour swiftly rifled through the haphazardly piled books on the shelves. The owner of the Unicorn secondhand shop muttered behind him, "You ought to tell me what you are seeking. As the proprietor, I surely know better than you what items are available, do I not? Do you? Then tell me where I can find advanced potion making and brewing." Hour replied impatiently, The shopkeeper stammered for a moment before waving his hand dismissively and departing. With the interruption gone, our search intensified. However, for reasons unknown, he could find nothing related to elemental magic amidst the myriad of haphazardly stacked books in the store, ultimately leaving with the aforementioned book he had mentioned earlier. Within the confines of Malfoy Manor, Lucius sought out his son, who was diligently practicing magic, clutching the intelligence he had just received. In the spell practice room, Draco maneuvered skillfully amidst the coordinated attacks of the alchemical puppets. Yet, perhaps due to his tender age and frail constitution, he could not endure for long. After halting his practice, drenched in sweat, he finally caught sight of his father standing at the door. Over the course of several months, he had gradually acclimatized to a life nurtured by elder affection, momentarily setting aside his animosity towards Greengrass, focusing instead on securing a brighter future for his family. The house elf, Dobby, having been purchased by the Bach family, was subsequently returned. You are correct, it was my oversight. Otherwise, how could a mere child discern its unusual thoughts while I foolishly allowed it to serve in our home? My negligence is to blame. Lucius confessed with a hint of frustration, sitting beside his weary son. Observing Draco's relentless efforts to atone for his father's mistakes, a bittersweet pride swelled within him. Draco reassured him. Who could have anticipated that this house elf would harbor such absurd notions? A creature born with inherent servitude, daring to aspire for equality and freedom. Father, do not dwell on this. Sparing its life is already a testament to the Malfoy family's generosity. I believe it should be eliminated. Such an unstable element ought to be eradicated. Lucius reiterated his suggestion. However, Draco harbored the hope that Dobby would once again seek out Harry Potter. There was no way he would allow Lucius to kill the elf. Let it be, father. By the way, how is the Bach family's delicatessen faring? Draco deftly shifted the topic, wishing to divert Lucius's fixation on the elf's demise. Perhaps soon enough, that boy will resell the establishment. Little Draco, what do you think we should do if we were to acquire that shop? Perhaps sell some beverages? Lucius remarked with a touch of schadenfreude, convinced that the boy lacked any entrepreneurial acumen. Poor Bach, left with a single fledgling venture. What good are all those galleons if they will inevitably be squandered by that ignorant child? Chapter 82. Busy. During the first week of the holiday, Al sent an array of fruits produced from his family farm to several familiar friends and professors, including Lavelle. The berries, redolent with a sweet and tangy aroma, the jewel-like grapes, and the sweet, tender figs, along with various vegetables, were gradually made available for sale outside a restaurant in Diagon Alley. Since wizards preferred to save costs by dining at home, Al chose to sell the farm's produce to those frugal witches. Fast food options such as hamburgers remained available, as they provided a convenient meal for busy wizards. The exquisite dishes on the second floor attracted some wizards' appreciation. Although the turnout was perhaps less than ideal, the Ravenclaws did discover a modicum of joy in their gatherings there. Mr. Malfoy's anticipated bankruptcy of the shop did not materialize. He merely huffed, and soon redirected his attention to other business ventures. During a visit to the professor's lounge in search of Professor McGonagall, Headmaster Dumbledore became enamored with the sweet figs that exuded a floral fragrance. Though he understood the reason behind Mr. Bach's failure to send him a gift, he could not help but muse with a smile. It seems my interactions with the students have been too infrequent, to the point where they have forgotten I exist. If you truly believe that, Albus, I think you should share some of the responsibilities for this year's new student orientation, Professor McGonagall retorted, unyielding to his sentimental musings. Although she was merely a deputy headmistress, her involvement in school affairs far exceeded that of the headmaster. Were it not for the fact that only the headmaster could access the office containing the admission records, this fellow might not have shown up even once over the summer. Dumbledore feigned ignorance, skillfully evading the topic, and expressed his satisfaction with Al's fruits, proposing the establishment of a supply agreement with the Bach family. However, in reality, Hogwarts operated on a limited budget, and its annual expenditure on food was hardly ample. Signing such a contract would leave Al with little profit, perhaps even at a loss. Albus, if you were aware of the prices these fruits fetch in Diagon Alley, you would not make such an impertinent request. Professor McGonagall felt compelled to chastise the headmaster once more. Discussing finances irked her greatly. Why had the Ministry of Magic been providing fewer galleons over the years? Maintaining a magical school was no trivial matter. Many of Hogwarts' facilities required updating. Yet the funds were insufficient. Even for a witch as astute as McGonagall, there was little that could be done. Dumbledore opened his mouth, tentatively suggesting, perhaps Mr. Bach would be willing to contribute a little for the school, like the other board members, perhaps a sponsorship? A small donation of galleons could benefit them as well. Wouldn't you agree? Albus. Professor McGonagall's voice rose in protest. Bach is an orphan. Balancing his studies while managing family affairs is already a considerable burden for him. You should not impose such expectations on a student. It is utterly excessive. Dumbledore gently patted Professor McGonagall in a soothing manner. Perhaps you should inquire with Bach. He might have a different perspective. Then all the children could enjoy such delectable food. Dumbledore, you should abandon your preposterous notion. Bach is not a board member. Do you truly believe that a mere semblance of good reputation could rival Galleon's? Professor Flitwick seized the fruit platter from the table, leaving Dumbledore's hand awkwardly hovering above the coffee table. He enjoyed his interactions with Al, but he did not want the child to be subjected to unwarranted moral coercion. Please, do not be so agitated. This is merely a suggestion of mine. Regardless, those affluent wizarding families care immensely about their reputations. It could be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Dumbledore remained convinced of the need to pursue this avenue, believing that as Bach was still a student, unlike those adult, mercenary wizards, he would make the right choice if the benefits were clearly articulated. Perhaps Aldrich's decision to overlook you was indeed the most prudent course of action. Dumbledore, I cannot endorse such a shameless request. Since you wish to benefit the young wizards, I shall leave this matter in your hands. Professor McGonagall frowned in exasperation. Perhaps Dumbledore had a point, but her upright character made it impossible for her to engage in such dealings. All of this was of no concern to Al, who was far away in Africa. Yes, Africa, where he had traveled to negotiate collaborations with local potion suppliers regarding the African tree snake. The original supplier had encountered unforeseen circumstances, necessitating the termination of their partnership. To prevent the potion workshop from ceasing operations, Al hastily applied for a key to travel there. The new supplier had been introduced by a previous partner, and the old acquaintance was soon departing Africa for Asia to seek refuge. Otherwise, their meeting would not have been so hurried. The chief potion master of the workshop accompanied Al, intending to inspect the tree snake breeding facility with the new supplier. Only after ensuring the quality of the goods would Al proceed to sign a contract with them. Amid the busy summer, upon completing his work here, Al continued to visit other enterprises. In the depths of the wildlife sanctuary lay the Bach family's magical creature breeding grounds. He went to observe a newly hatched family of bird snakes and administered antibacterial medication to a water monster that had escaped to frolic. Before departing, he brought some fish snacks to the gathering of cat otters, though regrettably, fate did not permit a meeting. The botanical garden had recently introduced a variety of ordinary plants. As Al had arranged for potion masters to research the magical properties of traditional herbs, exploring whether any of these plants could be suitable for potion making. The harvest of the rose garden this year was rather mediocre. However, the establishment of a flower cake shop, which had been met with skepticism, achieved remarkable success among the Muggle community, thereby compensating for the slight profit discrepancy. The surplus food that the wizards could not consume was swiftly cleared away in the Muggle realm, thanks to the introduction by Director Oswald. Without a moment's hesitation, the executives of several major supermarkets signed a collaboration agreement with, or he believed that by the end of the year, his basement would witness the emergence of a veritable treasure trove. After evaluating the profitability of the Bach family's delicatessen for July, a representative from Gringotts reached out with a proposal for a face-to-face meeting. They claimed that there was no place more secure for storing wealth than Gringotts, assuring that they could guarantee the financial safety of the Bach family, even if their current wealth was modest. They believed that, or was deserving of special consideration from Gringotts. Or, however, unhesitatingly dismissed the insistent goblins, candidly expressing his disdain for the greedy, silver-tongued creatures. As for their assurances of security, recalling the Ukrainian iron belly that had fled after demolishing Gringotts, he ignited the letter with a smile. Chapter 83, The Invitation. Without delving into the fury of the goblins who awaited a response, they were faced with a far more pressing and alarming incident. Lucius, armed with a suitcase of unknown internal space, was laboriously emptying his vault, while the accompanying goblin watched in panic as the room became almost desolate. They screamed and stamped their feet outside, cursing the infernal minecart for its sluggish pace. Greenvine, the head of the Gringotts branch in Britain, leapt from his vehicle before his colleague succumbed to madness, clutching a hefty tome. Breathing heavily, he pushed aside the bothersome goblins and inquired before assessing the situation, Mr. Malfoy. Esteemed Mr. Malfoy, may I ask if you have recently engaged in any new business ventures? If so, we at Gringotts would be more than willing to extend our assistance. You know, Gringotts has branches worldwide, and there is no need for you to carry such a substantial fortune around in person. Just speak the word, and we can provide you with funding anywhere. Lucius paid no heed. He had mocked Draco for suggesting that Gringotts was unsafe. Yet as his son's predictions came increasingly true, he could not dismiss the child's concerns. No one could jeopardize the Malfoy fortune. If these damned goblins could not safeguard his galleons, then he would not allow even a single canute to remain in that wretched bank. Once the vault was emptied of every last coin, Lucius turned to Greenvine with satisfaction and declared, "Open my wife's vault." Mr. Malfoy, Greenvine shrieked. Yet none could deter Lucius from his resolve to protect his wealth. Just as Lucius was on the verge of losing his patience and drawing his wand, the goblins, who felt as though their own riches were being seized, finally complied with his request and opened the door to the adjacent vault. Naturally, Narcissa, hailing from the Black family, had her own dowry. Though she rarely utilized these funds, the thought of Gringotts' insecurity compelled Lucius to persuade his beloved wife to again deplete another vault. The following day, the Daily Prophet published a rather absurd opinion on the matter. What could have caused the venerable Gringotts, which had withstood countless ages, to suffer such an unprecedented crisis of trust? Both the wizards penning articles and those perusing the paper began to speculate wildly. Some suggested that the goblins were conspiring to steal the wealth of wizards, citing an incident at the distant Cuban branch, implying that the British goblins were merely cleaning up after their counterparts. Others speculated that the Malfoy family was facing dire straits and would soon be forced to liquidate their prized assets. Or also caught wind of these baseless ramblings. While he could not discern much from the situation, he noted that the Malfoy family's behavior was indeed somewhat atypical. However, he had neither the time nor inclination to investigate further, as he had just received a letter from Fernand. The correspondence suggested that Director Oswald might wish to extend an invitation to or for this year's horse racing event. The racing event was one of Princess Annie's favored pursuits, which she had endeavored to promote over the years, with the racecourse serving as one of her means. She would invite notable figures to attend the event at Gatswald. The invitation came quite unexpectedly. Or rose from his seat and paced the study, gazing at the framed portraits of his family. Horse riding? My dear friends, I have never interacted with such creatures. Might I inquire if it is difficult to ride? My dear, if they are indeed intent on inviting you to this event, a little preparation is all that is required. You are a wizard, unfamiliar with their pastimes. I believe no one would be so tactless as to put you in an uncomfortable position before understanding the sentiments of the higher-ups. Of course, you should be prudent in your attire. Dressing well reflects your respect for the invitation. After a brief stroll, or resumed his seat at the desk, sighing in self-deprecation. Am I being too frivolous? I am a wizard, yet I place such importance on muggles. If those impoverished snobs were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly consider me a second-rate Weasley. Life should be equitable, dear. Or, do you recall what you told us upon your return? That was your first acknowledgement of muggles. We, too, began to regard them through your narrative, and upon discovering their many admirable qualities, it is not absurd to value them. They deserve it. Frankly, I believe those other poor souls blinded by ignorance ought to take a good look at the world. Or realized he had once again descended into a convoluted emotional state and hastily waved his hand to interrupt the dialogue. Let me attend to my work. We can discuss the rest once everything is officially confirmed. In late July, Director Oswald presented a pale gold invitation adorned with cornflower motifs to Scott, requesting him to deliver it to or, I must emphasize one thing, Mr. Bach should provide a contact method. The results from Cambridge were released yesterday, and his ointment indeed possesses extraordinary efficacy in healing wounds. Those bookworms were so thrilled that they hardly slept, eager to converse with Mr. Bach. However, due to their inability to reach him, God knows, they inquired everywhere, ultimately calling me in the dead of night. I was quite taken aback. Yet I would prefer to avoid such delightful disturbances at my age. A good night's sleep is a rare luxury. Scott sheepishly explained. Mr. Bach mentioned that Muggle electronics would fail on their end, and altering this situation would require a significant effort. If there is something urgent, he can be reached through Fernand at Ascot. He knows how to contact Mr. Bach. Very well, then. Please ensure that this invitation is delivered to Mr. Bach promptly. Time is of the essence. It is all the fault of those bespectacled fellows who insisted on reconfirming, leading to Oswald's mild displeasure. Although the news was hastily conveyed, or expressed his understanding and gratitude once he learned the underlying reasons, and he began preparing attire and business cards for the event. Being of a young age, or required an aging potion to maintain his youthful appearance, and prior to this, Kaka had already arranged several suitable outfits for his outings. The invitation also outlined the itinerary, indicating that the occasion would not be overly formal. Therefore, Kaka had prepared not only a suit, but also a casual polo shirt and a cool silk shirt for him. Oral took the opportunity to visit a nearby equestrian center, paying a hefty fee to learn horseback riding from a trainer. While not yet proficient, he was capable of leisurely strolling and engaging in conversation with others. Chapter 84, The Vampire. In August, the weather in Cosvold was splendid, with clear blue skies and fluffy clouds drifting overhead, as if one could reach out and grasp them with a hand. Oral had arrived alongside the Oswald family, and their primary activity for the afternoon was to attend an art exhibition. Thus, the four of them donned exquisite attire, exuding an air of elegance as they made their way to the gallery. The Baroque-style decor of the exhibition hall imparted a weighty, classical ambience, with vibrant splashes of color intertwined with metallic accents. and the strikingly colorful, surreal oil paintings embedded within, complementing the overall aesthetic. Upon entering, Oswald was immediately surrounded by a group of bespectacled scholars clad in formal attire. However, their gaze did not linger on the elder Oswald. Instead, they fixated intently on Aurel. "I believe the individual we are seeking is this young man," one of them proclaimed. "You are correct, as you always are, young fellow. You are the developer of the white fresh healing ointment, aren't you? Come now, we would love to have a word with you, as we are quite eager to discuss your ingenious ideas." This assemblage, comprising men and women of various ages, enveloped Aurel as if in an abduction. Oswald quietly exhaled in relief, whispering to his wife, "Thank goodness for Bork's arrival. It should keep them occupied for quite some time. My dear, you need not worry. Without Mr. Bork's presence, I doubt they would have had much to do with you," Mrs. Oswald remarked, covering her mouth to stifle a chuckle. Miss Oswald giggled softly before bidding her parents farewell to seek out her friends. Meanwhile, Aurel found himself in a temporary lounge, feeling somewhat bewildered. As he struggled to comprehend the esoteric discussions of the elderly scholars, it was evident that their realms of knowledge were vastly different, making meaningful conversation nearly impossible. Just as Aurel felt his mind clouding with confusion, a young man with fiery red hair joined the discourse, effortlessly taking over the dialogue with the group of old scholars. As the conversation became animated, Aurel seized the opportunity to slip into a corner, releasing a sigh of relief. He tugged at the collar of his Windsor knot, feeling a twinge of regret for his inadequate preparation. However, he understood that mastering the intricate nuances of Muggle science could not be achieved overnight. Even though he had read extensively, he could not seamlessly integrate into their discussions at that moment. The man who had just extricated him from the conversation approached with a glass of pale golden champagne in hand. "A little wizard. What a surprise to encounter a wizard here. I mean, an adult wizard." Aurel immediately tensed, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He scrutinized the man opposite him, unexpectedly sensing the presence of another humanoid species emanating from him. "Are you a werewolf? Or perhaps a vampire?" he inquired, considering that only two types of humanoids could possess such a perfect human form. As for other fairies and beasts, they were often too grotesque to forget. "A vampire, indeed. You may call me Torito. Are you a wizard residing in England?" The man extended his glass to Aurel, encouraging him to relax. Aurel inhaled deeply. As the alarm from the elemental forces surrounding him subsided, they began to dance playfully around him once more. He replied, "Yes, we have always lived on this land. However, you are unlike any vampire I have encountered before." "You've seen vampires?" Torito asked, raising an eyebrow. "As far as I know, we do not have any relatives wandering in unknown places." He clinked his glass against Aurel's. "I have heard that wizards have discovered a hidden realm. You know, after your kind has been absent for so long, you have found the paradise of fairy tales, where you revel in a bliss removed from the mundane. I thought I had merely drunk too much and was experiencing hallucinations. It is not as wonderful as you suggest. But you mentioned no vampires wandering about? Then what of the crimson-eyed creatures that transform into bats? Are they not vampires?" Aurel's recollection of vampire traits was vivid. They possessed blood-red eyes, emerged at night, and fed upon the blood of wizards. They often lurked in decrepit old houses, ambushing unsuspecting victims for sustenance, exhibiting a degree of magical resistance, yet posing minimal threat. Some dark wizards even kept these flying, healing creatures for experimental purposes. That is a being that has not fully evolved, and thus does not deserve to bear the title of vampire. We regularly eradicate these aberrations, but occasionally a few escape. It seems they have found refuge among you. Fate has spared them, Torito remarked with a smile, though Aurel sensed an underlying chill in his gaze. Choosing to shift the subject, Aurel inquired, "You seem quite familiar with them," gesturing towards the scholars engaged in fervent discussion behind him. "Have you always lived among Muggles?" "Indeed. Ever since the advancement of medicine, people donate blood regularly, simplifying our means of sustenance. Hence, coexisting with them is the most favorable option for us. It has proven to be the right choice, as these ordinary folks bring us endless amusement." Torito invited Aurel to sit with him on a nearby sofa, facing one another. Aurel seized the chance to observe him closely. "I have encountered children with extraordinary powers before. Are they also wizards? Yet you feel different to me. Why?" Torito was equally curious about wizards, having been born after their disappearance and only hearing tales from his elders, never having seen one in person. Meeting Bork was a delightful surprise bestowed by time. "I am unsure," Aurel replied, contemplating that the difference Torito sensed might be related to elemental forces. Though it was merely speculation, vampires seemed particularly attuned to the perception of power, perhaps akin to their innate healing abilities, an inherent gift. "May I ask, are wizards contemplating a return?" Torito inquired, maintaining a casual tone after their exchange. All beings possess distinct abilities. If wizards were to re-enter the fray, The current circumstances would undoubtedly shift, a change that the immortals would likely welcome. For when your life stretches into eternity, any form of transformation brings joy, regardless of its nature. As long as it does not stagnate like a still pond, change is the most delightful pastime in an endless existence. Oral countered, "Do you believe Muggles would welcome our return? To be honest, I am uncertain. However, your presence here suggests that no unnecessary wariness has been aroused, which is promising. Engaging in calm discourse is vital." Torito set down his glass, sizing up the young wizard before him. He appeared quite youthful. Is this a personal endeavor or a representative one? Torito pondered, though he could not deduce the answer. As a member of a minority, he was willing to extend a modicum of assistance to the young man. Chapter 85. The Gene Pollution of Wolfbane. Oral spent the entire afternoon in the company of Torito. The latter was well-versed in a multitude of subjects and possessed a profound understanding of Muggle culture, introducing Oral to the esteemed artworks adorning the walls, recounting the provenance of the vase in the corner, and detailing its history. It was only when another guest approached Torito that Oral learned this suave vampire also held a Muggle title of nobility. This, precisely, was a small goal Oral had set for himself. How does one acquire a noble title? He inquired, curiosity piqued. What? Torito looked at Oral with confusion. A Muggle noble title, Oral reiterated. Torido, somewhat taken aback, took a moment to elucidate the current royal requirements for conferring titles and honors. One must possess a certain degree of social influence, contribute to society, secure the Prime Minister's endorsement, and garner the appreciation and support of royal members. It is imperative to understand that the monarchy has relinquished its political power. Thus, holding a title is merely an honor devoid of any real authority. In my view, the most advantageous aspect of possessing a title lies in the opportunity to join the House of Lords, where one may possess the right to speak. However, as you know, due to the voting system, the right to speak does not equate to the right to decide. Its symbolic significance far outweighs its practical implications. For me, the symbolic value is already sufficient. Becoming a true nobleman will undoubtedly benefit OL in his future power struggles among wizards. It is advantageous to wield such a banner, as those gullible commoners who heed every rumor will find a wizard with a title far more persuasive than an ordinary citizen when faced with the inefficacy of the Ministry of Magic. Furthermore, it reflects the Muggle perspective towards wizards, allowing conservative wizards to perceive that the world is not immutable. This not only alleviates the resistance felt by ordinary wizards, but also stirs the ambitions of certain individuals, particularly those capitalists driven by self-interest. Torido refrained from probing further, recognizing the matter as internal affairs. The two continued their discussion on the development of common people, during which OL learned from his companion about an academic team established by vampires and werewolves in Cambridge to study their own kind. Werewolves? Would such an unstable group not incite panic within society? OL was astounded. After all, werewolves are notoriously infamous in the eyes of wizards. How could they possibly refrain from causing harm among Muggles? Torido chuckled, finding it both ludicrous and absurd. The magical realm of wizards is indeed wondrous. It appears that not only have you accepted those flawed beings, but you have also embraced a group of terminally ill individuals tainted by werewolf genes. It is hard to believe. Had you not been a wizard, I would have certainly dismissed this as a jest. Terminally ill individuals? Is there truly a distinction among werewolves? OL straightened in his seat, his eyes wide with astonishment. This was an unparalleled exposure to the world. While experiencing it firsthand would yield a more vivid understanding. The Babylonians, resembling savages, host grand outdoor events every summer. I had to decline the invitation to the horse racing event early on. Thus I can only provide you with a brief introduction. Torido, dramatically placing his hand on his chest, explained. The werewolves I refer to are those extraordinary beings capable of fully controlling their transformations through training and medication. Humans carrying werewolf genes possess extraordinary physical attributes, immense strength, remarkable speed, and exceptional vision and hearing comparable to our own. Furthermore, prior to unleashing their immense energy, they can live like humans, unaffected by the moon or any specific factors. So, they do not transform under the moonlight and do not indiscriminately bite others to spread the virus. They retain their rationality? That indeed sounds unlikely to incite chaos or panic. But what about the taint of werewolf genes? The affliction you mentioned was eradicated by werewolves a century ago. The werewolf gene contamination refers to an incurable artificial disease that, once contracted, cannot be cured. It is transmitted through bites and bodily fluids, granting the infected a fleeting ability to transform into a werewolf. This virus was originally created by a group of researchers seeking to explore the immense powers of werewolves. However, rest assured, the research materials have been secured in a confidential vault, and all viruses have been destroyed. I simply did not anticipate that wizards continue to be plagued by this virus even now. Tori-Do was equally astonished. Should the werewolves discover that this virus has not been entirely eradicated, they would undoubtedly charge into the wizarding world with ferocity. After all, the development process of this virus is profoundly detestable to werewolves, serving as a blatant humiliation that must be completely obliterated from existence. Perhaps the first obstacle for wizards integrating into modern society lies in addressing those wizards contaminated by the werewolf gene. Tori did not kindly remind OL of this. The young wizard evidently lacked significant influence. To mention it now would only serve to increase his burdens. It would be prudent to consider this issue when he matures and is capable of engaging with the various clan leaders face to face. The dinner was hosted in a garden hotel, fragrant with floral aromas, where soft music wafted through the air, and the lighting illuminated every corner of the banquet hall as if it were daylight. The starlight refracted by the crystal chandeliers danced upon the elegant gowns of the women, each thread shimmering with brilliance. Dapper gentlemen engaged in lively banter with the ladies, discussing wines and cigars, while scholars continued to argue fervently over a particular hypothesis. This continued until the hosts of the evening, Princess Annie and her family, made their entrance. The woman, in her early 40s, approached gracefully in a velvet gown, wearing a gentle smile that radiated warmth. With a large sapphire pendant that sparkled in harmony with her captivating eyes, she was a woman devoted to charitable and athletic endeavors, achieving notable accomplishments in military affairs as well. Perhaps due to her profession, she exuded an aura of clarity and brightness, entirely divorced from the arrogance OL had anticipated. There was no time for further contemplation, as Count Tori-Do took OL by the arm and led him toward the host family. Chapter 86, The Glory Potion. After Tori-Do completed the gesture of kissing Princess Annie's hand, she turned her gaze to OL, a young stranger. Tori-Do, is this one you have brought along? Perhaps your new family member? You misunderstand. We strictly adhere to the rules and do not easily embrace ordinary individuals. As you may know, we have not welcomed any new members in recent years. Tori-Do pulled OL closer and introduced him to Princess Annie. Perhaps you are aware of a recent project at the Royal Research Institute concerning healing potions. Princess Annie nodded gently. I am aware, indeed. The healing potions originating from the enchanting magical realm. I presume you are the young wizard who has brought this treasure? It is an honor to meet you, Princess. You may call me Bork. OL stood before her, proud yet polite, with his right fist placed over his heart, lowering his head to meet her gaze, a gesture of respect performed by wizards during combat. Princess Annie kindly gestured toward the plush seats beside her. Please, take a seat. Let us converse for a moment. I have never encountered a wizard before, yet fairy tales abound with tales of wizards. However, you seem quite different from those legends. OL and Tori-Do seated themselves nearby, and a waiting maid promptly served them tea. Perhaps it is because we have always preferred to remain indoors that the world's understanding of us is still rooted in ancient tales. I have read some of the fairy tales you mentioned, and indeed, certain elements are true. We do brew potions. After all, who does not experience minor ailments? OL joked. Potions are indeed a wondrous phenomenon. Princess Annie remarked that Her Majesty, having witnessed the effects of the healing balm, could not possibly remain indifferent. Thus, she was eager to discern how many other similarly potent concoctions existed. Understanding her unspoken intent, acknowledged the remarkable nature of potions, confessing that he was indeed researching other elixirs crafted from more commonplace herbs to yield slight, yet beneficial effects. Today, he had brought forth a completely non-toxic potion. Should she wish to observe its efficacy? Princess Annie pondered for a moment, her gaze drifting from Hour to the area occupied by Tori-Do. The latter shrugged innocently. Hour maintained a composed smile, seemingly unfazed. What special effects does it possess? After a brief contemplation, Annie's curiosity was piqued. It bestows a radiant glow, suitable for those in poor health, revitalizing their energy and complexion post-consumption, Hour explained. The Radiance Potion is a staple among wizards, effective for alleviating the weariness of those suffering from hangovers or sleepless nights. However, the modified version's efficacy might be somewhat diminished, given the lesser constitution of muggles compared to wizards. Annie's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she summoned a servant, whispering a few instructions. Once the servant departed, she temporarily bid farewell to the two exceptional individuals, retreating to a nearby lounge for respite. Tori-Do and Hour wandered through the buffet area, one merely clutching a glass of red wine, while the other selected delicacies with care. After finding a secluded table by the window, the two enjoyed their meal in quietude. Although Hour was confident in his potion, he could not claim absolute certainty, for the researchers in the lab had mentioned that individual tolerances to potions varied greatly. Should the muggle consuming the Radiance Potion exhibit an allergic reaction, it would surely be the worst-case scenario. Swallowing a morsel of beef and sipping his borscht, Hour chastised himself for his unwarranted anxiety and overthinking. Torito, attuned to the imbalance in the young wizard's heartbeat, pursed his lips. Truly, he was but an immature lad. Half an hour later, Princess Annie returned to the banquet hall. Shortly thereafter, the servant who had left earlier entered, escorting a homeless man. The dancers in the hall immediately parted, bewildered as to why such a filthy, odorous figure was being introduced to disrupt the festivities. Covering their noses in disdain as they regarded the man slumped on the floor. Upon entering the hall, Our quickly surmised that this was the subject for the potion trial. Indeed, Princess Annie wore a warm smile as she addressed him. "Come forth, new friend, let us witness your capabilities." Our respectfully acknowledged her and approached the homeless man with steady strides. The guests gazed upon him with curiosity, engaging in hushed discussions about his identity. "New friend? Do any of you know who he is? I don't recognize him. Where did he come from? I've never seen this fellow before." Regardless of appearances, I must say, I find his attire rather pleasing. He hardly resembles those ignorant country folk. Do not speak so, Morgan. If Babel learns that you are causing trouble again, he will certainly not let you off lightly. The cacophony of whispers caused Hour's demeanor to grow serious. He understood that he was in the presence of England's elite, and to engage them, he must demonstrate his prowess. The elemental forces of magic concealed themselves within the hand that Hour raised to lift the homeless man's chin, ensuring a protective barrier. The onlooking muggles widened their eyes in astonishment as the previously flickering lights stabilized. Their intrigue peaked. Perhaps this was a little trick arranged by Princess Annie. The flickering lights did not dampen their spirits. Princess Annie frowned and instructed someone to promptly inspect the electrical circuits. Meanwhile, Hour seized the moment, extracting a small crystal dropper from his pocket. Upon removing the rubber stopper, he inhaled the refreshing aroma of mint that wafted forth. With the homeless man's mouth pried open, the translucent green liquid from the crystal vial slipped inside, vanishing into the depths of his grimy mouth. After administering the potion, Hour swiftly withdrew his hand, and the magical aura dissipated, causing the erratic lights to regain their steady glow. Princess Annie seemed to discern something. Her gaze fixed upon the lights, her expression inscrutable. After a brief moment, the man on the ground sat up, blinking in confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. "Where am I?" he murmured, then touched his filthy face and eyes, marveling at the newfound clarity of his vision. "Wow, what have you done to me? Did you all give me a hangover cure?" Princess Annie gazed at the man in astonishment, taken aback by the potion's immediate efficacy. It was astonishingly swift. The previously inebriated individual had regained consciousness almost instantaneously. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would have found it utterly unbelievable. Was that indeed a hangover remedy? Someone from the crowd inquired. Hour shook his head, turning to Princess Annie. "If I may suggest, it would be prudent to have him wash his face. At the very least, the grime should be removed to better showcase the potion's effects." "I had forgotten," she replied. "Come, someone, take him to cleanse himself." While her primary concern was the restoration of energy, she considered that a more presentable appearance might please Her Majesty even further. The homeless man was unceremoniously escorted away, while the attendees turned their gazes toward Hour, eager for enlightenment regarding the contents of that small vial. The first day of the gala reached a crescendo following the departure of the homeless man. Hour's potion had successfully captured the attention of all present. After all, who among them did not require a remedy for social drinking? Late-night work was common for merchants, and financiers often toiled through the night. Should someone inform them of a potion devoid of side effects that could swiftly restore their vigor, there was no doubt they would eagerly part with their coin. Unlike healing potions, these nobles would not suffer injuries casually. Those who moved in and out under the watchful gaze of security understood the value of such bombs, but recognized that the Radiance potion held far greater utility for their own needs. The following day, Count Torito observed Hour, encircled by a throng of admirers, and intervened to halt the scholars eager to approach him. "Friends, if you are curious about the potion he presented yesterday, trust me, contacting your student bodies would be far more beneficial than attempting to seize him. For he no longer possesses any potions, does he?" The scholars remained unsatisfied. However, as the principal figure, he surely possesses a deeper understanding of the potion's properties. Would it not be more convenient for him to explain it to us? "Gentlemen, I believe you should remember that Mr. Bork is not a researcher. He is primarily a merchant. Although the potion originates from his company, the principal research team is not comprised of him," Torito calmly reassured them. If the young wizard wished to avoid being relentlessly pursued by the scholars, it would be prudent for him to conceal his identity as a potion-brewing wizard. "Perhaps you have a point, friends. When he was found by us yesterday, he left many questions unanswered. A merchant, indeed, perhaps we have misjudged him. Nevertheless, he should possess the formula for the healing balm, indicating that he has a certain understanding of potion making. Thus, he ought to have received a higher education. If he possesses such talent, I believe his future achievements will be remarkable." Perhaps we ought to extend a helping hand to him, rather than allowing his talents to languish in the pursuit of mercantile gain. Torito once again interrupted the discourse of the antiquated scholars, humorously advising, "My dear friends, while you have discerned the brilliance of Bork, let us not squander time on trifles. If that fellow has a need in this regard, I assure you, I shall not keep it from you. Then this task falls to you, Benjamin. Do not squander this promising talent." Once the scholars delegated the task, they vanished once more. During the evening filled with revelry, OL made the acquaintance of affluent merchants from across the nation, and in doing so, he found several new companions who resonated with him, a truly fruitful day indeed. Initially, OL harbored some apprehension regarding his equestrian skills. However, he soon realized that not all participants were adept riders. Once he no longer felt the need to showcase his lackluster horsemanship, OL found himself at ease, mingling among his new friends. The ladies were remarkably amiable towards him, and even Princess and took the time to engage him in a brief conversation. In summary, the events of these 3 days far exceeded his expectations. Upon the conclusion of the festivities, OL received an invitation from Torito to visit the Research Institute in London. Mr. Oswald was not particularly surprised. After all, a vampire and a wizard intersecting was only natural. Yet I must emphasize one matter, Mr. Bork. Could you not leave a telephone number? Oswald lamented, exasperated by the scholars who persistently inquired about the number. For such obstinate individuals, even if OL did not possess the intellect they presumed, they would undoubtedly persist in their attempts until hope was utterly extinguished. OL could only provide Oswald with Fernand's landline number, as there was no alternative. However, once you contact Fernand, I will reach out to you at the earliest opportunity. Oswald sighed, acknowledging the inconvenience. OL too recognized the difficulty. Yet he understood that the ancient magics of the wizarding world were not so easily unraveled. The formidable spells cast by legendary wizards to protect the remnants of their kind remained potent, even centuries after their inception. To breach that barrier would likely require the support of a majority of wizards. After bidding farewell to the guide Oswald, OL departed from Cotswold in Torito's carriage. As the picturesque town receded from view, Torito, noticing OL's reluctance to leave, jested, "If you fancy it, you could purchase a house here. The scenery truly is captivating." "I truly do not have that luxury of time," OL replied, shaking his head. "Even if I were to acquire property, I know not when I could return. It is best left aside. My current resources are entirely devoted to my Muggle enterprises and must not be squandered." The research facility, a collaboration between vampires and werewolves, boasted the most advanced scientific equipment in the world. While they would not permit humans to engage in reckless experimentation, they themselves were audacious, their remarkable regenerative abilities emboldening their scientific pursuits. Upon entering the Vampire Blood Testing Center, OL was taken aback by a colossal specimen column housing what appeared to be a human figure, causing him to step back in surprise. "Are you conducting human experiments? Though that individual might very well be a vampire?" Torito quickly activated the intercom at the control station, addressing the figure within who lay with eyes closed, mimicking death. "Come out, Brooke, we have a guest." The man, submerged in an unknown liquid, opened his eyes and waved at OL in greeting. "Let us retreat to the office for a moment. We can converse further once he arrives," Torito said, somewhat exasperated. Perhaps he has lost his train of thought in his research. He enjoys immersing himself in water to calm his mind. "I had thought you were devoid of warmth," OL remarked, somewhat bemused, as he followed Torito out of the testing room. "Indeed, but our brains function perfectly well. It is akin to an automobile engine that must cool down after prolonged operation," Torito explained.